Volume 1, Shadows and Light. Chapter 1, The Quiet Campus. The morning mist hung low over the oak-lined pathways of Crestview University, wrapping the stone architecture in a quiet, solemn chill. For most students, the campus was a place of higher learning, late-night cram sessions, and early morning coffees. For William Shadow Ray, it was something far more precious, a sanctuary. To the hidden supernatural world, the Shadow Ray name carried immense weight. It was one of the three great werewolf houses, a powerful bloodline of formidable predators who ruled vast territories with an iron grip. But within the grand estate of his family, William was a non-entity, a disappointment, and a shame. Born with a sickly, fragile frame that refused to yield a proper wolf form, he was treated as little more than a flaw in the family's proud history. While his elder brothers Lucian and Damon commanded fear, and his sister Victoria displayed ruthless talent, William was the sickly outcast. Even his younger twin siblings, Ethan and Maya, looked down on him with open contempt. Yet, here on the human campus, isolated from the oppressive pressure of pack politics, William felt a strange sense of freedom. His body, though viewed as broken by werewolf standards, was still far beyond that of a normal human. His senses were sharper, his movements fluid and precise, his endurance boundless. To regular humans, he wasn't a sickly, worthless wolf, he was merely a tall, quiet, and surprisingly athletic student who kept to himself. He wore loose gray hoodies and dark jeans, burying his posture slightly so as not to draw unwanted eyes, content to blend into the background. As he walked toward the liberal arts building, clutching a leather-bound notebook, his sharp ears picked up the sound of raised voices near the stone fountain. "Come on, Lisa, don't be like that. It's just a drink. You think you're too good for us." William paused, his dark eyes shifting toward the source of the commotion. Standing near the fountain was Marcus, a notoriously arrogant senior born into a wealthy human real estate empire. Surrounded by three of his usual lackeys, Marcus was blocking the path of a girl holding a stack of heavy textbooks. Her name was Lisa. William had seen her before in his literature lectures. She was a hardworking, compassionate student who attended the university on a strict academic scholarship. Unlike the wealthy campus cliques who spent their weekends at lavish parties, Lisa spent her hours working at the library and studying in quiet corners. She was resilient, but right now, her face was pale, her knuckles white as she gripped her books tightly against her chest. "I told you, Marcus, I have a class to get to," Lisa said, her voice steady despite the visible tremble in her hands. "Please let me pass." "And I told you, nobody turns down an invitation from me," Marcus sneered, stepping closer and crowding her space. He reached out, grabbing the edge of her backpack strap to keep her from walking away. "You think because you get top grades you're better than everyone here. You're just a scholarship kid. Learn your place." One of Marcus's friends chuckled, crossing his arms to block the left exit, while another stepped behind her. They were circling her like minor street hounds. William's chest tightened. A dull thrumming heat stirred deep beneath his ribs, a strange, dormant warmth that had been growing inside him over the past few months. In the wolf world, he was considered power blood deficient, unable to manifest the dense aura of a true alpha. But seeing an innocent person trapped, treated with the same casual cruelty he endured at home, stirred something ancient and unyielding in his soul. He didn't roar. He didn't lose his temper. He simply adjusted the strap of his shoulder bag and turned his footsteps toward the fountain. Chapter 2, A Quiet Intervention. Lisa felt her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. Marcus's grip on her backpack strap was tight, his smile condescending and sharp. The campus quad was relatively empty this early in the morning, and the few students passing by cast hesitant glances before quickly looking away, unwilling to cross Marcus and his influential family. "Just 5 minutes, Lisa," Marcus insisted, leaning in closer. "It's not that hard to be polite. She asked you to let go." The voice was calm, low, and completely devoid of fear. Marcus blinked, pulling his hand back in surprise as a tall figure stepped smoothly into the space between him and Lisa. William stood there, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his gray hoodie. He didn't look aggressive. His posture was relaxed, his dark hair falling slightly over his forehead, masking the intense, steady gaze focused directly on Marcus. Lisa looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. She recognized him instantly, William, the quiet student who always sat near the back row of her European history class. He rarely spoke to anyone, but she had always noticed his calm, attentive presence. "Who the hell are you?" Marcus demanded, scoffing as he sized William up. Marcus was broad-shouldered and played on the university rugby team, accustomed to pushing people around. Mind your own business, freshman. I am minding my business, William replied softly, his voice carrying an icy clarity that seemed to drop the surrounding temperature by a few degrees. You're blocking the walkway, and she clearly doesn't want to talk to you. Let her go to class. Marcus's face flushed with anger at being challenged so openly. You've got a lot of nerve, he snapped, taking a threatening step forward and raising his hand to shove William backward. William didn't flinch. As Marcus's hand lunged forward, William moved with effortless, blinding speed. To human eyes, it looked like a simple, fluid dodge. William caught Marcus's wrist midair, applying a fraction of his supernatural strength, just enough to lock the joint and compress a nerve ending. Marcus gasped, his knees buckling slightly as an intense, burning pressure shot up his arm. He couldn't move his hand an inch. What are you doing? Marcus hissed through gritted teeth, cold sweat immediately breaking out on his forehead. I'm suggesting you take your hands off people who don't want to be touched, William said quietly. He leaned in just an inch, his dark eyes reflecting a fleeting, subtle shade of gold that vanished before anyone could register it. Have a good morning, Marcus. William released the wrist. Marcus stumbled back 2 paces, cradling his hand, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and unexplainable terror. Something about William's gaze in that fraction of a second had sent a primal wave of fear straight down Marcus's spine, an instinctual warning that if he pushed further, he would be completely dismantled. Let's go, Marcus muttered to his friends, his face pale as he backed away. He's crazy. Let's get out of here. The 3 lackeys looked bewildered, but seeing Marcus retreat so hastily, they quickly followed him down the stone path. The quad returned to its quiet morning hush. William turned around slowly, his posture relaxing back into his usual timid, guarded stance. He looked at Lisa, his expression softening entirely. Are you all right? He asked gently. Chapter 3, Grateful Hearts. Lisa stood frozen for a moment, her breath catching in her throat. The entire encounter had happened in less than 2 minutes, leaving her head spinning. She looked at William, noticing the subtle shift in his aura, the intense, formidable presence from seconds ago was completely gone, replaced by a soft, polite concern. Yes, I'm okay, Lisa managed to say, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She adjusted her grip on her heavy books, feeling the tension slowly leave her shoulders. Thank you. I don't know what got into him today. He usually just makes obnoxious comments, but today he wouldn't let me leave. Some people only understand strength, William said quietly, looking down at his shoes for a brief second before offering a faint, genuine smile. I'm just glad I was walking by. Lisa looked at him closely, noticing how tall he actually was when standing directly in front of her. His hands were back in his hoodie pockets, and despite his simple attire, there was an unmistakable grace to his posture. You're in my history class, right? William, she asked, her voice warm and welcoming. William looked up, slightly surprised that she knew his name. Yes. William Shadow Ray. And you're Lisa Vance. Guilty as charged, Lisa smiled, a soft blush dusting her cheeks. Honestly, I was really startled when you stepped in. The way you moved. You were so fast. Have you done martial arts or something? William rubbed the back of his neck nervously, a habit he had whenever he needed to deflect attention. A little bit of home training, nothing special. My family. They're very strict about self-defense. Strict is an understatement, he thought bitterly to himself, remembering the brutal physical drills his elder brothers subjected him to back at the estate. Well, whatever training it is, it worked, Lisa said, her eyes shining with sincere gratitude. I really appreciate it. Most people around here just pretend not to see when Marcus acts like a tyrant. It was no trouble at all, William assured her. They began walking side by side down the stone path toward the Humanities Hall, the morning air crisp and refreshing. The uncomfortable tension from earlier completely evaporated, replaced by an easy, comfortable silence. Can I buy you a coffee to say thanks? Lisa asked as they reached the entrance of the building. Or maybe some tea, after lectures. William hesitated. He was used to isolation, to spending his college hours in complete solitude before returning to the darkness of his family life. But looking at Lisa's warm, expectant smile, he felt a strange flutter in his chest, a gentle, comforting sensation he had never experienced before. I'd like that, William replied softly. After lectures. It's a date, I mean, a plan. Lisa caught herself, her cheeks turning bright red as she gave a cheerful laugh. I'll see you at 4 near the library, William. She turned and headed up the stairs, turning back once to wave at him before disappearing into the classroom hall. William stood at the base of the stairs, watching her leave, a faint, rare smile touching his lips. For the first time in a long while, the heavy weight in his chest felt a little lighter. Chapter 4, Into the Woods. Night fell swiftly over the city, shrouding the towering pines of the surrounding mountain forest in deep shadows. While the human world settled into evening routines of dinner and television, William's day was far from over. He stood at the edge of his off-campus apartment balcony, staring out toward the dark tree line 5 miles away. Beneath his skin, the ancient, restless heat was thrumming again. In werewolf culture, young wolves were expected to run, hunt, and absorb the natural mana of the wilderness to strengthen their wolf form. But William's wolf form was small, slender, and lacked the massive, terrifying muscle mass of his brothers. When he attempted to shift, his bones ached with a suffocating, burning pain, as if something far too large was trying to force its way out of a vessel that was far too small. To ease the physical agony of his sealed power, he had to run. Changing into black athletic wear, William slipped out of his apartment silently, avoiding the main roads. Once he crossed the boundary into the dense forest, he burst into a run. To a human observer, he would have been nothing more than a blur moving through the trees. His feet barely touched the damp earth, effortlessly leaping over fallen logs and navigating steep rocky inclines. His heart beat with rhythmic power, his lungs drinking in the cool night air. He hunted low-tier wild game, small deer and mountain hares, not to kill out of cruelty, but to satisfy the predatory instincts that demanded expression. He tracked a young stag through the dense brush, keeping downwind, testing his senses. He could hear the rustle of leaves 300 yards away, he could smell the faint scent of rain lingering on the cedar bark. Still not enough, William whispered to himself, stopping on a high rocky cliff overlooking the valley. He looked down at his trembling hands. The heat inside his chest felt like a furnace trapped behind a thick steel door. Every time he tried to channel his pack's bloodline aura, the steel door remained locked, leaving him with only a fraction of his true capability. His father, the Alpha of House Shadow Ray, had declared him broken at the age of 12. His mother had looked away in shame. William closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the night wind. Why was I born like this? Why give me the instincts of a predator if my body refuses to wake up? A faint breeze carried a sudden, sharp scent toward him, the scent of blood and wild wolf aura. William's eyes snapped open. The scent was familiar, arrogant, and laced with deliberate malice. It belonged to his own household. He didn't have time to leap out of the way before 2 large figures leapt down from the thick canopy above, landing heavily on the rocky cliff ground, blocking his path back to the city. Chapter 5, Cruel Kin. Look what we found skulking in the woods, a sharp, condescending voice echoed through the dark clearing. Stepping out from the moonlight were Ethan and Maya Shadow Ray, William's younger twin siblings. Though they were 2 years younger than William, both had already manifested strong, muscular wolf forms and dense, silver-tinged bloodline auras. They were considered prodigies within House Shadow Ray, pampered by their elders and thoroughly trained in the family's ruthless hierarchy. Ethan wore a cruel smirk, his arms crossed over his chest, while Maya leaned against a pine tree, her sharp eyes filled with disdain. What are you doing here, William? Maya asked, her voice dripping with mockery. Playing wild wolf in the bushes. You know father restricted you to the human zone. If the other houses see a pathetic Shadow Ray dragging his feet in the mountain territory, it embarrasses us all. William kept his posture calm, dropping his hands to his sides. I'm just exercising, Ethan. I'm not crossing into the main pack grounds. Exercising. Ethan laughed, a harsh, grating sound. He stepped forward, his aura flaring, a heavy, suffocating pressure meant to force weaker wolves to bow. You call running around like a lost puppy exercising? Look at you. You're 19 years old and you still look like a sickly human. Leave me alone, William said quietly, trying to walk past them. I don't want any trouble. Trouble, Ethan snapped, stepping directly into William's path and shoving him hard in the chest. Because William refused to reveal his true physical strength, he allowed the shove to throw him backward onto the hard gravel. His palms scraped against the sharp stones, drawing thin lines of dark red blood. You exist, and that's trouble enough for us. Ethan snarled, his eyes flashing yellow as his claws extended from his fingertips. Eldest brother Lucian was complaining about you at dinner tonight. He said having a runt like you in the city makes our house look weak to the Vampire Coven scouts. We decided to come remind you of your place. Before William could stand, Ethan lunged forward, kicking William hard in the ribs. The impact cracked the air, sending William rolling across the rocky dirt. Maya didn't intervene, she simply watched with an amused smile, cleaning her fingernails. Don't break his legs completely, Ethan. He still needs to walk to his little human classes so he stays out of our sight. William lay on the ground, his teeth clenched so tightly his jaw ached. Pain radiated through his side, but far worse than the physical pain was the searing, ancient heat in his chest, roaring at him to fight back, to tear his attackers apart. Not yet, William commanded himself internally, forcing the heat back down into the depths of his soul. If I reveal my power now, Father and Lucian will lock me in the estate dungeons to study me or eliminate me as a threat. I must endure. Ethan grabbed William by the collar of his shirt, lifting him up and throwing him against the trunk of a large pine tree. William gasped as the rough bark bit into his back. Ethan struck him twice more in the abdomen before throwing him dismissively into the dirt. Remember this pain, runt, Ethan spat, wiping a speck of dirt from his jacket. You are nothing in House Shadow Ray. Stay in your human sandbox and don't ever let us catch you acting proud. Without another word, the twins shifted into large, sleek gray wolves and bounded into the darkness of the forest, their mocking howls echoing through the night sky. Chapter 6, Bruises and Bandages. Silence returned to the forest cliff, broken only by the quiet rustle of wind through the needle branches and the sound of William's ragged breathing. For several minutes, William lay still on the cold earth, staring up at the moon through the thick canopy. His ribs throbbed with a dull, sickening ache, and his left shoulder was severely bruised from the impact against the tree. Slowly, painfully, he sat up. He looked down at his scraped hands. The dark red blood was already beginning to clot, his body's passive supernatural regeneration was working, but because his bloodline was suppressed, the healing process was slow and agonizing compared to a normal werewolf's instant recovery. One day, William whispered, his voice trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the raw, suppressed fury burning in his chest. One day, I won't have to hide. Holding his injured side, he forced himself to stand. Every step back toward the city was an exercise in willpower. He navigated the dark alleyways, avoiding bright streetlights, until he finally reached the small, quiet apartment building near the campus edge. He unlocked his door, slipped inside, and shut the world out. The apartment was sparsely furnished, a single bed, a study desk piled with history and literature books, and a small bathroom. William stripped off his torn, dirt-stained hoodie and stood before the bathroom mirror. In the harsh fluorescent light, his reflection told a painful story. Dark purple bruises were already blooming across his ribs and shoulder. A thin cut ran along his collarbone. Yet beneath the battered skin, his muscular frame was sharp, lean, and defined, a body forged by endless, secret night training. He opened the medicine cabinet and pulled out a roll of medical tape, cotton pads, and antiseptic. With practiced, silent discipline, he cleaned his cuts, wincing slightly as the alcohol stung his raw skin. He wrapped his ribs tightly with elastic bandages to stabilize the bruised cartilage. As he finished wrapping his torso, he rested his hands on the edges of the sink, leaning in close to the glass. Deep within his pupils, beneath the dark brown color, a faint, golden ember flickered for a second, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. The ancient heat in his chest wasn't dying down, if anything, the beatings from his family were acting like a hammer on an anvil, forging the dormant bloodline deeper, making it denser. The primordial blood doesn't break, William muttered, recalling a line from an ancient, forbidden text he had once stumbled upon in the estate archives. It only waits. He turned off the bathroom light, laid down on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he had a coffee date with Lisa. He closed his eyes, letting the thought of her warm, kind smile push away the dark memories of the forest. Chapter 7, Cafeteria Encounter. The next afternoon, the university cafeteria was bustling with the usual lunch rush. Clattering trays, laughter, and ambient chatter filled the high-ceilinged hall. William sat at a quiet corner table near a large window, dressed in a thick, long-sleeved dark blue sweater designed to completely conceal the heavy bandages wrapped around his torso. Moving his left arm still brought a dull spark of pain, but his face remained a mask of calm composure. He was holding a warm paper cup of green tea when a tray was softly set down across from him. Is this seat taken? William looked up to see Lisa standing there, holding a plate with a simple sandwich and a bottle of water. She wore a soft cream-colored knitted cardigan, her hair tied back neatly. Not at all. Please, sit, William said, offering a small smile. Lisa sat down, setting her books to the side. But as she looked at William, her cheerful expression suddenly faltered. She noticed the slight stiffness in his posture, the way he favored his right side when adjusting his seat, and a tiny, pale bandage placed near his jawline. William, are you okay? she asked, her eyebrows furrowing with instant concern. You look sore. William paused mid-sip, quickly smoothing out his expression. I'm fine. Just had a slight accident during my evening run last night. I tripped over a tree root on the trail. A tree root did that? Lisa asked, her eyes lingering on the subtle way he moved his left arm. She sighed softly, shaking her head. Then, with a gentle, self-deprecating smile, she pulled back the long sleeve of her own cardigan slightly, revealing a small, yellowing bruise on her wrist. Well, then I guess we're a pair today. William's eyes narrowed slightly, his protective instincts spiking instantly. Marcus. No, no, Lisa shook her head quickly, waving her hand. Not him. Just life. My step-relative came by my campus room yesterday demanding some family paperwork. Things got a bit heated, and I caught my arm on the door frame trying to shut it. She looked down at her sandwich, her voice dropping a fraction. Some people just love to make you feel small, you know. William looked at her, his heart aching with a deep, profound empathy. He knew that feeling all too well. He knew what it was like to be treated as an inconvenience by the very people who were supposed to be family. They only do it because they're small themselves, William said softly, his voice carrying a weight that made Lisa look up. People who are truly strong don't need to break others to feel tall. Lisa stared at him, struck by the absolute sincerity in his eyes. The cafeteria noise around them seemed to fade into a gentle background hum. Chapter 8, Unspoken Understanding. Over the next hour, their simple lunch transformed into something far deeper than a polite thank you meeting. As they ate, they talked, not about campus rumors or popular media, but about their lives, their quiet struggles, and the heavy feeling of being an outsider looking in. Lisa shared how she had worked 3 part-time jobs during high school just to afford her college application fees, constantly told by her relatives that a girl from her background shouldn't aim so high. I spent years thinking that if I just worked harder, if I got higher grades, they would finally look at me with respect, Lisa admitted, tracing the rim of her water bottle. But eventually, I realized. Some people decision to dislike you before you even open your mouth. Yes, William agreed quietly, holding his warm teacup with both hands. You can give them perfection, and they will still call it a flaw. Exactly, Lisa said, a sad smile touching her lips. So I stopped trying to please them. Now, I just want to build a life where I can be safe, peaceful, and surrounded by genuine people. She looked across the table, her hazel eyes warm and bright. People like you, William. William felt a sudden, powerful warmth bloom in his chest, a warmth completely different from the burning primordial heat of his bloodline. This was a gentle, human warmth, full of acceptance and kindness. For his entire life, his family had judged him solely by his martial power, his aura density, and his wolf form. To Lisa, none of those things existed. She saw him, William, the quiet person who sat beside her in history class and stood up for her when no one else would. I think you're very resilient, Lisa, William said gently, his dark eyes locking onto hers. More resilient than you give yourself credit for. Lisa blushed softly, looking down at her hands with a quiet, happy smile. Thank you. Coming from you, that means a lot. Without realizing it, they spent 2 full hours sitting at that corner table, talking about history, favorite books, and their favorite quiet spots on campus. There were no grand declarations, no pushy gestures, just 2 kindred souls finding comfort in each other's presence after walking through long, lonely shadows. When it was time for Lisa to head to her afternoon lab, she stood up and gathered her books. Thank you for lunch, William, she said, looking at him with genuine affection. And please, take care of that tree root bruise. Don't go running too wild in the dark. I promise, William smiled softly. He watched her walk out of the cafeteria, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. Chapter 9, Lisa's Perspective. 3 days later, the afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows across the university athletic field. Lisa walked along the bleachers holding a folder of research notes, heading toward the campus library. As she passed the track field, a movement caught her eye, causing her to stop. Down on the green field, a group of students from the club sports team were running high-intensity sprints. Among them was William. Lisa leaned against the aluminum railing of the bleachers, watching him silently. He wore simple black athletic shorts and a fitted gray t-shirt. Gone was the baggy hoodie he usually wore to hide himself. As he ran, Lisa's breath caught slightly in her throat. In her human eyes, William was nothing short of breathtaking. He was tall, easily 6 feet 2, with broad, powerful shoulders, a narrow waist, and long, fluid legs that ate up the track effortless ease. While the other athletes were sweating profusely, gasping for air after their third lap, William moved with a quiet, terrifying grace. Every stride was smooth, precise, and completely controlled. When the whistle blew to end the drill, William slowed down to a walk, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. His dark hair was slightly damp, falling over his sharp, refined jawline. The sunlight caught the defined muscle lines of his arms and back, revealing a physique that looked less like a casual college student and more like a carefully sculpted classical statue. How is he so quiet when he looks like that? Lisa thought to herself, her heart beating a little faster as she watched him. She noticed the way other students on the bleachers, both men and women, were staring at him. He had a subtle, commanding presence that naturally drew the eye, even though he clearly tried his best to remain unnoticed. Yet, as she watched him pick up his water bottle and sit alone on the bench away from the cheering team members, Lisa felt a wave of sadness mixed with her admiration. She remembered the tight bandages she had glimpsed under his collar days ago, the quiet sorrow in his eyes when he talked about family, and the way he constantly kept his guard up. Who could possibly hurt someone like him? She wondered, her chest tightening with protective affection. He's so strong, so gentle. But he carries a mountain on his shoulders. Down on the field, as if sensing her gaze, William turned his head. His eyes locked directly onto hers across the 50-yard distance. For a second, William looked surprised. Then, his sharp, distant expression melted away into that soft, gentle smile reserved only for her. He raised his hand and gave her a small, polite wave. Lisa felt her face warm up instantly. She raised her folder and waved back with a bright, enthusiastic smile, her heart fluttering like crazy. Chapter 10, Study Hours. By the middle of the semester, William and Lisa's quiet friendship had grown into a cherished daily routine. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, they met on the third floor of the main university library, a quiet, sunlit corner surrounded by old philosophy texts and large wooden study desks. The spot was secluded, away from the loud chatter of the lower floors, offering them a peaceful haven. Today, rain was pattering softly against the tall glass windows, creating a cozy atmosphere inside. A small steam drifted from 2 paper cups of hot herbal tea Lisa had bought from the campus cafe. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, Lisa whispered, leaning over a massive textbook, the Peace Treaty of 1815 was signed not because they wanted peace, but because both factions ran out of supply lines. William, sitting beside her, tapped a line in her notebook with his pen. Precisely. It was a tactical pause disguised as diplomacy. Factions rarely stop fighting out of kindness, they stop when the cost of continuing becomes higher than the reward. Lisa looked up at him, smiling softly. You sound like a general when you explain history, William. It's almost like you were there. William chuckled softly, taking a quiet sip of his tea. If only you knew how much real supernatural history mirrors those human wars, he thought to himself. I just read a lot. When you spend a lot of time alone, books become your best companions. Well, you're not alone anymore, Lisa said gently, her hazel eyes looking straight into his. The statement was simple, unadorned, but it struck William with the force of a tidal wave. He paused, setting his cup down slowly. He looked at Lisa, her sweet, earnest face illuminated by the soft desk lamp, her hand resting inches from his on the dark wood. For 19 years, William had been defined by coldness, violence, and rejection. His house offered him pain, his bloodline offered him turmoil. But sitting here in this quiet library, listening to the rain fall while sharing hot tea with Lisa, he experienced a profound, beautiful warmth that had nothing to do with wolf power. Slowly, deliberately, William shifted his hand across the table, resting his palm flat on the wood right next to hers. Lisa didn't pull away. Instead, she turned her hand over and gently brushed her fingers against his, a quiet gesture of deep trust and affection. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The quiet room filled with an unspoken promise that no matter how cold the outside world became, right here at this desk, they had found a place where they truly belonged. As the afternoon light faded into dusk, William looked out the rainy window, feeling the restless primordial fire in his heart quiet down into a steady, protective flame. He didn't know what dangers the future held, or when his ruthless family would drag him back into their dark world. But looking at Lisa, he made a silent vow to the ancient blood sleeping in his veins. Whatever comes, I will protect this peace. Chapter 11, Damon's Shadow. The tranquil atmosphere of the human city always felt fragile to William, like thin ice over a deep, turbulent ocean. That fragility shattered completely late on a Tuesday evening as he stepped out of a quiet grocery store near his apartment building. The air had suddenly grown thick, heavy with the oppressive scent of blood, copper, and pine. William stopped under the dim yellow light of a flickering street lamp. Shadows lengthened across the narrow alleyway behind him. He didn't turn around immediately, but his muscles coiled tight beneath his dark coat, his heightened senses tracking a presence that radiated pure, unadulterated arrogance. Still moving like a turtle, I see, a cold, smooth voice drawled from the darkness. Stepping out from the mouth of the alley was Damon Shadow Ray, William's second elder brother. Tall, broad-shouldered, and impeccably dressed in a tailored charcoal suit, Damon looked like a high-powered corporate executive. But beneath the expensive fabric lay the terrifying muscle and lethal speed of a high-tier werewolf warrior. His eyes, a chilling shade of pale amber, flickered with mild amuse and heavy contempt as he looked at William. Damon, William said quietly, keeping his voice carefully neutral. What are you doing in the city? Is that how you greet your older brother? Damon sneered, taking slow, deliberate steps toward William. With every step he took, he released a subtle wave of his bloodline aura, a heavy, crushing pressure meant to force weaker wolves to bow their heads. I came to run business for father in the commercial district. But imagine my surprise when I smelled your pathetic, diluted scent lingering near the university. William stood his ground, silently absorbing the crushing pressure of Damon's aura. To Damon, it appeared as though William was barely enduring the weight, leaning slightly against his grocery bag. In reality, deep within William's chest, the sealed primordial heat absorbed the incoming aura like a dry sponge, neutralizing its worst effects. I am attending my classes, as father permitted, William replied softly. I haven't broken any pack rules. Damon paused, stopping 2 feet away. He reached out, his hand moving like a striking cobra to seize William by the throat. His grip was steel, pressing hard against William's windpipe, forcing William back against the brick wall of the alley. Listen to me carefully, runt, Damon hissed, his golden eyes flashing dangerously in the dark. The tension between House Shadow Ray and the local vampire coven is reaching a boiling point. The city is becoming a chessboard. The last thing this family needs is a sickly, useless embarrassment dragging our name through the dirt if a skirmish breaks out. William kept his hands at his sides, refusing to reach up and claw at Damon's wrist, though his throat burned under the pressure. He kept his dark eyes fixed on Damon's, empty of fear, hiding the dormant power roaring beneath his skin. If I catch you wandering around late at night, or if you bring any shame to the Shadow Ray name, Damon warned, tightening his grip for one agonizing second before releasing him, I won't just beat you like Ethan and Maya do. I will break your spine and drag you back to the estate dungeon myself. Stay out of sight, William. You are invisible here. Keep it that way. Damon turned on his heel, his dark coat snapping in the wind, and vanished into the shadows of the alley with supernatural speed. William leaned against the brick wall, coughing quietly as he rubbed his reddened throat. He straightened his collar, picked up his fallen grocery bag, and looked toward the empty street. Invisible, William whispered to the night wind, a cold, quiet resolve settling into his heart. Not for long. Chapter 12, Pale Figures. By the following week, the atmosphere surrounding Crestview University had shifted subtly. To the thousands of human students rushing between lectures, it was just another chilly autumn afternoon. But to William, whose senses operated on a far higher plane, the air carried a sharp, metallic taint that made the hair on his arms stand up. It was the scent of dead blood and ozone. Vampires. While sitting on a stone bench near the central quad, ostensibly reading a history textbook, William kept his vision focused on the perimeter of the campus grounds. Across the wide lawn, standing beneath the shade of an old willow tree near the edge of the university gates, were 2 figures. They wore long dark trench coats despite the relatively mild weather. Their skin was unusually pale, almost translucent under the sunlight, and their movements were eerily still, devoid of the tiny, unconscious twitches and shifts that characterized human posture. They were scouts from the regional vampire coven. William lowered his eyes slightly, turning a page of his book while keeping them in his peripheral vision. Why are they scouting a human university? He thought, his heart sinking. Are they monitoring the city's perimeter because of Damon's presence, or are they hunting for easy prey? The 2 vampires didn't move toward the students, but their cold, crimson-tinged eyes slowly scanned the crowd. One of them raised his head, sniffing the air with a slight curl of his lip. William immediately pulled his aura inward, suppressing his supernatural signature down to the absolute bare minimum, making himself appear like nothing more than a fragile, ordinary human reading a book. The vampire's gaze swept past William without pausing, missing the hidden predator entirely. Hey, William. A soft, warm voice broke through the tense silence. William looked up to see Lisa walking toward him across the grass, holding a folder of study guides and wearing a bright yellow scarf that made her hazel eyes pop. The dark, heavy atmosphere that had settled over William evaporated instantly at the sight of her. Lisa, he said softly, standing up from the bench. As he did, he subtly positioned his body between her and the direction of the two vampires under the willow tree. Sorry I'm late, Lisa said, offering a bright, genuine smile that reached her eyes. My lab ran over time. Are you ready to head over to the library? William cast a swift, silent glance over his shoulder. The two pale figures under the willow tree were gone, having slipped back into the city shadows like ghosts. But the warning lingered in William's mind. The Cold War between the wolves and vampires was spilling over into the human world, and the university was no longer completely safe. Actually, Lisa, William said gently, looking into her warm eyes, let's study at the cafe near your apartment today. I'll walk you home afterward. Lisa blinked, slightly surprised, but then a sweet, happy blush touched her cheeks. Oh, sure, I'd love that. It's much cozier anyway. William took her heavy stack of textbooks into his own hands, shielding her with his broad frame as they walked out of the campus gates together. Chapter 13, A Shared Umbrella. By the time they finished their study session at the small neighborhood cafe, the sky had turned into a dark, bruised purple, and a heavy downpour began to beat against the glass windows. Rain lashed at the pavement in thick, sweeping sheets, washing away the dust of the city and leaving the air cool and crisp. Oh dear, Lisa said, standing near the exit door of the cafe, looking out at the torrents of water spilling from the roof gutters. I forgot my umbrella in my dorm room. It's really coming down. William reached into his bag and pulled out a sturdy, dark gray umbrella. He stepped forward and opened the cafe door, pushing the umbrella open with a sharp, crisp click. I have one, William said, holding it high over the doorway. Come on, I'll walk you to your building. Lisa looked at the size of the umbrella, then up at William's broad shoulders. Are you sure? It's not a huge umbrella. You'll get soaked if we both try to fit under it. I don't mind the rain, William replied with a small, reassuring smile. Besides, I promised I'd get you home safe. Lisa smiled softly, stepping under the dark fabric canopy beside him. The walk to her off-campus apartment building was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic patter of rain against the umbrella and the distant rumble of thunder. Because the umbrella was modest in size, William had to hold Lisa close to his side to keep the driving wind from splashing water on her cardigan. Lisa stepped close, her shoulder gently brushing against his arm. She could feel the steady, radiating warmth coming from his body, a heat so intense it seemed to ward off the cold autumn rain entirely. William, meanwhile, held the umbrella handle firmly in his right hand, deliberately slanting the canopy toward Lisa. The cool rain splattered over his left shoulder and sleeve, soaking his jacket, but he didn't care in the slightest. He was hyper-aware of her presence beside him, the sweet scent of vanilla and rain clinging to her hair, her gentle, rhythmic breathing, and the quiet trust she placed in him. Deep within his chest, something extraordinary happened. The fierce, restless wolf spirit within him, the wild, dormant beast that had known only pain, suppression, and fury, suddenly stilled. A soft, soothing sensation expanded through his chest, spreading through his veins like warm honey. For the first time in his life, his inner wolf didn't roar for violence or ache in frustration. It purred. A soft, profound hum of deep contentment and absolute peace settled into his soul, echoing the pure desire to protect the gentle human walking by his side. William, Lisa asked softly, looking up at him as they reached the covered porch of her apartment building. She noticed his left shoulder was drenched with water. Oh no, your shoulder is completely wet. Why did you hold the umbrella so far over me? It doesn't matter, William said gently, closing the umbrella and shaking off the water droplets. You're dry. That's what counts. Lisa looked at his wet shoulder, then up at his kind, calm face. She reached out, her small, warm fingers gently touching his damp sleeve before resting against his hand. You're too good to me, William, she whispered, her hazel eyes shining with deep affection. Thank you. For everything. William looked at her hand resting against his, feeling the gentle warmth of her touch seep straight into his heart. Good night, Lisa, he said softly. Good night, William. Get home safe. He watched her step inside the brightly lit lobby before turning back into the pouring rain, his heart feeling lighter and warmer than it ever had before. Chapter 14, Marcus returns. While William and Lisa's bond continued to deepen in quiet comfort, resentment was festering elsewhere on campus. Marcus had not forgotten his humiliation near the fountain. For weeks, his reputation among his wealthy fraternity friends had taken a hit. The fact that a quiet, nameless student like William had made him back down in fear ate away at his fragile ego every single day. Unable to confront William directly after experiencing the terrifying, golden flash in William's eyes, Marcus decided to strike where it hurt most: Lisa. It was the week of the mid-semester academic showcase. Students were required to submit physical exhibition boards and research binders for a competitive grant that could cover full tuition for the final year. For Lisa, who survived on scholarships, this grant was her lifeline. She had spent 2 months meticulously preparing her history and archive binder, storing the completed physical portfolio in the Humanities Department project room overnight before the final judging. On Thursday morning, William walked toward the Humanities Hall to meet Lisa before her presentation. But as he approached the second-floor corridor, he heard raised, distressed voices. William's eyes narrowed, his footsteps instantly speeding up. Standing outside the open door of the project room was Lisa, surrounded by 2 professors and a small crowd of whispering students. Lisa was pale, her hands trembling violently as she stared at a wooden table inside the room. William pushed gently through the crowd, stepping to her side. Lisa, what happened? Lisa looked up at him, tears brimming in her eyes, holding back a sob. She pointed toward the table. Her research binder, the product of hundreds of hours of painstaking work, was completely ruined. Dark black ink had been deliberately poured over every page, destroying the delicate archive documents and handwritten translations. Next to it, her wooden display board was snapped cleanly in half. It was fine when I left it last night at 8, Lisa whispered, her voice cracking with heartbreak. The lock on the window was forced. Someone ruined everything. William stared at the ruined project, a cold, lethal stillness settling over his features. His sharp sense of smell picked up the faint scent lingering around the forced window frame and the ruined desk, cheap cologne, stale tobacco, and the distinct scent of Marcus's leather jacket. Do you know who did this, Lisa? One of the professors asked gently, looking sympathetic. Without the physical portfolio, we can't present your work to the grant committee this afternoon. I don't know, Lisa stammered, biting her lower lip to keep from crying in public. I don't have proof. William placed a gentle, grounding hand on Lisa's shoulder, feeling her body trembling from shock and anger. I'll handle this, William said, his voice terrifyingly calm, carrying a silent weight that made the surrounding students fall quiet. He looked into Lisa's tear-stained eyes. Trust me, Lisa, your work won't be wasted. Chapter 15, Standing Tall. 10 minutes later, William walked into the crowded campus cafeteria. Marcus was sitting at a large center table with his usual group of friends, laughing loudly, holding a cup of iced coffee. He looked smug, completely satisfied with himself. The chatter in the cafeteria slowly died down as students noticed William walking toward Marcus's table. William didn't look angry, his face was a calm, unreadable mask, but his tall, athletic posture radiated an unmistakable, crushing presence that commanded the room. Marcus's laugh cut short as William stopped directly across the table from him. Can I help you, freshman? Marcus scoffed, leaning back in his chair, trying to act tough in front of his friends. Lost your way to class. William reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a small, metallic silver thumb drive, and set it softly on the table between them. That thumb drive contains the security footage from the Humanities Building's side alley, William said, his voice cool and clear, carrying easily across the silent cafeteria. It clearly shows you forcing the window latch at 11 last night, carrying a bottle of Indian ink, and leaving 10 minutes later. Marcus froze, the smug smile instantly vanishing from his face. Cold sweat erupted across his forehead. What are you talking about? You're lying. I don't lie, William replied smoothly. I also spoke with the head of the security department 5 minutes ago. They were quite interested in the footage, especially considering your father sits on the university's donor board. Marcus stood up abruptly, knocking his chair back. You little bastard. Sit down, William commanded softly. He didn't raise his voice, nor did he display any outward violence. But as he spoke those 2 words, William released a fraction of his dormant primordial alpha aura, just a drop, focused entirely on Marcus. To everyone else in the cafeteria, it felt like the air had simply gotten a bit heavier. But to Marcus, it felt like an invisible, ancient titan had just stepped into the room and pressed a massive claw down upon his shoulders. His knees buckled instantly, forcing him back down into his seat, his heart hammering against his ribs in absolute terror. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't speak. You will walk to the dean's office right now, William said quietly, leaning over the table, his dark eyes fixing Marcus in a vice-like stare. You will confess to vandalizing Lisa's project. You will pay for the full restoration of her archive materials, and you will withdraw your name from the grant competition. And if I don't? Marcus choked out, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Then the security footage goes to the city police department and the local newspaper by noon, William replied coldly. Your family's real estate firm loves good publicity, don't they? Marcus swallowed hard, looking at William's unflinching eyes. He knew he was utterly defeated. Okay, I'll do it. Just take it away. William picked up the thumb drive, stepped back, and adjusted his coat. Lisa worked hard for her future. Don't ever cross her path again. Without waiting for a response, William turned and walked out of the cafeteria. Within 2 hours, Marcus had submitted a full confession to the dean. Lisa's grant submission deadline was extended, her digital backups were accepted, and she was awarded first place in the showcase. That afternoon, as William sat beside Lisa on the campus bench, she looked at him with eyes full of overwhelming gratitude and admiration. I don't know how you did it, William, Lisa said softly, resting her head gently against his shoulder. You stood up to him without even raising your fists. Everyone on campus is talking about how brave you were. William looked down at her sweet, peaceful face, feeling the warmth of her head resting on his shoulder. I told you, Lisa. I will always protect your peace. Chapter 16, Pack Summons. The temporary peace on campus was shattered 3 days later by a single, ominous envelope left on the desk in William's off-campus apartment. The envelope was made of heavy, cream-colored parchment, sealed with dark red wax stamped with the crest of House Shadow Ray, a roaring wolf head surrounded by crossed silver blades. William stood by his desk, staring at the seal under the dim light of his desk lamp. His heart felt heavy, a cold dread settling into his stomach. He broke the red wax and pulled out the thick parchment inside. The message was brief, written in his father's sharp, unforgiving calligraphy. NGT, William. NGT, the monthly bloodline summit of the 3 great houses will be held at the ancestral estate this Friday at dusk. Your presence is mandated by the Alpha Council. Failure to appear will be treated as treason against the bloodline. NGT, do not embarrass us. NGT, Alpha Raymond Shadow Ray. William folded the paper slowly, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the edge of the desk. The Bloodline Summit was a grand, brutal gathering where the 3 dominant werewolf families, House Shadow Ray, House Silver Fang, and House Iron Claw convened to demonstrate martial strength, negotiate territorial boundaries, and conduct ancestral rituals. For William, it was nothing more than a public arena where he was routinely showcased as the family's pathetic, sickly flaw. He closed his eyes, taking a long, deep breath to steady his racing thoughts. He thought of his elder brothers, Lucian and Damon, who would be waiting to mock him. He thought of his sister Victoria, whose cold, ruthless eyes always treated him like garbage, and the twins, Ethan and Maya, who looked forward to his humiliation. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at a small, dried flower bookmark sitting inside his history book, a gentle gift Lisa had given him days ago. I am not the same boy who left that estate, William whispered to the quiet room, his voice carrying an unyielding resolve. He changed into a formal black suit, packed a small bag, and left his apartment, heading toward the dark mountain forest where the shadows of his past were waiting for him. Chapter 17, The Great Houses. The ancestral estate of House Shadow Ray was a massive, Gothic fortress built of dark stone, nestled deep within the foggy pine valleys of the northern mountains. High stone walls, guarded by heavily armed pack sentinels, surrounded the grand courtyard. As dusk settled, the estate ground was alive with activity. High-ranking members from the 3 great houses arrived in sleek luxury vehicles and armored caravans, filling the courtyard with suffocating waves of competitive bloodline aura. Inside the grand banquet hall, massive iron chandeliers hung from the high wooden ceilings, casting a warm, flickering light over long oak tables laden with roasted meats and fine wines. At the elevated head table sat Alpha Raymond Shadow Ray, William's father, a formidable, stern man with silver-streaked dark hair and eyes like molten iron. Beside him sat Lucian, the eldest son and heir apparent, radiating a dense, terrifying alpha aura that kept lower-ranking wolves from even looking in his direction. Victoria sat nearby, sipping wine with an arrogant, cold smile, while Damon conversed with elders from House Silver Fang. And down at the very bottom of the hall, near the drafty wooden doors where servants carried away empty plates, sat William. He had been assigned to the lowest table, a table reserved for low-tier pack guards, outcast relatives, and disgraced warriors. Look at him, a young warrior from House Ironclaw sneered loudly from a nearby table, pointing a greasy finger at William. Is that Raymond's third son? He looks like a stiff breeze could break his collarbone. Shush, don't speak so loud, another warrior chuckled, drinking heavily from his goblet. That's the famous runt of House Shadow Ray. They keep him hidden in the human city so he doesn't embarrass their bloodline in front of the council. Across the hall, from the high head table, Lucian looked down at William with open disgust. Father, Lucian said smoothly, leaning toward Alpha Raymond, his voice carrying easily across the high-ranking seats. Why did you force the runt to attend tonight? His pale face and frail posture ruined the prestige of our family table. Alpha Raymond didn't look down at William. He simply took a sip of his wine, his voice cold and devoid of affection. The council laws require all direct heirs to be present during the ancestral ritual, Lucian. Once the ceremony is finished, he will return to his human whole. At the low table, William sat quietly, his eyes lowered, calmly cutting his steak. He heard every whisper, every insult, every condescending laugh. But beneath his calm exterior, his heart was a quiet, burning furnace, enduring the humiliation until the time was right. Chapter 18, Ancestral Resonance. When the grand feast concluded, the heavy wooden doors at the end of the banquet hall were thrown open, revealing the entrance to the ancestral sanctuary, a massive, subterranean chamber carved directly into the living rock beneath the mountain. The representatives of the three great houses filed into the stone chamber in strict hierarchical order. In the center of the vast cave stood 6 massive, ancient stone monoliths arranged in a circle. Carved into their weathered surfaces were ancient runic glowing symbols that pulsed with a faint, blue light. In the center of the circle lay the ancestral relic, a giant, crystalline wolf skull recovered from the First Era, containing the dormant residual mana of ancient alpha bloodlines. The ritual was simple. Every young heir of the core families was required to step forward, place their palm upon the crystalline skull, and channel their bloodline aura to light up the ancient runic monoliths. The brighter the monoliths glowed, the greater the potential of the heir. Lucian stepped forward first, his posture arrogant and imposing. He slammed his palm onto the crystalline skull and roared. A surge of dense, silver-red aura exploded from his body. 4 of the 6 stone monoliths burst into brilliant blue flames, illuminating the entire subterranean cavern. The elders of the 3 houses nodded in deep approval, clapping loudly. Magnificent. 4 monoliths lit. Lucian is truly a gifted alpha heir. Damon stepped up next, lighting 3 monoliths brightly. Victoria followed, lighting 3 as well. Ethan and Maya stepped up together, lighting 2 monoliths each, receiving praise for their young age. Lastly, the high priest elder called out, his voice echoing cold through the stone chamber, William Shadow Ray. A quiet, mocking murmur rippled through the crowd. William stepped out from the back of the room, his black suit neatly pressed, his expression unreadable. He walked slowly toward the center of the stone circle, under the disdainful eyes of hundreds of elite werewolf warriors. Lucian sneered as William walked past him. Don't break the stone with your frail hand, runt. William ignored him. He stopped before the massive, crystalline wolf skull. Slowly, William raised his right hand and placed his palm flat against the cool, ancient surface of the relic. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. The stone remained dark. A few warriors in the back began to snicker softly. Then, deep beneath the earth, a low, terrifying vibration shook the stone floor. William felt the dormant primordial heat in his chest surge wildly, connecting with the ancient relic. The crystalline skull didn't just glow with a normal blue light, it burst with a deep, blinding, golden resonance. Thump! A sound like an ancient war drum echoed through the cavern. All 6 stone monoliths suddenly shuddered. The runic symbols on their surfaces didn't just ignite, they blazed with a fierce, golden light that was so intense it forced several elders to cover their eyes. The air pressure in the cavern spiked instantly, making the flames of the torches flicker wildly. The entire chamber fell into a dead, terrified silence. William pulled his hand back instantly, suppressing the surging primordial heat back into his chest before the seal could completely break. The golden light vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the stone monoliths glowing faintly blue once more. William stood there, breathing quietly, looking at his hand. The pack elders stared at him in utter disbelief, their mouths agape. Alpha Raymond leaned forward from his throne, his iron eyes wide with a mix of shock and intense suspicion. Chapter 19, Punishment for Weakness. What was that? Lucian's harsh voice shattered the stunned silence. Lucian stepped down from the raised platform, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. He couldn't accept what he had just witnessed. A sickly runt, a boy who couldn't even shift properly, had just caused the ancestral relics to react with a golden resonance that exceeded even his own four-monolith display. It was an anomaly, Lucian declared loudly, turning to the pack elders and the crowd. The relic is ancient. It suffered an internal mana surge from my previous bloodline input. A weakling like William couldn't possibly ignite 6 monoliths. The elders murmured among themselves, looking uncertain. They wanted to believe Lucian. The idea of a sickly outcast possessing higher ancestral resonance than the house heir was unthinkable. Silence, Alpha Raymond commanded, his heavy voice cutting through the room. He stood up and looked down at William. William, step to the testing ring. The testing ring was a circular dirt pit in the center of the chamber, used to evaluate an heir's physical bloodline aura under direct pressure. William walked silently into the center of the dirt ring. Lucian stepped into the ring opposite him, his eyes flashing with lethal fury. He was determined to erase any doubt about who was superior. You will undergo a physical aura evaluation, William, Alpha Raymond ordered coldly. Lucian will apply 20% of his alpha pressure. If your bloodline is true, you will stand. If you collapse, the relic resonance was indeed a fluke. Lucian didn't wait. He stepped forward and released not 20%, but 50% of his crushing alpha aura, targeting William directly. A heavy, suffocating shockwave of red-silver pressure slammed into William. William felt the weight crash against his shoulders like a falling mountain. To pass the test easily, all he had to do was release 10% of his primordial alpha power, and Lucian would be blown back against the cave wall. No, William warned himself, his mind razor-sharp. If I reveal my true strength now, Father and the elders will view me as a threat to Lucian's succession. They will lock me away or eliminate me before my bloodline seal completely cracks. I must endure. William deliberately allowed his knees to buckle, dropping to one knee in the dirt. He gritted his teeth, letting a drop of blood spill from his lip, pretending to struggle under Lucian's pressure. Lucian chuckled viciously, stepping closer. See, he's weak. A pathetic fluke. To seal his point, Lucian struck William across the face with the back of his heavy, clawed hand. Pack. The force of the blow threw William onto his side in the dirt. His cheek burned, blood dripping down his chin onto his white shirt collar. The crowd erupted into quiet laughter and nods of agreement. As expected, the relic was just unstable. The runt is still a runt. William lay in the dirt, his head bowed, his dark hair casting shadows over his eyes. Beneath his blood-stained shirt, the primordial heat in his chest burned with an ancient, terrifying fury, but his mind remained cold as ice. He slowly wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, standing up on shaky legs, keeping his head down in apparent submission. Enjoy your pride, Lucian, William swore silently, his dark eyes flashing with a hidden, golden ember beneath his bangs. Strike me all you want. When my seal breaks completely, you will bow before the true king. Chapter 20, Safe Haven. The midnight bus ride back from the mountain territory to the human city was long, cold, and quiet. William sat near the back window of the empty bus, staring out at the passing streetlights. His body was sore, his cheek was bruised from Lucian's blow, and his ribs throbbed from the suppressed aura strain. He had left the Shadow Ray estate immediately after the ritual, refusing to stay another minute in that dark, loveless fortress. By the time he reached the university campus, the sun was just beginning to rise over the horizon, painting the morning sky in soft shades of pink, gold, and pale blue. Exhausted, battered, and emotionally drained, William walked slowly down the stone path toward the Humanities building. He felt like a ghost walking among the living, carrying the heavy burden of 2 different worlds on his shoulders. Then, as he rounded the corner near the library courtyard, he stopped. Sitting on a wooden bench under a blossoming cherry tree was Lisa. She was wearing a cozy oversized blue sweater, holding 2 warm paper cups of coffee, looking around expectantly. She had come to campus early just to wait for him. When her eyes caught sight of William walking toward her, her face lit up with a smile so radiant, so pure and genuine, that it seemed to banish every shadow hanging over his soul. William, Lisa called out softly, standing up and taking a few steps toward him. But as he got closer, her smiling expression instantly softened into deep, tender concern. She noticed the faint bruise near his jaw, his tired, dark eyes, and the exhausted slump of his broad shoulders. Without asking a single question about where he had been or who had hurt him, Lisa set the coffee cups down on the bench. She stepped directly up to him, her eyes filled with gentle, unconditional warmth. Slowly, gently, she reached up and placed her soft, warm hand against his unbruised cheek, her fingers brushing lightly against his skin. Welcome back, William, she whispered gently, her hazel eyes looking into his with absolute sweetness and care. I missed you. William froze. The coldness, the pain, the humiliating laughter of the packed banquet hall, the bloody dirt of the testing ring, all of it vanished into thin air at the touch of her hand. The heavy, dark weight on his chest lifted completely, replaced by a profound, overwhelming sense of relief. William leaned his face slightly into her warm palm, closing his eyes for a brief, precious second. Here, standing beside Lisa under the morning sunlight, he wasn't a sickly runt, an outcast, or a weapon of war. He was simply William, a man who was seen, valued, and cared for. He opened his eyes, looking at her sweet, earnest face, a faint, genuine smile gracing his lips. I'm back, Lisa, William said softly, his voice full of quiet devotion. I'm back. Chapter 21, Night Market. The amber glow of hundreds of paper lanterns hung suspended like floating stars above the narrow stone walkways of the Old Town District. Away from the stark modern architecture of Crestview University and the cold, ancient stones of the mountain estates, the annual autumn night market was a lively haven of warmth, laughter, and light. Streamers of crimson and gold fluttered gently in the crisp evening breeze, while the delicious aromas of toasted sesame, glazed chestnuts, grilled skewers, and sweet honey cakes filled the air. For William, the sensory overload of a human festival would normally have been overwhelming. His supernatural hearing picked up the delicate clinking of glass wind chimes 3 streets over, the sizzling oil of street food stalls, and the synchronized laughter of young couples strolling along the cobblestones. Yet tonight, none of it grated on his nerves. Walking by his side, her arm lightly brushed against his, was Lisa. She wore a soft, cream-colored wool coat over a deep green sweater, a knitted scarf wrapped snugly around her neck. Her eyes, wide and glowing under the warm lantern light, bounced from one vibrant stall to the next with childlike wonder. I haven't been to the autumn market since I was a little girl, Lisa said, turning to look up at him, her cheeks flushed a soft, healthy pink from the cool night air. My grandmother used to bring me here every October to buy spiced apples. I thought with midterms coming up I'd be stuck in the library all weekend, but this is wonderful, William. William adjusted the collar of his high-necked black coat, ensuring the faint traces of bruises on his neck and jaw were entirely hidden from view. Looking down at her, the usual guarded, watchful tension in his shoulders seemed to melt away completely. You've been working endlessly on your scholarship grant research, William said gently, his voice a smooth, low rumble that felt like a warm blanket against the chilly evening. You deserved a break, Lisa. Besides, I wanted to see it with you. Lisa's hazel eyes softened, a sweet, shy smile gracing her lips as she looked back down at the stone path. I'm glad you invited me. As they navigated the bustling crowd, William instinctively shifted his tall, broad frame to the outside of the walkway, acting as a quiet, immovable shield against the surging waves of festivalgoers. Whenever a rushed passerby or a group of excited children darted past, William's body naturally absorbed the movement, creating a calm, protected pocket of space for Lisa to walk without being bumped or jostled. Lisa noticed. She always noticed the quiet, effortless ways he protected her. Look. Lisa suddenly stopped, her face lighting up as she pointed toward a small, wooden stall decorated with paper lanterns and wafting clouds of sweet steam. They have fresh taiyaki, the fish-shaped red bean cakes. We have to get some. Led the way, William chuckled softly, his dark eyes sparkling with a rare, genuine light. They stepped up to the wooden counter, where an elderly human couple was skillfully pouring golden batter into iron molds, filling them with rich, sweet red bean paste and warm vanilla custard. Lisa ordered 2 of the red bean cakes, reaching into her purse to pay, but before she could pull out her wallet, William had already smoothly handed the shopkeeper the exact change. William, I was supposed to buy those for us, Lisa protested gently, taking the paper bag of piping hot pastries from the shopkeeper with a grateful smile. You bought the tea last time, William replied simply, his eyes twinkling with subtle amusement. Consider it my turn. They walked over to a quiet stone bench located near the edge of the market, situated beneath a massive, ancient ginkgo tree whose golden leaves fell in gentle, floating spirals whenever the breeze blew. Below the terrace where they sat, a small river reflected the shimmering lights of the lantern-draped bridges. Lisa carefully pulled out a hot golden pastry, blowing softly on the steam before taking a small bite. She let out a soft sigh of pure delight. Oh, it's perfect. It's so warm. She handed the second cake to William. Here, make sure you eat it while it's hot. William accepted the cake, taking a bite. The rich, sweet warmth spread through his mouth, but far more intoxicating than the food was the sense of profound, quiet contentment washing over him. In the werewolf world, meals were brutal, hierarchical affairs. At the Shadow Ray estate, dining was a display of dominance. The alphas ate first, the strong claimed the finest cuts, and the weak sat in silence, enduring cold looks and bitter insults. There was no joy in it, only survival and posturing. Sitting here on a stone bench under a golden tree, sharing warm street food with a girl who looked at him with nothing but kindness, felt like entering a different realm entirely. You're very quiet tonight, William, Lisa said softly after a few moments of peaceful silence, looking at him sideways. Her expression grew gentle, probing softly without being intrusive. More than usual, I mean. William paused, looking down at the half-eaten pastry in his hand. He thought of the bruises beneath his clothes, the cold, bloodthirsty eyes of his elder brother Lucian, and the crushing expectation of a ruthless family that viewed him as a broken tool. The contrast between his dark, violent reality and the light surrounding Lisa was vast enough to tear a man's soul in two. I was just thinking, William answered quietly, his gaze drifting toward the river lights below. About how strange life is. How some places are so full of noise and expectation. And how rare it is to find a place that just feels peaceful. Lisa watched him closely. She reached out, setting her paper bag down, and slowly rested her hand over his. Her fingers were small, but her grip was firm, warm, and entirely steady. William, Lisa murmured, her voice carrying a deep, unshakable sincerity that cut straight through the cold air. I don't know much about where you come from, or what kind of burden you carry when you're away from campus. I know you keep a lot of things locked deep inside yourself. William held his breath, his heart thumping heavily against his ribs. He didn't pull his hand away. But I want you to know something, Lisa continued, looking straight into his dark eyes, refusing to look away. Whenever I'm with you, I feel safe. Not just because you're strong, or because you stood up to Marcus, but because you are the kindest, most thoughtful person I have ever met. You don't ask for anything, and you always carry everyone else's weight. She squeezed his hand gently, her thumb softly tracing the back of his knuckles. You don't have to carry it all alone when you're with me, she whispered, her hazel eyes shining with absolute, unfiltered warmth. I value your presence more than I can say, William. Being here with you. It's the best part of my week. William stared at her, completely speechbound. For 19 years, his entire existence had been defined by his deficiencies. His father called him a flaw, his brothers called him a runt, his pack viewed him as a burden. He had grown up believing that his worth was zero unless he could manifest a terrifying, bloodthirsty power to prove his bloodline's superiority. Yet here was Lisa, a human girl who knew nothing of alpha bloodlines or ancient ancestral relics, looking at him as if he were the most valuable person in the world, simply for being himself. Deep within his chest, the sealed, dormant primordial fire didn't roar in anger or violent impulse. Instead, it expanded softly, transforming into a brilliant, golden warmth that filled every corner of his soul, driving away the lingering chill of his family's cruelty. William turned his hand over, closing his long, strong fingers gently around hers. He didn't press hard, holding her hand with exquisite, protective care, as if holding the most fragile and precious treasure in existence. Lisa, William said, his voice dropping to a low, tender whisper that was meant for her ears alone. You have no idea what hearing that means to me. He looked into her eyes, his posture relaxing entirely, dropping every wall and defense he had built around his heart since childhood. My life, before I met you, was very dark, William admitted softly, the absolute truth spilling from his lips for the very first time. I felt like I was walking through a long, endless night where everything was cold. But when I'm with you, when I hear your voice, or see you smile, the darkness just vanishes. Lisa's breath caught softly in her throat. A deep, tender blush spread across her cheeks, extending to the tips of her ears. She felt her heart fluttering madly against her ribs, filled with an overwhelming, blossoming affection. I value your presence, too, Lisa, William added, his gaze holding hers with an intense, quiet devotion that made the surrounding market lights seem to fade into the background. More than anything in this world. As long as you'll have me near, I will always stay by your side. They sat together beneath the golden ginkgo tree, their hands intertwined, sharing the warm food and the quiet, sacred warmth of an unspoken promise. The autumn wind blew gently, sending a cascade of golden leaves floating down around them like soft rain. In that quiet corner of the illuminated night market, surrounded by laughter and warmth, William Shadow Ray, the outcast runt of the great werewolf houses, found something far grander than power or vengeance. He found a home. Chapter 22, Vampire Scent. The autumn rain had cooled into a dense, clinging fog that blanketed the city's entertainment district. Neon signs from high-end lounges and private clubs bled pink and sapphire through the mist, illuminating the wet asphalt with a slick, iridescent sheen. To the average human, the grand venue known as the Velvet Crown was merely an exclusive subterranean lounge where the city's elite gathered for jazz, vintage wine, and discreet conversations. But to those who walked the hidden night, it was a neutral sanctuary operated by the local vampire coven, a place where refined elegance disguised a dark, predatory underworld. William stood across the street, his long black trench coat pulled tight around his broad shoulders. He had followed a trail of lingering, cold energy that had been drifting too close to Lisa's residential street over the past 2 days. His protective instincts, stoked by the warm promise he had made to her at the night market, would not allow him to leave any potential threat unchecked. He stepped smoothly through the brass doors, his movements fluid and noiseless. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of oak aging barrels, expensive perfume, and underlying iron. Dim velvet booths lined the walls, and soft piano music drifted from a shadowed stage. William kept his head down, his posture slightly stooped, expertly projecting the harmless aura of a tired, athletic college student who had simply taken a wrong turn into an upscale bar. He sat at the far end of the polished mahogany counter, ordering a simple sparkling water. His eyes, veiled beneath his dark bangs, systematically mapped the room. Sitting in a raised velvet booth overlooking the main floor was a tall, unnervingly beautiful man. He wore a crisp, wine-colored velvet suit, his pale skin stark against the dark fabric. His silver hair was brushed back, and his long, delicate fingers lightly tapped the rim of a crystal goblet filled with dark red liquid. This was Lord Castian, a high-ranking elder of the regional vampire coven. Castian's crimson-tinted eyes swept lazily over the human patrons, bored and detached. But as his gaze passed over the bar, he froze. Vampires did not judge strength by muscular mass or loud displays of physical force, they judged it by the scent of the blood. To Castian's ancient, hypersensitive nostrils, the air around William didn't smell like a normal human's thin, watery essence, nor did it smell like the wild, unrefined stench of a common werewolf. It smelled like compressed starfire. It was a scent so dense, so absurdly rich with dormant, primordial bloodline energy that Castian's fangs instantly extended behind his lips, a sharp jolt of predatory hunger shooting through his spine. The scent was wrapped in a thick, artificial shell, as if someone had hidden an ocean of liquid gold inside a fragile glass vial, but the underlying concentration was undeniable. What is that? Castian thought, his red eyes narrowing as a slow, ecstatic smile spread across his pale face. That boy. His blood isn't just pure. It's ancient. It carries the weight of a progenitor. Castian raised 2 fingers, signaling to the shadows behind his booth. 2 tall, pale figures in dark coats materialized silently at his side. Do you see the youth at the bar in the black coat? Castian whispered, his voice carrying a cold, silk-like melody. Yes, my lord, one of the scouts replied softly. He appears to be a human student. He has been sitting there for 10 minutes. He is no human, Castian corrected, his tongue lightly tracing his elongated upper fangs. And he is no ordinary wolf either. His bloodline is concentrated beyond anything I have smelled in 3 centuries. If we harvest him, if we drain and refine that dormant blood, our coven's strength will double. Castian turned his chilling gaze back toward the bar, his smile widening into a terrifying mask of greed. Do not kill him, Castian commanded softly. Track him when he leaves. Corner him in the dark, break his limbs if you must, but bring him to the estate alive. I want every drop of that divine blood for myself. At the bar, William felt a sudden, icy prickle at the base of his neck, the instinctual warning of a predator being watched by an even older threat. He didn't look up at Castian's booth. He simply set his glass down, dropped a bill on the counter, and turned to walk out into the foggy night, unaware that a deadly net had just been cast around him. Chapter 23, Night Ambush. The fog had thickened into a soup-like gloom by the time William reached the industrial bypass, a dark, quiet stretch of road flanked by abandoned brick warehouses that separated the entertainment district from the university area. The streetlights here were far apart, casting long, eerie shadows across the damp pavement. William walked with a measured pace, his hands in his coat pockets. His sharp ears caught the faint, microscopic sounds tracking him from the rooftops above, the light click of leather boots against wet brick, the rhythmic fluttering of dark coats in the wind, and the cold, breathless silence of undead pursuers. 4 of them, William calculated silently, his jaw tightening. They've been shadowing me since I left the lounge. He stopped under the broken light of a rusted lamp post, surrounded by towering brick walls. You can come down, William said, his voice flat and echoing in the empty alley. Following people in the dark is bad etiquette. A soft, mocking chuckle echoed from above. 4 pale figures dropped from the warehouse roof, landing in a perfect, silent quadrangle around him, effectively sealing every exit. Their eyes glowed a faint, predatory crimson in the darkness, and their long, black-tipped claws slid out from their fingertips with sickening, metallic clicks. Sensory perception is quite impressive for a wolf, the lead vampire sneered, stepping forward. His skin was deathly pale, his jaw unhinged slightly to reveal sharp, dripping fangs. Lord Castian sends his regards. He has invited you to be the guest of honor at his private feast. I have classes in the morning, William replied calmly, his eyes scanning their positions. I'll have to decline. It wasn't an invitation, Runt, the second vampire hissed, blurring forward with supernatural, blinding speed. The vampire lunged, his claws sweeping toward William's throat like 5 steel razors. William didn't panic. Even with his energy sealed, his refined instincts were sharp. He sidestepped smoothly, feeling the wind of the claw swipe brush against his cheek, and struck out with a tight, iron-like fist directly into the vampire's exposed ribs. Bang! The heavy impact sent the first vampire skidding across the wet pavement, crashing into a stack of wooden pallets. He's fast. Take his legs, the lead vampire ordered. All 3 remaining vampires lunged simultaneously from different angles. William fought with cold, desperate precision. He parried a lethal strike to his chest, grabbed the second vampire's wrist, and drove his knee hard into the attacker's solar plexus. But these were not arrogant humans like Marcus, nor were they undisciplined wolf recruits, they were trained undead killers who moved like fluid shadows. As William threw another attacker off, the third vampire darted behind him, driving a serrated hunting knife deep into William's lower back, right above his hip. Gah! William gasped, a sharp, searing agony exploding through his nervous system. He spun around, backhanding the vampire with enough force to shatter the creature's jaw, but the damage was done. Dark red blood began to soak rapidly through his black coat. William stumbled back against a brick wall, breathing heavily, his left hand pressing hard against the knife wound. Deep within his chest, his sealed primordial heat roared like a caged beast demanding to be unleashed to incinerate these insects. But the ancient seal pressed down just as hard, locking the power away, leaving William to fight with only his fragile, physical vessel. Look at that, the lead vampire laughed, wiping blood from his own chin as he stepped toward the wounded William. The little wolf is bleeding out. Lord Castian was right. Your blood smells divine. It's practically glowing. The 4 vampires closed in again, their claws raised, preparing to disable his arms and legs to drag him into the dark. William gritted his teeth so hard his jaw bled. He looked at the closing monsters, his dark eyes flickering with a desperate, unyielding light. I can't die here. If I disappear, who will protect Lisa tomorrow? With a guttural growl, William ignored the tearing pain in his back. He surged forward, using pure, unadulterated willpower to bridge the gap. He grabbed the lead vampire by the throat, slamming him with terrifying physical force into the brick wall, using the creature as a battering ram to clear a path through the alley. Before the remaining 3 could recover their footing, William vaulted over a high chain-link fence, slipping into the dark labyrinth of the industrial docks, leaving a trail of dark red blood behind him on the cold, wet stones. Chapter 24, Growing Concern. The morning sun broke through the gray cloud cover, casting a bright, cheerful light over the university campus. Students walked along the paved pathways chatting happily, carrying iced coffees and brightly colored backpacks. Lisa sat on the concrete wall near the humanities building, holding her notebook, her eyes scanning the crowd with growing anxiety. It was 10 minutes past 9. William was never late. In fact, he was usually sitting on their bench 15 minutes early, quietly reading his history texts while waiting for her. Where is he? Lisa whispered to herself, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of her folder. A strange, uneasy fluttering had been lingering in her stomach all morning, an instinctual worry that she couldn't shake off. Lisa. She looked up quickly to see William walking toward her from the direction of the student health center. He wore a loose, thick dark green hoodie that seemed a bit too big for his frame, paired with jeans. He walked slowly, his posture slightly stiff, his face noticeably paler than usual. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, making him look as though he hadn't slept a single minute. William. Lisa stood up immediately, her worry turning into instant relief, which just as quickly melted back into deep concern as he reached her. You're late. Are you okay? You look terrible. William offered a small, reassuring smile, though it lacked its usual gentle warmth, clearly cost him effort. I'm sorry for worrying you, Lisa. I overslept a bit. Didn't sleep well last night. Are you sick? Lisa stepped closer, reaching out instinctively to check his temperature. As she raised her hand toward his cheek, William instinctively raised his right arm to catch her wrist, a habit born of defensive training. But as he did, his thick hoodie sleeve slid back several inches, exposing his forearm and back of his hand. Lisa caught her breath, her eyes widening in horror. William's hand and lower wrist were covered in fresh, jagged bandages. Deep red blood had already seeped through the white gauze near his knuckles. Furthermore, as he held his arm up, Lisa saw thin, dark purple bruising creeping up his neck beneath his collar, along with 3 deep, horizontal scratch marks across the back of his hand that looked horrifyingly like animal or knife claws. William. Lisa whispered, her voice trembling as she gently took his bandage-wrapped hand into her own small palms. What happened to you? William pulled his sleeve back down, his expression dropping into a guarded, pained stillness. It's nothing, Lisa. Just an accident in my apartment. A mirror broke while I was moving furniture. The mirror didn't do this. Lisa said, tears of frustration and fear brimming in her hazel eyes. She didn't let go of his hand, holding it tight despite his attempt to pull away. First it was the bruised ribs weeks ago, then the neck marks, and now this. You're bleeding through your bandages right now. Lisa, please. Don't lie to me, William. Lisa's voice cracked, her heart breaking as she looked into his pale, exhausted face. You keep telling me everything is fine, but you come to campus looking like you're fighting for your life every single week. Who is doing this to you? Is it Marcus's friends? Is it your family? William looked at her tear-stained face, feeling a sharp, agonizing ache in his chest that hurt far worse than the knife wound currently throbbing near his hip. He wanted nothing more than to wrap his arms around her, to tell her the absolute truth, that monsters walked the night, that his family was brutal, and that he was fighting shadows to keep her safe. But he couldn't. Bringing her into the supernatural world meant putting a target on her back. Lisa, William said, his voice dropping into a soft, heart-wrenching plead. He reached out with his uninjured hand and gently wiped a stray tear from her cheek with his thumb. I promise you, I am not involved in anything bad. I just have things I have to deal with. I'm scared for you, William, Lisa sobbed quietly, leaning her face slightly into his warm thumb, looking up at him with pure, unfiltered care. I don't care about your secrets or where you go at night. I can't bear the thought of something terrible happening to you. You mean too much to me. William stared at her, her words echoing in his soul like a sacred vow. I mean too much to her. He pulled her gently into a soft, protective embrace, holding her close against his broad chest, careful not to let her press against his bandaged wound. Lisa wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his hoodie, holding him as if he might vanish into thin air if she let go. I won't let anything happen to me, Lisa, William whispered into her hair, his dark eyes darkening with an absolute, terrifying resolve. I promise you, I will come back to you every single time. Chapter 25, The First Crack. Late that night, storm clouds gathered over the city once again, unleashing a fierce torrent of rain and howling winds that battered the windows of William's apartment. Inside the small, dark room, the air was thick with the scent of copper and medicinal herbs. William sat cross-legged on the hardwood floor in the center of his living room, completely bare-chested. Thick, pristine white bandages were wrapped tightly around his lower back and torso, covering the deep knife wound left by the vampire ambush. He stared down at his trembling, bandaged hands. Lisa's tears from earlier that morning burned in his memory like acid. He remembered the sheer terror in her hazel eyes, the way her voice had cracked when she begged him to stay safe, and the realization that he had barely survived an encounter with 4 mid-tier vampire scouts. Lord Cassian knows I exist now, William thought, his teeth grinding together in the dark. He wants my blood. He will send stronger hunters. And if I am too weak to protect myself, he will eventually discover Lisa. The thought of those pale, bloodthirsty monsters laying a single clawed finger on Lisa, the only person who had ever offered him genuine love and warmth, caused a wave of primal, catastrophic fury to surge from the deepest reaches of his soul. No, William growled, his voice echoing low and monstrous through the quiet apartment. Never. He closed his eyes, dropping his mind deep into his own spiritual vessel. In the vast, dark void of his inner world, William stood before a massive, ancient sphere of solid black ice. Sealed within that ice was the primordial alpha flame, an ancient, golden bloodline power inherited from the first ancestors of the werewolf race. For 19 years, this ice had refused to yield, keeping his power suppressed, making him appear weak, sickly, and defective to his family. His father had given up on it. His brothers had mocked it. You called me broken, William roared within his mind, stepping toward the giant sphere of ice. You called me a runt. He raised his spiritual fist, gathering every ounce of his unyielding willpower, his love for Lisa, and his burning rage against the cruel world that sought to destroy him. Break! William bellowed. He slammed his fist directly into the center of the black ice. Crack! A sharp, violent sound, like a lightning bolt striking a mountain, echoed through his spiritual world, and simultaneously, through his physical body. A hairline fracture appeared across the surface of the black ice sphere. From within that tiny, microscopic crack, a single, blinding beam of golden primordial light burst forth. Boom! In the physical world, a silent, violent shockwave exploded outward from William's body. The air pressure in his apartment spiked dramatically, causing the glass windows to rattle violently in their frames. The rain falling outside the window seemed to hesitate in midair for a fraction of a second. A brilliant, golden aura, dense, thick, and radiating an ancient, suffocating majesty, erupted from William's skin. The passive healing properties of the primordial bloodline flooded his veins. Beneath his bandages, the deep knife wound on his back began to knit together at a visible, miraculous speed. The bruised muscle tissue recovered, his cracked cartilage aligned, and the exhaustion weighing down his limbs was completely obliterated, replaced by a surge of raw, terrifying power. William's eyes snapped open in the dark apartment. His pupils were no longer dark brown. They were two glowing, solid spheres of pure, radiant gold, pulsing with a divine, terrifying authority that demanded absolute obedience from all living things. The seal was no longer unbroken. The first crack had formed. William stood up slowly, looking down at his unbandaged right hand. He clenched his fist, feeling the dense, golden energy flowing effortlessly through his knuckles, vibrating with the power to tear mountains apart. He walked slowly to the window, staring out at the rain-drenched city, his golden eyes reflecting the flashing neon lights in the distance. Let them come, William whispered, his low voice vibrating with the cold, unshakable authority of a true primordial alpha. House Shadow Ray, the Vampire Coven. Anyone who dares try to take my peace. He raised his hand, gently touching the small dried flower bookmark resting on his study desk. I will crush them all. Volume 2, Whispers of the Primordial. Chapter 26, Sudden Growth. The rain had ceased by the time dawn crept over the city, leaving the sky painted in bruised shades of lavender and pale gold. High above the silent streets, the morning air felt colder, sharper, and charged with an inexplicable electricity. Inside his apartment, William lay motionless on his bed. He was not sleeping. He was undergoing a metamorphosis. Ever since the first hairline crack shattered the black ice of his dormant primordial seal, the ancient bloodline energy had not merely trickled into his veins, it had flooded his entire physical vessel like molten bronze. All night, beneath his skin, his bones had groaned, shifting and realigning with terrifying precision. Muscle fibers tore, expanded, and knitted back together tenfold denser than before, while his lung capacity doubled and his heartbeat settled into a slow, thunderous rhythm that echoed like a war drum in his chest. When William finally opened his eyes, the world looked entirely different. The ambient light filtering through his window was no longer just bright, it was composed of vivid, distinct spectrums. He could see every individual dust mote suspended in the air, track the erratic flight of a moth 3 rooms away, and hear the faint, rhythmic ticking of a clock inside a neighboring apartment 2 floors down. He swung his legs off the bed and stood up. Immediately, his head brushed against the glass globe of the ceiling light fixture, a fixture he had previously cleared by several inches. William paused, looking down at his body in stunned silence. His frame had underwent a radical physical transformation. His already tall height had stretched past 6 feet 4 inches. His shoulders had broadened significantly, filling out into a massive, muscular taper that narrowed down to a trim waist. His chest was thick and sculpted, wrapped in lean, dense muscle that looked as though it had been carved from marble. Even his hands were larger, his fingers longer, his wrists thick with raw power. He walked over to the full-length bathroom mirror and stopped. The sickly, pale, slender boy who had left the Shadow Ray estate was completely gone. In his place stood a physical titan. His jawline was razor sharp and defined, his neck thick and powerful, and his skin radiated an unblemished, healthy bronze glow. The deep knife wound on his back from the vampire ambush had vanished entirely, not even a faint silver line remained where the blade had pierced his flesh. And his eyes, beneath his dark, glossy hair, his eyes held an unnerving, magnetic depth. Though he could consciously dim the golden light back into dark brown, a persistent, subtle shimmer of amber lingered in his pupils like liquid sunlight. The primordial vessel, William whispered, his voice deeper, richer, carrying a quiet resonance that vibrated slightly in the small room. He reached for a black t-shirt he had worn just 2 days ago. As he pulled it over his head, the fabric stretched taut against his chest and shoulders, the seams straining under the tension of his expanded frame. His dark hoodie, previously loose and baggy, now fitted tightly across his broad back. William took a deep breath, testing his internal control. He closed his eyes and pulled his aura inward, wrapping it in layers of disciplined willpower. Slowly, the overwhelming physical presence he radiated shrank back, settling deep within his marrow. To an ordinary observer, he would still look like an exceptionally tall, powerfully built athlete, but the terrifying alpha pressure was safely hidden beneath the surface. He looked at his alarm clock, 7:30 a.m. Today was Friday. He was scheduled to meet Lisa near the campus library before her morning economics lecture. William quickly put on a fresh, dark gray athletic jacket and dark jeans, grabbed his leather bag, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. As he walked down the stairs, every step felt light, weightless, as if the gravity of the earth could barely hold his newfound strength down. When he reached the university entrance, the campus was already coming to life. Students were milling around the fountain, holding warm paper cups and chatting about upcoming weekend plans. William walked toward the oak-shaded pathway leading to the humanities building. As he passed groups of students, he noticed an immediate change in the environment. People were staring. In the past, William had deliberately shrunk his posture, keeping his head down to blend into the shadows. But now, his physical presence was simply too commanding to ignore. Group after group of students fell silent as he walked past. Female students turned their heads, their eyes wide as they took in his towering height, broad shoulders, and sharp, sculpted jawline. Even members of the university athletic teams instinctively stepped aside to clear the walkway, sensing an aura of silent dominance that made their biological instincts prickle with caution. William ignored the murmurs and stares, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead. Standing near the library steps, wearing her soft burgundy coat and holding a warm mug of tea, was Lisa. She was looking down at her phone, turning slightly as she heard the rhythmic sound of heavy, measured footsteps approaching. William, she called out, setting her phone into her pocket as she turned around with a bright smile. But as she raised her eyes to look at him, her words died in her throat. Lisa froze. Her hazel eyes widened in absolute shock as William stopped 2 paces in front of her. She had to tilt her head back significantly further than usual just to meet his eyes. The tired, pale, bruised student she had held in her arms yesterday morning was gone. In his place stood a towering, impossibly handsome man whose presence seemed to swallow up the surrounding space entirely. His jacket was stretched tight over broad, powerful shoulders, his face was smooth and completely healed, and his posture radiated a calm, absolute strength that made her breath catch in her chest. William, Lisa stammered, her face turning bright red as her heart began to beat furiously against her ribs. Is that you? William offered a soft, gentle smile, the exact same warm smile she knew so well, which instantly broke the overwhelming tension. Good morning, Lisa, William said, his voice smooth, deep, and comforting. Did I keep you waiting? Lisa blinked rapidly, her brain struggling to reconcile the sudden transformation. No, I just got here. But, William, what happened to you? You look completely different. William rubbed the back of his neck, a familiar, slightly timid habit that contrasted sweetly with his massive frame. Different. You're taller, Lisa exclaimed softly, stepping closer and measuring the height difference with her hand, her face still burning with a deep blush. You're much taller. And your shoulders. Your face. Yesterday you were covered in bandages. Where are your bruises? I took your advice, William lied gently, his dark eyes sparkling with quiet affection as he looked down at her. I got a good night's rest, ate a proper meal, and used the ointment from the clinic. My body heals quickly when I actually sleep. Lisa stared at him, her eyes tracing his sharp features, his broad chest, and the healthy, vibrant color of his skin. She knew deep down that a single night's sleep couldn't possibly account for such a drastic physical change, but looking into his warm, devoted eyes, she didn't care about the explanation. All she knew was that the pain and exhaustion that had broken her heart yesterday were completely gone. He was healthy. He was strong. And he was standing right in front of her. Without thinking, Lisa took a step forward and reached out, her small hands gently resting against his broad chest. She could feel the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat beneath the fabric of his jacket, a rhythm that felt like an immovable mountain. I'm just glad, Lisa whispered softly, looking up at him with eyes full of pure, unfiltered relief and tender affection. I was so worried about you yesterday, William. Seeing you like this, it feels like a weight has been lifted from my heart. William looked down at her hands resting against his chest, feeling the sweet, gentle warmth of her touch seep straight into his soul. Slowly, gently, he raised his large hand and placed it over hers, holding her fingers softly against his heart. I told you I would come back to you, William said quietly, his voice full of an unyielding promise. I will always come back, Lisa. They stood together on the sunlit library steps, surrounded by the morning breeze, sharing a quiet, breathtaking moment of closeness that made the rest of the world fade into insignificance. Chapter 27, Invisible Guardian. The district where Lisa lived was located on the outskirts of the university area, a quiet, older neighborhood characterized by brick apartment buildings, narrow residential streets, and small family-owned shops. It was generally a peaceful place, but over the past week, a dark element had begun to creep into the neighborhood. A group of local troublemakers, disgraced former gang members and aggressive street thugs led by a notoriously violent man named Drake, had begun targeting the area. They frequented the late-night alleys, extortionately demanding protection money from small shopkeepers and harassing residents who walked home late from the train station. William had learned about this during lunch, when Lisa casually mentioned that her landlord had warned all tenants to lock their doors early because a group of rough men had been loitering near the street corners. The moment Lisa mentioned her neighborhood was being targeted, William's protective instincts flared with quiet, absolute finality. That evening, after walking Lisa safely to her apartment building door and waiting until her third-floor lights turned on, William didn't leave the neighborhood. Instead, he slipped into the dark alleyway across from her building, stepping into the shadows of a brick wall. The night was cool and quiet, fog rolling in from the nearby river. William leaned against the dark brick, his heightened senses expanding across a 5-block radius. He could hear Lisa inside her apartment, softly humming to herself as she boiled water for tea. He could hear her footsteps moving across the hardwood floor, her quiet breath, her peaceful presence. He smiled softly to himself. She is safe. Then, 3 streets over, a harsh, shattering sound broke the silence of the night. Crash. Shut your mouth, old man. Hand over the cash drawer or we burn this bakery to the ground. William's dark eyes narrowed instantly. The smile vanished from his lips, replaced by a cold, lethal stillness. He didn't run like a human would. Instead, William blurred into motion, his new primordial speed allowing him to traverse 2 blocks in less than 3 seconds, moving like an invisible ghost through the foggy night. In a narrow alley behind a family-owned bakery, 3 large men in heavy leather jackets were cornering an elderly human baker against a row of metal trash bins. The baker was holding a small cash register box, his hands trembling violently. Drake, the broad-shouldered leader with a scar across his brow, was holding a heavy iron crowbar, a cruel smirk on his face. $500, old man, Drake sneered, tapping the crowbar against his palm. That's the weekly fee for us keeping your windows intact. Pay up, or my boys will break your legs. The 2 lackeys laughed, one of them kicking over a stack of plastic flour crates to emphasize the threat. Please, the old baker pleaded, his voice cracking. I barely make enough to cover my flour costs. I don't have that kind of money. Wrong answer, Drake growled, raising the iron crowbar high into the air, aiming straight for the old man's shoulder. Thwack. The crowbar never came down. Drake blinked, his eyes widening in confusion as his swing was abruptly halted midair. He looked up to see a massive, dark figure standing in the alley mouth. William stood there, dressed in his black coat, holding the iron crowbar by its heavy metal head with just 2 fingers. His face was obscured by the shadows of the alley, but his broad, towering silhouette blocked out the faint streetlight entirely. What the? Drake gritted his teeth, trying to yank the iron bar back, but it felt as though it was cemented into a solid mountain of granite. It didn't budge an inch. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. William didn't say a word. He simply squeezed his 2 fingers. Creak. Snap. To the absolute horror of the three thugs, the solid iron crowbar bent under William's fingers like soft clay, snapping cleanly in half with a sharp metallic crack. William tossed the broken iron piece onto the pavement with a dull clatter. The alley fell into a dead, terrified silence. Monster. One of the lackeys choked out, backing away until his spine hit the brick wall. Drake's face went pale, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. He reached into his jacket, pulling out a heavy switchblade, his hand trembling uncontrollably. I'm warning you. Stay back. William stepped forward into the dim yellow light of the alley lamp. He didn't use his wolf form, nor did he roar. He simply released a microscopic fraction of his newly cracked primordial alpha aura, a suffocating wave of ancient majesty that dropped the temperature in the alley by 10 degrees. To the three street thugs, it felt as though the dark alley had suddenly dissolved into an endless abyss, and standing before them was an ancient apex predator looking down at insignificant insects. The switchblade slipped from Drake's numb fingers, clattering onto the damp cobblestones. Drake dropped to his knees, his breathing ragged, his chest heaving as pure, instinctual biological terror seized his heart. The two lackeys collapsed beside him, weeping softly in fear, completely unable to move a single muscle under the crushing weight of the aura. William looked down at Drake, his voice low, deep, and carrying an icy authority that resonated in the thug's very bones. You will pack your things, William commanded quietly. You will leave this district tonight. If I ever see any of you within 5 miles of this neighborhood again, you will not walk away. Yes, we're leaving. We're leaving right now, Drake cried out, scrambling backward on his hands and knees, completely terrified out of his mind. Go, William said softly. The moment the crushing pressure lifted, the three thugs scrambled to their feet and sprinted out of the alley like terrified hares, leaving their weapons and pride behind in the mud. The alley returned to a quiet hush. William turned toward the elderly baker, who was staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, holding his chest. William's intimidating presence vanished instantly, replaced by his usual gentle, polite demeanor. He stepped over to the baker, picked up a fallen flower crate, and set it neatly back against the wall. Are you all right, sir? William asked softly, his voice full of quiet respect. I am, the baker stammered, looking up at the broad, handsome young man who had just saved him. Young man. Who are you? How did you do that to the iron bar? William offered a small, reassuring smile, picking up his bag from the ground. Just a student who likes quiet neighborhoods, sir. Please go inside and lock your doors. They won't be coming back. Before the baker could say another word, William turned and walked out of the alley, vanishing into the night fog like a quiet shadow. 10 minutes later, William stood once more beneath the tall oak tree across from Lisa's apartment building. He looked up at her third-floor window. Through the sheer white curtains, he could see her gentle silhouette standing near her desk, organizing her study books for tomorrow's classes. The neighborhood was quiet now. The streets were safe. William leaned his broad shoulder against the trunk of the oak tree, pulling his coat tight against the cool wind, a faint, contented smile on his lips. He would stay here in the shadows until morning broke, watching over the girl who had brought light into his dark world. Chapter 28, A Quiet Promise. The afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy of the botanical gardens on the southern edge of the university campus, casting intricate geometric patterns of gold and shadow across the stone pathway. Away from the bustling quad and the towering concrete academic halls, the gardens were a sanctuary of silence. Wild ivy clung to weathered stone archways, and the crisp autumn air was scented with damp earth, blooming chrysanthemums, and pine. Lisa walked slowly along the gravel path, her hands tucked deep into the pockets of her long wool coat. Beside her, William walked with a long, effortless stride that matched her pace perfectly. Since his physical transformation, his broad frame cast a commanding shadow over the path, yet his movements beside her remained exquisitely gentle. He carried her heavy canvas tote bag over his right shoulder as if it weighed nothing at all, his keen dark eyes occasionally sweeping the surrounding flora with a quiet, watchful intensity. I love this part of campus, Lisa said softly, stopping near a small wooden bench positioned beside a stone reflection pool. The water was still as glass, reflecting the cloudless blue sky above. Hardly anyone comes down here during the afternoon. It feels like stepping into a completely different world. William stopped beside her, setting her bag gently down on the wooden bench. It's quiet, he agreed, his deep voice carrying a rich, soothing cadence. It reminds me that not everything in life has to be a rush. Lisa turned to face him, looking up into his sharp, handsome features. Under the bright afternoon sunlight, she could see the subtle gold flecks shimmering deep within his dark pupils, a strange, captivating detail she had only recently begun to notice. Though he looked healthier and infinitely stronger than he had weeks ago, she could still feel the lingering weight of the unspoken burden he carried. She stepped closer to the bench and sat down, smoothing her skirt. She patted the empty space beside her. Sit with me for a minute, William. William hesitated for a fraction of a second, as if questioning whether his massive frame belonged on the modest wooden bench, before settling down beside her. His broad shoulder rested inches from hers, radiating a steady, comforting warmth that cut through the cool autumn breeze. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The only sounds were the soft rustle of falling leaves in the distant, rhythmic trickling of a stone fountain nearby. William, Lisa began quietly, her hazel eyes fixed on the clear water of the reflection pool. Can I ask you something? Anything, William replied softly, turning his head to look at her. Lisa took a breath, turning to face him fully on the bench. Her expression was solemn, filled with a sweet, earnest sincerity that made William's heart skip a beat. I know you don't like to talk about your past, Lisa said, her voice gentle and completely free of pressure. And I know there are things about your life, about your family, or where you go at night, that you aren't ready to share with me. I've never pushed you, because I wanted to respect your privacy. William's posture stiffened slightly, his dark eyes darkening as a subtle guard reflexively pulled at his mind. He lowered his gaze slightly, feeling a familiar twinge of regret. He hated hiding the truth from her, but the supernatural world was a bloody, ruthless place. Keeping her in the dark was his only way of keeping her safe. Lisa, he started, his voice strained. Let me finish, please, Lisa interrupted gently. Slowly, carefully, she reached across the small space between them. She placed her small, warm hand directly over his large, scarred hand resting on his knee. Her fingers were delicate against his broad knuckles, but her grip was firm, steady, and unshakable. William froze, staring down at her hand covering his. I don't need you to tell me your secrets today, Lisa murmured, looking straight into his eyes, refusing to let him look away. And I don't need you to explain where your bruises come from or why you carry so much weight on your shoulders. But I need you to understand one thing, William Shadow Ray. She squeezed his hand gently, her eyes shining with absolute, unfiltered trust. You don't have to face your troubles alone anymore, Lisa said, her voice trembling slightly with deep emotion. You spend so much time protecting everyone else, standing up to bullies, walking me home in the rain, watching over people. But who protects you? Who supports you when you're exhausted? William felt a lump form in his throat. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. For 19 years, no one had ever asked who protected him. In House Shadow Ray, the weak were beaten, the strong were feared, and support was a foreign concept reserved only for political gain. I promise you, William, Lisa continued, her voice clear and resolute as a ringing bell. No matter what troubles you are facing, no matter how hard things get, or what kind of storm comes your way, I will stand by you. I won't run away, and I won't leave your side. If you ever need a place to rest, or someone to lean on, I'm here, I promise. The quiet words hung in the crisp autumn air, echoing through the peaceful garden like a sacred covenant. William stared at her, completely spellbound. The ancient primordial fire resting within his chest didn't flare with volatile heat, instead, it expanded into a profound, golden light that washed over every cold shadow lingering in his heart. The pain of his family's beatings, the humiliation of the ancestral ritual, and the constant stress of the vampire threat seemed to wither and dissolve before the unyielding devotion of the girl sitting beside him. Slowly, deliberately, William turned his heavy hand over beneath hers. He brought his long fingers around her small hand, interlacing his fingers with hers, holding her with a reverence that bordered on devotion. Lisa, William spoke, his voice dropping into a low, resonant register that vibrated with absolute sincerity. You are the only good thing in my life. The only light in a world that has been dark for as long as I can remember. He leaned in slightly, his dark eyes locking onto hers with a quiet, breathtaking intensity. I don't deserve your promise, William admitted softly, his grip on her hand tightening ever so gently. But I will spend every day of my life making sure I am worthy of it. Whatever storms come, I will stand between you and the dark. That is my promise to you. Lisa's cheeks flushed a soft, beautiful crimson, a radiant smile breaking across her face. She didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she leaned her head gently against his broad shoulder, closing her eyes as she listened to the slow, thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat beneath his jacket. They sat together on the wooden bench in the quiet garden, their hands tightly clasped, bound by an unspoken promise that no threat in the human or supernatural world could ever hope to break. Chapter 29. The twins arrive. The tranquil peace of the university campus was shattered 3 days later, on a brisk Thursday morning. The central plaza outside the student union was crowded with hundreds of students hurrying between morning lectures. The air was filled with the usual chatter, the aroma of fresh coffee from nearby food carts, and the rustle of fallen autumn leaves being swept across the concrete. William stood near a bulletin board, reviewing a schedule for the upcoming historical archive seminar. Beside him, Lisa was organizing her lecture notes into a neat folder. Suddenly, the ambient chatter of the plaza dried up, replaced by a strange, uneasy hush. William's sharp ears caught the sound first, 2 pairs of heavy, synchronized footsteps approaching from the main campus entrance. Along with those footsteps came a thick, suffocating scent that made his blood run cold, the sharp, metallic stench of pine, iron, and arrogant werewolf blood. Ethan and Maya Shadow Ray had arrived. William turned his head slowly. Dressed in expensive designer streetwear, leather jackets, dark jeans, and custom boots, his younger twin siblings strode through the crowd of human students as if they owned the land beneath their feet. They didn't care about blending in, both released a subtle, oppressive wave of their silver-tinged bloodline aura, causing ordinary humans to instinctively shrink back in discomfort, clearing a wide path for them without knowing why. Ethan's sharp face was twisted into a condescending smirk, while Maya walked with her hands in her pockets, her sharp, cat-like eyes scanning the crowd with utter disdain. "Look at this place," Maya sneered loudly, her voice carrying across the quieted plaza. "It smells like cheap coffee and weak humans. How does our pathetic brother tolerate living in a pigsty like this?" "Because he belongs among the pigs, Maya," Ethan chuckled harshly, adjusting the collar of his leather jacket. Their eyes locked onto William standing near the bulletin board. Ethan's smirk widened as he stepped forward, intending to corner William in public just as he had done in the mountain forest weeks ago. But as Ethan got closer, his footsteps faltered slightly. He blinked, his eyes narrowing in sudden confusion. The last time Ethan had seen William, his elder brother had been a sickly, slender youth laying in the bloody dirt of the mountain cliff, battered and helpless. But the person standing before him now was entirely unrecognizable. William stood broad and towering, his head easily clearing 6 feet 4, his shoulders massive under his coat, and his posture radiating an immovable, solid weight that Ethan had only ever seen in high-ranking pack elders. What the hell? Ethan thought, a sudden, uncomfortable prickle of unease running down his spine. Did he get surgery? How is he so big? Shaking off the absurd thought, Ethan forced his usual arrogant expression back onto his face. He stepped up to William, stopping 3 feet away, while Maya took a position slightly behind him, crossing her arms with a cold scoff. Well, look at you," Ethan drawled, trying to sound imposing despite having to look up at William now. "Growing big in the human sandbox, are we? Father sent us to collect your monthly resource allowance." Lisa, standing beside William, looked at the 2 newcomers with immediate concern. She recognized the cold, arrogant aura surrounding them. It was the exact same hostile energy that emanated from Marcus, but far darker, far more dangerous. She stepped closer to William's side, her hand instinctively reaching out to touch his elbow. "Who are they, William?" Lisa asked softly, her voice filled with quiet anxiety. Ethan's eyes flicked over to Lisa, a cruel, predatory smile spreading across his face. "And who is this pretty little thing? A human pet, William? Is this where you spend your time instead of training?" "Ethan," William spoke, his deep voice carrying an icy, level tone that instantly cut off Ethan's mockery. "State your business and leave." Ethan's face flushed with anger at being addressed so bluntly in public. He stepped closer, reaching out with a heavy hand to shove William's shoulder, intending to assert dominance and force William to back down as he always did. "Don't give me orders, runt," Ethan snapped. "Father wants the commercial property tax documents from your city apartment vault. Hand them over right now, or I'll drag you into the side alley and beat them out of you." The surrounding human students gasped softly, sensing the immediate danger in the air, but no one dared to intervene against the formidable-looking pair. Ethan slammed his palm hard against William's broad chest, intending to knock him backward onto the stone plaza. Thud. The impact sounded like a wooden mallet hitting a solid wall of iron. William didn't move an inch. He didn't stumble, he didn't even sway. The shove that should have sent a normal human flying merely absorbed into William's broad frame without causing a single ripple in his posture. Ethan froze, his hand still resting against William's chest, his eyes widening in absolute, disbelieving shock. It felt as though he had just tried to push a mountain. Chapter 30, Unyielding Eye. The silence in the central plaza became absolute. Ethan stared down at his own hand, then up at William's face. Cold sweat began to form at the nape of his neck. In the past, a simple shove from Ethan would have sent William sprawling into the dirt, coughing from his weak lungs. But now, William stood like an unyielding titan, completely unfazed by Ethan's physical force. What is this? Ethan stammered, stepping back rapidly, his pride deeply wounded. He looked at Maya, who was staring at William with wide, shocked eyes, her arrogant smirk completely gone. Ethan, Maya whispered, her voice laced with sudden caution. Something is wrong. Look at him. William slowly raised his head. He didn't raise his voice, nor did he shift into a feral posture. But as he looked down at Ethan, William allowed a microscopic sliver of his newly cracked primordial alpha aura to leak through his gaze. Beneath his dark bangs, William's eyes lost their warm brown hue entirely. They transformed into two cold, solid spheres of radiant amber gold, pulsing with an ancient, terrifying majesty that demanded absolute submission. The temperature in the immediate vicinity seemed to drop instantly. Ethan felt as though an invisible, crushing weight had been placed directly onto his chest. His heart hammered violently against his ribs, his blood freezing in his veins as a wave of pure, biological, primal terror surged through his instincts. It was the exact same feeling a minor wolf experienced when standing before a supreme alpha, an instinctual realization that if he made one wrong move, his throat would be torn out before he could even register the strike. You are on human grounds, Ethan, William said quietly. His voice was low, smooth, and laced with a terrifying authority that echoed directly in the twins' minds like thunder over a valley. And you are speaking to your elder brother. Ethan's knees buckled slightly. He took 2 steps back, his hands trembling as he stared at William's golden eyes in sheer, unadulterated horror. Your eyes. Ethan choked out, his voice cracking with fear. What did you do? What is that aura? I told you to leave, William repeated, stepping forward a single pace. That single step was enough to break Ethan's composure entirely. The arrogant prodigy of House Shadow Ray, who had beaten William in the forest weeks ago, felt his survival instincts screaming at him to flee. He could sense that the sickly runt he used to torment was completely gone, replaced by a dormant apex predator that was barely holding back its lethal fury. Let's go, Maya. Ethan gasped out, grabbing his sister's arm, his face pale as chalk. We're leaving. Maya didn't object. She was staring at William's towering frame in utter disbelief, her heart pounding with a strange, terrifying dread. Without another word, the 2 prodigies of House Shadow Ray turned on their heels and practically sprinted away from the student plaza, vanishing down the main campus road as fast as their legs could carry them. The heavy, suffocating pressure vanished from the plaza instantly, leaving the air fresh and light once more. The surrounding students blinked, looking bewildered, completely unaware of the supernatural battle of wills that had just occurred. To them, it simply looked as though 2 arrogant troublemakers had been frightened off by William's tall, imposing presence. William took a slow, deep breath, pulling his primordial aura back into his marrow, dimming his eyes back to their gentle, dark brown color. The physical tension in his broad shoulders melted away as he turned back toward Lisa. Lisa stood beside him, her hazel eyes wide with awe and concern. She looked at William, noticing how his entire presence had shifted back to the kind, gentle man she knew, yet the memory of how he had stood his ground filled her heart with a strange, proud warmth. William, Lisa whispered softly, stepping closer and touching his arm gently. Are you okay? William looked down at her, his expression softening completely into that rare, gentle smile reserved only for her. I'm fine, Lisa, William replied softly, his voice full of quiet warmth. They won't be bothering us again. Lisa looked down the empty path where the twins had fled, then back up into William's kind eyes. She wrapped her arm gently through his, leaning her head against his shoulder as they began walking toward their lecture hall together. Good, Lisa said softly, a sweet, happy smile touching her lips. Because nobody gets to push you around anymore. William held her close to his side as they walked under the golden autumn trees, knowing in his heart that the days of hiding in the shadows were finally coming to an end. Chapter 31, A Quick Exchange. The damp chill of late afternoon settled over the university's eastern perimeter, where the gravel pathways ended and the dense, shadowed pine groves began. Away from the central quad where students gathered in lively groups, this secluded border was rarely traversed except by groundskeepers or those seeking an unobserved exit from campus. William walked along the edge of the tree line, his leather bag slung over one broad shoulder. His dark eyes were fixed on the tree canopy, his heightened senses reading the subtle disturbances in the air. He didn't need to look back to know he was being followed. Two distinct, familiar heartbeats, fast, erratic, and heavy with humiliated rage, had been trailing him since he left the Humanities building. Ethan and Maya had not left the city as they had feigned in the Central Plaza. The sting of being forced to retreat before their fellow students had festered into an insufferable insult to Ethan's pride. William stopped near an ancient, ivy-draped archway marking the old estate boundary. He slowly turned around, his posture towering and serene under the canopy of pine needles. If you intended to hide your scent, Ethan, William said quietly, his deep voice carrying through the quiet grove, you should have stayed downwind. From behind the trunk of a massive spruce, Ethan stepped out, his face flushed dark with fury. Maya followed a few paces behind, her cat-like eyes glinting with sharp, nervous suspicion. Neither looked like the confident prodigies who had arrived earlier that morning. You think you're clever, don't you? Ethan spat, his hands trembling as he clenched them into fists. The embarrassing retreat in front of the human crowd had eaten away at his sanity for hours. You used some dirty trick back there. Some artifact. A bloodline charm. There's no way a broken runt like you could stand against my physical strength. William stood unmoving, his hands casually resting in the pockets of his dark coat. Go home to the estate, Ethan. The city is becoming unstable. It isn't a place for you to nurse your wounded ego. Shut up, Ethan roared, his self-control snapping entirely. In a flash of silver-tinged aura, Ethan lunged across the damp earth. His feet tore through the fallen pine needles, his body blurring with the supernatural speed of a trained shadow ray warrior. He aimed a brutal, high-impact strike directly at William's throat, a lethal blow meant to crush his windpipe, strip away his arrogant composure, and force him onto his knees in the dirt. To Ethan, the distance vanished in a heartbeat. He could already visualize his fist breaking through William's defense. He never touched a single thread of William's coat. With movements so fluid and economical they appeared almost motionless, William simply raised his right hand. He didn't shift his stance, nor did he brace his feet against the earth. He caught Ethan's incoming, aura-infused fist squarely in the palm of his hand. Boom. A sharp shockwave of displaced air cracked through the silent grove, sending a shower of pine needles fluttering down around them. Ethan's momentum slammed into a brick wall of absolute, immovable force. His eyes dilated in sheer shock as he felt the full kinetic energy of his strike absorbed effortlessly by William's single palm. It was as if he had thrown his entire body weight against the side of an ancient mountain. Is this the strength you bragged about at the pack summit? William asked softly, looking down into Ethan's pale, sweat-beaded face. Impossible, Ethan choked out, his voice cracking. He tried to yank his fist back, but William's long fingers gently closed around his knuckles. It was not a bone-crushing grip, nor did William apply active pressure. It was simply an absolute lock, a display of physical density so overwhelming that Ethan felt as though his entire hand was encased in solid iron. Maya stepped forward, her claws extending instinctively as her silver aura flared in panic. Ethan. Stay back, Maya, William warned without looking at her. His voice did not carry anger, only a cold, ancient weight that made her boots freeze in the damp dirt. William looked back at Ethan, whose breathing was fast and ragged, his eyes wide with a terrifying realization. Up close, Ethan could feel the sheer, suffocating heat radiating from William's body, a dense, golden warmth lurking just beneath his skin that made Ethan's inner wolf cower in instinctual submission. You have spent your entire life believing that strength is about tearing down those smaller than you, William said gently, his dark eyes fixing Ethan in a vice-like stare. You relied on Father's favor and Lucien's shadow. But true power doesn't need to shout, Ethan. William smoothly released his grip and gave Ethan's wrist a gentle push. The light nudge sent Ethan stumbling backward 4 paces before he caught his balance, cradling his hand against his chest. His knuckles were pale, his body trembling from the sudden release of biological tension. Maya rushed to Ethan's side, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder, her eyes darting between William's broad chest and his calm, unbothered face. What are you? Maya whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and deep, burning suspicion. You aren't the William who left the estate. What happened to your bloodline? William adjusted his coat, picking up his leather bag from the stone bench. He turned his back on them, looking off toward the fog rolling in over the campus grounds. Tell Father I am performing my duties, William said quietly over his shoulder. And tell Lucian that if he wants to test me again, he should come himself. Without waiting for a reply, William walked down the stone path, his tall silhouette vanishing into the mist. Ethan and Maya stood frozen in the cold grove for several long minutes, the damp silence settling heavily around them. Ethan, Maya murmured, her face pale as she looked down at her brother's trembling hand. His aura. It wasn't just strong. It felt ancient. We need to report this to Lucian immediately. Ethan gritted his teeth, his jaw tight with humiliation and deep, unshakable dread. He's hiding something, Ethan hissed, though his voice lacked any real conviction. He's hiding a power that shouldn't exist. Chapter 32, Shadows over the City. By dusk, a thick, unnatural fog had crawled up from the riverways, wrapping the city's lower avenues and University District in a damp, silent shroud. Streetlights cast long, blurred cones of pale yellow light onto the slick pavement, but the space between the lamps remained dangerously dark. In the cozy interior of the campus library, the quiet rustle of turning pages and the soft clink of ceramic coffee mugs offered a stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere building outside. Lisa sat at their usual oak table in the third-floor alcove, her laptop open alongside a stack of historical reference volumes. Yet, for the past half hour, she had barely read a single line. Her eyes kept darting toward the tall arched windows, watching the gray mist press against the glass. Beside her, William sat with an open philosophy text, though his attention was entirely tuned to the subtle vibrations of the city around them. It's getting so thick out there, Lisa murmured softly, pulling her knitted cardigan tighter around her shoulders. Have you seen the news notifications on the campus board today? William set his pen down, turning his dark eyes to her. No, what happened? Lisa slid her phone across the polished wood toward him. 3 students from the evening arts program disappeared near the Eastern bus terminal last night. The city police issued an advisory warning people not to walk alone after 8 p.m. She bit her lower lip, her hazel eyes filled with a mixture of worry and fear. They said it might be a criminal ring, but people are saying the street lights went out right before they vanished. No screams, no signs of a struggle. Just gone. William looked down at the digital screen. His expression remained calm, but deep within his chest, his newly cracked primordial core pulsed with a sharp, cold alert. He didn't need a police report to know what was happening. The regional vampire coven, emboldened by Lord Castian's hunt for dense bloodlines and the escalating territorial standoff with House Shadow Ray, had begun harvesting human prey directly from the university buffer zone. They were operating in the shadows of the fog, snatching victims to fuel their coven's blood reserves before the inevitable war broke out. It's unsafe, William said gently, sliding her phone back across the table. His voice was low and firm, carrying an immediate sense of protective grounding. You shouldn't stay late on campus anymore, Lisa. From now on, I am taking you straight home after your 4 o'clock lecture. Lisa looked at his sharp, handsome face, noticing the absolute, unyielding seriousness in his eyes. There was no hesitation in his tone, no casual brush off. He spoke as if her safety was the single most vital task in his existence. A warm, sweet flutter blossomed in her chest, easing the cold knot of anxiety that had been tightening all afternoon. I won't argue with that, Lisa said softly, a gentle, grateful smile touching her lips. She reached out, her fingers lightly touching the edge of his sleeve. Thank you, William. Honestly, knowing you're near makes me feel like nothing bad can happen. William looked down at her soft hand resting against his arm. The heavy, dark burden of knowing what lurked in the fog seemed to grow lighter under her trust. Nothing will happen to you, William promised softly, his hand turning over to brush his fingers gently against hers. I will make sure of it. 2 hours later, after walking Lisa directly to her apartment building, making sure she was safely inside with the heavy iron deadbolt turned, William stood under the awning of the street corner across from her window. The fog was so thick now that the opposite side of the avenue was entirely invisible to human eyes. William closed his dark eyes and expanded his senses. Through the damp air, his heightened hearing picked up the faint, unnatural sounds scattered across the 5-block radius, the light breathless patter of undead feet leaping across brick rooftops, the cold rustle of dark coats in the wind, and the faint, metallic scent of ozone and preserved blood drifting from the alleyways. The vampires were hunting close. Far too close. William opened his eyes, a faint, amber shimmer pulsing deep within his dark pupils. He drew his coat tight over his broad chest, stepping off the curb into the swirling mist, taking up his silent post as the unseen guardian of the quiet street. Chapter 33, Tense Negotiations. Midnight brought a dead, suffocating hush over the abandoned ironworks facility located on the neutral border between the city's commercial district and the mountain forests. Rusting steel girders rose like giant skeletal fingers into the foggy night sky, and the scent of damp earth and old iron hung heavy in the air. This abandoned territory was chosen for a single, critical purpose: neutral ground. Dozens of high-tier supernatural figures stood gathered within the massive, cavernous main hall of the facility. Dim halogen lanterns set on wooden crates cast long, flickering shadows against the corrugated metal walls. On the western side of the hall stood the elite delegation of House Shadow Ray. At their center stood eldest son Lucian, flanked by Damon and several broad-shouldered pack elders dressed in heavy leather combat gear. Lucian's posture was arrogant, his dense, silver-tinged alpha aura flaring openly, creating an invisible, heavy pressure that made the dust on the concrete floor vibrate. On the eastern side stood the representatives of the Vampire Coven. At their head stood Lord Castian, looking impeccably elegant in his dark velvet suit, flanked by four pale, deadly Coven enforcers whose fangs gleamed under the lantern light. Castian's red eyes were calm, polite, and thoroughly condescending. And standing far in the shadows near the rusted rear exit, positioned there by Lucian as a disposable outer scout, stood William. William leaned his broad back against a massive steel pillar, his hands in his coat pockets, his presence entirely masked. To both sides, he appeared to be nothing more than a quiet, low-ranking guard forced to stand in the cold. In reality, his heightened senses were capturing every heartbeat, every micro-expression, and every shift of energy in the room. "Let us drop the pretenses, Lucian," Lord Castian spoke first, his silky, melodic voice echoing clearly through the high ceiling. "Your pack scouts have been trespassing in our designated feeding corridors near the university district. My neonates are growing restless." Lucian sneered, taking a step forward, his boot heavy against the concrete. "Your feeding corridors are spilling over into territory that House Shadow Ray protects by treaty, Castian. You are snatching humans from the campus perimeter. You think we don't notice your coven hoarding blood reserves? The human stock in this city is plentiful," Castian replied with a casual wave of his manicured hand, a thin, chilling smile gracing his lips. "And given the recent energetic shifts in the region, my coven requires sustenance to maintain the balance. We are merely harvesting what is necessary. You are breaking the peace accords." Damon barked from beside Lucian, his amber eyes flashing with anger. "If one more human disappears from the university grounds, House Shadow Ray will declare open hunt on your coven." Castian's smile vanished, replaced by an icy, predatory stillness. His red eyes narrowed as he looked directly at Lucian. "Do not threaten us with a hunt, young wolf," Castian whispered, his voice dropping into a deadly register that caused the temperature in the hall to plunge. "Your father grows old, and your house is fractured. You do not command the strength you pretend to hold." Lucian's face flushed dark red with rage. He let out a low, guttural growl, his claws extending from his fingers as his alpha aura surged wildly, cracking the concrete floor beneath his boots. "Say that again, blood drinker, and I will tear your head from your shoulders right here." The Coven enforcers instantly drew their dark steel blades, their fangs fully exposed, while the werewolf elders raised their weapons, the entire hall instantly hair-trigger close to a bloodbath. From the dark shadow behind the steel pillar, William watched the standoff with razor-sharp calculation. He could see the hidden truth that neither side realized: both houses were posturing out of fear. The vampires were desperately harvesting human blood because they sensed an overwhelming, ancient energy awakening in the city and mistook it for an incoming war force. Meanwhile, House Shadow Ray was flexing its physical muscle because they knew their political dominance was slipping. If a full-scale war erupted tonight, the university district, and Lisa, would be caught directly in the crossfire. William took a single, quiet step out from behind the steel pillar. He did not draw a weapon. He did not roar. He simply let a microscopic fraction of his primordial alpha energy leak from his body, a silent, heavy ripple of supreme authority that swept across the cavernous room like an invisible shockwave. Thump. Every single warrior in the hall, wolf and vampire alike, felt a sudden, terrifying compression in their chests. The air pressure spiked violently. Lucian's flaring alpha aura was instantly snuffed out like a tiny candle in a hurricane, causing Lucian to stumble half a pace forward, gasping for air in shock. Castian's red eyes widened in sudden, instinctual horror as his elongated fangs reflexively retracted behind his lips, his vampire instincts screaming that a godlike entity had just entered the room. The deafening standoff collapsed into a dead, terrified silence. Everyone turned their heads wildly, scanning the shadows, trying to locate the source of the divine, crushing pressure. What was that? Damon gasped out, his forehead dripping with cold sweat as he looked around frantically. Who is here? Cassian stood frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs as he recognized the scent lingering in the crushed air. It was the exact same starfire bloodline scent he had smelled at the Velvet Crown, the ancient progenitor energy. By the time their panicked eyes reached the dark rear corner of the hall, William was already standing calmly against the pillar, his hands in his pockets, his face a passive, unreadable mask, his aura completely suppressed once more. The energy vanished, an elder wolf stammered, looking terrified. Lucian shook his head, struggling to regain his composure, his pride severely rattled. He looked at Cassian, whose pale face was now devoid of its previous arrogant confidence. It seems. Neutral ground is no longer stable tonight, Cassian spoke, his silk-like voice actually trembling slightly as he backed toward the exit with his enforcers. We will adhere to the perimeter boundaries for 3 days, Lucian. But do not push us further. Without waiting for a response, the vampires vanished into the night fog like startled bats. Lucian stood in the center of the hall, breathing heavily, looking around the dark rafters in confusion and dread, completely unaware that the source of the terrifying pressure had been standing less than 50 feet away from him the entire time. William pushed off the steel pillar, his dark eyes fixed on his eldest brother's rattled form, a cold, quiet resolve settling deep into his soul. The peace was fragile, but it had bought him time. Time to grow stronger. Time to crack the seal completely. Chapter 34, Peaceful Escape. The heavy metallic scent of impending supernatural war dissolved into the fresh, crisp fragrance of pine needles and damp earth as the city faded into the rearview mirror. William drove smoothly along the winding mountain highway, his large hands comfortably gripping the steering wheel of the understated black sedan he had rented for the weekend. Beside him in the passenger seat, Lisa leaned against the window, her hazel eyes bright with excitement as she watched the endless blanket of deep green evergreen forest roll past under a clear, pale blue sky. For weeks, the university district had been choked with tension, unseen stalkers in the fog, missing students, and the suffocating political schemes of House Shadow Ray. William had watched the faint shadow of worry deepen beneath Lisa's eyes every time the late-night news mentioned another mysterious disappearance. He could not stop the gathering storm between the vampires and the pack elders, but he could build a sanctuary for her away from it. I still can't believe you arranged all of this, Lisa said softly, turning her head to smile at him. Her voice was light, filled with a sweet, bubbly joy that William hadn't heard in weeks. When you told me to pack a small bag for the weekend, I thought we were just going to a quiet coffee shop on the outskirts of the city. William offered a quiet, affectionate smile, his dark eyes softening as he glanced at her. You've been stressed, Lisa. Studying late, worrying about the campus advisories. You deserved a break where the air is clear and the streets are quiet. And you don't, Lisa countered gently, resting her chin on her hand as she studied his sharp, handsome profile. You work harder than anyone I know, William. You look stronger now, but I know how much you carry inside. William's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly, a fleeting flicker of warmth touching his chest before he turned his focus back to the road. Today, we don't carry anything. An hour later, the sedan pulled onto a narrow gravel path that snaked through a dense thicket of tall white birches, finally coming to a stop in front of a secluded 2-story wooden cabin. The lake house sat on the edge of a pristine, crystal-clear glacial lake. The water was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the towering snow-capped mountain peaks in the distance. There were no neighboring houses in sight, no concrete pavements, and no distant hum of city traffic, only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze and the rhythmic, soothing lap of water against the wooden dock. When Lisa stepped out of the car, she took a deep, greedy breath of the cool mountain air, her face lighting up with pure delight. William, it's breathtaking, she gasped, running her hand along the carved wooden railing of the porch before turning back to face him. It feels like we're the only 2 people left in the world. William set her canvas bag down on the porch, looking out over the quiet lake. His heightened senses swept the surrounding forest across several miles, no vampires, no pack scouts, no bloodline rivalries. Just undisturbed nature. For the first time in months, the heavy, constant defensive tension in his broad shoulders loosened. We are, William murmured softly, his deep voice carrying a soothing resonance. For this weekend, it's just us. They spent the afternoon exploring the narrow walking trails surrounding the property. William walked half a step ahead, effortlessly clearing away low-hanging pine branches and guiding her across mossy river stones with a gentle, supportive hand. When Lisa paused to admire a cluster of rare mountain wildflowers blooming near a trickling stream, William quietly knelt, carefully plucking a single pale blue blossom and tucking it gently behind her ear, his large thumb brushing against her cheek with exquisite tenderness. As dusk settled, casting a deep indigo veil over the mountains, they sat together on the edge of the wooden dock, their feet dangling inches above the dark, tranquil water. Lisa wrapped a soft woolen blanket around her shoulders, leaning her head naturally against William's broad arm. The steady, radiant heat emanating from his body warmed her far more than the wool ever could. "Thank you, William," Lisa whispered, looking up at the vast canopy of stars beginning to pierce the night sky. "I don't think I've ever felt this peaceful." William looked down at her, his heart swelling with a profound, unshakable devotion. He reached out, his long fingers carefully gathering her small hand into his own, holding it securely against his knee. "Then we'll come back here whenever you want," William promised softly. "As long as you're peaceful, this place is yours." Chapter 35, The Golden Flash. The early morning air was sharp and invigorating as the sun began to rise over the eastern ridge, painting the sky in brilliant hues of crimson and burnished gold. Lisa was still fast asleep inside the cabin, comfortably wrapped in the thick feather duvet after a long, restful night. William stepped out onto the cabin porch, wearing a simple black thermal shirt and jeans. He walked away from the house, stepping deep into the thick birch woods to perform his morning meditation, a necessary ritual to stabilize the volatile, expanding energy within his cracked bloodline seal. He sat cross-legged on a large, flat granite boulder surrounded by ancient pines. Closing his eyes, William breathed in the crisp mountain oxygen, dropping his consciousness inward. Deep within his spiritual core, the massive black ice sphere was no longer whole. The single hairline fracture he had forced open days ago had widened into a glowing, web-like network of golden light. Molten primordial fire seeped continuously through the cracks, nourishing his muscles, bones, and organs with divine authority. "I need to control the output," William thought, focusing his intense willpower to smooth out the turbulent golden energy. "If I cannot suppress it entirely, the aura will leak out and draw every predator in the province to this lake." He channeled his breath, forcing the golden light back down into his marrow, wrapping it in thick layers of disciplined control. Suddenly, a loud, snapping sound echoed through the silent forest, the heavy crunch of a thick pine branch breaking 30 yards away. William's eyes snapped open instantly. A massive wild black bear, standing over 8 feet tall and weighing easily 600 pounds, burst through the dense brush. The beast was visibly distressed, its coat matted with sap, its dark eyes rolling wildly as it let out a deep, territorial roar that vibrated through the trees. It had caught the scent of human presence and was charging straight toward the path leading to the cabin. Straight toward where Lisa was sleeping. William didn't hesitate. He didn't transform, nor did he draw a weapon. He stepped off the granite boulder with a single, fluid stride, placing his massive frame directly between the charging beast and the cabin trail. "Stop," William spoke softly. The bear did not halt, it reared up on its hind legs, casting a terrifying shadow, bringing its heavy, clawed forelimb down in a brutal, sweeping arc meant to crush an intruder's skull. Instead of dodging, William raised his eyes, fixing his gaze directly on the wild animal's face. He didn't just leak a fraction of his energy, he allowed his primordial bloodline to flare openly for a single, brilliant microsecond. Swoosh. Beneath his dark bangs, William's eyes transformed completely. They burst into a blinding, radiant golden light, not the faint amber of a standard wolf, but a brilliant, divine sun-like luminescence that illuminated the dim morning forest. It was the legendary, terrifying mark of the first Alpha, the ancient progenitor who had ruled the dawn of the world. Along with that golden flash, an invisible, crushing wave of absolute, cosmic dominance erupted from William's chest. Boom. The air pressure in the forest spiked violently. The leaves on the surrounding trees rustled frantically, and the air temperature dropped as if time itself had frozen. The massive black bear stopped mid-strike, its claw frozen 2 inches from William's face. The wild animal's biological instincts instantly collapsed into overwhelming, primal terror. The bear's eyes widened in sheer horror as it recognized the divine entity standing before it. The beast's heavy limbs trembled violently, its ears flattened against its head, and it let out a pathetic, whimpering whine. Without a single touch, the massive predator collapsed onto its stomach, pressing its snout flat into the damp dirt and pine needles, cowering in absolute, total submission before the first Alpha. William looked down at the cowering beast, the golden light in his eyes slowly receding, fading back into his deep, gentle dark brown pupils. The crushing pressure vanished, leaving only the quiet rustle of the wind. Go back to the high ridge, William said gently, his voice calm and firm. She is sleeping. The bear scrambled up frantically, turning on its heels and sprinting back into the deep mountain wilderness as fast as its heavy legs could carry it, vanishing over the ridge without looking back once. William took a slow, deep breath, rolling his broad shoulders as his aura settled completely back into his marrow. He turned his head slightly, his sharp ears catching the soft, rhythmic sound of Lisa stirring inside the cabin, stretching as she woke up. A warm, gentle smile touched his lips. He wiped a speck of dust from his shirt and began walking back down the sunlit trail, ready to make breakfast for the girl who held his heart. Chapter 36, Victoria's Discovery. While William and Lisa spent their weekend in tranquil isolation, a dark, calculating storm was gathering back in the city. Inside a high-end private lounge in the financial district, Victoria Shadow Ray sat on a dark leather sofa, swirling a glass of sparkling water. Victoria was the second eldest child of House Shadow Ray, a woman of sharp, striking beauty, cold intellect, and relentless ambition. Unlike the hot-tempered Ethan or the arrogant Lucian, Victoria fought her battles with information, strategy, and social pressure. Standing before her was Marcus, the disgraced Human Student Council president whom William had humbled weeks ago, alongside two low-ranking pack informants. Are you certain about this? Victoria asked, her voice cool, smooth, and laced with a dangerous edge. My brother has been spending his time with a common human. It's not just spending time, Lady Victoria, Marcus spoke eagerly, his eyes flashing with vindictive excitement. He pulled out a stack of high-resolution photographs and placed them on the glass table. He walks her to her apartment every single night. He eats lunch with her on campus. He even stood up to Ethan in the Central Plaza because of her. Victoria reached down with her manicured fingers, picking up the top photograph. It showed William standing on the steps of the university library, his tall, broad frame bent slightly forward as he smiled down at a slender girl with long brown hair and bright hazel eyes. The genuine warmth and protective tenderness written across William's face in the photo was something Victoria had never seen in his 19 years at the Shadow Ray estate. Victoria's sharp eyes narrowed into cold, calculating slits. Lisa Vance, Victoria read from a background file on the table. An ordinary human student. Father is a high school teacher, mother works in a medical clinic. No background, no bloodline, no political value whatsoever. She's his weakness, Lady Victoria, Marcus chimed in, leaning forward. If you want to put William back in his place, if you want to force him to submit to the pack's demands, you just have to break her. He'll crawl back to the estate on his knees. Victoria let out a soft, elegant laugh, tossing the photograph back onto the table. You think like a thuggish human, Marcus. Breaking her physically would only create a messy blood feud, and father despises sloppy work. She stood up slowly, smoothing the skirt of her tailored ivory suit. Her silver-tinged aura rippled subtly around her, making the air in the room feel heavy and suffocating. William has grown arrogant lately, Victoria said coldly, walking toward the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the foggy city skyline. Ethan told me he blocked a strike with his bare hand. He thinks because he gained some physical strength, he can live a quiet, peaceful life with a human girl. She turned back, her lips curling into a cruel, beautiful smile. I will personally visit this Lisa Vance, Victoria declared, her voice dropping into a chilling promise. I will show her the vast, terrifying chasm between our world and hers. I will make her realize that staying near William will drag her into a bloody nightmare. When she sees what we are, she will run away from him in terror. Chapter 37, Confrontation at the Gate. Monday morning arrived with a cool, misty drizzle that swept over the university campus. The weekend trip to the lake house felt like a sweet, distant dream as students hurried along the stone paths carrying black umbrellas and canvas bags. Lisa walked toward the iron archway of the eastern campus gate, carrying a stack of textbooks for her afternoon history seminar. William had been called away 10 minutes earlier by a professor regarding an archive assignment, promising to meet her near the fountain shortly. As Lisa stepped through the grand iron gate, a sleek, jet-black luxury sedan pulled up smoothly against the curb, blocking the pedestrian walkway. The rear door opened, and a tall, breathtakingly elegant woman stepped out onto the damp pavement. Victoria Shadow Ray wore an immaculate ivory trench coat over a tailored dark suit. Her dark hair fell in perfect, glossy waves over her shoulders, her sharp, pale face sculpted with cold perfection. She carried herself with an absolute, suffocating authority that immediately caused passing students to freeze and step back in discomfort. Victoria's cold, dark eyes locked directly onto Lisa. Lisa Vance, I presume. Victoria spoke, her voice smooth as velvet, carrying a chilling, distant resonance that cut through the sound of the rain. Lisa stopped, her hand tightening around her textbooks. She looked at the striking woman, feeling an immediate, instinctual alarm ringing in her chest. The oppressive, cold energy radiating from Victoria was strikingly similar to Ethan's, but far more refined, far more dangerous. Yes, Lisa replied, keeping her voice steady, though her heart began to beat faster. Who are you? I am Victoria Shadow Ray, Victoria said, taking two slow, deliberate steps toward Lisa, her high heels clicking sharply against the wet stone. William's elder sister. Lisa's hazel eyes widened slightly. William's sister. I see, Lisa said softly, trying to maintain her composure. William hasn't mentioned you. Victoria scoffed softly, a contemptuous smile touching her red lips. She stepped closer, stopping just 3 feet from Lisa. Without holding back, Victoria allowed a heavy wave of her silver alpha aura to leak forward, an invisible, suffocating pressure designed to instill instinctual horror in humans. Of course he hasn't, Victoria said smoothly, looking down at Lisa as if she were a speck of dirt on a pristine carpet. Why would he mention his real family to a fragile, pathetic human girl? Tell me, Miss Vance. Do you honestly believe you belong beside him? Lisa felt a sudden, heavy weight press down on her chest, making it difficult to draw a full breath. Her instinct screamed at her to turn and run, but she planted her feet firmly on the wet pavement, looking straight into Victoria's cold eyes. William and I are friends, Lisa said firmly, her voice clear despite the unnatural pressure surrounding her. I don't care about your family's status or your money. Friends. Victoria sneered, her voice dropping into a dangerous, icy whisper. You are a sheep standing beside a predator, girl. Our family's bloodline is built on ancient power, violence, and blood. A fragile creature like you will be crushed into dust the moment our world collides with his. Victoria stepped directly into Lisa's personal space, her tall frame leaning over her, her eyes flashing with a cold, terrifying threat. If you value your life, Lisa Vance, you will walk away from William today, Victoria commanded, her aura surging heavier. Leave this university. Disappear from his sight. Because if you stay beside him, my family will break you, and William will watch you bleed. Lisa's hands trembled around her textbooks, but she did not take a single step backward. She stood her ground under the suffocating pressure, her hazel eyes shining with an unyielding, courageous light. Chapter 38, William's anger. Step away from her, Victoria. The voice did not come from the campus pathway, it sounded as though it had erupted from the very earth beneath their feet. It was a low, terrifying rumble, vibrating with a cold, absolute fury that instantly shattered the misty rain in the air. Victoria's eyes widened in sudden surprise as she turned her head. William emerged from the fog, his broad, towering frame moving with terrifying speed. He didn't look like the gentle student who carried Lisa's bag, his face was carved from stone, his jaw locked in a rigid line, his dark eyes burning with an intense, lethal darkness. In a fraction of a second, William stepped directly between Victoria and Lisa. His broad back completely shielded Lisa from Victoria's sight, creating an immovable, safe wall of muscle and iron before her. William. Lisa gasped out, relief washing over her so violently her knees felt weak. William didn't look back at Lisa, but he reached his large left hand behind his hip, gently catching Lisa's trembling hand in his own, anchoring her safely behind his frame. The moment his warm, large fingers wrapped around hers, the suffocating pressure that Victoria had generated was instantly obliterated. William turned his head slowly to face his elder sister. You crossed the line, Victoria, William spoke, his deep voice dropping into an octave that was barely human. Without warning, William released a micro burst of his suppressed primordial alpha pressure, directed solely and precisely at Victoria. Boom. An invisible, kinetic shockwave hit Victoria square in the chest. Victoria gasped, her breath trapped violently in her throat. The cold, arrogant composure she had maintained for years fractured instantly. Her high heels skidded backward across the wet pavement, forcing her to take 2 clumsy steps back to catch her balance. Cold sweat broke out across her forehead as her heart hammered violently against her ribs. What is this pressure? Victoria thought in absolute horror, staring at William's broad chest. It's heavier than father's. It's heavier than Lucien's. William stepped forward a single pace, his tall silhouette blocking out the overcast sky above her. If you ever approach Lisa again, William whispered, his low voice vibrating in Victoria's very bones like a death sentence, I will not treat you as my sister. Victoria stared up at him in sheer, unadulterated disbelief, her hands trembling within her ivory coat pockets. The sickly, weak brother she had ignored for 19 years was gone. Standing before her was an absolute titan whose presence demanded total, terrifying submission. Chapter 39, Cold Warning. The rain continued to fall softly around the eastern gate, but the atmosphere between the two siblings remained frozen in a deadly, suffocating silence. Victoria struggled desperately to pull her shattered composure back together. She smoothed the front of her ivory coat with trembling fingers, taking another half step back toward her black sedan, placing safe distance between herself and the terrifying giant standing before her. So, the rumors Ethan brought back were true, Victoria spoke, her voice tight, strained, and lacking its previous arrogant velvet smooth cadence. You really have changed, William. I don't know what forbidden medicine or bloodline trigger you found. But you think this makes you invincible. William stood unmoving, his posture tall and unyielding, keeping Lisa securely behind his broad back. I don't care what you think, Victoria, William said coldly. Take your car and leave. Victoria let out a forced, sharp scoff, though her eyes remained filled with deep, nervous caution as she looked past William's broad shoulder at Lisa. Listen to me carefully, William, Victoria warned, her voice dropping into a harsh, sharp whisper. You might have gained some physical strength, but a human has no place in our bloodline. She is a liability, a fragile, worthless weakness. She pointed a long, manicured finger at Lisa. Father has already heard about your sudden recovery, Victoria continued, her eyes flashing with a sinister, dangerous light. And Lucian is growing tired of your defiance in the city. When Father summons you back to the main estate for the winter summit, what do you think he will do when he learns you are risking our family's secrecy for a human girl? William's dark eyes narrowed, a cold, lethal stillness settling over his features. Let him try. Victoria shuddered slightly under his gaze, taking another step back until her spine brushed against her luxury car door. He will crush her, William. Victoria hissed, her voice filled with a desperate, bitter envy. Our father will not tolerate weakness in House Shadow Ray. He will tear her away from you, and he will break your legs just as he did when you were 10 years old. If you truly cared for this girl, you would push her away before our house destroys her entire life. With those final, venomous words, Victoria turned sharply, pulled open her sedan door, and hurried inside. The black car accelerated rapidly away from the curb, its tires splashing wet slush across the pavement as it vanished into the gray mist. The heavy, oppressive tension finally evaporated from the campus gate. Chapter 40, Steadfast Hearts. The rain quieted into a soft, gentle drizzle. William stood silently by the iron gate for several long moments, his broad shoulders tense, his jaw locked tight. Victoria's venomous words echoed through the cool air, stirring up dark, painful memories of his childhood inside the Shadow Ray estate, the beatings, the cold isolation, and the relentless cruelty of a family that valued only power. She's right about one thing, William thought bitterly, his dark eyes staring down at the wet pavement. My family is a monster. Bringing Lisa near my world puts her in danger. Slowly, reluctantly, William began to pull his hand away from Lisa's grip, intending to step back, to give her space, to offer her the chance to run away from the terrifying darkness that followed him. He didn't get the chance. Before he could pull away, Lisa's fingers tightened firmly around his. William froze. Lisa stepped out from behind his broad back, stepping directly into his line of sight. She wasn't crying. She wasn't trembling with fear. Her soft, hazel eyes were completely clear, shining with a bright, unyielding courage that swept away the cold drizzle around them. She reached up with her other hand, placing both of her small, warm palms over his large, calloused hand, holding him with an absolute, unbreakable grip. Don't you dare pull away from me, William Shadow Ray, Lisa said softly, her voice steady, clear, and filled with deep, emotional strength. William looked down into her beautiful, earnest face, his voice thick with emotion. Lisa, you heard what she said? My family, my world, it's dangerous. They are cruel, and if you stay near me. I don't care, Lisa interrupted firmly, looking straight into his eyes. William blinked, stunned. Lisa. I don't care about your family, William. Lisa repeated, a sweet, radiant smile breaking through her serious expression. I don't care how scary your sister is, or how powerful your father is. They don't define who you are. She squeezed his large hand tightly against her chest, letting him feel the steady, brave beat of her own heart. You saved me in the alley, Lisa murmured softly, her hazel eyes glistening with sweet, romantic warmth. You walked me home in the rain. You took me to the quiet lake house just so I could rest. You have spent all this time protecting me, William. Did you really think I would run away the moment things got scary? William stared at her, completely speechbound. The ancient primordial heat in his chest swelled into a golden, overwhelming warmth that dissolved every lingering doubt in his soul. I promised you in the garden, Lisa continued, her voice full of an unshakable, sweet vow. No matter what troubles you face. No matter what kind of storm comes from your family or your world. I am staying right beside you. We face it together. William looked down at the delicate girl holding his massive, deadly hand. She was human, fragile, and had no supernatural power, yet standing beside him, her heart was more steadfast than any alpha he had ever known. Slowly, gentle tears of profound gratitude welled in William's dark eyes. He didn't say a word. He simply raised his other large hand, gently cupping her soft cheek, his thumb lightly brushing away a drop of rain from her skin. He bowed his head slightly, resting his forehead gently against hers in a quiet, breathless moment of absolute devotion under the soft autumn drizzle. Together, William whispered into the space between them, his deep voice carrying a vow that would shatter mountains. I will protect you with my life, Lisa. Hand in hand, they turned and walked together down the sun-dappled path of the campus, two hearts bound so tightly that no force in the world could ever tear them apart. Chapter 41, Midnight Training. The midnight air high in the Blackwood Ridge was razor-sharp, freezing the moisture on ancient spruce needles into delicate crystals of ice. Below, 20 miles through dense pine, the distant lights of the city hummed like a vast bed of fireflies under a suffocating layer of gray fog. Up here, however, there was only the wind, the stone, and the sky. William stood bare-chested on a flat slab of black granite that jutted out over a 300-foot ravine. His physical vessel was imposing. His shoulders were wide, sculpted with dense, marble-hard muscle that caught the pale blue illumination of the crescent moon. Across his back, where deep knife scars and old burn marks from his childhood once resided, his skin was smooth and pristine, radiating a steady, quiet warmth that melted the falling frost 3 inches before it could touch his skin. He closed his eyes and breathed in slowly through his nose. Deep within his sternum, the ancient primordial seal, shattered further by his emotional surge during the confrontation with Victoria, was pulsing like a caged miniature sun. It was no longer a dormant power he had to desperately claw for, it was a roaring river of molten gold trying to erupt through every capillary, every nerve ending, and every bone in his frame. Control, William commanded himself silently. If I cannot control the heat, it will consume me. If I unleash this near Lisa, even a fraction of a leak could crush her human body. He raised his right arm, slowly forming a loose fist. Instead of allowing the primordial heat to explode outward in a devastating shockwave, William focused his absolute willpower on condensing the energy. He envisioned an iron vault within his inner sea, forcing the wild golden fire into a space no larger than a grain of sand. His veins began to glow beneath his skin. A deep golden luminescence traced the path from his heart down his shoulder, and into his forearm. The heat was blinding, searing his internal pathways with a pain that would have caused an ordinary wolf to scream and pass out. William didn't flinch. His jaw remained set, his breathing measured and slow. Tighter, he ordered, his dark eyebrows knitting together. The air around his right hand began to warp from intense thermal distortion. The ambient temperature on the granite ledge spiked from below freezing to a stifling heat. The frost on the nearby rocks evaporated instantly, turning into white plumes of steam that hissed into the freezing night air. Boom. A low, resonant hum echoed from within his bones, not a physical sound, but a spiritual pulse that vibrated through the granite beneath his feet. The hair on his arms stood on end, and small pebbles near his boots began to hover an inch off the ground, caught in the localized gravitational distortion of compressed primordial energy. William opened his eyes. His pupils were not dark brown, nor were they the wild amber of a standard werewolf. They were two pools of pure, tranquil gold, shining with an ancient, divine clarity that seemed to see through the fabric of the physical world. He drove his fist downward in a smooth, controlled straight punch, not touching the granite slab, but stopping 3 inches above the stone. Thump. There was no explosion of fire. There was no loud, shattering noise. Instead, an invisible beam of sheer kinetic weight shot out from his knuckle. The solid granite beneath his fist, 3 feet thick and tested by centuries of winter frost, dissolved silently into fine, microscopic black powder across a 5-foot radius. The surrounding stone remained completely untouched, cleanly sheared as if cut by a master mason's chisel. William withdrew his hand, letting out a long, slow breath. The golden light in his veins receded, flowing back into his marrow. His eyes softened, returning to their deep brown hue, though the faint amber flecks remained embedded deep within his pupils. He looked down at his uninjured hand, his fingers opening and closing smoothly. Precision, William murmured into the cold wind, his voice deep and steady. Not just raw force. The first alpha was not a monster of destruction, he was a pillar of absolute balance. He reached for his dark shirt and jacket resting on a nearby boulder. As he pulled the thick fabric over his broad shoulders, his mind drifted miles away to the third-floor apartment in the university district. He could faintly hear, even across 20 miles of mountain wilderness, the rhythmic, peaceful cadence of Lisa's breathing as she slept safely under her warm blanket. A soft, warm expression softened his sharp, majestic features. He adjusted his jacket, stepped off the ledge, and melted into the shadowed forest like an invisible guardian of the night. Chapter 42, Border Skirmish. The southern border of House Shadow Ray's ancestral domain met the rugged territory of the Iron Fang Pack, a ruthless, nomadic werewolf clan known for their brutal physical combat and complete disregard for international supernatural treaties. For decades, the Iron Fangs had remained dormant in the high western peaks, held back by the fearsome reputation of the Shadow Ray Pack elders. But as rumors of internal strife, vampire encroachment, and a declining alpha lineage spread through the region, the Iron Fangs had begun to test the edges of the border. The sun was low on the horizon, casting blood-red light through the dense pine trunks along the outer ridge line. A squad of 5 Iron Fang scouts, massive, scarred men wearing heavy wolf furs and carrying rusted iron axes, stood over the shattered wooden marker post that defined the Shadow Ray territory line. "They're getting soft," the Iron Fang squad leader growled, spitting a mouthful of dark tobacco onto the splintered wood. His eyes were wild, yellow, and bloodshot. House Shadow Ray used to execute anyone who stepped within a mile of this ridge. Now, their patrols don't even show up until dusk. Lord Lucian is too busy playing politician in the city, another thug laughed, kicking a broken border stone down the ravine. "They say the old patriarch is dying, and his sons are fighting like dogs over the bone. We take this ridge today, and by winter, we take their valley hunting grounds." "Is that so?" A cold, sharp voice echoed from the thicket above. The 5 Iron Fang thugs spun around, drawing their weapons. Stepping out from the shadowed pine branches were 6 high-ranking Shadow Ray enforcers, led by a stern pack elder named Gabriel. Gabriel was a grizzled veteran with a scarred face, his eyes flashing a dangerous silver as he unsheathed the heavy steel broadsword. "Iron Fang dogs," Gabriel sneered, his silver aura flaring up around his body, making the dry pine needles beneath his boots dance. "You dare cross the line set by our ancestors. You think House Shadow Ray is weak because we permit you to exist in the mountains. You talk too much, old man." The Iron Fang leader bellowed, his muscles expanding as his face elongated into a terrifying, half-wolf snout. "Raagh." The 5 Iron Fang warriors transformed simultaneously into massive, 8-foot-tall lichen beasts, their dark fur bristling with feral energy. They lunged forward, their heavy claws tearing through the dirt, aiming to butcher the Shadow Ray patrol. Gabriel and his men met the charge head-on. The thick forest erupted into a brutal, bloody clash of steel, claws, and roaring bloodline energy. Trees were snapped like twigs under the impact of crashing bodies. Gabriel fought with veteran precision, his silver-infused steel blade biting deep into an attacker's shoulder, but the Iron Fangs fought with unhinged, suicidal frenzy. "Hold the line," Gabriel shouted, parrying a savage claw strike from the Iron Fang leader. "Do not let them push past the ridge." A second Iron Fang beast leapt from a high boulder, driving Gabriel into the damp earth and shattering his steel blade with a heavy iron axe strike. Gabriel gasped, his silver aura flickering violently as 2 dark claws pinned his arms to the ground, a pair of dripping, razor-sharp fangs snapping inches from his throat. "Your bloodline is dead, Shadow Ray," the Iron Fang leader roared, raising his heavy axe high above Gabriel's head. Suddenly, a tall, black-coated figure stepped out from behind a thick pine tree 50 feet away. William had been heading back toward the university road after his night training when the sound of rending steel and feral roars drew him to the ridge. He hadn't intended to intervene in pack business, but seeing his former pack elders about to be slaughtered on the border activated an instinctual duty he could not ignore. William didn't shift. He didn't draw a blade. He simply took a single, heavy step forward. Thud. A shockwave of sheer, suffocating gravity exploded outward from his boots, rippling across the forest floor. The Iron Fang leader's axe froze midair. The 4 other beasts stopped dead in their tracks, their feral roars cut short, replaced by sudden, suffocating gasps. The air pressure dropped so violently that the leaves stopped falling. William walked forward with measured, calm strides. His dark eyes held a cold, terrifying stillness that made every wolf on the ridge, Iron Fang and Shadow Ray alike, feel as though an ancient god had just descended from the heavens. Release him, William said softly. The Iron Fang leader tried to growl, tried to force his heavy arms to bring the axe down, but his body refused to obey. The sheer, overwhelming alpha pressure emanating from William crushed his nervous system, forcing his knees to buckle. The massive beast collapsed onto his side, whimpering pathetically as he released Gabriel. The remaining 4 Iron Fang thugs dropped their weapons, falling to their knees, their snouts pressed flat into the cold mud, paralyzed by pure biological terror. Gabriel looked up from the ground, his eyes wide in absolute, disbelieving shock as he stared at the towering youth standing before him. William, Gabriel whispered, his voice trembling violently. Is that you? William did not answer the elder. He looked down at the cowering Iron Fang leader, his voice carrying a cold, absolute authority that echoed through the mountain valley. Take your men and retreat beyond the high peaks, William commanded quietly. Tell your chief that if an Iron Fang steps across this line again, I will visit your pack house personally. Yes, my lord. Yes. The Iron Fang leader choked out, scrambling backward on his hands and knees, completely broken by the aura. He gestured frantically to his men, and the 5 beasts fled into the western wilderness like whipped dogs, vanishing into the shadows. William turned his back, preparing to leave the silent ridge. William, wait. Gabriel called out, struggling to his feet, his mind reeling from the unbelievable display of power from the boy everyone had considered a defective runt. Your power. Your eyes. What happened to you? William paused, looking back over his shoulder, his dark eyes solemn. Tell Lucian the borders are clear, William said quietly. And tell him to keep his eyes on the city. Without another word, William stepped into the thick brush and vanished, leaving Gabriel standing alone on the quiet ridge in stunned, reverent silence. Chapter 43, Trapped. The fog in the lower valley near the abandoned rail yards was thick enough to swallow light entirely. Ethan and Maya Shadow Ray walked along the rusty, overgrown train tracks, flanked by 4 elite Shadow Ray guards. They were conducting a high-priority border patrol assigned by Lucian, who wanted to ensure the Vampire Coven was respecting the agreed 3-day buffer zone. Ethan walked with a sullen, angry posture, his hands thrust deep into his leather jacket pockets. His knuckles were still sore from his encounter with William days ago, and his pride had been completely shattered. This is ridiculous, Ethan muttered, kicking a rusted rail spike off the track. Why are we doing grunt patrol work? Lucian should be out here himself if he cares so much about the vampires. Shut up, Ethan, Maya snapped, her sharp eyes constantly scanning the dense fog. Her instincts were hyper-alert, her ears twitching at every small sound. Something feels wrong. It's too quiet. Even the crickets have stopped. The 4 guards behind them drew their short silver blades, their eyes flashing nervous amber in the gloom. Suddenly, the air temperature plummeted into a bone-chilling freeze. Swell. A dense, sweet, sickening scent of dried roses and copper flooded the misty air. Before Ethan could react, 4 pale shadows dropped silently from the steel girders of the abandoned water tower above, landing with terrifying precision in the center of their group. Schlit. In less than 2 seconds, before the Shadow Ray guards could even raise their swords, cold dark steel blades flashed through the fog. The 4 wolf guards collapsed to the ground, their throats severed cleanly, their blood soaking rapidly into the gravel tracks. Guards! Maya screamed, leaping backward, her silver aura exploding as her long claws extended. Ethan gasped in horror, drawing his own broad dagger, backing up until his spine hit Maya's back. From the surrounding fog, 6 more pale figures emerged, dressed in elegant dark coats, their red eyes glowing like burning embers in the mist. Stepping out from the center of the undead formation was Lord Cassian's chief enforcer, a tall, terrifying vampire elder named Vane. Vane held a thin, silver-hilted rapier, his pale face sculpted into a cruel, triumphant smile, his long fangs glistening with fresh blood. The twin prodigies of House Shadow Ray, Vane purred softly, his voice echoing from every direction in the mist. How convenient. Lord Cassian sent us to gather high-tier blood samples. And Lucian hands us his beloved siblings on a silver platter. Vane. Ethan spat, his voice shaking despite his best effort to sound brave. This is neutral territory. You are breaking the treaty signed at the ironworks. Vane let out a soft, mocking laugh that sent chills down Maya's spine. Treaties are written by the strong to control the weak, boy, Vane replied coldly. Your house is weak. Your patriarch is dying. And tonight, you two will become the ultimate leverage to force House Shadow Ray onto its knees. Vane raised his hand, gesturing to his surrounding enforcers. Disable their legs. Do not kill them yet, Lord Castian wants to drain their blood personally. Ethan, behind us. Maya yelled in panic. The 6 high-tier vampires blurred into motion simultaneously, attacking from every angle with blinding, supernatural speed. Maya fought like a cornered beast, her claws parrying razor-sharp strikes, but the vampires were ancient enforcers trained for bloodline warfare. Within seconds, a vampire strike broke Maya's left wrist, sending her spinning onto the gravel, coughing blood. Maya! Ethan screamed, lunging to protect her, but Vane appeared before him like a phantom. With a blindingly fast movement, Vane drove the pommel of his sword directly into Ethan's solar plexus, knocking the wind completely out of his lungs. Ethan collapsed beside his sister, gasping for air, his vision swimming in darkness as cold, clawed hands clamped down heavily onto his shoulders and legs, pinning him helplessly to the freezing tracks. Pathetic, Vane sneered, standing over the helpless twins, his dark blade pointing directly at Ethan's throat. Is this the famed future of House Shadow Ray? Ethan looked up into the vampire's glowing red eyes, pure terror and helpless despair filling his heart. He realized with absolute clarity that no one was coming to save them. Lucian was miles away in the city, the pack elders were unaware, and they were about to be dragged into the dark subterranean vaults of the coven to be bled dry. Is this where we die? Ethan thought in horror, tears of fear stinging his eyes as the cold steel pressed against his skin. Chapter 44, Unexpected Aid. The thick mist hanging over the abandoned rail yards was heavy with the metallic tang of fresh blood and the bitter stench of burning silver. Ethan lay pinned against the damp gravel, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Beside him, Maya was clutching her broken wrist, her face pale with shock and pain. Surrounding them were the pale, triumphant silhouettes of the vampire strike team. Vane, Lord Castian's chief enforcer, looked down at the sprawling twins with an expression of cold, predatory amusement. Bind their arms, Vane commanded, his voice dripping with arrogance as he wiped a speck of dust from his dark coat. Lord Castian is waiting at the sub-level laboratory. Once we extract their high-grade marrow, House Shadow Ray will have no choice but to surrender the Northern Territory. 2 enforcers stepped forward, pulling heavy iron chains forged with dark blood runes from their coats. Ethan gritted his teeth, tears of sheer frustration and helplessness brimming in his eyes. For all his boasting, for all his arrogance as a prodigy of his pack, he was completely helpless. He was going to be dragged into the dark, bled like cattle, and used to destroy his own family. Lucian will hunt you down. Ethan choked out, his voice trembling violently. He'll tear your coven apart. Vane chuckled, a dry, grating sound that cut through the foggy night. Lucian is a fool who thinks politics can substitute for ancient power. He won't even know you're gone until your empty husks are delivered to his doorstep. Vane raised his thin rapier, pointing the gleaming steel tip directly at Ethan's shoulder to force him onto his knees. Then, the world went dead silent. It was not a gradual quiet, but an abrupt, terrifying cessation of all ambient sound. The distant hum of city traffic died instantly. The howling wind through the rusted water tower ceased. Even the fog itself seemed to freeze in midair, suspending thousands of microscopic water droplets in the darkness. Vane's eyes narrowed, his elongated fangs reflexively extending as a sudden, ice-cold chill shot down his undead spine. Thud. A single, heavy footstep echoed through the rail yard. It didn't sound like a normal human or wolf step. It sounded like an iron pillar striking the earth, sending a low, resonant vibration through the gravel tracks that vibrated directly into the bones of every creature present. From the thickest layer of gray fog 50 yards down the tracks, a towering figure materialized. William walked slowly into the faint light of a flickering lamp post. He wore his long dark coat over his simple black shirt. He had been conducting his late-night physical conditioning along the upper ridge when the sharp, distinct scent of Shadow Ray blood, mixed with the putrid copper of vampire enforcers, had cut through the crisp air. He had every reason to walk away. Ethan and Maya had tormented him for 19 years. They had beaten him, mocked his sealed core, left him bleeding in the mountain dirt, and sought to ruin his peace with Lisa. They were the very embodiment of the cruelty that had made his childhood a living nightmare. Yet, as William stared at his terrified younger siblings cowering on the gravel, something ancient and unyielding within his refined primordial bloodline stirred. He was not a monster who let children be butchered by undead leeches. He was an alpha. William. Maya gasped, her voice barely a whisper as she stared through the fog at the massive silhouette. Her mind scrambled to make sense of his presence. What? Why are you here? Vane turned his sharp, pale face toward the newcomer, his red eyes burning with cold irritation. Another wolf stray. You arrived at an unfortunate time, boy. Kill him quickly. Two vampire enforcers blurred into motion instantly. They were high-tier killers, moving at a speed that rendered them invisible to ordinary human eyes, their razor-sharp claws aimed directly at William's throat and heart. William didn't even draw his hands from his coat pockets. As the first vampire reached his side, William simply shifted his left shoulder half an inch. The precise, minimal movement caused the vampire's lethal claw strike to miss by a hair's breadth, cutting only empty air. Before the creature could adjust its momentum, William raised his left foot and drove a brutal, short-range side kick straight into the vampire's midsection. Bang! The impact sounded like a cannon shot. The high-tier vampire was launched backward like an artillery shell, hurtling 300 yards through the fog before slamming into a steel railcar with enough force to cave the metal inward, crushing the creature's upper torso instantly. The second vampire froze midair in sheer disbelief, but William's hand flashed out from his pocket like a strike of lightning. William caught the second vampire cleanly by the throat mid-flight. The creature thrashing wildly, beating its claws against William's broad forearm, but William's arm remained as solid as forged titan steel. You are trespassing, William said softly, his voice echoing with a calm, terrifying resonance. With a simple, effortless flick of his wrist, William slammed the vampire head first into the concrete railway foundation. The stone shattered, and the vampire went completely limp, its core shattered beyond recovery. In less than 3 seconds, 2 elite Coven enforcers had been annihilated without William shifting a single inch of his foot posture. Vane backed up 2 full paces, his rapier trembling in his hand as his eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated horror. Ethan and Maya sat frozen on the gravel, their jaws open, their minds entirely paralyzed by the display of absolute, nonchalant violence. Who are you? Vane shrieked, his silk-like voice cracking in pure panic. That physical density, that speed. You aren't a normal wolf. William took another slow, measured step forward, his broad frame blocking out the light of the lamp post behind him, casting a massive shadow over the broken rail yard. I am the one who told Cassian to keep his leeches out of the city, William murmured, his dark eyes fixing Vane in a vice-like stare. And it seems he did not listen. Chapter 45 Primordial Might. The fog around the rail yard began to swirl violently, drawn into an invisible, low-pressure vortex centered around William's tall frame. Vane felt a wave of pure biological terror wash over his undead heart, an instinctual warning that had been buried deep within vampire ancestry for 3,000 years. The boy standing before him did not radiate the silver, aggressive aura of House Shadow Ray, nor did he smell like a common feral beast. He smelled like primordial sunfire. Kill him. All of you, kill him now. Vane screamed at the remaining 4 enforcers, his voice laced with unhinged panic. Use the blood blades. The 4 vampires let out guttural shrieks, slicing their own wrists to coat their dark steel daggers in volatile, corrosive blood magic. They surged forward from 4 different cardinal directions, executing a high-level coven sealing formation designed to butcher pack elders. William looked at the incoming blades with absolute, tranquil detachment. He closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, opening the internal valve of his cracked bloodline seal just a hair wider than he ever had before. Boom. He didn't mean to release a full explosion. He merely intended to channel a small surge of his internal heat to fortify his skin. But the primordial alpha core within him, responding to the threat, reacted like a dormant volcano receiving a spark. A blinding, golden shockwave exploded outward from William's chest. It was not a subtle pressure. It was a physical, kinetic hurricane of dense, golden light that erupted in a perfect 360-degree sphere. Crack. Bang. The 4 attacking vampires were caught in midair by the expanding golden light. The moment the divine aura touched their bodies, their blood magic was instantly vaporized. Their dark steel blades melted into useless liquid iron in a fraction of a second, and the sheer weight of the primordial pressure shattered their limbs, blowing all 4 attackers violently across the rail yard. They crashed into the surrounding brick walls and steel girders, rendered instantly unconscious, their bloodline cores shattered beyond repair. The heavy fog across the entire 3-block radius was completely blown away, revealing the clear, starlit night sky above. The gravel tracks beneath William's boots melted slightly, turning into a slick layer of dark glass from the brief, intense thermal burst. Vane was thrown back 10 feet by the edge of the shockwave, landing hard on his back. His rapier shattered into a dozen pieces. He looked up, coughing, his red eyes filled with a terrifying, weeping fear as he stared at William. William stood in the center of the cleared clearing. His coat was fluttering softly in the lingering hot wind. Beneath his dark bangs, his eyes were glowing with a brilliant, solid, sun-like gold that illuminated his sharp, sculpted face with divine authority. The faint, subtle golden veins tracing across his broad neck pulsed with an ancient power that made the very atmosphere bow down in submission. Ethan, sitting on the ground 10 feet away, covered his face with his arms to shield himself from the blinding light. He looked through his fingers at his elder brother's back. He felt the suffocating, divine pressure crushing down on his chest, a pressure so impossibly vast, so overwhelmingly superior to their father's or Lucian's, that Ethan felt like an ant standing before a mountain. This is William, Ethan thought, his mind breaking under the weight of the realization. The brother we beat. The runt we left in the dirt. He holds the power of a progenitor. William walked slowly over to Vane, stopping right beside the terror-stricken vampire enforcer. He looked down at Vane with those radiant, golden eyes. Tell Castian, William said, his deep voice carrying a thunderous, multi-layered resonance that echoed in Vane's mind like a divine decree, that if his coven takes one more step into this city, I will personally walk into his estate and burn it to ash. I will. I promise. Vane choked out, tears of blood leaking from his red eyes as he scrambled backward on his hands and knees, completely broken in mind and spirit. William did not strike him further. He simply watched as Vane scrambled up and fled into the night like a terrified shadow, abandoning his fallen comrades without looking back once. The golden light in William's eyes slowly receded, dimming back into his deep, gentle dark brown pupils. The suffocating pressure vanished, leaving the cool, fresh night air to settle back over the quiet rail yard. William turned around slowly. Ethan and Maya were still huddled on the ground, trembling violently, staring up at him as if he were a divine judgment made flesh. Maya was clutching her broken wrist, her face pale, her cat-like eyes wide with a mixture of reverence and absolute terror. William walked over to them, his heavy, measured footsteps sounding soft against the gravel now. He knelt down smoothly in front of Maya. Maya instinctively shrank back, biting her lip, expecting a brutal retaliation for the years of cruelty she had inflicted upon him. Instead, William reached out his large, warm hand. His long fingers gently touched her broken wrist. A tiny, soothing trace of refined golden warmth flowed from his palm into her injured joint. Instantly, the swelling subsided, the fractured bone knitted back together with a soft click, and the agonizing pain vanished entirely. Maya gasped, looking down at her fully healed wrist in utter shock, then up into William's calm, gentle eyes. Can you both walk? William asked softly, his deep voice entirely devoid of malice, anger, or triumph. He spoke to them with the quiet, protective care of an elder brother. Ethan swallowed hard, his throat dry as bone. William, why did you save us? After everything we did to you. William stood up to his full, towering height, looking down at them under the starlight. His broad shoulders blocked the cool wind, shielding them just as he had shielded Lisa. Because you are still my family, William replied quietly, his dark eyes carrying a profound, unshakable depth. And because I do not let predators hunt my blood. He turned his back on them, pulling his coat tight around his chest as he began to walk away toward the city road. Go back to the estate, Ethan, William called over his shoulder, his voice carrying a quiet, final instruction. And do not speak of what you saw tonight to Father or Lucian. The time for House Shadow Ray to know the truth has not yet come. Ethan and Maya sat on the gravel long after William's tall silhouette had vanished into the darkness, their hearts beating with a deep, complex mixture of overwhelming relief, profound shame, and an unshakable, newfound reverence for the brother they had once deemed worthless. Chapter 46, Stunned Silence. The silence that settled over the abandoned rail yard was heavier than the dense, unnatural fog that had filled it minutes prior. The golden hurricane unleashed by William had swept the sky clean, leaving the vast blue-black expanse of the midnight sky exposed. Stars flickered overhead like cold, distant diamonds, casting a silver sheen over the cracked concrete, shattered railcars, and melted gravel tracks. Ethan and Maya remained frozen on the ground, sitting amid the debris of the high-tier vampire strike team. The heat that had radiated from William's body still lingered in the air, a faint, sweet scent of sun-baked earth and ancient ozone that made every nerve ending in their bodies tingle with residual energy. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke. Ethan stared down at his own trembling hands resting on his knees. His knuckles were bruised, caked with dry gravel dust, but otherwise unharmed. His chest still ached from where Vane's sword pommel had struck him, but the suffocating terror that had paralyzed his heart moments ago was entirely gone. Beside him, Maya held her left arm out, flexing her wrist in disbelieving slow motion. The bone had been fractured in two places, a brutal, agonizing injury that should have required weeks of painful, slow wolf regeneration or specialized pack medicine. Yet, with a mere touch from William's palm and a microscopic thread of golden warmth, the swelling had vanished, the sharp pain had evaporated, and the joint moved with fluid, flawless precision. He healed me, Maya whispered. Her voice was barely a breath, cracking beneath the weight of utter bewilderment. Without a ritual, without a focus, just a touch. Ethan didn't reply. His jaw was set so tightly that his teeth ground together, but it was not in anger. It was in sheer, unadulterated shock. His mind was frantically replaying the past 19 years of his life. He remembered the grand hall of the Shadow Ray estate, where their father, Patriarch Garin, had declared William a defective disgrace to their bloodline. He remembered the harsh winters in the mountain courtyard where Lucian had pushed William into the freezing snow, mocking his thin frame and sealed veins. He remembered his own cruel laughs, the times he had tripped William in the corridors, and the arrogance with which he had shoved William on the mountain cliff just weeks ago. A defective runt, Ethan thought, his stomach churning violently with a sickening mixture of humiliation and dread. That's what we called him. That's what the entire pack called him. Yet the man who had just stood before them was not a runt. He was not defective. He had dismantled 6 high-tier vampire enforcers, creatures that had butchered their 4 elite Shadow Ray bodyguards in seconds, without drawing a single weapon. He had caught an elite killer midair by the throat and crushed the concrete foundation with his bare hand. And then there was the aura. Ethan shuddered, a cold tremor running down his spine. The golden light that had erupted from William's chest was unlike anything documented in the archives of House Shadow Ray. Their father's silver alpha aura was sharp, cold, and oppressive like a steel blade. Lucian's aura was aggressive, wild, and dark. William's aura had felt like the sun itself had descended onto the earth, an ancient, absolute, divine weight that didn't just demand submission, it rendered every lesser bloodline completely irrelevant. Ethan, Maya murmured, turning her pale face toward him. Her cat-like eyes, usually filled with sharp, condescending malice, were wide and glossy with lingering fear. What was that golden light? Is that even a wolf aura? I don't know, Ethan choked out, his voice hoarse. He dragged his hand over his face, wiping away the cold sweat that had gathered along his hairline. I've never seen anything like it. I've never read about anything like it. He stood right in front of Vane, Maya continued, her words tumbling out in a panic, disorganized rush as her brain tried to process the impossible reality. Vane had dark blood magic daggers. They can cut through an alpha's hide. But William didn't even dodge. The energy coming off him just melted the steel. It turned the blades into liquid iron. She pointed a trembling finger at the ground 3 feet away. Ethan looked down. Where the 4 vampire enforcers had lunged at William, the gravel tracks had literally melted into a smooth, dark layer of volcanic glass. The heat required to achieve such a state in a fraction of a second was terrifying beyond comprehension. He saved us, Maya whispered, her eyes dropping to the glass track. Why did he save us? After everything. After what we did to him at the estate. Why wouldn't he just let the vampires take us? Ethan remembered William's parting words, spoken with that calm, heavy resonance that still echoed in the deep chambers of his chest, because you are still my family. And because I do not let predators hunt my blood. The words burned hotter than any insult or physical strike Ethan had ever received. If William had gloated, if he had beaten them, or if he had demanded that they bow down and beg for their lives, Ethan's stubborn pride might have found a way to nurse a bitter grudge. But William had done none of those things. He had looked at them not with hatred, not with revenge, but with the quiet, profound, protective sorrow of a true elder brother looking at foolish children who had wandered into a den of monsters. He didn't save us because he likes us, Ethan said quietly, his voice hollow as he stared into the empty, starlit sky where William had vanished. He saved us because to him, we are his responsibilities, even when we hated him. A suffocating, heavy silence fell over them once more as the full weight of their profound inadequacy washed over them. Standing in the middle of the ruined rail yard, surrounded by the physical proof of an ancient power they couldn't hope to comprehend, the twin prodigies of House Shadow Ray felt smaller than they ever had in their lives. Chapter 47, Unspoken Agreement. The early morning fog had returned by the time Ethan and Maya reached the outer gate of the Shadow Ray Regional Estate on the western outskirts of the city. The estate was a sprawling, Gothic fortress built of gray stone, surrounded by tall wrought iron fences and guarded by heavily armed pack warriors. To the outside world, it was the private residence of an influential old money family. To the supernatural world, it was the nerve center of one of the most dangerous werewolf clans in the Northern Territory. Ethan and Maya walked through the iron gate in complete silence. They had cleaned the gravel dust from their clothes at a gas station washroom 3 miles back, and Maya had carefully hidden her previously broken wrist inside her jacket pocket. Yet, despite their neat appearance, both of them carried an uncharacteristic, subdued stillness that immediately caught the attention of the estate guards. In the past, the twins would strut through the courtyard, shouting orders, complaining about the quality of their gear, or bragging about their patrol records. Today, they walked with their heads lowered, their footsteps measured, completely devoid of their usual sharp arrogance. As they crossed the stone courtyard toward the main hall, the massive oak doors swung open. Lucian Shadow Ray stepped out onto the wide stone porch, flanked by 2 senior pack elders. Lucian wore his dark leather combat coat, his sharp, handsome face twisted into a scowl of impatience. His silver-tinged alpha aura flickered subtly around his shoulders, radiating his constant, aggressive need for dominance. "Where have you two been?" Lucian barked, his voice echoing across the courtyard as he descended the steps. The border patrol was supposed to report back to the command room at 3 in the morning. It's almost 6. Ethan and Maya stopped 10 paces away, instinctively straightening their postures, though neither met Lucian's eyes directly. Lucian's sharp eyes scanned the twins, taking in their clean but slightly rumpled clothes. "Where are the 4 guards I assigned to your squad? Why didn't they return with you?" Maya's throat caught. She looked at Ethan, her fingers twitching nervously inside her pocket. This was the moment. They were standing before the eldest son, the heir apparent of House Shadow Ray. All they had to do was tell the truth, that a high-tier vampire strike team led by Vane had ambushed them in neutral territory, butchered their guards, and nearly captured them for blood harvesting. If they told Lucian, the pack would immediately mobilize. Patriarch Garin would declare full-scale war on Lord Castian's coven, and the entire military weight of House Shadow Ray would descend upon the city. And if they told the truth, they would also have to explain who saved them. They would have to explain that William, the defective runt, the exile, the brother whom Lucian had personally beaten and humiliated for years, had stepped out of the fog and obliterated the entire vampire strike team with a single burst of divine, golden power. Lucian's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits as he watched their hesitation. He stepped closer, his heavy boots clicking sharply against the stone. "I asked you a question," Lucian growled, his silver aura flaring with cold menace. "Did you encounter the vampires? Did you lose your guards because of your incompetence?" Ethan looked up slowly. For the first time in his life, as he looked at Lucian's aggressive, flaring silver aura, Ethan didn't feel awe or respect. Compared to the blinding, sun-like majesty that had erupted from William in the rail yard, a power so vast it had turned gravel into glass and melted dark blood steel in midair, Lucian's silver aura looked small. It looked loud, undisciplined, and utterly primitive. If Lucian knows, Ethan thought, a sudden, sharp coldness gripping his heart. He will see William as a threat to his succession. He will gather the pack elders and try to hunt William down before William can claim the alpha seat. Ethan remembered William's final instruction before he vanished into the dark: "Do not speak of what you saw tonight to Father or Lucian. The time for House Shadow Ray to know the truth has not yet come." Maya looked at Ethan, her cat-like eyes silently pleading with him. In that single, fleeting eye contact, an unspoken agreement was forged between the twins, an absolute, unshakable pact born of fear, shame, and a strange, newly awakened reverence for their elder brother. They could not reveal William's secret. Not only because they were terrified of what William might do to them if they disobeyed his direct command, but because deep down, for the very first time, they recognized who the true alpha of House Shadow Ray really was. "We were ambushed near the abandoned rail yards, Lucian," Ethan spoke, his voice smooth, cold, and remarkably steady. Lucian froze, his eyebrows arching. "Ambushed? By whom?" "A low-tier vampire raiding party," Ethan lied seamlessly, keeping his eyes fixed on Lucian's chin. "There were about 8 of them. They caught our guards off guard in the fog and killed them before we could engage." "And how did you two survive?" Lucian demanded, leaning in, his tone suspicious and sharp. "Vampire raiding parties don't leave Shadow Ray bloodlines alive." Maya stepped forward, drawing her left hand smoothly from her pocket and displaying her completely uninjured wrist. "We fought them off," she lied quietly, her voice carrying a calm confidence that mimicked the quiet tone William had used. Ethan drew their leader's attention, and I used a silver flare to blind them. Once they realized we were reinforced by the nearby city patrol, they retreated into the lower sewers. Lucian stared at the twins for several agonizing seconds, searching their faces for any sign of deception. In the past, the twins were terrible liars, their arrogance always gave them away when they tried to cover up their mistakes. But today, their expressions were unreadable, stone-cold, and entirely devoid of panic. Lucian let out a harsh, irritated scoff, turning his back on them. Fools. Losing 4 elite guards to a low-tier raiding party is an embarrassment. If father weren't currently resting in his private quarters, he would have you both whipped in the courtyard for such carelessness. We accept full responsibility, eldest brother, Ethan replied softly, bowing his head slightly. Lucian paused, looking back over his shoulder in genuine surprise. Ethan had never accepted responsibility for anything in his entire life without throwing a violent tantrum. The sudden change in his younger brother's demeanor was unnerving. Go to your quarters and clean yourselves up, Lucian ordered curtly, waving his hand in dismissal. And stay out of the city for the rest of the week. The coven is getting bolder, and I won't have my siblings dragged into a public scandal before the winter summit. Yes, Lucian, the twins answered in unison. They walked past Lucian and the pack elders, stepping into the grand stone hallway of the estate. As the heavy oak doors closed behind them, blocking out the cold morning air, Ethan and Maya stopped near the grand staircase. The hallway was lined with oil paintings of former Shadow Ray patriarchs, formidable alpha wolves who had ruled the northern mountains with terror and iron fists for generations. Maya looked up at the main portrait at the top of the stairs, Patriarch Garin, their father, standing tall and proud in his full alpha coat. Ethan, Maya whispered, leaning closer to her brother. What happens when father summons William to the winter summit? Ethan looked up at the portrait of his father, then turned his gaze toward the eastern window, looking out toward the distant university district where William was currently living his quiet life beside his human girl. Ethan's eyes held a deep, unshakable dread, mixed with a quiet, terrifying anticipation. Father thinks he is summoning a broken runt to be disciplined, Ethan murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly. Lucian thinks he is summoning a weak brother to be put in his place. He looked at Maya, his jaw tightening. They have no idea, Ethan said quietly, that the real monster of House Shadow Ray is coming home. Chapter 48, Midterm Season. The quiet rustle of turning textbook pages and the soft hum of an espresso machine provided a soothing backdrop inside the campus library's upper study lounge. Rain pattered rhythmically against the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, blurring the autumn foliage outside into soft watercolor strokes of amber and dark gold. For the rest of the world, the university district was locked in the frantic, caffeine-fueled panic of midterm week. For William and Lisa, however, sitting together in a secluded nook near the back archives, it was a rare sanctuary of perfect peace. Lisa sat with her legs pulled up onto the cushioned leather armchair, a high-contrast yellow highlighter held firmly between her teeth as she flipped through a dense European history text. Her brown hair was gathered into a loose, messy bun, a few stray locks framing her slender face. Across the wide oak table sat William. To anyone passing by, he looked like the ultimate model student, impossibly handsome, impossibly broad, and deeply attentive. He wore a heavy gray knit sweater that emphasized the sheer width of his shoulders, his long, sculpted fingers turning the thin pages of an ancient manuscript with delicate precision. His heightened senses, refined by the steadily expanding primordial core in his chest, captured every detail of the room, the steady rhythm of Lisa's breathing, the faint scent of vanilla perfume lingering on her collarbone, and the gentle, sweet warmth radiating from her small frame. William, Lisa murmured softly, pulling the highlighter from her lips and resting her chin on her hand as she looked across at him. Are you actually reading page 420, or have you been staring at the same line for 10 minutes? William paused, his dark eyes lifting from the page to meet hers. A faint, extraordinarily rare smirk touched the corner of his sculpted lips. I was reflecting on the economic impacts of the trade routes, William replied smoothly, his deep, resonant voice dropping to a velvet whisper that vibrated softly in the quiet corner. Liar, Lisa giggled softly, leaning forward over the wooden table, her hazel eyes sparkling with playful affection. You were spacing out. Don't think I haven't noticed how tired you look lately. You've been working late in the archive rooms again, haven't you? William's gaze softened into an expression of profound tenderness. He didn't mention the midnight training sessions on the freezing mountain peaks, nor the continuous effort it took to compress his expanding primordial heat so it wouldn't leak into the atmosphere. I work best when the nights are quiet, William murmured softly. He reached his large hand across the polished oak table, laying his palm flat, open, and waiting. Lisa didn't hesitate. She slid her smaller, delicate hand into his broad palm, her fingers interlacing naturally with his. The steady, soothing warmth radiating from his skin instantly washed away the dull ache in her shoulders from hours of studying. You don't have to carry everything alone, you know, Lisa whispered, her voice full of sweet, unshakable sincerity as her thumb gently brushed the back of his hand. I know there are things about your family, about your world, that you aren't ready to tell me yet. But when we're here, like this, you're just William, my William. The word "my" echoed in William's chest, causing the golden light deep within his marrow to ripple with a quiet, blissful harmony. He turned his hand over, wrapping his long fingers gently around hers, holding her hand with exquisite, protective care. That is all I ever want to be, William promised softly, looking straight into her eyes with an unyielding devotion. For the next 3 hours, the supernatural war, the political schemes of House Shadow Ray, and the threats of the vampire coven ceased to exist. They shared a quiet slice of apple pastry, quizzed each other on dates and theories, and exchanged soft, knowing smiles whenever their hands brushed over shared notes. As the evening light faded into deep indigo, Lisa rested her head on William's shoulder, her breathing slowing into a comfortable, sleepy rhythm. William sat completely still, letting her rest against his broad chest, his arm wrapping securely around her waist to keep her warm against the damp autumn chill. In this small corner of the world, shielded by his massive frame and unyielding heart, she was safe. And for William, that simple reality made every trial he had endured worth living through. Chapter 49, The Command. The tranquil peace of midterm week shattered 3 days later. It was a cold, foggy Thursday afternoon when William returned to his small off-campus apartment after walking Lisa safely to her afternoon literature seminar. The moment William stepped through his wooden front door, his posture instantly stiffened. The ambient temperature in his living room had dropped significantly, carrying a heavy, metallic scent that smelled of old blood, cold steel, and pine needles. Standing near the window, staring out at the misty city street, was a high-ranking pack messenger dressed in a formal black coat bearing the iron crest of House Shadow Ray. You walk into an uninvited room with poor manners, messenger, William said coldly, shutting the door behind him with a quiet click. The messenger turned around slowly. He was a veteran wolf warrior, his eyes flicking over William's broad silhouette with an underlying tone of cold dismissiveness. He still saw William through the lens of the old pack rumors, the defective, sealed runt who had fled to the human city to hide. I am here on official business from the Central Mountain Council, William, the messenger spoke, his voice dry and rigid as he pulled a heavy, wax-sealed parchment scroll from his coat. Patriarch Garin has issued an absolute decree. The messenger broke the dark crimson wax seal, unrolling the scroll before holding it up. By order of the Alpha Patriarch, the messenger declared loudly, all blood descendants of House Shadow Ray, regardless of rank, status, or condition, are hereby summoned to the ancestral mountain estate. The mandatory ancestral blood trials will commence at the winter solstice. William stood unmoving, his face carved from dark marble. The ancestral blood trials were a brutal, ancient tradition within House Shadow Ray. Held once every 5 years, the trial forced every child of the bloodline to enter the subterranean stone arenas beneath the estate, proving their physical strength, bloodline density, and combat readiness before the assembled pack elders. In the past, these trials had been a nightmare for William. When he was 14, his sealed core had rendered him incapable of generating a standard silver wolf aura. Lucian and Ethan had used the trial as a public spectacle, beating him bloody in front of hundreds of laughing pack members while Patriarch Garin watched from his stone throne with cold, disgusted indifference. And if I refuse? William asked quietly, his deep voice carrying a strange, dangerous stillness. The messenger let out a contemptuous scoff, tossing the scroll onto the wooden dining table. Refusal is treason against the bloodline, boy. Patriarch Garin has made it clear, any child who fails to appear will be declared an exile, stripped of their name, and hunted down by the pack enforcers. The messenger stepped closer, looking down his nose at William. Ethan and Maya have already returned to the estate. Lucian is preparing the arena grounds. Do not think your quiet life in this human city protects you, William. You are a Shadow Ray, and you will bow before the Patriarch's throne just like the rest. William did not argue. He did not raise his voice. He simply looked into the messenger's eyes. For a single, micro-millisecond, William allowed a microscopic sliver of his compressed primordial presence to touch the air between them. Boom. The messenger's breath was violently cut off. The veteran warrior's knees buckled instinctively as a wave of sheer, cosmic terror slammed into his soul. Cold sweat drenched his back instantly, his vision swimming as his biological wolf instincts screamed at him to drop to his knees and beg for mercy before an ancient god. Before the messenger could fall to the floor, William withdrew the pressure completely, leaving the air quiet once more. The messenger gasped desperately for air, clutching his chest, his pale face dripping with sweat as he stared at William in absolute, terrifying bewilderment. Tell my father, William spoke, his voice low, calm, and heavier than a falling mountain, that I will attend. The messenger scrambled backward, nearly tripping over his own boots in his haste to open the door. He fled out into the foggy corridor without uttering another word, his footsteps echoing in frantic panic down the stairwell. William looked down at the scroll on the table, his dark eyes narrowing into cold, brilliant slits. Chapter 50, The Turning Point. Night had fallen over the mountain pass leading away from the city. William stood on the edge of the scenic overlook overlooking the university district, the cold wind whipping his long dark coat around his broad ankles. Below, the city lights flickered like a sea of fallen stars under the misty autumn sky. He had spent the evening with Lisa, walking her through the quiet campus park, holding her small hand tightly within his, memorizing the sweet melody of her laugh and the radiant warmth of her hazel eyes. He had not told her about the brutal trials waiting for him in the mountains, but he had held her close against his chest before saying goodbye, making a silent, sacred vow in his heart that he would return to her side no matter what blood spilled on the stone floors of his father's estate. Crack. Deep within William's chest, the ancient primordial seal gave way entirely. The hairline fracture that had been opening over the past months finally expanded across the entirety of the black ice core. The internal barrier shattered into a million microscopic fragments, dissolving completely into his spiritual sea. Boom. A golden, divine light erupted through William's physical vessel. His muscles, bones, nerves, and organs were instantly saturated with the full, unbridled majesty of the first alpha. His physical frame underwent its final, majestic refinement, his broad shoulders broadened further, his stature rising to a majestic, imposing perfection, and his skin radiating a faint, sun-like luminescence that cleared the falling frost for 10 yards in every direction. He raised his eyes toward the dark, jagged mountain peaks in the north, where House Shadow Ray sat in its stone fortress, arrogant, cruel, and oblivious to the storm arriving at its gates. They expected the frail, defective runt they had beaten and exiled 19 years ago. They expected a broken boy who would crawl into the arena and bleed for their amusement. William reached down, pulling his dark gloves over his large, powerful hands. His dark brown pupils transformed completely, bursting into two pools of brilliant, sun-like primordial gold that illuminated the foggy mountain pass with divine, terrifying authority. 19 years, William whispered into the howling wind, his deep voice carrying a thunderous, multi-layered resonance that vibrated through the ancient mountain stone. You judged me weak because I could not wield your silver blood. He took a step forward, his boot crushing the stone beneath him into fine powder as he began his journey toward the ancestral estate. Now, I will show you the power that birthed your world. He was no longer a hidden outcast. He was no longer a silent guardian hiding in the shadows of the university. The seal was broken, the primordial bloodline had awakened, and the true king of the monsters was finally going home. Chapter 51, The Blood Trials begin. The colossal stone amphitheaters of the Shadow Ray ancestral grounds were carved directly into the granite heart of Mount Cinder. For centuries, this bleak, wind-swept valley had served as the brutal crucible where generations of wolf bloodlines were tested, forged, or broken. Huge iron braziers lined the tiered stone galleries, sending thick plumes of black smoke and roaring orange flames up toward the overcast winter sky. The heavy air was suffocating, saturated with the metallic tang of dried blood, crushed pine, and the overwhelming, territorial pressure of nearly 1,000 assembled werewolves. Today marked the opening of the ancestral blood trials, the grand summit held once every 5 years where the three great families of the northern mountain provinces gathered to measure their strength, negotiate territorial borders, and evaluate the young prodigies of the rising generation. The grand gallery high above the central arena was divided into 3 distinct stone pavilions, each decorated with massive silk banners representing the noble bloodlines. To the west sat House Frosthound, their banners bearing a pale white winter wolf on a field of ice blue. Their pack elders sat rigid and cold, their silver blue eyes scanning the dirt arena below with disciplined, military precision. To the east sat House Iron Fang, the heavy, rough-hewn pavilion occupied by scarred, muscle-bound clan leaders wrapped in dark bear furs, their loud, feral laughter echoing across the stone seats as they tossed heavy iron tankards back and forth. And at the center, occupying the highest, most ornate marble dais, sat House Shadow Ray. Patriarch Garan Shadow Ray sat upon his tall granite throne, his long dark hair silvered at the temples, his face sculpted into a mask of harsh, absolute authority. His heavy fur cloak fell over broad shoulders that had led the pack through 3 territorial wars. Beside him sat Victoria, her posture immaculate in a sharp crimson gown, her sharp eyes scanning the crowds below with calculating precision. Nearby stood Ethan and Maya, surprisingly quiet, standing behind their father's throne with their hands folded, their faces unusually pale and solemn. The young bloods are energetic this cycle, Patriarch, an elder from House Frosthound remarked, leaning across the stone divider toward Garan. Though I hear your youngest, the sickly boy, William, was summoned from the human city as well. Will he be entering the ring, or will he merely observe from the servants' gallery? A few surrounding pack leaders let out soft, mocking snickers. The story of Garen's defective third son was legendary across the northern mountains, a boy born with locked marrow, unable to manifest even a basic silver wolf aura, relegated to living among fragile humans like an exile. Garen's cold gray eyes did not flicker. House Shadow Ray does not shelter weaklings, the patriarch spoke, his voice carrying a harsh, gravelly weight. He was summoned to fulfill his duty to the bloodline. If he cannot survive the preliminary entry, his name will be erased from the family ledger today. Ethan and Maya exchanged a quick, terrified glance behind their father's back, but neither dared to speak a word. Suddenly, a strange, sudden lull rippled through the lower entrance gates of the stone arena. The heavy, iron-bound oak doors at the southern archway groaned open, grinding slowly against the gravel floor. The iron-clad guards stationed at the threshold, massive, veteran warriors trained to intimidate incoming participants, instinctively stepped back 2 full paces, their heavy spears trembling slightly in their gauntleted hands. A single figure stepped out from the shadowed archway into the pale, freezing sunlight of the central grounds. It was not the frail, pale, stooped teenager that the pack elders remembered from 5 years ago. William walked into the arena with slow, measured, and absolute composure. He was dressed in an exquisitely tailored black wool coat over a charcoal suit, a sharp, modern attire that stood in stark contrast to the rough leather and heavy furs worn by the mountain warriors. The crisp, clean tailoring highlighted his staggering physical transformation. His broad shoulders filled out the coat with an imposing, iron-hard presence, his chest was vast and solid, and his posture was so effortlessly tall and erect that he dwarfed every guard standing near the archway. His dark hair was brushed back smoothly, framing a sharp, regal face carved from pristine marble. But it was his eyes that caught the light, deep, tranquil, and holding a distant, unfathomable depth that seemed to completely ignore the oppressive, feral energy suffocating the Colosseum. A profound, stunned silence rippled outward from the lower stone benches, rising like an invisible wave into the high noble galleries. Is that William? A pack warrior on the lower tier whispered, leaning over the stone railing in utter disbelief. That giant. They said he was bedridden in the city. Look at his posture. Look at those shoulders, a female warrior from House Frosthound murmured, her eyes wide as she tracked his movement. He doesn't look sick. He looks like a high noble warrior. High on the central dais, Victoria's manicured hand froze midair as she raised her wine glass. Her breath caught violently in her throat. The terrifying monster that had backed her down at the university gate was now standing in full view of the entire Northern Council, yet he carried himself not with wild aggression, but with the quiet, chilling elegance of an absolute king walking into his own courtyard. Patriarch Garen's heavy brow furrowed deeply. His cold gray eyes locked onto his third son's face, searching for any trace of the weak, trembling boy he had discarded years ago. He found none. William didn't look up at the noble galleries to seek his father's approval. He didn't bow to the elders, nor did he shrink under the suffocating pressure of 1,000 feral wolf auras. He simply walked to the center of the staging square, pulled off his dark leather gloves, and folded them neatly into his coat pocket, his face serene, patient, and terrifyingly calm. Chapter 52, Arena Battles. The preliminary combat trials began with brutal, unforgiving speed. The rules of the ancestral blood trials were simple. Warriors from the 3 houses were divided into age and rank divisions, entering the dirt arena to battle hand to hand until one fighter yielded, was knocked unconscious, or was thrown beyond the chalk perimeter line. Weapons were permitted, but bloodline energy and physical martial skill were the true measures evaluated by the judges. For the first 2 hours, the arena floor was a swirling storm of dust, roaring voices, and clashing steel. Young wolves from House Iron Fang fought with feral, animalistic rage, tearing through opponent after opponent with wild claws and heavy iron clubs. House Frosthound demonstrated icy, precise spearmanship, freezing the ground beneath their foes' boots with cold blood aura strikes. Through it all, William sat alone on a quiet stone bench on the edge of the participant staging area. He remained unmoving, his long legs crossed, his broad back resting lightly against the cold granite wall. He watched the brutal contests with polite, distant detachment, his dark eyes observing every fighter's footwork, energy distribution, and martial flaws without a single flicker of emotion. Then, the bell for the High Prodigy Division echoed across the valley. Next match. The chief arena herald bellowed, his voice amplified by blood rune loudspeakers. Lucian Shadow Ray of House Shadow Ray versus Commander Borgin of House Iron Fang. The crowd in the galleries erupted into a deafening roar of cheers and iron shields being struck. Lucian Shadow Ray stepped out onto the arena dirt to a wave of adulation from his pack. He wore custom black steel armor over his chest and shoulders, his sharp, handsome face twisted into an arrogant, confident grin. He carried no weapon, his broad hands were bare, his fingers flexed into loose claws. Opposite him stood Commander Borgin, a veteran Iron Fang warrior standing nearly 7 feet tall, covered in thick bear furs and wielding a massive, two-handed battle axe that glistened with dark oil. "Show me what the heir of Shadow Ray can do, boy." Borgin roared, his face elongating into a terrifying, half-wolf snout as a thick, dark green aura exploded around his body. Raagh. Borgin lunged forward, bringing the massive two-handed axe down in a devastating, vertical arc intended to split the arena floor in two. Lucian didn't even draw back his posture. As the heavy axe descended, Lucian's silver alpha aura erupted around his body like a blinding flash of lightning. His speed was terrifying. In a fraction of a second, Lucian stepped inside the axe's arc, dodging the heavy steel blade by a mere hair's breadth. Crack! Lucian drove a lightning-fast palm strike directly into Borgin's sternum. The silver energy infused in Lucian's palm detonated upon impact. The massive Iron Fang commander let out a choked gasp of agony as his iron armor shattered like cheap glass. Borgin's 7-foot frame was launched backward through the air, tumbling 30 yards across the dirt floor before crashing violently into the stone wall of the arena, unconscious before he even hit the ground. The crowd went wild. One strike. A single strike. The herald shouted frantically. Winner, Lucian Shadow Ray. Lucian didn't even look back at his fallen opponent. He wiped a microscopic speck of dust from his black steel shoulder guard, soaking in the thunderous applause from the noble galleries. For the next hour, the High Prodigy Division became Lucian's personal demonstration of absolute dominance. He fought 4 consecutive opponents, a high-ranking spearmaster from House Frosthound, a dual-dagger assassin from the Mountain Border Guards, and 2 senior pack instructors. Against every single one, Lucian moved with relentless, brutal perfection. He didn't just defeat his opponents, he dismantled them, using his silver alpha aura to crush their defenses in seconds, leaving them sprawling in the dust. By the end of his 5th match, Lucian stood alone in the center of the dirt arena, surrounded by fractured weapons and broken stone. His black armor was spotless, his breath calm, his silver aura swirling around his broad shoulders like a majestic, terrifying cloak. He raised his head toward the central pavilion, raising a clenched fist toward Patriarch Garin. "Is there no one else in the northern mountains who can offer me a true challenge?" Lucian shouted, his loud, arrogant voice echoing off the high stone walls of the Colosseum. The crowd cheered in agreement, convinced that the eldest son of Shadow Ray was truly invincible, the uncontested prime warrior of the new generation. Lucian turned his gaze slowly toward the participant staging area, his dark, arrogant eyes fixing directly onto William, who was still sitting quietly on his stone bench. Lucian's lips curled into a cold, mocking sneer. He extended his right arm, pointing his index finger straight at his younger brother's face in front of the entire assembled summit. "You've been sitting there in your expensive human suit all morning, William," Lucian called out, his voice laced with venomous contempt that carried across the quiet arena. "Why don't you step into the dirt and show our father what 19 years of living like a fragile human has taught you?" The gallery fell into a tense, breathless silence. 1,000 pairs of eyes turned away from the victorious heir, locking directly onto the dark-coated giant sitting quietly on the stone bench. Chapter 53, Called to the Ring. The silence that swept through the stone Colosseum was heavy, cold, and absolute. Thousands of eyes, from the scarred veterans of House Iron Fang to the icy strategists of House Frosthound, shifted away from Lucien's triumphant figure in the ring and locked onto the solitary bench at the edge of the staging square. High on the central pavilion, Patriarch Garin sat forward on his granite throne, his broad hands resting on the carved armrests. His dark brows knitted into a stern, unreadable line as he looked down at his third son. Victoria leaned over the marble railing, her heart pounding against her ribs in a sudden spike of anxiety. She had witnessed a mere fraction of William's pressure at the university gate. She knew that Lucien, in his blind, arrogant vanity, was walking straight into an abyss he couldn't possibly comprehend. Behind the Patriarch's chair, Ethan and Maya stood paralyzed. Ethan opened his mouth as if to call out to stop his elder brother from making a fatal mistake, but the words caught in his throat. He remembered the melted gravel in the rail yard. He remembered the divine, blinding sun fire that had dissolved blood steel in midair. Lucien, you fool, Ethan thought, cold sweat breaking out on his neck. You think you're calling out a sheep, but you're provoking a storm. In the ring, Lucien's sneer broadened as William didn't immediately jump up. The eldest brother took 3 slow, deliberate steps toward the staging square, his black steel boots leaving deep prints in the bloody dirt. What's the matter, William? Lucien taunted, his silver alpha aura flaring in aggressive, jagged waves that made the air shimmer with heat. Did living among the humans make your knees weak? Or are you waiting for Father to grant you permission to crawl back to the city? A wave of low, cruel laughter rippled through the upper galleries of House Iron Fang. To the mountain warriors who valued only raw, brutal physical dominance, William's immaculate black wool coat and polished posture seemed utterly out of place in an arena built for blood and iron. He shouldn't be in the ring, an Iron Fang elder scoffed loudly, tossing a bone onto the stone floor. The boy looks like he belongs in a bank, not an alpha's arena. Lucien will break his spine with a single backhand. William remained seated for 3 long seconds. He didn't look flustered. He didn't look angry. Slowly, smoothly, he uncrossed his long legs and stood up. The sheer, staggering height and physical density of his frame became immediately apparent to those sitting on the lower tiers. Even without channeling a single thread of aura, his presence was so grounded, so immovably solid, that the air around him seemed to settle into a quiet stillness. William unbuttoned his dark wool coat, unhurriedly sliding his arms from the sleeves. He folded the expensive coat neatly, placing it over the back of the stone bench alongside his dark leather gloves. He unbuttoned the cuffs of his crisp white shirt, rolling them up 2 tight turns to expose his thick, marble-sculpted forearms, where no veins bulged aggressively, but where the skin radiated a smooth, healthy warmth. He stepped off the stone paving and onto the red dirt of the arena floor. His leather-clad boots made no sound against the loose gravel. He walked with an effortless, liquid grace, stopping 20 paces from Lucien, taking his stance in the center of the chalk perimeter. Are you finished talking, Lucien? William asked softly. His voice was deep, clear, and utterly calm, carrying across the quiet Colosseum without the aid of blood-rune speakers. Lucien's eyes flashed with sudden, furious silver light. The absolute lack of fear, the total, insulting indifference in William's expression, struck Lucien's fragile ego like a whip. You always were an arrogant runt, Lucien growled, stepping into a low, predatory combat stance, his long, razor-sharp claws extending from his fingers as his silver aura intensified to its absolute peak. I broke your ribs when you were 10. I threw you into the mountain snow when you were 14. Today, in front of all 3 great families, I will show Father that you never belonged in House Shadow Ray. William stood upright. He didn't drop into a stance. He didn't raise his hands into a guard. He simply placed his left hand casually behind his lower back, his right arm resting loosely at his side, his dark eyes looking into Lucien's face with quiet, profound pity. Come then, William murmured. Chapter 54, The Clash. Die, Lucien roared. Boom. The dirt beneath Lucien's heavy boots exploded outward as he launched himself forward with terrifying, feral speed. He was a master of House Shadow Ray's signature martial style, the Phantom Strike. To the spectators in the galleries, Lucien's body seemed to blur into 3 distinct silver shadows, tearing through the air from different angles simultaneously. His claws cut through the atmosphere with a high-pitched, whistling screech, aimed directly at William's throat, shoulder, and chest. It was a lethal, breathtaking opening assault, a move that had brought down high-ranking commanders in 3 previous matches. Yet, as the 3 silver shadows converged on William, the giant didn't draw a breath. William didn't shift his bloodline energy. He didn't unleash a surge of power. He relied entirely on his physical perception, refined by the deep, tranquil stillness of his shattered core. To his eyes, Lucien's blinding speed was ridiculously slow, a telegraphed, clumsy rush driven by wild, undisciplined emotion. Swoosh. At the exact microsecond Lucien's right claw was an inch from his throat, William simply tilted his head 2 centimeters to the left. The razor-sharp claws cut through empty air, brushing harmlessly past William's dark hair. Before Lucien could recover his momentum, William shifted his right heel back half an inch. Lucien's follow-up left hook, a heavy, silver-infused strike designed to shatter ribs, swept cleanly past William's chest, missing his white shirt by a fraction of a millimeter. What? Lucien gasped, his eyes widening in shock midair. Without raising his hand, William slid his foot along the dirt, executing a effortless pivot. Lucien's third, spinning strike missed entirely, causing the eldest brother to stumble forward 3 steps, his heavy boots kicking up a cloud of red dust as he scrambled to regain his balance. The Colosseum fell into a stunned, breathless hush. Did he dodge that? An elder from House Frosthound murmured, leaning forward so fast he nearly dropped his staff. He didn't use an aura burst. He didn't even shift his weight. He dodged the phantom strike purely with micro-movements. Lucien spun around, his face flushing with bright red humiliation. Lucky dodge. He snarled, his silver aura surging into a violent, turbulent storm that made the ground tremble. Raagh. Lucien lunged again, abandoning all restraint. He unleashed a relentless, 30-second flurry of claws, palm strikes, and lethal heavy kicks. The arena floor was torn to shreds under the barrage, rocks were pulverized into dust, and deep trenches were carved into the dirt by the stray arcs of silver energy flying off Lucien's hands. Yet, in the center of that terrifying, destruction-filled hurricane, William moved like a dark shadow gliding over water. He kept his left hand firmly behind his back at all times. He ducked beneath a lethal high kick with fluid, majestic grace. He leaned his broad torso back 3 inches to let a razor-sharp claw sweep past his nose. He took one smooth step to the right, letting a heavy, earth-shattering palm strike smash uselessly into the dirt behind him. He didn't counterattack once. He didn't even strike back with a gentle tap. He simply dodged every aggressive, violent attempt with an absolute, breathtaking elegance that made Lucien look like a wild, untamed animal flailing helplessly against a mountain. Is this the strength of the heir of Shadow Ray? William asked softly, his voice cutting through the sound of Lucien's heavy, ragged breathing as he effortlessly stepped around another wild strike. Your footwork is wide, Lucien. Your center of gravity is unstable. You rely so heavily on your aura that your basic martial foundation is empty. Shut up! Shut up! Lucien shrieked, his mind completely unraveling under the sheer embarrassment. High on the central pavilion, Patriarch Garen's jaw was locked tight, his knuckles white as he gripped his granite throne. He was a master of combat, he could see what the common pack members couldn't. William wasn't just dodging, he was predicting Lucien's attacks 3 moves before Lucien even initiated them. William was playing with the prime prodigy of House Shadow Ray as if he were teaching a toddler how to walk. Look at William's eyes, Victoria whispered, her hands trembling against the marble railing as she stood beside her father. He isn't even using his power yet, father. He's doing this with pure physical martial discipline. Ethan looked at Maya, a quiet, bittersweet smile touching his lips. I told you, Ethan whispered softly. Lucien has no idea who he's standing across from. In the center of the ring, Lucien backed up 10 paces, gasping heavily for air, his black steel armor coated in red dust, his hair disheveled and drenched in sweat. In stark contrast, William stood 20 feet away, his white shirt pristine, not a single drop of sweat on his brow, his dark hair neat, and his breathing as slow and calm as if he were taking a quiet evening stroll through the university library with Lisa. William looked at his elder brother, his dark eyes holding a deep, tranquil clarity. You asked me to show you what 19 years in the human world taught me, Lucien, William said quietly, his voice echoing in the silent, spellbound Colosseum. It taught me that true power does not need to roar. It does not need to boast. It simply stands. Chapter 55, A Shocking Draw. The humiliation hung in the freezing mountain air like a thick, suffocating cloud. Lucien stood in the center of the carved chalk circle, his chest heaving violently under his dust-streaked black steel armor. Blood dripped slowly from his clawed fingertips, not from William's strikes, but from the absolute, reckless violence with which Lucien had swung at empty air. His hair was matted with sweat, his jaw locked in a frantic, unhinged snarl. Across the chalk line, William remained standing in absolute, pristine stillness. His left hand was still folded comfortably behind his lower back. His white shirt was immaculate, completely untouched by dust, blood, or sweat. His breathing was slow and rhythmic, his dark eyes observing his elder brother with a calm, solemn tranquility that made Lucien's blood boil beyond control. Fight me! Lucien screamed, his voice cracking with unbridled rage. Stop dodging like a coward and put up your hands. Fight me! Lucien gathered every drop of his silver alpha aura, forcing the volatile energy into his broad right palm. The air around his hand distorted from the raw, concentrated pressure as he prepared to launch a suicidal, point-blank strike meant to shatter William's chest, even if it meant violating the non-lethal rules of the trial. William did not flinch. He did not draw his hand out from behind his back. Instead, as Lucien lunged forward with a wild, deafening roar, William simply shifted his weight forward by 2 inches, taking a single, precise step with his right boot. Tap! William's boot struck the gravel floor with a soft, quiet click. He didn't unleash a golden storm. He didn't reveal his primordial core. He merely channeled a microscopic thread of refined physical weight down through his heel, striking a delicate ley-line fracture in the ancient granite bedrock beneath the arena dirt. Thumb. A localized, invisible vibration rippled cleanly through the ground directly beneath Lucien's feet. It was not a destructive wave, but a precise, microseismic disruption that instantly cancelled Lucien's forward momentum. The sudden shift in earth density caught Lucien mid-stride, throwing his center of gravity completely out of balance. As Lucien stumbled forward, his silver aura sputtering out like a damp candle, his right boot crossed 3 inches beyond the white chalk ring that defined the combat boundary. At the exact same microsecond, William smoothly stepped back half a pace, his left boot coming to a graceful rest exactly 1 inch inside the chalk line. Clang! The chief arena herald, an ancient elder from House Frosthound whose eyes were trained to catch the finest details of martial technique, struck the bronze signal gong. Boundary call. The herald's voice bellowed across the silent coliseum, amplified by the blood rune speakers. Participant Lucien Shadow Ray has stepped beyond the chalk perimeter. Participant William Shadow Ray remains within the designated combat zone. A collective, sharp gasp echoed through the stone galleries. Lucien froze mid-stumble, staring down at his boot sitting clearly in the dirt outside the white ring. His eyes bulged in utter, hysterical disbelief. What is this? He didn't even touch me. I am the prime prodigy. I didn't lose. The herald held up his iron staff, his weathered face dead serious. By the ancient laws of the ancestral blood trials, stepping beyond the chalk line while attempting an offensive maneuver constitutes an out-of-bounds forfeiture. However, as participant William did not deliver a decisive offensive blow to secure a total victory. The herald paused, looking up at the high marble pavilion where Patriarch Garin sat. The verdict of the High Prodigy Division match, the herald declared loudly, is a technical draw. Clang! The gong struck a second time, its deep tone echoing off the cold granite walls. A stunned, breathless silence gripped the thousands of assembled spectators. A technical draw. The eldest son, the invincible, uncontested heir of House Shadow Ray who had crushed 5 veteran commanders in minutes, had been held to a stalemate by a boy who hadn't raised a single fist, hadn't used an aura, and hadn't taken his hand out from behind his back once. A draw. A pack elder from House Iron Fang whispered, his iron tankard slipping from his fingers and clattering against the stone floor. He forced the air out of bounds using only his footwork and timing. Look at the boy, a strategist from House Frosthound murmured, his icy eyes wide with profound respect. He didn't just force a draw. He controlled every single second of that fight. He decided where Lucien would step before Lucien even knew it himself. In the center of the ring, Lucien's silver aura collapsed entirely. His face turned from bright crimson to a sickly, pale gray. He looked at William, his mind completely broken by the sheer, terrifying embarrassment. He had wanted to humiliate William in front of all 3 great families, instead, William had turned him into a spectacle of undisciplined, reckless amateurism without ever striking him. You did this on purpose. Lucien choked out, his voice trembling with bitter, toxic hatred. You held back. You forced a draw to insult me. William did not answer with anger. He unhurriedly turned his back on Lucien, walking smoothly toward the participant bench where his dark wool coat and gloves were neatly placed. He picked up his coat, sliding his arms back into the sleeves with liquid, majestic grace. As he buttoned the front of his coat, he paused, looking back over his broad shoulder at his panting, dust-covered elder brother. I did not come here to take your victory, Lucien, William said softly, his deep voice carrying a quiet, heavy truth that cut deeper than any blade. I came here to fulfill a command. Your pride was shattered by your own hand, not mine. Without waiting for a response, William turned and walked toward the archway exit, his heavy, measured footsteps sounding soft against the quiet gravel, leaving the entire Colosseum frozen in spellbound silence. Chapter 56, Father's Suspicion. High above the arena floor, inside the grand private sanctuary behind the marble pavilion, the atmosphere was as cold and oppressive as a deep mountain tomb. Patriarch Garin Shadow Ray stood before a floor-to-ceiling arched window overlooking the quieted Colosseum below. His massive, dark-furred cloak hung heavy over his broad shoulders, his weathered hands clasped tightly behind his waist. His cold gray eyes were fixed on the empty chalk circle in the dirt below, his jaw set in a rigid, unyielding line. Behind him, Victoria stood quietly near a carved oak pillar, her crimson dress pooling around her heels. Ethan and Maya sat on a leather bench in the corner, keeping their heads lowered, their posture stiff and silent. He held back. Garin spoke. His voice was a low, gravelly rumble that seemed to vibrate the stone walls of the sanctuary. It carried no anger, no panic, but an absolute, chilling weight that made every person in the room freeze. Garin turned around slowly, his harsh, scarred face illuminated by the flickering orange light of the stone fireplace. His piercing gaze locked directly onto Ethan and Maya. Ethan, Maya, Garin commanded, his voice dropping an octave. Step forward. The twins stood up immediately, their hearts hammering against their ribs as they stepped into the center of the polished stone floor, bowing their heads respectfully before their father. During the preliminary matches, Garin said, taking 3 slow, heavy steps toward them, I watched your faces. When Lucian called William into the ring, you were not eager to see your brother humbled. You were afraid. Ethan swallowed hard, his throat dry, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Father, we were merely concerned for the family's reputation. Do not lie to me. Garin barked, a brief, violent pulse of his silver alpha aura erupting from his chest, causing the fireplace flames to flare wildly up the chimney. Ethan and Maya flinched, but they kept their eyes fixed on the floor. Garin stepped right up to Ethan, leaning down so his cold gray eyes were inches from his second son's face. I have ruled House Shadow Ray for 40 years, Garin whispered, his voice laced with decades of absolute authority. I know the energy signature of every bloodline in the Northern Territory. When William took that single step in the arena today, he did not use our family's silver aura. He did not use a wolf's bloodline path at all. Garin's brows furrowed deeply as a rare, profound confusion flickered across his stern face. When his foot struck the granite, Garin continued, his dark eyes narrowing, the vibration that rippled through the bedrock wasn't silver, nor was it wild. It was continuous, ancient, and unnaturally heavy. It felt as though a mountain had dropped an inch into the earth. Garin turned his sharp gaze toward Victoria. Victoria, you visited him at the Human University weeks ago. You told me he had grown arrogant, but you omitted details regarding his physical pressure. Victoria's manicured fingers tightened against her dress. She remembered the terrifying, suffocating shockwave that had forced her back 2 steps at the campus gate, the way her own silver aura had fractured under his mere glance. Father, Victoria said carefully, choosing her words with extreme precision to avoid revealing her own humiliation. William's physical vessel has indeed undergone an abnormal transformation. His core is no longer locked. But whatever power he is channeling, it does not resemble anything recorded in our ancestral blood scrolls. Garin turned back to the arched window, looking out over the misty mountain peaks. An unlocked core does not grant that level of absolute composure, Garin murmured, his mind working frantically behind his stoic face. To play with Lucian, a high-tier alpha warrior, without releasing a single thread of visible aura. That requires an internal ocean of energy so vast that a few drops are enough to manipulate the battlefield. Garin reached out, placing his heavy, calloused hand against the cold stone of the window frame. He lived in the human city for months, Garin pondered aloud, his tone growing darker, more calculating. Did he discover an ancient bloodline relic in the ruins? Or did his locked marrow undergo an unknown, dangerous mutation? Ethan looked up slowly, his voice quiet, almost pleading. Father, William did not seek conflict today. He came because you summoned him. He did not hurt Lucian. He merely. Silence, Ethan, Garin cut him off coldly, without looking back. It matters not why he came. What matters is that a child of House Shadow Ray possesses an unverified, dangerous power that exists outside my control. Garin turned around, his cold gray eyes flashing with a sharp, lethal resolve. The ancestral blood trials are not over, the patriarch declared, his voice echoing through the quiet sanctuary like a death sentence. The grand banquet will be held in the subterranean hall tonight. All pack elders, covenant representatives, and bloodline heirs will be present. Garin stepped toward the heavy oak doors of the sanctuary, pausing as he placed his hand on the iron latch. I will test my third son personally tonight, Garin promised quietly, his silver aura flickering around his broad shoulders. And I will force whatever monster is sleeping within his veins to show its true face before the entire council. Chapter 57, Vampire Breach. The subterranean Grand Hall of the Shadow Ray Ancestral Fortress was a cavernous expanse of black granite and ancient oak, lit by massive iron chandeliers that dripped burning tallow onto the stone below. Hundreds of tables groaned under roasted meats, spiced wines, and heavy silver goblets as the three great families gathered for the celebratory banquet following the day's arena trials. The air was dense with the low hum of pack politics, tense negotiations, and the bitter, simmering anger of Lucian, who sat at the head of the prodigy table in brooding silence. At the center-raised dais, Patriarch Garin sat beside the elders of House Frosthound and House Ironfang. His cold gray eyes remained fixed on a quiet table near the hall's arched periphery. There sat William. Dressed in his immaculate black suit, William sat alone, unbothered by the covert glares and whispered rumors surrounding his impossible match with Lucian. He held a crystal glass of ice water, his posture composed, his mind drifting far away from the stale, blood-soaked politics of the mountain pack to a quiet apartment where Lisa was likely finishing her evening tea. Suddenly, the massive iron chandeliers swung violently. Crack! A sound like thunder tearing through stone echoed from the upper subterranean vaults. The polished granite floor beneath the banquet tables shuddered violently, sending silver goblets clattering and spilling red wine across the white tablecloths like fresh blood. What was that? An elder from House Frosthound shouted, standing up as his hand instinctively went to his sword hilt. Before a guard could answer, a high-pitched, agonizing shriek tore through the grand hall's reinforced double oak doors. The thick steel bolts securing the entrance buckled, expanding into grotesque, warped shapes before exploding inward in a hail of jagged iron splinters and stone debris. Through the dust and smoke, a wave of pale, red-eyed shadows poured into the banquet hall like a sudden, deadly plague. Vampires! A pack warrior roared, drawing his broadsword. The outer barrier is down. It's not just a raiding party. Another guard screamed before a crimson blood blade severed his throat cleanly. It's a full coven strike team. From the center of the dark mist rising from the shattered entryway stepped a towering figure draped in high-collared, obsidian armor lined with dark crimson silk. His skin was as white as alabaster, his cheekbones sharp, and his eyes burned with a terrifying, ancient scarlet light that made the surrounding air freeze into delicate crystals of blood ice. It was Lord Malachor, a rogue vampire lord from the deep southern vaults, a creature whose name had been written in the blood of werewolf elders 3 centuries ago. Garin Shadow Ray. Lord Malachor's voice echoed through the cavernous hall like 100 scraping blades. You grow old and senile on your granite throne. You thought your iron treaties and mountain barriers would protect your pathetic mongrels forever. Patriarch Garin stood up from his granite throne, his massive silver alpha aura exploding around his broad frame like a raging blizzard. Malachor, you dare step into the heart of Mount Cinder. You bring war to our ancestral hearth. Malachor let out a cold, screeching laugh that shattered the crystal glassware across 50 tables. War. Malachor sneered, raising his long, clawed hand. A massive glyph of dark blood magic manifested above his head, illuminating his terrifying, elongated fangs. No, old wolf. Today is not a war. It is a slaughter. Lord Castian sends his regards, your bloodline ends tonight. With a single wave of Malachor's hand, nearly 100 high-tier vampire enforcers, armed with enchanted blood blades and dark magic, surged into the grand hall, lunging straight for the assembled wolf families. The peaceful banquet vanished instantly, replaced by a chaotic, bloody nightmare. Chapter 58, Chaos in the Grounds. The grand hall erupted into absolute pandemonium. Roaring feral beasts, clashing steel blades, and explosive bursts of silver, green, and red bloodline energy shattered the ancient oak tables into splinters. Warriors from House Ironfang threw themselves into the fray with wild, reckless fury, their heavy axes biting into vampire armor, while House Frosthound formed tight defensive phalanxes to repel the crimson blood magic strikes. In the center of the chaos, Patriarch Garin and the pack elders engaged Lord Malachor's elite vanguard, the violent shockwaves of their alpha auras cracking the granite pillars supporting the vaulted ceiling. While the high-ranking warriors fought on the main floor, horror unfolded near the southern gallery. A group of nearly 30 non-combatants, young pack children, elderly caretakers, and unawakened human lineage servants who had been serving the banquet, were trapped against a collapsed stone archway. A squad of 5 high-tier vampire enforcers, their red eyes gleaming with sadistic hunger, turned away from the main battle and moved toward the defenseless group. "Look at these fragile pups," one vampire hissed, extending his razor-sharp blood claws as he stepped toward a terrified 8-year-old wolf child who was crying beside her grandmother. "Their marrow will make a sweet appetizer before we drain the patriarch." "No. Stay back," an old pack caretaker shouted, raising a wooden tray uselessly as she shielded 3 young children behind her skirt. The vampire enforcer laughed, lunging forward with blinding speed, his claw aimed directly at the caretaker's throat. The old woman closed her eyes, preparing for death. Thud. A soft, heavy sound resonated through the stone floor. The vampire enforcer's lethal claw strike stopped midair, exactly 1 inch from the old woman's neck. The vampire blinked in utter confusion, trying to force his claw forward, but his entire arm was frozen as if encased in 10 feet of solid titan steel. He looked up, his red eyes widening in sudden, instinctual terror. Standing right beside him was William. William had moved so fast, so fluidly through the chaotic battlefield that not a single warrior or vampire had caught his movement. He held the vampire enforcer's wrist in a gentle, casual grip, his tall, broad frame standing like an immovable wall between the 5 bloodthirsty killers and the 30 terrified non-combatants. "You are attacking those who cannot fight back," William said softly. His deep voice carried no anger, only a cold, absolute disapproval that chilled the vampire's undead blood. With a minimal, effortless twist of his fingers, William snapped the high-tier vampire's wrist like a dry twig. "Aagh!" The vampire shrieked in agony. Before the creature could scream further, William raised his left hand, placing his palm flat against the vampire's chest. A microscopic thread of condensed primordial warmth flowed from his hand into the creature's core. Crack! The vampire's dark blood core was vaporized instantly. The enforcer went completely limp, collapsing silently onto the stone floor, dead before he hit the ground. The 4 remaining vampire attackers backed up 3 paces, their predatory instincts screaming in sheer panic as they stared at the dark-coated giant standing before them. "Kill him!" one of the vampires shrieked, drawing 2 blood-ruined daggers and lunging at William from both sides. William didn't shift his posture. He didn't draw a weapon. He simply took half a step forward, expanding his physical frame to shield the crying children behind him. Swoosh! Without releasing a visible, noisy aura that would draw the attention of the pack elders across the hall, William channeled an invisible barrier of compressed primordial weight around the perimeter of the trapped non-combatants. The 4 attacking vampires struck the invisible barrier mid-flight. Bang! 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 It was like 4 speeding arrows striking a mountain of solid diamond. The heavy impact shattered the vampires' arms and weapons instantly. The pure, kinetic feedback of William's compressed presence bounced back into their bodies, breaking their internal ribs and blowing all 4 attackers 10 yards backward across the hall floor, rendering them unconscious instantly. The terrified children and elderly caretakers gasped, staring up at William's broad back in stunned, reverent silence. William turned around slowly, looking down at the crying 8-year-old girl. He knelt on one knee on the cold stone, his sharp, handsome face softening into an expression of warm, gentle care that completely erased the terrifying violence he had just executed. He reached out his large, warm hand, gently wiping a tear from the young girl's pale cheek. "You are safe now," William whispered softly, his deep voice carrying a soothing, absolute reassurance that instantly calmed the terror in her heart. "Stay behind me. No one in this room will touch you." The little girl nodded timidly, her tiny hand reaching out to wrap around William's thumb, anchoring herself to the unwavering, majestic guardian who stood between them and the nightmare of war. Chapter 59, Unsealing Stage 2. The grand subterranean hall of Mount Cinder was drowning in carnage. Dust swept down from the cracked granite arches above as iron chandeliers crashed onto stone tables. Red blood and silver aura light flared across the cavernous room in violent, blinding strobes. Lord Malachor stood near the center dais, his pale, alabaster face twisted in cold, cruel laughter as his Shadow Vanguard pushed House Shadow Ray, House Frosthound, and House Iron Fang back against the outer pillars. Patriarch Garin fought like an enraged beast, his heavy silver alpha aura roaring like a storm around his broad shoulders. He traded blows with 3 high-ranking vampire commanders at once, his massive broadsword cleaving through dark blood magic shields. Yet, even Garen's formidable strength was being steadily eroded by the sheer, endless tide of dark magic and enchanted blood blades flooding into the hall. Across the room, the 4 remaining vampire squads under Malaker's direct command turned their eyes toward the southern gallery. They saw the heap of 4 broken vampire enforcers lying motionless in the dust. Standing over them was William, a tall, imposing man in a tailored black suit, his large frame shielding 30 terrified non-combatants, his right hand gently patting the head of a small, trembling wolf child. An arrogant human-blooded boy thinks he can protect cattle. A senior vampire captain sneered, his red eyes burning with malice as he signaled 12 elite blood knights. Rip his heart out. Leave the children for last. 12 dark figures blurred through the air, their razor-sharp blood blades whistling through the smoke, converging on William from every conceivable angle. William did not move the small girl behind him. He did not step back. Slowly, smoothly, he pulled his large hand away from the young child's hair and stood up to his full, towering height. His broad chest expanded as he took a deep, quiet breath. Crack. Thump. Deep within William's chest, beneath the physical sea of his spiritual core, an ancient, subterranean latch unlocked. It was not a rupture born of anger or panic, but a conscious, deliberate command. The second stage of the primordial seal, the layer that held the physical density and gravitational weight of the first alpha's primordial lineage, dissolved into pure, golden light. Boom. A silent, invisible shockwave of absolute, terrifying weight erupted from William's physical vessel. It was not an explosion of noisy flame or jagged energy. It was a sudden, localized shift in the physics of the subterranean hall itself. The air pressure within a 50-yard radius soared by a factor of 10,000 in a microsecond. The 12 incoming elite blood knights, midair and mere feet from William, froze instantly. What is this? The vampire captain gasped, his crimson eyes bulging out of their sockets as his body was slammed toward the stone floor by an invisible, cosmic hand. Bang, 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 bang. Before their blood blades could touch a single strand of William's hair, all 12 elite blood knights were smashed violently onto the granite floor around him. The sheer gravitational pressure of Stage 2 suppressed their circulatory systems, shattered their dark blood cores, and pulverized their bone structures into powder before they could even let out a scream. They lay pinned to the shattered ground, utterly incapacitated, their blood magic dissolving into ash. William took 2 slow, unhurried steps forward, his polished black leather boots stepping over the fallen, broken attackers. His dark eyes were cold, tranquil, and sharp as crushed diamonds. Lord Malachor, who had been preparing a lethal blood rune strike aimed at Patriarch Garen's heart, suddenly froze in mid-cast. The ancient vampire lord felt a cold, primal terror seize his frozen heart, a terrifying sensation he had not experienced in 300 years. Malachor turned his sharp, pale face slowly toward the southern gallery. William stood amidst the dust and smoke, his hands resting naturally at his sides. He raised his head, his dark eyes looking directly across the battlefield into Lord Malachor's scarlet gaze. You brought war to a place where children eat, William said. His voice was not loud, but it resonated through the marrow of every living and undead creature in the Grand Hall. It bypassed their ears and vibrated directly within their souls, carrying the heavy, unshakable judgment of an ancient titan. Your presence here ends now, William murmured softly. With a simple, fluid motion, William raised his right arm, extending his palm toward the remaining 30 vampire invaders who formed Lord Malachor's vanguard. He flicked his wrist. Boom. A wave of compressed, invisible force swept across the main hall like a titan's hand wiping dust off a table. The 30 high-tier vampire warriors were swept off their feet, their dark armor shattering into fragments as they were launched backward through the air, crashing violently into the thick granite outer walls of the fortress. In less than 3 seconds, without drawing a sword, without taking a single hit, William had single-handedly annihilated the entirety of the Vampire Lord's advance force. Chapter 60, Golden Aura Revealed. A profound, terrifying silence descended upon the ruined subterranean hall. The violent clashing of steel, the screeching of blood magic, and the roaring of wolf auras ceased instantly. High-ranking elders from House Frosthound stood frozen with their drawn swords, their mouths agape. Muscle-bound warriors from House Ironfang stared with wide, bloodshot eyes at the shattered bodies of the vampire vanguard embedded in the granite walls. Lucian, who was leaning against a fallen oak pillar while clutching his injured arm, stared at William in utter, paralyzing horror. The elder brother's mind completely stalled. The sheer, effortless godhood William had just displayed wasn't just greater than his own, it belonged to a realm beyond mortal comprehension. In the center of the hall, Lord Malakar's face turned from pale alabaster to a ghostly, translucent blue. His ancient blood magic collapsed around his fingers, his knees trembling under the sheer, suffocating weight still hanging in the atmosphere. What are you? Malachor shrieked, his voice laced with unmitigated, hysterical terror as he backed up 2 steps, drawing a crimson blood blade with shaking hands. No werewolf possesses such weight. You are a monster. William did not answer with words. He took 1 step forward. Thumb. As his boot touched the ground, William allowed his compressed spiritual sea to overflow his physical vessel for the very first time in 19 years. SHRRRRR. From the center of William's chest, a radiant, golden light erupted outward, illuminating every dark corner of the cavernous hall. It was not the harsh, cold silver of House Shadow Ray. It was not the pale blue of House Frosthound, nor the dark green of House Iron Fang. It was a brilliant, pure, golden sun fire that radiated an intoxicating, heavenly warmth. The ambient temperature in the cold subterranean vault rose instantly, melting the frost on the stone walls and dissolving every trace of dark vampire blood magic in the air like fog beneath a hot summer sky. The golden energy swirled around William's broad frame, forming the majestic, ethereal silhouette of a massive, ancient wolf whose head reached the vaulted ceiling above, a beast whose eyes burned like 2 golden suns. High on the central dais, an ancient elder from House Frosthound, a man over 100 years old who had spent his life studying the sacred, forbidden scrolls of the ancient world, stumbled backward, his staff slipping from his trembling fingers and clattering onto the stone. The golden light. The old elder whispered, his voice cracking with profound, religious awe as he fell to his knees on the stone floor. It's the golden aura. Patriarch Garin stood frozen in the center of the room, his broadsword drooping toward the dirt. His cold gray eyes were wide, staring at his 3rd son as if seeing a legend manifest from the dawn of time. The primordial alpha. Garin gasped, his voice barely a whisper against the hum of the golden light. The first bloodline. The progenitor of all wolf kind. Victoria fell back against a pillar, clutching her chest, her eyes overflowing with tears of absolute realization. The weak, defective runt they had discarded, mocked, and exiled was not broken. His core had not been locked because he was frail, it had been locked because his body was carrying the divine, heavy soul of the first king. Lord Malachor let out a terrified, animalistic wail as the golden warmth washed over him. The ancient dark magic within his undead veins began to purify and burn away simply by standing in the presence of the golden light. Die! Die! Malachor screamed in madness, gathering every drop of his ancient life force into a single, desperate, crimson spear, driving it straight toward William's throat. William didn't draw a sword. He didn't even shift his stance. As the crimson blood spear reached his throat, William simply reached out his bare right hand, catching the lethal blade between his index and middle fingers. Crack! The ancient blood blade, forged in centuries of dark magic, shattered into golden dust between William's fingertips. Before Malachor could comprehend his failure, William stepped forward, placing his hand gently against the vampire lord's chest armor. Your terror ends here, William spoke softly, his golden eyes looking down into Malachor's pale, weeping face with tranquil, absolute authority. Boom! A single pulse of golden light passed from William's palm into Malachor's chest. The vampire lord's body didn't explode with gory violence. Instead, his dark armor, his blood core, and his undead form dissolved smoothly into a shower of quiet, glowing golden ash that scattered harmlessly across the stone floor, leaving not a single trace of his dark presence behind. William lowered his hand. The radiant golden aura around his body slowly receded, flowing back into his chest as his dark eyes returned to their deep, calm brown hue. He straightened his dark wool coat, brushed a microscopic speck of ash from his cuff, and turned his back on the ashes of the vampire lord. The entire grand hall, the patriarch, the pack elders, the 3 great houses, and the warriors, remained frozen on their knees or glued to the walls, staring at the tall, quiet titan in total, spellbound reverence. William walked back toward the southern gallery, stopping before the young wolf child and the old caretaker who were still watching him with wide, tear-filled eyes. He knelt down once more, his face gentle, placing his large hand softly over the little girl's head. The danger has passed, William said softly, his deep, soothing voice breaking the absolute silence of the room. You can go home now. Chapter 61, Immediate Departure. The echo of dissolving golden ash still lingered in the air, drifting like harmless sparkling dust across the blood-stained granite of the subterranean hall. An unshakable, breathless stillness gripped the entirety of Mount Cinder. The 300 noble warriors, pack elders, and clan leaders from House Frosthound, House Ironfang, and House Shadow Ray remained frozen in place. Some were still on their knees, others leaned against cracked marble pillars, their eyes wide and dilated, staring at the empty space where Lord Malachor had stood moments prior. Patriarch Garin Shadow Ray slowly lowered his heavy broadsword, the weapon's point tapping against the stone floor with a dull, ringing sound. His towering frame trembled almost imperceptibly under his fur cloak. His mind, built on decades of cold tactical logic and bloodline lineage records, was completely overwhelmed. The primordial alpha, Garen's mind repeated frantically, the ancient title burning into his thoughts like branded iron. The divine progenitor. The lost gold. Garen took a heavy, hesitant step forward, his voice raspy and devoid of its usual tyrannical booming authority. William. My son. William did not turn around. He did not look at his father, nor did he look at the elders whose faces were pale with sudden, groveling terror. He didn't glance toward Lucian, who was slumped against a fallen oak table, staring at his own hands in utter, broken insignificance. William leaned down, gently releasing his light grip on the small wolf child's hand. He straightened her frayed collar, offered a tiny, reassuring nod to the tearful elderly caretaker, and stood up to his full, towering height. Unbuttoning his dark wool coat, William pulled a crisp white handkerchief from his breast pocket. With calm, measured precision, he wiped a microscopic speck of gray dust from his right knuckles, folded the cloth neatly, and slid it back into his pocket. He didn't care about the pack. He didn't care about the shock rippling through the northern provinces, nor did he care that he had just rewritten the entire political power structure of the werewolf world in less than 10 seconds. His mind was over 300 miles away, anchored entirely to a brightly lit, second-floor apartment in the human city, to the quiet sound of turning textbook pages, the faint aroma of chamomile tea, and the sweet, innocent laugh of Lisa. Malachor mentioned Lord Castian. William's thoughts hardened, his deep brown eyes narrowing into cold, sharp diamond points. If a rogue vampire lord struck the mountain estate, Castian's reach isn't limited to Mount Cinder. A sudden, sharp spike of anxiety, unrelated to physical danger or battle, pierced William's chest. The thought of a single shadow falling near Lisa's doorway made his primordial core churn with dangerous, protective weight. William, wait. Victoria's voice cracked across the silent hall as she scrambled forward, her crimson dress pooling around her heels, her hands outstretched in desperation. William, please. Father is calling you. The elders. The covenant. You are the golden alpha. You must stay and lead the. William turned his head just enough for his profile to catch the flickering light of the iron chandeliers. He didn't release his golden aura. He didn't utter a threat. He merely looked at Victoria with a quiet, icy indifference that halted her mid-stride, freezing the words in her throat. I gave you my time because Father summoned me, William said softly, his deep, baritone voice cutting through the silent room like a velvet blade. My obligation to House Shadow Ray ended the moment I stepped into the arena. William. Patriarch Garin called out, stepping into the center of the hall, his face a complex mask of shock, regret, and sudden, desperate pride. You carry the highest bloodline. You are the true heir of Mount Cinder. You cannot simply turn your back on your pack. William turned his body completely, facing the grand dais one last time. He adjusted his dark coat, his face tranquil, unbothered, and completely detached from the crown they were suddenly begging him to wear. This is not my pack, William stated simply. And this is not my home. Without waiting for another word, without acknowledging the collective gasp that echoed through the noble families, William turned on his heel. His boots struck the stone floor in a steady, unhurried rhythm as he walked straight through the shattered iron doors of the grand hall. The guards stationed at the outer archway didn't dare raise their spears, they scrambled backward, pressing their backs against the cold walls, dropping their heads in instinctual, reverent submission as the dark-coated titan passed them. He emerged onto the wind-swept, snowy grounds of Mount Cinder. The freezing mountain gales howled through the granite pass, whipping his dark hair across his forehead. William did not take a car. He did not wait for a driver. Crack. With a single, effortless shift of his weight, William vanished into thin air. He moved across the mountain peaks not as a wild beast running on all fours, but as a streak of golden shadow gliding over the snowy crags at supersonic speed. The mountain winds parted around his body, the icy snow melting before it could touch his coat as he raced southward toward the human city, his heart pounding with a singular, fierce imperative, Lisa. Chapter 62, The Truth Unveiled. The soft, warm glow of a desk lamp illuminated the quiet living room of Lisa's apartment. Outside the window, the gentle patter of late evening city rain tapped against the glass, creating a serene, peaceful ambiance that felt worlds away from the blood-soaked stone vaults of Mount Cinder. Lisa sat at her dining table, her dark hair tied back in a loose, messy bun. A stack of open university textbooks and colorful highlighters surrounded her mug of steaming tea. She checked her phone screen for the fifth time in 20 minutes, letting out a small, anxious sigh. He said he had to handle a family matter in the northern province, Lisa thought, her fingers tracing the edge of her ceramic mug. Why do I feel so restless tonight? Knock. Knock. The gentle, familiar pattern against her wooden front door made Lisa jump up instantly. She hurried across the hardwood floor, her heart fluttering with a mix of relief and nervous excitement. She pulled the door open. Standing under the warm yellow light of the hallway corridor was William. He looked taller, broader, and more imposing than when he had left 2 days ago. He wore his tailored black coat, his sharp face immaculate, his dark eyes searching her face with an intensity so deep, so profound, that it made Lisa's breath catch in her throat. William. Lisa gasped, a bright, beautiful smile instantly lighting up her face. You're back. You didn't answer your phone, I was so worried that. Before she could finish her sentence, William stepped through the threshold, closed the door softly behind him, and pulled her into a warm, protective embrace. Lisa blinked in surprise, but the feeling of his vast, solid chest, the steady heat radiating through his black coat, and the clean scent of rain and crushed pine instantly washed away all her anxiety. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his chest, listening to the deep, steady rhythm of his heart. I am here, Lisa, William whispered softly into her dark hair, his large hands resting gently on her back, cradling her as if she were the most precious treasure in existence. I am safe. And you are safe. He held her for a long, quiet minute, savoring the absolute peace of her presence. The chaotic, dark world of wolf packs, ancient wars, and bloodline politics melted into complete irrelevance within the warmth of her small apartment. Eventually, William stepped back slightly, his large hands lingering on her shoulders. His dark eyes were solemn, filled with a gentle, serious clarity that Lisa had never seen before. Lisa, William said quietly, his deep voice holding a tender weight. We need to talk. Lisa looked into his eyes, sensing the gravity of the moment. She didn't push him away or ask frantic questions, she simply nodded softly, taking his large hand in hers and guiding him toward the small, cozy sofa in the living room. They sat side by side on the cushions. William kept his hand wrapped gently around hers, his thumb tracing smooth, reassuring circles over her knuckles. What happened during your trip, William? Lisa asked gently, her voice full of genuine care. Is your family all right? William looked down at their joined hands, taking a deep, quiet breath. The moment he had carefully avoided for months had finally arrived. He loved her too deeply to keep her in the dark any longer, especially now that the shadow of his world was encroaching upon his life. Lisa, William began softly, his voice clear and unwavering. The life I have shown you, the quiet university student, the man who sits beside you in the library, is real. My feelings for you are the absolute truth of my life. He paused, looking directly into her brown eyes. But the world I come from is not the world you know, he continued smoothly. My family does not belong to human society. We are what your stories call werewolves, an ancient bloodline of wolf shifters that has lived in the hidden places of the earth for thousands of years. Lisa froze. Her eyes widened slightly, her lips parting in quiet shock. She didn't laugh. She didn't scream or back away. She simply searched his sharp, handsome face, trying to process the extraordinary words coming from the man she trusted above all else. Hey, werewolf, Lisa whispered, her voice tinged with faint bewilderment. Yes, William replied gently. My family is House Shadow Ray, one of the noble packs of the northern mountains. For 19 years, I was believed to be powerless, a defective child with a locked core, exiled to live among humans because I could not manifest their bloodline energy. He paused, his large hand gently tightening around hers, ensuring she felt his solid, unwavering reality. In truth, my core was not broken, William explained softly. It was suppressed because it held an ancient, forgotten power, the primordial alpha light. Today, at the ancestral summit, my family's enemies attacked. I was forced to break the seal on my power to protect the innocent. Lisa sat motionless, her mind racing as she pieced together 100 tiny details from the past few months, his effortless, staggering physical strength, the way terrifying men in expensive cars bowed to him in the rain, the unshakable, titan-like composure he possessed in every situation, and the comforting, supernatural warmth that always radiated from his touch. It wasn't a fairy tale. It was the man sitting right beside her. William, Lisa whispered, her eyes softening as she looked down at his large, warm hand holding hers so gently, so carefully, as if he were afraid his vast power might break her. All this time, you were carrying that heavy burden alone. William's heart swelled with a profound, overwhelming tenderness. She wasn't terrified of his nature. She didn't see a monster or a beast. She saw his heart. I kept it from you to protect you, Lisa, William confessed, his deep voice carrying a rare, vulnerable emotion. In my world, strength draws enemies, and bloodlines breed war. I wanted to keep you safe within the quiet, gentle world you belong to. But today I realized that keeping secrets puts you in greater danger. William leaned forward slightly, looking into her eyes with total, absolute devotion. I am the primordial alpha, Lisa, William said softly, his voice resonating with a quiet, sacred promise. Nations of wolves and vampires may seek my name, but to you, I am simply William, the man who belongs to you. Lisa looked into his deep brown eyes, seeing no darkness, no cruelty, only the same gentle, protective man who had walked her home in the rain, brewed her tea when she was tired, and shielded her from every cold wind. A tear slid down Lisa's cheek, not of fear, but of deep, overwhelming love. She raised her free hand, gently placing her soft palm against his sharp, warm cheek. I don't care about packs, or wolves, or ancient crowns, William, Lisa whispered, her voice full of clear, beautiful conviction. I only care about you. No matter who you are, or what world you come from. My heart is yours. William closed his eyes briefly, leaning his face into the warm touch of her hand, feeling a profound, heavenly peace settle into his soul, a peace far greater than any throne in the northern mountains could ever grant. Chapter 63, Pure Acceptance. The soft hum of the rain against the living room window framed the stillness inside the apartment. Lisa kept her hand rested gently against William's warm, sharp cheek. Under her touch, the jawline that could strike fear into ancient vampire lords and high-tier pack elders was entirely relaxed, yielding to her touch with an absolute, quiet surrender. She looked deeply into his eyes. There was no terrifying golden flame in them now, only a profound, anxious vulnerability. The titan who had pulverized an invading vampire vanguard with a flick of his wrist sat beside her with his shoulders slightly tense, awaiting her verdict like a man standing before a divine scale. You're looking at me as if you expect me to run away, Lisa said softly, her voice breaking the silence with a gentle, soothing warmth. William's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. I have seen what my world does to people, Lisa. The sheer weight of our existence. The violence, the bloodlines, the absolute disregard for normal human life. I am the strongest entity in that world now, but that strength is born from a legacy of blood and conflict. Lisa let out a soft, breathy laugh, a sound so bright and pure that it seemed to chase away the lingering shadows of Mount Cinder that still hung around William's dark coat. She slid her hand down from his cheek, wrapping her delicate fingers securely around his large, calloused palm. William, she said, leaning in so close that her sweet vanilla scent enveloped him completely. Do you remember the night we met near the campus library during that terrible winter storm? William nodded slowly. I remember every second. I slipped on the black ice near the steps, Lisa murmured, her eyes shining with quiet affection. I was carrying a stack of 50 reference books for my term paper. Any normal guy would have stepped back or let me crash into the snow. But you moved before I even realized I was falling. She looked down at their joined hands, his massive, marble-sculpted fingers effortlessly enveloping her smaller ones. You caught me with one hand, Lisa continued, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. And then you spent 40 minutes in the freezing wind helping me pick up every single loose index card, making sure none of my paper got wet. You didn't use your strength to scare me. You used it to carry my heavy backpack all the way to my dorm door without saying a word. She raised her head, looking straight into his dark brown pupils. A monster uses power to crush others, William. An alpha, a true guardian, uses his power to shelter what is fragile. You've been doing that since the day I met you. You shielded me from the rain, you pulled me away from speeding cars, and you sat with me through midterm cramming when you could have been anywhere else. Lisa, William whispered, his deep baritone carrying a rare, profound tremor. I don't care if your bloodline glows gold, or if you can shatter mountains, Lisa said with unwavering conviction, her thumb rubbing the back of his hand. You are the man who brews my chamomile tea when I'm stressed. You are the man who holds my hand when we walk through the park. Your supernatural nature doesn't change who you are to me. It just explains why your heart is so impossibly large. The last remnant of tension melted out of William's broad frame. The primordial alpha, the cosmic force that had terrified 3 ancient wolf houses and erased a vampire lord into golden ash, let out a long, quiet breath. He leaned forward, resting his broad forehead gently against hers. They didn't kiss, nor did they cross into passionate intensity. They simply remained motionless in that sweet, sacred contact, sharing the air, feeling the synchronized, harmonious rhythm of their heartbeats. For William, who had spent 19 years isolated in a cold world of bloodline hierarchy and cruel mockery, Lisa's unconditional acceptance was a healing fire. It was a golden sanctuary far more valuable than the granite throne of Mount Cinder. Thank you, Lisa, William murmured against her skin, his large arm wrapping securely around her waist, pulling her close against his chest as the rain continued to sing its quiet song outside. As long as I draw breath, no shadow in this world will ever touch you. Chapter 64, The Alpha's Decree. 300 miles away, deep within the high-altitude war room of the Shadow Ray Mountain Fortress, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The shattered double doors of the subterranean hall were being replaced by iron smiths, but the true damage to House Shadow Ray could not be repaired by stone or steel. The elders sat around a massive circular table of dark mahogany, their faces grim, their voices low and urgent. At the head of the table stood Patriarch Garin Shadow Ray. His broadsword was sheathed at his hip, his heavy fur mantle draped over his shoulders. His face was carved into a terrifying mask of stern, absolute authority, though his cold gray eyes flickered with a turbulent mixture of shock, frustration, and deep, calculating ambition. He left, Elder Corbin of the Central Council growled, slamming his fist onto the table. The boy carries the primordial bloodline, the ancient golden light that our ancestors wrote about in the sacred scrolls. And he simply turned his back in the summit to return to a human girl. He humiliated Lucian in the arena without drawing a weapon, another elder added, looking nervously toward the dark corner where Lucian sat in bitter, silent fury. He erased Lord Malachor with a single palm strike. If the other 2 houses learn that our true alpha refuses to lead House Shadow Ray, they will view us as broken. Garin raised his hand, silencing the chaotic chatter instantly. William's power is absolute, Garin spoke, his gravelly voice echoing off the stone walls. He is no longer a child we can discipline, nor is he a runt we can discard. The primordial alpha bloodline has awakened within him. By rights of strength and ancient law, he is the rightful ruler of all wolf kind. Garin turned his gaze toward Victoria, Ethan, and Maya, who stood near the grand fireplace. Victoria, Garin commanded. You investigated his life in the city. Tell me about this human woman. Victoria stepped forward, her posture rigid, her sharp eyes calculating. Her name is Lisa Vance. She is an ordinary human student at the university. She has no bloodline lineage, no supernatural heritage, and no political value. William lives near her, and his attachment to her is total. A cold, dismissive sneer touched Garin's lips. A human. Father, Ethan spoke up suddenly, taking a step forward despite his trembling hands. William doesn't care for pack politics. He saved Maya and me from the vampires because we are his blood, but his heart belongs to his life in the city. If we provoke him. Silence, Ethan. Garin bellowed, his silver alpha aura flaring briefly, suppressing his second son's voice. A progenitor cannot be tethered to a fragile human. An alpha who carries the golden light of the first king cannot have a mortal weakness. If the vampire coven discovers her existence, they will use her to force the golden alpha onto his knees. Garin turned his back to the elders, staring out the high-arched window toward the southern horizon where the city lay hidden beneath storm clouds. By the authority of the Patriarch, Garin declared coldly, I formally forbid William from associating with this human woman. She is a liability to the bloodline, a stain on our noble heritage, and a weakness we cannot afford. From the shadows behind the elders' chairs, a tall, lean figure stepped forward into the firelight. It was Damon, House Shadow Ray's chief enforcer and commander of the Shadow-bound tracking squad. Damon was a ruthless, cold-blooded alpha warrior whose body was covered in dark blood runes, his eyes glowing with a sharp, predatory silver light. He carried 2 curved silver daggers at his waist, his movement entirely soundless. You called for me, Patriarch? Damon asked, his voice a low, raspy hiss. Damon, Garin commanded, his gray eyes flashing with absolute, unyielding resolve. Take 6 elite shadow trackers. Travel to the university district immediately. Do you wish for me to eliminate the human girl? Damon asked smoothly, as if discussing the morning weather. No, Garin replied coldly. If we kill her, William's wrath will tear Mount Cinder apart before we can secure his allegiance. Bring her here alive. Bring her to the mountain vaults for questioning. Once she is under our control, William will have no choice but to return to his throne and accept his duty to the pack. Father. No. Maya gasped, her face turning pale as paper. You don't understand what he'll do if you touch her. You didn't see him in the rail yard. Enough. Garin roared, his heavy palm shattering the mahogany table edge. Damon, execute the order. Bring the human girl to Mount Cinder before sunrise. Damon bowed low, a cruel, cold smile spreading across his pale face. It shall be done, my lord. With a whisper of dark silver aura, Damon vanished into the shadows of the war room, leaving the estate to embark on a mission that would inevitably ignite a war unlike anything the Northern Mountains had ever seen. Chapter 65, Severing Ties. The rain outside the university library had quieted into a gentle, rhythmic patter against the high glass windows. Inside the second-floor reading room, the golden warmth radiating from William created an invisible sanctuary, a quiet haven where Lisa sat peacefully, reviewing her handwritten history notes while resting her hand comfortably over his. Suddenly, William's dark eyes narrowed slightly. A microscopic vibration passed through the marrow of his bones. Across 300 miles of dense forest and icy mountain ridges, the ancient bloodlines connecting him to Hao's shadow ray twanged with a sharp, cold resonance. It was not a call of distress, nor was it a request for aid. It was the formal, magical binding of an Alpha Patriarch's decree, a spiritual declaration issued from the high throne of Mount Cinder. Patriarch Garin had officially branded his ties to Lisa as an abomination to the bloodline. Lisa looked up from her notebook, noticing the sudden, absolute stillness that had taken over William's posture. William, what's wrong? William did not answer immediately. He slowly closed the thick hardbound manuscript he had been reading, the smooth leather cover settling shut without making a sound. He could feel the spiritual weight of his father's command attempting to press down upon his soul, a traditional pack command meant to force obedience into sub-alpha descendants. But against the primordial alpha core burning within William's chest, that cold, silver pressure was like a speck of dust trying to crush an ancient sun. With a quiet, internal shift of his primordial energy, William severed the spiritual connection entirely. Crack. In the spiritual realm, the bloodline tether linking William to the Shadow Ray family crest snapped like a thin thread of glass. Across the state, inside the high war room of Mount Cinder, Patriarch Garin gasped violently, clutching his chest as the ancestral family ledger recorded a permanent, horrifying rupture. The Patriarch's binding spell had not just been rejected, it had been shattered beyond repair. William turned his head toward Lisa, his face completely serene, though his dark eyes held a profound, unshakable depth. He reached across the table, gently covering her smaller hand with his broad, warm palm. My father has made his choice, William said softly, his deep baritone dropping to a velvet whisper that was meant for her ears alone. He believes that strength gives him the right to rule every aspect of my life. He believes he can dictate who I am allowed to love. Lisa felt a cold shiver run down her spine, not from fear of William, but from the sudden realization of the immense pressure his family was placing upon him. She squeezed his fingers tightly. What will you do? William stood up smoothly from the wooden study table, his broad shoulders and tall frame casting a tall, protective shadow over her chair. He buttoned his tailored dark coat, sliding his hands into his pockets with calm, liquid grace. I have already done it, William replied quietly. I have severed my ties to Hao's Shadow Ray. I am no longer their weapon, their prodigy, or their heir. He leaned down slightly, looking straight into her hazel eyes with an absolute, sacred devotion that made her heart skip a beat. You accepted me when I was a nameless outcast, Lisa, William whispered, his thumb gently brushing the top of her knuckles. You saw my heart when my own blood called me defective. I will not allow their ancient paranoia or their foolish pride to touch a single hair on your head. William, if you turn your back on your pack, Lisa murmured, her eyes shining with worry, won't they come for you? Won't they view you as an enemy? William offered her a faint, extraordinarily gentle smile, a look of pure, reassuring tenderness reserved entirely for her. Let them come, William stated simply, his voice carrying the immovable weight of a mountain. Whether it is my father, the pack elders, or the entire Northern Covenant. Anyone who steps into this city to threaten you will learn why the primordial alpha stands alone. He held out his open hand to her. Lisa didn't hesitate. She placed her hand in his, standing up alongside him, ready to walk into whatever storm was gathering on the horizon as long as she was by his side. Chapter 66, Campus Confrontation. The autumn sky above the university quadrangle had turned a bleak, heavy shade of iron gray. A chill wind swept through the tall oak trees, scattering damp gold and crimson leaves across the brick pathways connecting the academic buildings. Most students were hurrying toward the dining halls or dormitories to escape the incoming afternoon frost. Among them walked William and Lisa, their hands loosely intertwined as they took a slow stroll down the main plaza following their morning lectures. Suddenly, the ambient noise of the campus began to distort. The chatter of passing students, the distant rumble of city traffic, and the rustling of the autumn wind seemed to recede into a strange, muffled vacuum. The temperature in the quadrangle plummeted 10 degrees in a matter of seconds, causing a thin layer of frost to creep across the green lawns. William stopped mid-stride. He smoothly guided Lisa behind his broad frame, stepping in front of her to block her completely from the northern edge of the plaza. From the shadows of the arched stone corridor near the Humanities building, 7 figures stepped out into the pale afternoon light. At the front walked Victoria Shadow Ray. She wore a sharp, dark trench coat, her long hair pinned back, her face pale and rigid with a mixture of intense anxiety and strict duty. Beside her stood Damon, the chief enforcer of House Shadow Ray. Damon's tall, lean frame was draped in a high-collared leather combat coat lined with dark blood runes. His sharp, predatory face was twisted into a cold, arrogant smirk, his eyes glowing with a treacherous silver light that flickered like dying embers. Behind them stood 5 elite shadow trackers, their hands resting on hidden weapons beneath their coats. Normal human students passing by felt a sudden, inexplicable wave of nausea and fear, instinctively hurrying away from the area without understanding why the air felt so thick and dangerous. Within 20 seconds, the central plaza was completely cleared of human bystanders, leaving only William, Lisa, and the encroaching Shadow Ray squad standing on the frost-covered bricks. Victoria, William spoke, his voice calm and even as he looked at his elder sister. You have brought pack enforcers onto human grounds. Victoria took a hesitant step forward, her manicured hands clenched tightly into fists inside her coat pockets. William, please do not make this difficult. Father issued a direct decree. The bloodline tether was broken, but the Patriarch's word still stands as law over the Northern Territory. Damon let out a low, rasping chuckle, stepping past Victoria with a slow, predatory stride. His sharp silver claws extended slightly from his leather gloves, cutting small arcs through the freezing air. So this is the famous primordial alpha, Damon hissed, his cold silver eyes scanning William's tall, dark-coated frame before shifting toward Lisa, who was standing quietly behind William's broad back. And that is the fragile mortal girl who has made our glorious heir forget his duty to his own blood. Damon's lips curled into a cruel, condescending sneer as he looked at Lisa. She is remarkably ordinary, Damon taunted smoothly. To think that Patriarch Garen's third son would break his ancestral ties for a fragile creature whose neck could be snapped with 2 fingers. Lisa felt a cold, instinctive shudder pass through her body at Damon's terrifying presence, but she kept her grip firm on the back of William's coat. She felt no panic, because the man standing in front of her was an immovable fortress. William did not draw a weapon. He did not shift into a combat stance. Slowly, unhurriedly, William took his right hand out of his coat pocket. He adjusted his cuffs with meticulous grace, his dark eyes fixing Damon in a quiet, tranquil stare that carried no anger, no hatred, and no fear. Damon, William said softly, his deep voice carrying a strange, heavy resonance that made the surrounding frost crack. I will give you one opportunity to turn back. Take my sister, return to Mount Cinder, and tell my father that his authority ends at the borders of this city. Damon's sneer faltered for a fraction of a second, insulted by the sheer nonchalance in William's tone. He raised his hand, signaling the 5 shadow trackers behind him to spread out into a tactical encirclement formation. Patriarch Garen gave us an absolute command, William, Damon growled, his silver alpha aura flaring around his shoulders like a violent storm. The girl comes with us to the mountain vaults for questioning. If you step aside, Father may still grant you mercy for your treason. If you resist. Damon drew 2 curved silver daggers from his waist, the enchanted steel whistling in the cold wind. We will drag her to Mount Cinder in chains, and we will break your legs to ensure you follow behind us. High above the university quadrangle, the gray clouds swirled into a dark vortex, drawn toward the plaza by the sudden, terrifying clash of incoming power. Chapter 67, Shielding Her. The ambient noise of the university grounds had vanished, replaced by a suffocating, unnatural chill that froze the fallen autumn leaves directly to the red brick plaza. The sky above swept into a heavy, iron-gray vortex, casting dark shadows across the broad stone archways of the surrounding Humanities buildings. Lisa stood directly behind William, her hands resting lightly against the smooth fabric of his dark wool coat. She could feel the sudden, terrifying spikes of silver energy radiating from the 7 figures standing 20 paces away. The air tasted of ozone and cold steel thick enough to make a normal human choke. Yet, as she looked at the broad expanse of William's shoulders, she felt no desire to flee. He stood like an immovable titan carved from black marble, completely blotting out the vision of the armed killers before them. From the second-story windows of the surrounding academic halls, dozens of human students and faculty members who had not yet fled were peeking out from behind heavy velvet curtains. They whispered frantically among themselves, watching the bizarre, tense standoff unfolding in the central quadrangle. To their untrained eyes, William looked like a tall, impeccably dressed nobleman standing against a group of dangerous, leather-clad intruders who had invaded their peaceful campus. "William," Victoria called out, her voice trembling slightly as she took half a step forward. Her sharp face was pale, her silver alpha aura flickering around her fingers in anxious, irregular pulses. "Think about what you are doing. Father's order is absolute within the Northern Territory. If you defend this human girl here, in front of everyone, you aren't just disobeying a decree, value or no value, you are declaring war against your own house." William did not answer her with words. Instead, he slowly raised his right arm, extending his broad palm sideways in a smooth, protective arc. Without turning his head, he gently nudged Lisa 2 steps further behind his frame, ensuring that not a single thread of incoming pressure, stray wind, or cold aura could reach her. "Lisa," William murmured softly, his deep baritone dropping to a gentle whisper that was completely detached from the lethal atmosphere of the quadrangle. "Close your eyes if the light becomes too bright." Lisa looked up at the sharp profile of his jaw, seeing the absolute, unwavering devotion in his dark eyes. She shook her head gently. "I won't close my eyes, William. I want to see you." A faint, extraordinarily tender touch softened the edge of William's lips for a fleeting microsecond before his expression returned to cold, divine tranquility. Across the brick plaza, Damon's face twisted into an ugly, sadistic scowl. The chief enforcer of House Shadow Ray gripped his twin silver daggers tightly, the enchanted runes along the steel blades glowing with a sickly, jagged violet light. "He's playing the hero," Damon hissed, turning his head slightly toward the 5 elite shadow trackers stationed behind him. "He thinks his broad shoulders can hide a fragile mortal from the Shadow Ray enforcers. Spread out. Form the Shadow Bite formation. 3 of you keep the boy occupied, the other 2, take the girl." "Damon, wait," Victoria shouted, her hand reaching out to grab his sleeve. "You saw what he did in the mountain arena. He isn't a normal." "Quiet, Victoria," Damon snarled, shoving her hand away with a surge of silver energy. "The Patriarch put me in command of this retrieval. He may have unlocked a strange core, but he is still just one man trying to guard a useless piece of glass." With a harsh, guttural roar, the 5 shadow trackers exploded into motion. Swoosh. They moved with frightening, high-tier wolf speed, their bodies blurring into 5 distinct streaks of dark silver mist that tore across the frost-covered bricks. 2 trackers lunged straight for William's chest with heavy iron spears, while the remaining 3 executed a wide flank, circling around the sides at supersonic speed to snatch Lisa from behind his back. Lisa's breath caught in her throat as 3 dark shadows materialized in the air directly above her, their clawed hands reaching down toward her shoulders. William didn't turn around. He didn't even shift his feet. Thump. A silent, golden ripple of absolute weight expanded from William's heels, spreading across the ground in a perfect, 10-yard circle centered on Lisa. The microsecond the 3 flanking trackers stepped into the boundary of that golden circle, the air pressure around them multiplied by 10,000. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if 3 speeding birds had slammed headfirst into an invisible, indestructible vault of solid diamond. The 3 trackers didn't even get within 5 feet of Lisa. The sheer kinetic feedback of William's passive primordial domain shattered their iron armor instantly, snapping their wrist bones and driving all 3 warriors violently down into the brick floor. They hit the ground with a sickening thud, coughing up blood, their silver bloodline energy extinguished instantly, leaving them pinned to the frost, completely paralyzed. The remaining 2 spear-wielding trackers, who were lunging directly at William's chest, froze midair as their comrades were crushed without William raising a single finger. William simply looked up. His dark brown pupils flickered, bursting into 2 brilliant pools of molten primordial gold. "Offense against my presence is foolish," William spoke, his voice carrying a thunderous, multi-layered resonance that rattled the glass windows of every university building within a mile. "Offense against her is unforgivable." He flicked his left wrist. Boom. A localized pulse of compressed gravitational force struck the two midair spear masters like a titan's hammer. Their enchanted spears shattered into fine metal dust, and the two high-tier warriors were launched backward through the air like cannonballs, crashing violently into the stone fountain at the edge of the plaza, destroying the ancient marble structure in a cloud of debris. In less than 2 seconds, 5 elite Shadow Ray Enforcers, warriors who had executed dozens of high-priority pack missions, lay broken, unconscious, and utterly defeated. And William had not moved an inch from his spot in front of Lisa. Chapter 68 Defeating Damon. The silence that fell over the university plaza was terrifying, heavy, and absolute. Victoria stood frozen near the arched corridor, her breath hitching in her throat, her hands trembling so violently inside her coat pockets that she could barely maintain her balance. She had known William was strong after the incident at Mount Cinder, but to witness him effortlessly crush a full tactical squad of shadow trackers without taking his hands out of his coat pockets, while simultaneously maintaining a perfect, harmless protective zone around a human girl, defied every known law of supernatural combat. Damon backed up 2 slow, frantic steps, his boots skidding across the frosted bricks. The cold, arrogant smirk that had defined the chief enforcer's face for decades was completely gone, replaced by a pale, sweat-drenched mask of pure, instinctual horror. His silver alpha aura, usually fierce and predatory, was sputtering like a dying candle in a hurricane. What kind of monster are you? Damon shrieked, his voice cracking as he raised his twin silver daggers in a frantic, defensive guard. That isn't wolf aura. That isn't even blood magic. What are you? William did not answer. He slowly unbuttoned his dark wool coat, sliding his large hands out of his pockets. He didn't draw a sword. He didn't shift into a half-beast form. He simply stepped forward, his polished black leather boots making a crisp, rhythmic sound against the shattered bricks. Damon, William said softly, his deep voice carrying a quiet, terrifying calm that made Damon's heart hammer against his ribs. My father sent you to test my resolve. He believed that sending his chief enforcer would remind me of my place in House Shadow Ray. William stopped 10 paces away, his tall, imposing silhouette framed against the dark vortex of clouds above. Show me the strength that gave my father such arrogance, William commanded quietly. Die! Damon screamed, his mind completely unraveling under the suffocating pressure. Raagh. Driven by sheer, blind desperation, Damon burned his entire life force, forcing his silver alpha aura to explode into a blinding, violent tempest. His body blurred into an illegible streak of silver lightning as he executed the Shadow Sever, his ultimate, lethal assassination technique. He appeared directly above William's head, driving both enchanted daggers downward in a vertical, lightning-fast arc aimed straight at William's neck and collarbone. The silver energy infused in the blades was concentrated enough to cut through a mountain vault door. William didn't dodge. He didn't move his head. He simply raised his bare right hand, extending his index and middle fingers toward the falling, lethal steel. Clang! A sharp, ringing sound echoed across the quadrangle. Damon's world stopped. The chief enforcer's eyes bulged out of his sockets as he hung midair. His full power, life-burning strike, a move that had executed rogue alpha lords, had been caught effortlessly between William's 2 bare fingers. The razor-sharp, enchanted silver blade was clamped tight between William's knuckles, unable to advance even a fraction of a millimeter. The violent silver aura surging off Damon's arms evaporated instantly upon touching William's skin, like water splashing against white-hot iron. Is this the peak of House Shadow Ray's authority? William asked softly, looking up into Damon's weeping, terror-filled face. William lightly twisted his 2 fingers. Crack! The high-tier enchanted silver daggers, forged in ancient pack fire, shattered like cheap glass, dissolving into a shower of harmless metal splinters that rained down onto the frost. Before Damon could process the destruction of his legendary weapons, William reached out his large palm, grabbing the chief enforcer by his leather collar, and casually dragged his airborne body down to the ground. Thud. William didn't slam him with brutal violence. He merely forced Damon onto his knees, pinning the chief enforcer to the cold brick floor with a microscopic thread of primordial weight pressed against his shoulders. Damon collapsed onto his knees shattering the brick beneath him, his chest heaving as he gasped desperately for air. He was completely paralyzed, his silver core sealed, his bloodline energy suppressed into total dormancy under the absolute, divine majesty of the first alpha. William stood over him, looking down with quiet, profound detachment. Return to Mount Cinder, Damon, William spoke, his deep voice carrying a heavy, final truth that echoed in the chief enforcer's soul. Tell Patriarch Garin that if he sends another squad into this city, I will not merely break their weapons. I will walk up Mount Cinder, and I will tear down the granite gates of House Shadow Ray myself. William released his grip on Damon's collar. The chief enforcer slumped forward, face first into the frosted dust, weeping silently in utter, broken defeat, unable to raise his head. William turned around smoothly, his dark wool coat swaying in the gentle wind. The golden light in his eyes slowly receded, returning to their deep, tranquil brown hue as the heavy vortex of clouds above began to part, allowing pale afternoon sunlight to fall across the quadrangle once more. He walked past the frozen, trembling form of Victoria without offering her a single word, stepping directly toward Lisa, who was standing near the center plaza. The terrifying titan who had just dismantled an elite enforcement squad and broken House Shadow Ray's chief enforcer disappeared instantly. In his place stood the same gentle, devoted guardian who had held her hand in the rain. William reached out his large, warm hand, gently brushing a stray lock of dark hair away from Lisa's forehead. Are you unharmed, Lisa? William asked softly, his deep voice filled with a profound, tender care. Lisa looked up into his dark, warm eyes, her heart swelling with an overwhelming, absolute trust. She reached up, placing her small hand over his broad palm. I am completely safe, Lisa whispered, her voice clear and full of love. Because you are here. Chapter 69, Victoria's Retreat. The quadrangle of the university was cloaked in a silence so absolute it felt as though the very fabric of time had been paused. The violent, swirling vortex of iron-gray clouds that had gathered overhead slowly began to dissipate, returning the pale, washed-out light of the autumn afternoon to the red brick plaza. The temperature, which had plummeted to unnatural, freezing depths just moments before, began to rise, melting the jagged layers of frost that had coated the shattered stone of the ancient fountain. Victoria Shadow Ray stood frozen beneath the stone archway of the Humanities building, her tailored trench coat whipping gently in the residual wind. Her breath caught in her throat, her lungs burning as she struggled to draw air into a chest tight with unadulterated terror. 10 paces away from her, Damon, the chief enforcer of Mount Cinder, a high-tier alpha whose name alone commanded fear across 3 northern states, was kneeling in the damp, pulverized brick. He was completely broken. The legendary enchanted silver daggers he had wielded for decades were reduced to a scattering of glittering, harmless dust across the wet stones. He did not move, he merely stared blankly at the ground, his formidable silver aura entirely snuffed out by a power so vast, so ancient, that his predatory instincts had chosen total submission over resistance. Victoria's sharp, calculating mind, which had spent years mastering the intricate, ruthless politics of the pack, was completely blank. She looked at her younger brother. William stood with his back to her, his tall, broad-shouldered frame wrapped in a dark wool coat. He was no longer looking at Damon, nor was he acknowledging the 5 elite shadow trackers groaning in agony near the edges of the plaza. All of William's attention, his entire existence in that moment, was focused solely on the fragile human girl standing before him. Victoria felt a cold, deep dread settle into her marrow. It was not just the physical strength William had displayed that terrified her. It was the complete, utter dismissal of their heritage. A normal alpha would have roared, flared their aura, and demanded the submission of the defeated. William had simply dismantled the deadliest strike force in the Northern Territory as if he were brushing away a stray cobweb, and then immediately turned his back on them to ask a human girl if she was all right. He didn't care about the pack hierarchy. He didn't care about the throne. The golden light that had flared in his eyes, the primordial alpha essence written about only in the most ancient, forbidden scrolls of the first king, was awake, and it was serving as a shield for a mortal. William, Victoria choked out, her voice barely a hollow whisper. She forced her trembling legs to move, taking one hesitant step forward out of the shadows of the archway. William slowly turned his head. His dark brown eyes locked onto hers. There was no hatred in his gaze, no lingering anger from the battle. There was only a calm, vast, and terrifying emptiness when he looked at her, an indifference that hurt Victoria more deeply than any physical blow could have. You brought weapons to a place of learning, Victoria, William said quietly. His deep baritone voice did not echo with supernatural weight anymore, but the quiet stillness of his tone carried a finality that made the remaining frost crackle. You brought killers to the place where she walks every day. Victoria swallowed hard, her manicured nails digging into the palms of her hands to keep them from shaking. Father commanded it. We didn't know. The elders didn't understand the scope of what you have become. If you would just come back to the mountain, explain. There is nothing left to explain, William interrupted smoothly. He turned his body slightly, keeping himself positioned firmly between Victoria and Lisa. I have no desire for the granite throne. I have no interest in the elders' politics, or the impending war with the vampire coven. I only care about the peace of this city. By stepping onto this campus, you have crossed a boundary that I will not allow to be crossed again. Victoria looked at Damon, who was slowly, agonizingly trying to push himself up from the ruined bricks, his eyes hollow and defeated. She looked at the 5 trackers, their armor shattered, their bones fractured by the sheer, passive weight of William's domain. She realized, with a sickening clarity, that if William had wanted them dead, they would have been erased from existence before they even crossed the university gates. He had spared them not out of familial loyalty, but because he did not want to stain the ground Lisa walked on with their blood. Collect your enforcers, William commanded softly, turning his attention away from his sister. Take them back to Mount Cinder. Tell Garin Shadow Ray that his 3rd son is dead to the pack. If he wishes to preserve the legacy of his house, he will never look toward this city again. Victoria felt a profound, overwhelming sense of loss. She was looking at the greatest prodigy their bloodline had produced in 1,000 years, and he was slipping through their fingers forever. Retreat, Victoria commanded, her voice cracking as she forced the word out. She looked toward the 2 trackers who were still conscious. Gather the fallen. Pick up the commander. We are leaving. The remaining trackers, bruised, terrified, and limping, scrambled to obey. They hoisted Damon's limp arms over their shoulders, dragging the broken chief enforcer away from the center of the plaza. They moved with desperate haste, not daring to look back at the tall, dark-coated figure who had effortlessly shattered their reality. Within moments, the shadow-bound squad vanished into the perimeter trees, their auras fleeing northward like frightened animals. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere finally lifted, leaving only the sound of the gentle autumn wind rustling the branches of the ancient oak trees. William remained perfectly still until he was certain the last trace of the shadow ray scent had faded from the perimeter. Only then did the rigid tension in his broad shoulders soften. He turned fully toward Lisa, the cold, divine majesty melting away completely. Lisa was staring at the shattered stone fountain and the deep, fractured craters in the brick pathways. The sheer scale of the destruction was difficult for her human mind to process. But when she looked up at William, her hazel eyes held no fear. William stepped closer, looking down at her with a profound, anxious vulnerability that was entirely at odds with the godlike power he had just displayed. I apologize, Lisa, William murmured softly, his large hands resting gently on her shoulders. I wanted to keep the violence of my world far away from you. I failed to protect your peace today. Lisa felt a warm, soothing tide of affection wash over her heart. She lifted her hands, resting them against his chest, feeling the steady, rhythmic beating of his heart beneath the fine wool of his coat. You didn't fail anything, William, Lisa said, her voice soft but filled with an unshakable, absolute conviction. She traced the lapel of his coat with her fingertips. They came here with weapons, and you didn't let a single shadow touch me. You stood between me and a nightmare, and you didn't even flinch. William closed his eyes for a brief moment, leaning into her gentle touch. The sheer, unconditional trust radiating from her was a healing balm to his spirit. I will always stand between you and the dark, William whispered, his voice carrying the sacred weight of a vow. Whether it is my family, the vampires, or the world itself. You are my light, Lisa. And I will protect that light until my last breath. They stood together in the quiet aftermath, surrounded by the shattered ruins of the plaza. No words were needed. The gentle warmth of her hands against his chest was the only anchor William needed, solidifying his choice to leave the ancient world of wolves behind, forever dedicating his boundless strength to the beautiful, fragile human world she inhabited. Chapter 70, Legend on Campus. By Monday morning, the central quadrangle of the university was cordoned off with bright yellow caution tape. Construction crews were already at work, pouring fresh concrete over the shattered red bricks and sweeping up the pulverized marble of the ancient fountain. The official statement released by the university administration cited a freak localized pressure explosion from an underground steam pipe as the cause of the destruction. For the vast majority of the human world, scientific rationalization was a comfortable, necessary shield against the inexplicable. The mundane mind simply refused to process the existence of supernatural auras, bloodline magic, or ancient wolf enforcers. But the human mind, while ignorant of magic, was highly imaginative. The students who had witnessed the event from the second-story windows of the humanities building had seen something they could not easily explain away with steam pipes. They had seen a tall, dark-haired man in a tailored coat dismantle a group of armed attackers with impossible speed and precision. Since their brains could not perceive the golden shockwaves of primordial energy or the violet glow of enchanted daggers, they filled in the blanks with the only cultural reference points they had. I'm telling you, it was like something out of a wuxia film, a student whispered loudly in the campus coffee shop, gesturing wildly with his espresso cup. Those guys in leather coats charged at him with weapons, and the guy just. He didn't even move. He just shifted his weight, used their own momentum against them, and threw them across the courtyard. He caught a sword with 2 fingers. 2 fingers. You're exaggerating, a girl across the table laughed, shaking her head. Nobody can catch a sword with 2 fingers. It was probably a stunt for a film project. I saw it with my own eyes. The boy insisted, leaning in closely. He's some kind of underground grandmaster. A martial arts prodigy. And he was doing it all to protect that girl from the history department. Lisa, I think her name is. Sitting 2 tables away, hidden behind a tall stack of medieval history textbooks, Lisa Vance took a slow, deliberate sip of her vanilla latte. Her cheeks were flushed a deep, embarrassed shade of pink. She kept her eyes glued to her notebook, trying desperately to ignore the whispers circulating through the crowded cafe. For the past 48 hours, the entire campus had been buzzing with wild, exaggerated rumors about her secret bodyguard boyfriend. Some claimed William was a retired Special Forces operative, others swore he was the heir to an ancient martial arts syndicate who had forsaken his clan to protect a normal college student. While the rumors were wildly inaccurate regarding the supernatural truth, they were ironically close to the emotional reality of the situation. Lisa smiled softly into her coffee cup. The human world's ability to rationalize the divine power of a primordial alpha into a martial arts grandmaster was both hilarious and a massive relief. It meant William's secret was safe, hidden in plain sight behind a veil of cinematic imagination. The bell above the cafe door chimed gently. The noisy chatter of the coffee shop instantly dialed down by half. Lisa didn't need to look up to know who had entered, she could feel the subtle, comforting shift in the air, a gentle warmth that always preceded him. William walked through the tables with quiet, effortless grace. He wore a simple dark charcoal sweater and black trousers today, yet he still moved with the regal, immaculate posture of a king. As he passed, several students instinctively stopped talking, their eyes tracking him with a mixture of intense curiosity and profound, respectful awe. The Grandmaster had arrived. William seemed entirely oblivious to the stares. His dark, striking eyes scanned the room for only a fraction of a second before locking onto Lisa. The moment he saw her, the stoic, unreadable mask he wore for the rest of the world softened into a look of absolute, radiant devotion. He approached her table, smoothly pulling out the chair opposite her. Good morning, Lisa, William greeted softly, his deep, resonant voice wrapping around her like a warm blanket. He placed a small, perfectly wrapped blueberry pastry on the table in front of her. I noticed you skipped breakfast to study for your midterms. You need sustenance. Lisa's heart did a familiar, happy flutter. She reached out, taking the pastry with a bright smile. Thank you, William. You didn't have to walk all the way across campus just to bring me this. There is nowhere else I would rather walk, William replied simply, his gaze holding hers with an intensity that made the rest of the crowded cafe fade into background noise. Lisa leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand, her hazel eyes sparkling with amusement. She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. So, have you heard the news, Grandmaster Shadow? William blinked, tilting his head slightly, a rare look of genuine confusion crossing his handsome features. Grandmaster. Lisa giggled softly, a pure, melodic sound that made William's chest tighten with affection. The entire campus is talking about you. They saw what happened in the plaza on Friday. Since they can't understand magic or wolf packs, they've decided you are a supreme martial arts expert who uses ancient pressure point techniques. A girl in my sociology class asked me if you could teach her how to shatter a brick with a 1-inch punch. William stared at her for a long moment, processing the bizarre logic of the human mind. A faint, amused smile finally touched the corners of his lips. A martial arts expert, William repeated quietly, his dark eyes crinkling with a gentle warmth. I suppose that is a safer narrative than the truth. Human perception is a fascinating shield. They see only what their minds are prepared to accept. It keeps you safe, Lisa murmured, her smile softening into a look of deep, tender appreciation. She reached across the small wooden table, gently resting her hand over his. It means we can stay here. Together. In the normal world. William turned his hand over, lacing his long, calloused fingers perfectly through hers. His thumb slowly, rhythmically stroked the back of her hand, conveying a silent, unshakable promise. I do not care what titles the mundane world gives me, William said softly, leaning closer so his deep voice resonated only for her. They can call me a martial artist, a soldier, or a myth. The only truth that matters to me is the one sitting across from me right now. Lisa felt a warm blush spread across her cheeks again, completely captivated by the raw, unapologetic sincerity in his eyes. He didn't use flowery language or rehearsed charm, he simply spoke the absolute truth of his soul. Even if the whole campus is watching us. Lisa teased gently, gesturing slightly with her eyes toward a group of students in the corner who were blatantly whispering and pointing in their direction. William didn't even glance at them. He kept his eyes entirely focused on Lisa, his gaze holding a quiet, infinite depth. Let them watch, William whispered, his thumb continuing its gentle caress against her skin. Let them see that the man who can shatter stone and defeat armies is completely, hopelessly bound to the brightest light in his world. I am yours, Lisa. In this world, or any other. Surrounded by the hum of espresso machines, the scratching of pencils, and the wild whispers of human imagination, Lisa held onto the hand of the primordial alpha, feeling an absolute, perfect peace. The storm of his ancient bloodline might still be raging in the distant mountains, but here, in the quiet light of a campus cafe, she was his entire universe. Chapter 71, The Vampire King's Strategy. Deep in the subterranean depths of the southern abyss, beneath centuries of forgotten bloodstone and jagged obsidian cliffs, lay the Obsidian Keep, the seat of power for Lord Castian, the undisputed sovereign of the Vampire Coven. Unlike the wild, granite-carved fortresses of the werewolf territories that echoed with howling winds and raw physical power, the Vampire King's citadel was a place of oppressive, absolute silence. Tall, Gothic arches stretched into shadows that never saw the sun, illuminated only by the faint, eerie crimson glow of floating blood-luminescent orbs. The air was frigid, thick with the scent of ancient dust, metallic copper, and centuries of dark, unyielding magic. At the center of a grand, circular amphitheater carved from pure black marble, Lord Castian sat upon his towering throne of woven shadow and bone. He appeared deceptively young, with features carved from flawless white alabaster, long silver hair that cascaded down his high-collared velvet robe, and eyes that burned with a deep, terrifying crimson light. He leaned his cheek against his pale, slender hand, his long, razor-sharp obsidian nails tapping a slow, hypnotic rhythm against the armrest. Before the dais, kneeling upon the cold marble floor, were 12 High Coven lords and elite commanders. Each was an ancient entity capable of wiping out whole towns, yet in the presence of their king, they held their breath, their heads bowed in total, reverent terror. Lord Malaker's soul light extinguished 3 nights ago, Castian spoke. His voice was not a roar, but a smooth, melodic velvet whisper that slid through the cavernous hall like a poisoned blade. It carried a strange, intoxicating weight that made the surrounding shadows tremble. He took his full shadow vanguard to Mount Cinder, Castian continued, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly as he looked down at his kneeling commanders. He promised me the head of Gar and Shadow Ray. Instead, he and his entire strike team were reduced to ash in less than 10 seconds. Tell me, Lord Vane. How does an ancient vampire lord, powered by 3 centuries of dark blood magic, vanish without leaving even a drop of blood behind? Lord Vane, a towering vampire commander clad in dark steel armor, trembled beneath his king's gaze. My lord, our spies within the northern border have gathered fragments of spiritual residual energy from Mount Cinder. It was not Patriarch Garin who executed Lord Malachor. Nor was it the prodigy, Lucian. Oh. Castian raised a delicate, dark eyebrow, a cold, curious smile curving his pale lips. Who, then? It was Garin's exiled 3rd son. William, Vane whispered, his voice shaking. The spies report that he released a energy signature never before recorded in modern wolf history. A radiant, golden aura that burned away Lord Malaker's blood core instantly. The wolf elders are whispering of the primordial alpha. The 12 commanders held their breath, waiting for their king's explosive wrath. But Lord Castian did not rage. Instead, a soft, dry laugh echoed from the sovereign's throat, a quiet, haunting sound that resonated off the obsidian pillars. The primordial alpha, Castian mused, his dark eyes shining with a calculating, brilliant malice. The ancient gold. The progenitor bloodline that our ancestors warned would one day reawaken to unite the wild beasts. How utterly marvelous. Castian stood up from his throne, his long velvet cloak sweeping behind him like a cloud of night. He stepped down the marble stairs, his boots making no sound against the stone. A primordial core is indeed a terrifying force, Castian said, pacing slowly before his commanders. If the three great families of the northern mountains were to unite beneath this golden progenitor, their combined military power would sweep through our southern lands and reduce our coven to dust within a week. He paused, stopping before a massive floating map of the northern territory forged from red light and shadow. On the map, three distinct crests representing House Shadow Ray, House Frost Hound, and House Iron Fang glowed brightly, yet they stood noticeably apart from one another. However, Castian sneered softly, reaching out his hand to touch the crimson map. Wolves are inherently foolish creatures. Their pride is their greatest flaw. My scouts report that after displaying his divine power, William did not claim the throne of Mount Cinder. He severed his bloodline ties, rejected his father's decree, and walked away to protect a fragile human girl in the southern city. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the kneeling commanders. Garan Shadow Ray's pride has been shattered, Castian continued, his smile broadening into a terrifying, predatory grin. He has branded his own legendary son a traitor. The chief enforcer, Damon, was broken and sent back in disgrace. House Frosthound and House Iron Fang no longer trust Garen's leadership, believing he hid the true alpha to consolidate his own family's power. They are divided. They are suspicious. They are isolated. Castian raised both hands, his crimson aura flaring wildly around his body, filling the Grand Keep with a suffocating, blood-red storm. The wolf houses are at each other's throats. Castian declared, his velvet voice ringing with absolute, dark authority. They expect us to fear the golden light. They do not realize that a god without an army cannot defend a broken kingdom. He turned back to his 12 commanders, his eyes glowing like burning embers. Summon the entire coven, Lord Castian commanded, his voice striking like a death knell. Awaken the subterranean dread beasts. Mobilize all 7 Legion strike forces. We will not attack the Golden Boy and his human city, not yet. We will strike the northern mountain passes while the 3 houses are blinded by their own pathetic squabbles. Castian's hand closed into a tight fist, crushing the floating crimson map of Mount Cinder into a shower of dying red sparks. Before the moon completes its cycle, the Vampire King vowed, the 3 great families will burn in their own ancestral hearths. And when the Golden Alpha is left with no pack, no land, and no kingdom, he will bow before me. Chapter 72, Broken Lines. The Grand Council chamber of Mount Cinder was draped in heavy, oppressive gloom. Outside the tall stained glass windows, a bitter blizzard howled across the granite peaks of the northern mountain range, battering the fortress walls with icy gales. Inside, around the ancient circular table of carved obsidian, sat the leaders of the 3 great families. Yet, despite the freezing temperatures outside, the heat generated by bitter mistrust and fierce argument within the room was suffocating. At the head of the table sat Patriarch Garan Shadow Ray. He looked aged, weary, and hollow. The golden light that had erupted in his subterranean hall nights ago had not brought glory to his house, it had shattered his authority. Across the table sat Lord Valerius of House Frosthound, draped in icy white furs, his sharp face frozen in a look of deep, bitter contempt. To his left sat Chieftain Thorin of House Iron Fang, a massive, scarred warrior whose heavy iron armor clattered as he slammed his fist repeatedly onto the table. You lied to us, Garan. Chieftain Thorin roared, his dark green aura flaring in volatile bursts. For 19 years, you told the council that your 3rd son was a defective runt. A coreless disgrace exiled to live among humans. And then he steps into the arena and forces your prodigy to a draw with his bare hands, before erasing a vampire lord with the lost golden aura of the first king. We were all fooled, Lord Valerius added, his icy voice dripping with venom. You kept the primordial alpha hidden in the human city, waiting for the right moment to use him as a political weapon against our houses. And now, because of your arrogance and your pathetic attempts to force him into submission, the boy has severed his ties and abandoned Mount Cinder entirely. Garen's cold gray eyes flashed, his fist tightening so hard against his broadsword hilt that the leather wrapping creaked. Watch your tongue, Valerius. Garan growled, his gravelly voice echoing off the stone walls. William's core was suppressed by an ancient seal born within his own marrow. I knew nothing of the golden light until the night of the summit. Do you think I would willingly alienate the supreme heir of our bloodline? Then you are either a liar or a fool, Garan. Valerius countered coldly, standing up from his chair. In either case, House Frosthound will no longer take orders from House Shadow Ray. Our scouts report massive vampire troop movements along the southern border ridge. Lord Castian is mobilizing his legions. And yet, instead of preparing a unified defense, your house is sending enforcement squads into human cities to hunt down a human girl. Damon was sent to bring the girl here for protection and leverage. Garin shouted, his face darkening with frustration. And Damon returned with his daggers shattered, his core sealed, and his squad broken. Thorin mocked, letting out a harsh, booming laugh that carried no humor. Your enforcers couldn't even handle one unarmored move from your own son. How do you expect us to trust your military leadership when a full Coven invasion force is marching toward our gates? In the corner of the council chamber, standing in the shadows beside a pillar, Victoria Shadow Ray listened to the bitter shouting matches with a heavy, sinking heart. She looked at her father, whose blind pride prevented him from admitting his grave error. She looked at Lucian, who sat nearby in total, broken silence, unable to even look the other elders in the eye after his humiliation. She looked at the leaders of the allied houses, who were more concerned with laying blame and securing political dominance than preparing for the monstrous threat rising from the south. We are completely broken, Victoria thought, her hands clenching into tight fists inside her coat pockets. William was the only force that could have united these arrogant fools. Without his golden presence, our ancestral defense lines are nothing more than dust waiting to be scattered by the wind. Listen to me, Garin commanded, standing up to his full, towering height, his silver alpha aura exploding around his broad frame to force the room into order. The defensive perimeter at the Frostbite Pass must be reinforced immediately. House Ironfang will deploy 3 vanguard legions to the western ridge. House Frosthound will hold the eastern watchtowers. House Shadow Ray will command the central fortress. Chieftain Thorin sneered, crossing his massive arms over his chest. And why should my warriors take the front lines at the western ridge while your elite guards stay safe behind the granite walls of Mount Cinder? No, Garin. House Ironfang will defend our own ancestral valley. If the Coven breaks through your central pass, that is House Shadow Ray's burden to bear. Are you insane, Thorin? Valerius spat, his icy eyes widening. If the central pass falls, the southern Coven will flank my eastern watchtowers within hours. We must form a tight, overlapping phalanx. I will not sacrifice my kin for a house whose patriarch cannot even control his own sons. Thorin barked, turning his back on the obsidian table and heading straight for the council doors. House Ironfang withdraws from the unified command structure. Thorin, halt! Garin roared, but the Iron Chieftain ignored him, slamming the heavy oak doors shut behind him with a deafening boom. Lord Valerius looked at Garin with a cold, pitying gaze. You see, Garin, your pride has cost us our unity. House Frosthound will fortify our own borders. God help us all when Castian's army arrives. With a sweep of his white fur cloak, Valerius stepped out of the chamber, leaving Patriarch Garin standing alone beside the empty obsidian table, surrounded by the crumbling remnants of a once mighty alliance. Garin slumped back into his granite chair, placing his weathered face into his heavy, calloused hands. For the first time in 40 years, the Iron Patriarch of Mount Cinder looked fragile, defeated, and deeply afraid. He had built an empire of strict hierarchy and absolute strength, only to realize too late that by casting away the gentle, quiet son who held the true heart of the first Alpha, he had doomed them all to the gathering storm. Chapter 73, The Twins' Repentance. The late evening rain had settled into a quiet, cold drizzle over the city. Inside Lisa's apartment, the soft, ambient glow of the living room lamp cast a gentle warmth across the small wooden dining table. William sat quietly by the window, a cup of hot black tea steaming in his hand. He wore a soft dark gray sweater, his broad shoulders relaxed, his dark eyes watching the rain droplets slide down the glass pane. Across the room, Lisa was curled up on the sofa with a blanket over her lap, peacefully highlighting pages in her history textbook. Suddenly, a faint, metallic vibration echoed through the air, a delicate, trembling resonance that only William's acute ears could pick up. It was not the harsh, aggressive silver pressure of Damon's enforcement squad, nor was it the icy, calculating presence of Victoria. It was two fragile, hesitant bloodline signatures standing out in the rain on the pavement 3 floors below. Ethan and Maya. William did not move immediately. He set his teacup down on the wooden saucer with a soft, quiet clink. Lisa looked up from her textbook, noticing the slight shift in his posture. William, is someone outside? William offered her a reassuring, extraordinarily gentle look. Stay inside, Lisa. My younger brother and sister have arrived. Lisa's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but seeing the calm, tranquil depth in William's face, she nodded softly. Okay. Be careful. William stood up, buttoned a dark coat over his sweater, and stepped out into the quiet, carpeted hallway of the apartment building. Instead of waiting for them to reach his door, he walked down the stairs and opened the heavy glass entrance door leading out into the rain-slicked courtyard. Standing under the flickering yellow street lamp were Ethan and Maya Shadow Ray. They wore no heavy armor, no bloodline weapons, and no formal velvet cloaks of House Shadow Ray. They wore simple, damp civilian coats, their dark hair soaked by the rain. Standing side by side, the twins looked shockingly young, fragile, and utterly exhausted. The arrogant, snobbish teenagers who had once mocked William in the dining halls of Mount Cinder were completely gone. When the glass door opened and William's tall, imposing frame stepped out into the misty rain, both Ethan and Maya flinched instinctively, taking a half step back. William stopped under the awning, his hands resting naturally in his coat pockets. He looked down at them with dark, unreadable eyes. Ethan, Maya, William spoke softly, his deep baritone carrying no anger, but an absolute, quiet weight. Why are you here? Mount Cinder is preparing for war. You should be in the northern fortress. Ethan's breath hitched in his throat. He looked up at his elder brother, his sharp face pale, his hands trembling violently inside his damp coat pockets. Suddenly, without a word, Ethan dropped to his knees right there on the wet concrete path, bowing his head deeply until his forehead nearly touched the cold pavement. Ethan, Maya gasped, her voice cracking as tears welled in her eyes. But instead of pulling her twin brother up, Maya let out a ragged sob and fell to her knees beside him, her hands trembling as she pressed them against her face. William remained standing, his posture composed, watching his younger siblings kneel in the rain before him. William, please. Ethan choked out, his voice shaking with a profound, overwhelming grief. We didn't come here on Father's orders. We ran away from the mountain. Ethan raised his head slightly, tears mixing with the rainwater dripping down his nose. His eyes were wide, filled with deep, raw remorse. For 19 years, Ethan wept, we called you a runt. We laughed when Lucian pushed you into the snow. We sat at the high table eating feasts while you sat alone in the cold outer estate. We thought you were weak because you didn't have a noisy aura like us. Maya sobbed, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. When the vampires attacked the subterranean hall, you didn't hesitate. You didn't care that we had been cruel to you for our entire lives. You stepped between us and those monsters. You saved Ethan's life. You saved my life. She looked up at William, her hazel eyes pleading, full of genuine, heartbroken repentance. And then Father sent Damon to attack the university, Maya continued, her voice trembling. We begged him not to. We told him that you only wanted peace with the girl you love. But no one listens to us at Mount Cinder. Everyone is obsessed with power, crowns, and bloodline dominance. Ethan bowed his head back down to the wet ground. We didn't come here to ask you to fight for House Shadow Ray, William. We didn't come to beg you to be our alpha. We came because we couldn't live with ourselves anymore if we didn't say it. Ethan's voice broke into a desperate, hollow whisper. We are so sorry, William. We were terrible, foolish, cruel siblings to you. We don't deserve your protection. But please, please forgive us. The courtyard fell into a heavy, quiet stillness, broken only by the gentle patter of the rain falling on the leaves of the surrounding trees. William looked down at his younger brother and sister kneeling in the dirt. He saw no deception in their hearts, no political maneuvering, and no hidden orders from Garin. He saw only two lost, terrified children who had finally seen through the toxic lies of their ancestral home, desperately seeking the guidance of an elder brother they had spent a lifetime pushing away. Chapter 74, Forgiveness and Unity. William slowly stepped out from beneath the dry shelter of the awning, his polished leather boots making soft, splashing sounds against the wet concrete path. He walked over to where the twins knelt in the rain. He did not let out a terrifying surge of primordial energy, nor did he lecture them on their past cruelty. Slowly, smoothly, William knelt down on one knee in the wet grass before them. He reached out his broad, warm hands, placing his left hand firmly on Ethan's trembling shoulder, and his right hand gently over Maya's wet hair. The moment his hands touched them, a microscopic wave of condensed primordial warmth flowed through his palms into their chilled, rain-soaked bodies. The icy shivering that racked their frames stopped instantly, replaced by a deep, comforting heat that chased away the cold water and the lingering fear in their souls. Ethan and Maya froze, looking up through their tear-filled eyes in utter shock. Rise, William said softly. His deep voice carried a tender, absolute warmth that washed over their wounded spirits like a healing rain. A son and daughter of the wolf bloodline do not kneel in the dirt. William stood up, using his firm grip on Ethan's shoulder to pull his younger brother smoothly back to his feet, while gently helping Maya stand beside him. Maya wiped her face frantically with her damp sleeves, her voice trembling. William, you aren't angry with us. William looked at both of them, his dark brown eyes filled with a profound, quiet maturity that transcended the pettiness of pack rivalries. I was never angry with you, Maya, William answered gently. When we were children, you and Ethan only acted upon the lessons our father and the elders taught you. You believed that strength was defined by cruelty, and that worth was measured only by the glow of one's aura. He reached out, straightening Ethan's wet collar with calm, measured grace. Forgiveness is not given because the past was acceptable, William explained softly, looking directly into Ethan's eyes. It is given because holding on to bitterness is a burden I refuse to carry. You have recognized your errors, and you have sought truth over pride. That is the first step toward true strength. Ethan's eyes brimmed with fresh tears, but this time, they were tears of profound relief. He nodded frantically, his jaw set in firm resolve. We will do whatever you ask, William. If you want us to leave the city, we will go. If you want us to turn our backs on Mount Cinder forever. No, William interrupted smoothly, his tone shifting into a firm, protective authority. You will not run away, and you will not wander blindly. He looked at both of them, setting clear, unyielding expectations. If you wish to walk alongside me, William stated, his voice resonating with the quiet majesty of an elder brother stepping into his true role, you will throw away the arrogant mindset of House Shadow Ray. You will respect the human world, you will protect those who cannot defend themselves, and you will never again look down upon anyone because of their lineage. We promise. Maya exclaimed immediately, her voice full of absolute, unshakable sincerity. We swear it on our lives, William. Ethan nodded fiercely. I swear it, elder brother. William's sharp, handsome face softened into a rare, extraordinarily warm smile, a look of genuine familial affection that neither Ethan nor Maya had ever received from Lucian or Patriarch Garin in their entire lives. Good, William said softly. He placed his large hands on both of their shoulders, pulling them slightly closer toward him. Then you are no longer alone. As long as I stand, no harm will come to either of you. A profound sense of warmth, security, and true belonging filled the twins' hearts. For the first time in their lives, they felt what it truly meant to have an alpha, not a tyrant who ruled through fear and demands of obedience, but a true guardian who offered shelter, guidance, and unconditional protection. Come inside out of the rain, William said gently, turning toward the apartment entrance. Lisa has made warm tea. Maya's eyes lit up, a mixture of nervousness and deep respect flushing her cheeks. The human girl. She won't mind us being there. William offered her a gentle, reassuring look over his shoulder. Lisa's heart is larger than the northern mountains, William said, his voice dropping to a velvet whisper full of quiet pride. She accepted me when I was an outcast. She will welcome my family with the same grace. Together, the three siblings stepped out of the rain and into the warm, brightly lit building, the long-standing walls of hostility and pride finally shattered, replaced by a quiet, unbreakable bond of true unity. Chapter 75, Night Before the Storm. The rain that had plagued the city for days had finally dissolved, leaving the night sky washed completely clean. A vast canopy of dark blue velvet stretched from horizon to horizon, dusted with a million sharp, glittering stars. A cool, crisp autumn breeze blew through the leaves of the oak trees lining the residential district, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and late-blooming jasmine. On the flat, private rooftop of Lisa's apartment building, the city stretched out below them like a sprawling sea of warm yellow lights and distant amber street lamps. William sat on the low wooden bench near the brick ledge, his broad back leaning comfortably against the sturdy structure. He wore a simple, warm black knit sweater with his dark trousers, his tall, broad frame relaxed in a way that rarely occurred in the northern mountains. Lisa sat right beside him, wrapped snugly in a plush cream-colored wool blanket. She leaned her head softly against his shoulder, her dark hair cascading down the fabric of his sweater. Her small, delicate fingers were linked tightly through his large, warm hand, resting together in her lap. A few steps away, inside the small glass roof access room, Ethan and Maya were fast asleep on two makeshift folding cots. After drinking warm tea and sharing a peaceful, tearful conversation with Lisa, who had welcomed them into her home with a gentle, disarming warmth that completely dissolved their lingering anxieties, the twins had succumbed to sheer physical and emotional exhaustion. For the first time in their lives, protected by the absolute, golden domain of their elder brother, they slept without keeping one hand on a weapon. The rooftop was perfectly silent, save for the gentle hum of the city far below and the soft, rhythmic sound of their breathing. They look so peaceful, Lisa murmured softly, her hazel eyes glancing toward the glass door where the young twins slept peacefully under warm blankets. William looked down at her, his dark brown eyes filled with an infinite, tender warmth. His thumb gently rubbed slow, comforting circles over the back of her hand. For their entire lives, they were taught that sleep was a vulnerability, William said, his deep baritone dropping to a quiet, soothing whisper that melted into the cool night air. In Mount Cinder, a child learns to monitor the aura of everyone around them, even their own parents. To sleep deeply without fear is a luxury they have never known until tonight. Lisa sighed softly, snuggling a little closer into his broad side, resting her cheek against the solid, reassuring heat of his chest. I'm glad you let them stay, William. They really needed you. Not as an alpha, but as a big brother. William closed his eyes for a brief moment, breathing in the sweet, familiar aroma of vanilla and meadow blossoms that always drifted from her hair. I spent 19 years believing I had no purpose in my family, William confessed quietly, his voice carrying a rare, reflective vulnerability. I believed my existence was merely a quiet placeholder while Lucian was prepared for the throne. But looking at Ethan and Maya now, I realized that my distance from their dark politics was a blessing. It preserved the heart I needed to save them when their world began to collapse. He turned his head slightly, resting his cheek gently against the top of her dark head. And it led me to you, William added softly. Lisa felt her heart swell with an overwhelming, radiant happiness. She squeezed his fingers tightly, raising her head from his shoulder to look up into his striking, handsome face. Under the silvery light of the autumn moon, his sharp jawline and deep brown eyes looked ethereal, carved from immortal grace, yet the look he gave her was filled with pure, human devotion. William, Lisa whispered, her voice clear and gentle in the quiet night. What happens tomorrow? William did not answer immediately. His dark eyes turned toward the northern horizon, where dark, jagged mountain silhouettes blocked out the distant stars 300 miles away. With his acute primordial senses, he could feel the faint, chaotic ripples of spiritual energy surging along the northern ridges. He felt the fractured, panicking defenses of House Shadow Ray, House Frosthound, and House Iron Fang as they argued among themselves. And beneath that noise, deep within the southern abyss, he felt the heavy, suffocating march of Lord Castian's vampire legions, an army of darkness marching northward to extinguish the wolf houses once and for all. The gathering storm had reached its peak. The war was no longer an abstract threat on distant scrolls, it was arriving at the gates of his ancestral homeland tonight. Yet, despite the colossal, apocalyptic clash of bloodlines looming over the horizon, William felt no fear, no hesitation, and no chaos in his soul. He looked back down into Lisa's clear, hazel eyes. Tomorrow, the old world will demand an answer, William said gently, his voice holding the immovable, majestic weight of a quiet mountain. The Vampire King believes that because my family is divided and weak, he can burn the northern valleys and claim dominion over this world. My father believes that strength is a whip to force obedience. He raised his free hand, gently brushing a stray lock of hair away from her smooth forehead, his touch as light as a feather. They are both wrong, William murmured softly. They do not understand what true strength is. Strength is not built on fear, or crowns, or bloodline arrogance. True strength is built on what we choose to protect. Lisa leaned into his hand, closing her eyes as his warm palm cradled her cheek. Will you fight them? I will end the war, Lisa, William promised softly, his deep voice carrying a sacred, absolute conviction. I will not allow Lord Castian's dark legions to lay waste to the northern lands, nor will I allow them to bring their violence anywhere near this city. I will step into the storm, and I will put an end to centuries of senseless hatred. He leaned down slightly, resting his broad forehead gently against hers. In the quiet, cool night air, surrounded by the vast starlight and the sleeping city, they shared a moment of profound, absolute unity. No words were needed to express the sacred bond between them. In her eyes, he was not the terrifying primordial alpha who could shatter mountains, he was her guardian, her devotion, and her heart. And in his eyes, she was the anchor that kept his vast, infinite power tethered to love, grace, and hope. I will wait for you, Lisa whispered softly against his skin, her voice unwavering, filled with complete, absolute trust in the man holding her. No matter how dark the sky gets. I know you will come back to me. I will always come back to you, Lisa, William answered, his voice a velvet vow that echoed into the night. My heart belongs to no throne, no pack, and no king. It belongs only to you. They remained seated together on the quiet rooftop under the vast canopy of stars, holding each other tightly against the autumn chill as the quiet hours of the night slipped away, standing together on the precipice of the final storm. Chapter 76, Red Moon Assault. The night sky over the northern mountain range did not fade into its usual dark navy tint. Instead, as the clock struck midnight, the crescent moon turned a sickening, bruised shade of crimson. A thick, suffocating mist, heavy with the iron stench of ancient blood magic, rolled upward from the southern abyssal valleys, swallowing the pine forests, the frozen rivers, and the sharp granite peaks in a blanket of dark red fog. The red moon had risen, the sinister celestial event that amplified the blood magic of the vampire coven tenfold while suppressing the natural lunar resonance of the wolf bloodlines. At the highest watchtower of Mount Cinder, the warning drums began to thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic, booming beats echoed across the jagged canyons, signaling an immediate, full-scale invasion. But before the echo of the third drumbeat could fade into the icy wind, the wooden watchtower exploded into a shower of burning splinters. There through the outer perimeter. A shadow ray sentry screamed, his voice abruptly cut short as a swarm of shadowy, bat-like crimson constructs tore through his chest armor. Lord Castian had not waited for sunrise, nor had he offered the traditional challenge of war. The sovereign of the vampire coven launched a simultaneous, merciless blitzkrieg against all three major werewolf strongholds at once. To the west, at the Iron Ridge Pass, Chieftain Thorin's heavy vanguard was hit by the 1st and 2nd Vampire Legions. Massive subterranean dread beasts, monstrous, skeletal leviathans forged from bloodstone and dark necromancy, burrowed out from beneath the frozen earth, shattering the stone ramparts of House Iron Fang before the heavy shock troops could even form their defensive shield walls. To the east, at the Frostbite Pinnacle, Lord Valerius's archers and ice mages were overwhelmed by the 3rd and 4th legions. A rain of blood fire arrows descended from the crimson clouds, melting the ancient glacier walls that had protected House Frosthound for 7 centuries, trapping their elite warriors in a boiling deluge of mud and ice. And at the center, at the towering granite gates of Mount Cinder, Lord Castian himself arrived at the head of the 5th, 6th, and 7th elite strike forces. Thousands of dark, red-eyed vampire warriors clad in obsidian plate armor surged up the narrow mountain paths like an endless tide of blood. High above the invading army, floating effortlessly in the crimson-lit sky, sat Lord Castian upon an airborne throne of woven shadows, flanked by his 4 remaining coven high archons. Look upon their glorious fortress, Castian sneered softly, his melodic voice easily carrying across the chaotic battlefield through dark magic. The proud wolves who claim to rule these northern peaks. See how they scramble like rats in a flooded cellar. At the main gates of Mount Cinder, Patriarch Garin Shadow Ray stood atop the stone battlements, his broadsword unsheathed, his face pale and grim beneath his heavy iron helmet. His silver alpha aura flared violently, but against the oppressive weight of the red moon and the sheer, staggering numbers of the Coven army, his energy flickered like a candle in a gale. Archers, release! Garin bellowed, his voice hoarse from shouting commands into the roaring wind. Reinforce the outer courtyard. Hold the gates at all costs. A hail of silver-tipped arrows rained down from the fortress walls, cutting down dozens of invading vampires. But for every warrior that fell, 3 more leapt over the outer barricades, their razor-sharp claws tearing through stone and iron alike. Father! Lucian shouted, rushing up the stone stairs to the battlements. His face was bruised, his armor cracked, his eyes wide with frantic, uncontained terror. The eastern flank has failed. House Frosthound's line collapsed an hour ago. Valerius is retreating toward the inner sanctum, and the vampires are pouring through the side breaches. Garen's heart sank into his stomach. The lack of coordination between the 3 houses was bearing its bitter, tragic fruit. Because Thorin had isolated his troops to the west and Valerius had refused to overlap his magic with Shadow Ray's vanguard, the 3 strongholds were being systematically isolated, surrounded, and slaughtered one by one. We hold Mount Cinder, Garin roared, grabbing Lucian by his collar and shaking him fiercely. If this fortress falls, there is no second line of defense. Stand your ground, Lucian. High in the sky, Lord Castian raised a single alabaster finger. Archons, the vampire king commanded smoothly, a cold, bored expression on his beautiful face. Clear the gates. I grow tired of the noise. The 4 high archons bowed midair. In unison, they raised their dark blood staffs, channeling the raw, toxic energy of the red moon into a single, massive sphere of compressed crimson plasma floating above the main fortress gates. The sphere grew until it spanned 100 yards across, radiating a heat so intense that the granite walls beneath it began to glow red and melt into slag. Garin looked up at the apocalyptic orb of blood fire descending toward his gates, his hands trembling against the grip of his broadsword. Hold, Garin whispered, though he knew in his heart that no silver aura, no stone wall, and no ancestral blessing of House Shadow Ray could survive the strike. Boom. The crimson plasma sphere detonated against the main gates of Mount Cinder, sending a shockwave of blinding red light and roaring heat across the entire northern valley. Chapter 77, The Front Breaks. The blast tore through the ancient outer courtyard of Mount Cinder, vaporizing the 60-foot-tall granite archways that had stood for 1,000 years. Thick black smoke billowed into the blood-red sky as stone debris, shattered iron barricades, and broken weapons rained down across the mountain slopes. The defensive wards forged by the ancestral elders shattered like cheap glass, sending a feedback shockwave that rendered hundreds of Shadow Ray warriors instantly unconscious. When the dust settled, the majestic front defense line of House Shadow Ray was completely gone. In its place lay a gaping, blackened crater leading directly into the heart of the fortress. Over the smoking rubble stepped the vanguard of the Vampire Coven, hundreds of heavily armored dread knights advancing in perfect, terrifying synchronization, their red eyes gleaming in the dark mist like burning coals. Patriarch Garin pushed a heavy piece of shattered masonry off his chest, coughing violently as blood spat from his lips. His heavy fur mantle was scorched, his silver armor dented, his right arm hanging limply at his side. He looked around the ruined courtyard in utter horror. Dozens of elite pack elders, men who had served House Shadow Ray for decades, lay wounded or dead among the rocks. Lucian was pinned beneath a fallen stone pillar 50 paces away, screaming in pain as his legs were crushed under the immense weight, his silver alpha aura completely extinguished by fear and shock. Forward, Lord Castian's voice echoed down from the sky as his floating shadow throne drifted slowly over the ruined gates. Leave no wolf standing. Gather the elders for public execution upon their own altar. No, Garin growled, forcing his battered body to stand. He picked up his broadsword with his left hand, his legs shaking violently as he stepped into the center of the smoking courtyard, standing alone between the invading legion and his fallen kin. I am Garin Shadow Ray, Patriarch of Mount Cinder. You will not step into my ancestral halls while I draw breath. He flared his silver alpha aura with everything he had left, burning his remaining life force in a desperate, tragic final stand. A tall, towering vampire archon clad in ornate crimson plate armor stepped forward from the invading rank, holding a massive, double-headed executioner's axe infused with dark blood magic. The archon sneered beneath his visor, looking down at the broken, bleeding patriarch with cold contempt. Your era has ended, old dog, the archon rumbled, raising his massive axe high into the air. Your bloodline dies tonight. Garin closed his eyes, raising his broadsword to block the descending strike, knowing full well that his shattered body could not withstand the blow. He thought of his broken house, his arrogant mistakes, and the tragic pride that had pushed away his true, golden heir. William, Garin thought, a tear cutting through the ash on his weathered cheek. I was blind. I destroyed everything. The heavy executioner's axe swung downward with whistling, lethal speed, aimed straight for Garin's head. Clang. A sound like an ancient cathedral bell echoed across the entire mountain range. The shockwave from the impact blew away the thick black smoke, extinguishing the surrounding fires in an instant. Garin opened his eyes, trembling. The giant executioner's axe had not touched him. In fact, it had stopped 3 feet above his head, suspended in midair as if it had struck an invisible wall of solid diamond. Standing directly in front of Garin was a tall, immaculate figure wrapped in a long dark wool coat. His broad back was completely relaxed, his posture regal and untouched by the chaotic violence of the battlefield. William had arrived. He didn't wear armor. He didn't carry a weapon. He had stepped out of thin air, standing calmly between the broken patriarch and the entire invasion force of the Vampire Coven. The giant vampire archon strained with all his monstrous strength, roaring as he tried to push the executioner's axe downward, but the blade remained completely frozen in midair against William's invisible barrier. William slowly raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers toward the massive steel axe head. He lightly tapped the enchanted metal with his fingernail. Ping! Crack, crack, boom! The giant, high-tier blood axe shattered into a million tiny metal fragments, dissolving into harmless gray dust. Before the archon could even process the destruction of his weapon, William flicked his wrist sideways. Thumb. A microscopic pulse of compressed gravitational force struck the 7-foot-tall archon in the chest. The massive vampire commander was launched backward through the air at supersonic speed, crashing through 3 stone pillars and exploding into crimson ash before he even hit the far wall of the courtyard. The entire invading army of thousands of vampires froze in absolute, stunned horror. High above, Lord Castian's eyes narrowed into sharp slits, his serene, arrogant smile vanishing instantly as his shadow throne drifted to a halt in the sky. William did not look at the stunned vampire army. Slowly, unhurriedly, he turned around to face his battered, bleeding father. Garin stared at his third son in utter disbelief, his breath catching in his throat. He looked at William's dark, calm eyes, seeing no anger, no resentment, and no hatred in them, only a deep, infinite, and serene tranquility that made the surrounding blood-red sky feel insignificant. William. Garin choked out, his voice trembling violently. You came. William reached out his large, warm hand, gently grasping his father's broad shoulder. A soothing, golden thread of primordial energy flowed instantly from William's palm into Garin's body, sealing his fatal internal injuries, mending his broken ribs, and restoring his depleted stamina in a single second. Rest now, father, William said softly, his deep baritone carrying an absolute, unshakable peace that washed over the entire ruined courtyard. You have carried this burden long enough. I will take it from here. Chapter 78, Alpha Wounded. The cold mountain air inside the inner courtyard was suffocating, thick with the sharp metallic tang of blood, burning pine, and ozone. Though William's arrival had halted the immediate massacre at the shattered main archway, the battle raging across the lower slopes of Mount Cinder was far from over. Patriarch Garin Shadow Ray staggered as the golden thread of primordial warmth washed through his torso. The lethal internal hemorrhaging stopped, and his cracked ribs knitted back together, but the sheer physical toll of holding the line against an entire legion under the red moon had pushed his aging body far past its absolute limit. His breathing remained shallow and ragged, his silver alpha aura flickering weakly around his broad, ash-covered shoulders. William. Garin choked out, his weathered hands trembling as he reached out toward his third son. His vision blurred, dark spots swimming before his eyes. The inner sanctuary. The non-combatants. The elders. The perimeter defenses are. Before Garin could finish his sentence, his legs buckled beneath him. William caught his father smoothly before he could hit the stone floor, supporting the older man's broad frame with effortless ease. Looking past his father's bruised face, William's dark eyes scanned the lower courtyard where the inner sanctuary gates stood. Despite the total destruction of the outer archway, secondary squads of vampire dread knights had flanked the fortress through subterranean mining shafts. They were pouring into the inner courtyard from the western corridors, the very path leading directly to the hall where the injured, the young, and the non-combatant elders of House Shadow Ray had taken refuge. Garin had not merely been defending his throne, he had placed his own body directly between a surging wave of high-tier blood-bound berserkers and the sanctuary doors. He had taken 3 poisoned blood daggers to his flank and a sweeping strike from an Arkan's halberd across his chest while refusing to step back an inch. You held the sanctuary line alone, William murmured softly, his deep voice carrying a quiet, profound realization. For all of Garin's pride, arrogance, and rigid adherence to ancient hierarchy, when the absolute end arrived, the Iron Patriarch had chosen to die on his feet, shielding his people with his own flesh and blood. They cannot be allowed inside. Garin rasped, blood trickling from the corner of his pale lips as his hands clutched William's dark coat sleeve with a desperate, dying grip. I was a fool, William. I judged you. I cast you out. But the pack. Do not let them burn. Rest, father, William replied quietly. With meticulous care, William lowered Garin against the sturdy base of an ancient granite pillar, away from the sweeping winds and falling ash. He raised his right hand, tracing a smooth, circular gesture in the air above Garin's chest. A soft, translucent dome of golden light manifested around the injured patriarch, sealing him within a serene, impenetrable barrier that completely filtered out the toxic crimson mist of the red moon. Inside the golden bubble, Garin's heavy breathing stabilized. His eyes fluttered shut as his body was forced into a deep, restorative healing sleep. William slowly stood up to his full, towering height. He turned his head toward the western corridor, where the sound of clashing steel and desperate screams echoed from the darkness. 10 paces away, 2 surviving Shadow Ray guards were desperately trying to drag Lucian out from beneath a fallen stone pillar. Lucian's left leg was pinned at an awkward, gruesome angle, his high-tier silver armor crushed into his skin. His face was smeared with dark blood and soot, his sharp, handsome features twisted into a pale mask of agony and utter, unbridled horror. When Lucian looked up and met William's calm, unreadable gaze, his breath caught violently in his throat. The prideful prodigy, the golden boy of Mount Cinder who had spent 19 years looking down at William as a coreless disgrace, was now broken, bleeding in the dirt, entirely dependent on the mercy of the brother he had mocked. William did not say a word. He didn't gloat, nor did he offer a cold remark. He simply stepped toward the fallen pillar. With a single, effortless motion of his bare hand, William lifted the 5-ton granite block as if it were a feather, tossing it aside into the courtyard where it shattered harmlessly against the stone wall. The two guards gasped, dropping to their knees in reverent awe. Lucian lay on the cold floor, panting heavily, his body trembling violently, not just from the pain in his crushed leg, but from the overwhelming, divine presence radiating from William's silent frame. William looked down at Lucian, his deep voice dropping to a calm, steady baritone that cut through the roaring chaos of the storm. "Can you stand?" William asked softly. Lucian swallowed hard, his throat dry, his hands digging into the cold stone floor as he tried and failed to push himself up. He looked away, unable to meet William's eyes, his chest heaving with deep, suffocating humiliation. "No," Lucian whispered, his voice cracking into a bitter, broken sob. I can't." Chapter 79, A Prideful Request. The silence between the two brothers was stark, heavy, and profound, standing in surreal contrast to the roaring inferno and screaming warriors just beyond the courtyard walls. Lucian Shadow Ray had lived his entire life believing he was the center of the universe. He was the favored son, the master of the silver blade, the future patriarch who would lead the three great families into a new golden age. He had worn his arrogance like a crown, treating others as mere footstools for his inevitable ascension. Now, his crown was in the mud. His silver sword lay broken 20 feet away, its high-tier runes extinguished by vampire blood magic. His leg was shattered, his power was useless under the red moon, and his father lay unconscious in a bubble of ancient golden light. And standing over him was William, impeccably calm, untouched by ash or blood, possessing a divine strength that made the entire vampire coven hesitate mid-stride. Swoosh. A fresh wave of blood-bound trackers leapt over the ruined western wall, their crimson eyes fixed on the vulnerable sanctuary entrance behind Lucian. "Protect the prodigy," one of the surviving guards screamed, drawing a notched iron sword and stepping recklessly in front of Lucian. Before the guard could even raise his weapon, William casually stepped forward. He didn't draw a sword. He didn't flare a violent aura. He simply flicked his wrist. Boom. A wave of invisible, absolute kinetic weight swept through the air, flattening all 12 approaching vampires instantly. They were driven straight down into the stone floor, their armor crushing inward, their dark blood cores shattered before they could even let out a roar. Lucian watched the terrifying, effortless execution with wide, trembling eyes. The sheer gap in power between them was not a mountain, it was an entire galaxy. William turned back toward Lucian, his dark eyes fixing his younger brother in a quiet, tranquil gaze. "Lucian," William spoke softly, his voice carrying no malice, only the quiet weight of reality. "The eastern ridge has fallen. House Frosthound is retreating into the deep caves. House Ironfang is surrounded at the western pass. If the three strongholds remain isolated, this mountain will become a mass grave before sunrise." Lucian's breath hitched. He knew William was right. The stubborn pride of their father and the elders had severed the communication lines between the three houses. Each family was fighting its own hopeless, isolated battle while Lord Castian's legions systematically crushed them piece by piece. What do you want from me?" Lucian choked out, his voice trembling as fresh tears of physical agony and emotional ruin cut lines through the soot on his face. "Are you here to mock me? To watch the high and mighty prodigy crawl in the dirt?" "I have no interest in your humiliation, Lucian," William answered smoothly, his deep voice steady and immovable as a mountain. "I do not care about your past arrogance, nor do I care about who holds the granite throne of Mount Cinder. But if you wish for our people to survive this night, you must do something you have never done in your life." William reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a small, crystal signaling beacon, the ancient blood transceiver used exclusively by the supreme commanders of the three great families to issue an emergency absolute recall. William held the glowing crystal out toward Lucian. "This beacon requires the blood and spiritual signature of the recognized heir of House Shadow Ray to activate the central mountain relay," William said quietly. "If you activate it, it will override the private frequencies of House Frosthound and House Ironfang. It will send a direct, binding distress signal to Lord Valerius and Chieftain Thorin, commanding them to abandon their isolated defenses and converge their remaining forces here, at the central plaza." Lucian stared at the crystal in William's open palm. His hands shook uncontrollably. He understood immediately what activating that beacon meant. To issue an emergency absolute distress call as the air was an explicit, public admission of total military failure. It meant admitting to Lord Valerius and Chieftain Thorin that House Shadow Ray could not defend Mount Cinder on its own. It meant stripping away every last shred of family pride, ancestral ego, and personal glory that Lucian had spent his entire life building. If he pressed that crystal, he would no longer be the invincible prodigy. He would be the heir who begged the allied houses for help. I can't, Lucian whispered, his voice trembling violently as he shrank back slightly. If I do that, the elders, Valerius, they will laugh at us. They will say House Shadow Ray fell on my watch. My reputation, my legacy. Your reputation will mean nothing if everyone on this mountain is dead by morning, William interrupted. His deep baritone dropped a octave, vibrating with a cold, terrifying authority that made Lucian's heart freeze. William leaned down slightly, his dark eyes pinning Lucian to the floor. Look around you, Lucian, William commanded softly, gesturing toward the burning courtyard, the wounded guards weeping in the shadows, and the silent sanctuary doors. Is your fragile pride worth the lives of the young ones hiding behind those doors? Is your ego worth the blood of the men who died shielding you? Lucian's breath caught in his throat. He looked at the guards standing near him, men who were bleeding, exhausted, yet still trying to hold their weapons to protect him. He looked at the golden bubble where his father lay unconscious. He looked at his own broken, pathetic hands. For 19 years, Lucian had believed that being an alpha meant standing above everyone else, demanding their obedience and admiration. He had never understood that true leadership was not a crown of glory, but a heavy, self-sacrificing burden. In that quiet, terrifying moment, under the gaze of the brother he had treated like trash, the fragile, arrogant shell of the prodigy finally shattered into dust. A deep, ragged sob escaped Lucian's chest. I'm sorry. Lucian wept openly, his pride completely breaking away, leaving only a raw, desperate human being. I was wrong. I was so wrong about everything. Lucian reached out his trembling, blood-stained hand. He took the crystal beacon from William's palm. Without hesitation, Lucian bit down hard on his thumb, smearing his high-tier alpha blood across the crystal's polished surface, while channeling every last drop of his remaining spiritual energy into its core. Flash. A blinding column of brilliant silver light erupted from the crystal, shooting straight up into the crimson sky above Mount Cinder. The light pierced through the heavy storm clouds, expanding into a massive, ethereal wolf emblem that pulsed across the entire northern mountain range. Across 30 miles of chaotic battlefields, the high commanders of House Frosthound and House Ironfang looked up at the sky, seeing the ancient, binding beacon of the supreme recall. In the ruined courtyard, Lucian slumped forward, his forehead resting against the cold, damp stone, his shoulders shaking as he wept quietly. I called them. Lucian whispered, his voice hoarse, devoid of any former arrogance. I called them all to the central plaza. William, please, save them. William looked down at his broken younger brother. A faint, quiet look of respect touched the corners of William's eyes. Lucian had finally taken his first real step toward true maturity. William gently placed his hand on Lucian's shoulder, infusing a thread of golden warmth to ease his pain. You did well, Lucian, William said softly, his deep voice offering a gentle, reassuring warmth. Now stay here and protect Father. The rest of this war belongs to me. Chapter 80, The Arrival. The central plaza of Mount Cinder had transformed into an open-air slaughterhouse beneath the bruised, blood-red moon. Responding to the desperate silver beam of the supreme recall beacon that Lucian had ignited, the battered remnants of the three great families had converged upon the stone expanse. But rather than finding safety in numbers, they had found themselves completely surrounded. Chieftain Thorin of House Iron Fang stood near the shattered central fountain, his heavy iron war hammer cracked and dripping with dark crimson blood. His massive chest heaved, his green aura sputtering like an oil lamp running dry. Beside him, Lord Valerius of House Frosthound knelt on one knee in the slush, his pristine white fur cloak scorched black, his hands trembling as he maintained a flickering wall of frost magic to protect 50 wounded archers. They brought 3 dread leviathans. Thorin spat, wiping a mixture of soot and blood from his forehead. Garen's boy called us here just to trap us in a dead end. Where is House Shadow Ray's vanguard? There is no vanguard left, Thorin. Valerius shouted back, his icy voice cracking with raw panic. Look at the gates. The central fortress is burning. Garen has fallen. Around the desperate survivors, thousands of vampire warriors formed a dense, suffocating ring of obsidian armor and glowing red eyes. High above the trapped wolves, floating lazily upon his throne of dark shadow and bone, Lord Castian looked down at the scene with cold, absolute satisfaction. How poetic! Castian's velvet voice echoed across the plaza, amplified by blood magic so that it rattled the bones of every warrior below. The proud three great families, huddled together like sheep in a pen, waiting for the butcher's knife. You fought for centuries over these cold granite rocks, only to die together in their mud. Castian raised his pale, slender hand. Beside his throne, the three remaining Coven High Archons began chanting in ancient, guttural tongues. The air above the plaza distorted as three colossal, dark crimson magic circles unfolded in the sky, each one spanning over 200 yards. From the center of the glyphs, hundreds of spear-like blood spikes began to materialize, pointed straight at the trapped wolves below. End them, Castian ordered softly. Hold the line. Thorin bellowed, raising his cracked war hammer high into the air, though every warrior present knew that their depleted, exhausted energy could not withstand a full-scale Archon barrage. For the north, hold the line. The blood spikes detonated from the sky, descending like a deadly, crimson meteor shower. Thump. A sound, not of thunder, not of explosives, but of a massive, ancient bell striking the fundamental bedrock of the earth vibrated through the atmosphere. The sky froze. It was not a metaphor. The hundreds of lethal crimson blood spikes descending at supersonic speed instantly halted midair, trembling violently before dissolving into harmless mist. The dark red clouds of the red moon were violently blown back 30 miles in every direction, tearing a colossal, perfectly circular opening in the heavens that exposed the clean, cold light of a million silent stars. A golden ripple of pure, absolute energy expanded from the center of the plaza, sliding across the stone floor like a quiet tide. The moment that golden energy touched the ground, the suffocating pressure of the red moon vanished completely. The monstrous, skeletal dread leviathans let out terrified, high-pitched whines, their massive legs collapsing beneath them as they scraped their faces into the dirt, utterly paralyzed by an instinctual terror older than the mountains themselves. Every single vampire warrior, thousands of armored dread knights who had marched across the northern territory without flinching, froze in their tracks. Their weapons slipped from their fingers, clattering uselessly against the stone. Their red eyes dilated into pinpricks as a suffocating, divine weight settled over their shoulders, forcing them to their knees against their will. In the center of the plaza, where the golden ripple had originated, a tall, solitary figure stood beside the ruined fountain. William had arrived. He wore no armor, carried no blade, and wore only his dark wool coat. Yet, as he stood beneath the starlight, he radiating a majestic, unshakable aura of pure, molten primordial gold. He did not roar, nor did he flare his energy aggressively. He simply existed, and his mere presence re-established the absolute order of the world. What is this? Lord Valerius gasped, his breath catching in his throat as he stared at the back of the young man standing before them. The icy aura in Valerius's core was bowing instinctively toward William, recognizing its absolute progenitor. Chieftain Thorin dropped his war hammer, his mouth agape, his broad chest trembling. The gold. The ancient gold of the first Alpha. High in the sky, Lord Castian's shadow throne shattered into dark ash. The vampire sovereign was forced down to the stone battlements, his pale alabaster face flushed with a mixture of shock, rage, and genuine, instinctual horror. You. Castian hissed, his crimson eyes burning as he looked down at the figure who had halted 2 entire armies with a single breath. The exiled boy. William Shadow Ray. William slowly raised his head. His dark brown pupils were completely replaced by 2 brilliant pools of liquid primordial gold, shining with a light so pure and tranquil that it illuminated the entire mountain peak. You have spilled enough blood upon this mountain, Castian, William spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried a multi-layered, divine resonance that echoed in the very souls of everyone present. This war ends tonight. Chapter 81, Vanguard Shattered. For 3 agonizing seconds, the central plaza of Mount Cinder was trapped in total, unbroken silence. Lord Castian's jaw tightened, his long obsidian nails digging into his palms until black blood dripped onto his velvet robes. The sovereign of the Coven had spent 4 centuries building his empire, refining his blood magic, and waiting for the wolf houses to fall into decay. He refused to allow a single, unarmored youth to dismantle his destiny with an old legend. Archons. Legions. Castian shrieked, his melodic whisper dissolving into a harsh, hysterical roar. He is only one man. His aura is a trick. Attack him. Tear him to pieces. The 3 remaining High Archons, driven by fear of their king, broke free from the paralyzing aura with a collective, desperate roar. Burning their entire blood cores, they transformed into three massive streaks of jagged crimson light, lunging toward William from three different directions. The first archon wielded twin curved scythes of condensed blood fire aimed straight at William's throat. The second archon channeled a subterranean blood spike directly beneath William's feet. The third archon materialized behind William, driving a dark, shadow-infused spear toward his heart. It was a synchronized, lethal execution strike from three ancient entities who had slaughtered entire armies. William didn't turn around. He didn't shift his stance. He didn't even take his left hand out of his coat pocket. He simply raised his right hand, extending his open palm toward the sky, and gently closed his fingers into a loose fist. Boom. The space within a 50-yard radius around William compressed instantly. The subterranean blood spike beneath his feet was crushed back into the earth before it could break the surface. The twin sides of the first archon shattered into fine crimson dust upon touching the edge of William's golden domain. Before the third archon's shadow spear could reach within 3 feet of William's coat, an invisible, gravitational hammer struck all three archons simultaneously from above. Bang! 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 The three high-tier commanders were slammed violently into the granite floor with such incomprehensible kinetic force that the stone beneath them cratered 20 feet deep. Their heavy obsidian armor collapsed inward like paper, their blood cores bursting under the absolute weight of the primordial domain. In less than a single second, the three highest commanders of the coven were erased, reduced to fading particles of ash floating in the starlight. Impossible, Lord Valerius whispered from behind his ice wall, his eyes wide with utter, disbelieving awe. He didn't even execute a technique. He merely willed the air to crush them. The thousands of frontline vampire dread knights who formed the main assault vanguard began to panic. The absolute, mechanical discipline that had defined the coven army shattered into pure chaos. Hundreds of warriors began to back away, their boots skidding across the frosted stone. Do not retreat, a coven legion commander screamed, drawing his broadsword. Charge! Forward! Driven by panic, 2,000 heavily armored vampire warriors surged forward like a dark wave of steel and claws, attempting to drown William under sheer numerical force. William looked at the incoming tide of dark steel with calm, tranquil detachment. He stepped forward with his left foot. Swoosh! William's body dissolved into a streak of pure, brilliant gold light. He moved at a speed that bypassed the visual perception of normal beings. To the eyes of Thorin, Valerius, and the surviving wolf warriors, William seemed to exist in 100 places at once. A golden shadow swept through the dark vanguard. Clang! Crack! Boom! William didn't use a sword, nor did he execute brutal, bloody strikes. He moved with fluid, divine grace, his bare hands striking with microscopic precision. A light tap of his palm against an armored chest sent a shockwave that shattered the soldier's blood core while leaving their outer armor intact. A sweeping flick of his coat sleeve created a blade of compressed wind that disarmed 50 warriors at once, shattering their enchanted weapons into harmless splinters. He was a hurricane of pure, golden light cutting through a sea of darkness. Every step he took forward sent dozens of vampire warriors flying backward, their dark energy completely neutralized upon contact with his primordial aura. He did not butcher them, he systematically dismantled their fighting capacity, shattering their weapons, sealing their cores, and driving them to the floor in total, absolute defeat. In less than 2 minutes, the entire frontline vanguard of 2,000 elite vampire troops lay scattered across the central plaza. Not a single one remained standing. The dark, terrifying army that had broken the walls of Mount Cinder and brought the three great families to the brink of extinction had been single-handedly dismantled by one man, standing alone in a dark coat under the quiet starlight. William stopped 10 paces away from the main fortress steps. He turned smoothly, his posture pristine, his dark coat settling naturally around his legs. Not a single speck of dust, ash, or blood had touched his clothes. He looked up toward the high battlements where Lord Castian stood alone, abandoned by his commanders, his army broken, his plan ruined. William's deep, baritone voice echoed across the quiet, ruined battlefield, carrying a calm, final truth. Your army is broken, Castian, William spoke softly. Step down from the wall. And face the judgment of the first Alpha. Chapter 82, Protecting the Family. The wind atop the central plaza of Mount Cinder had died down to a faint, terrified whisper. Across the vast stone courtyard, thousands of defeated coven knights lay incapacitated, their shadow core energies neutralized and their obsidian armor cracked open like dry clay. High upon the stone battlements, Lord Castian stood solitary and desperate. The quiet confidence that had defined the vampire sovereign for 4 centuries was completely shattered, replaced by a dark, volatile frenzy. You think this is victory, boy? Castian roared, his velvet voice turning into a harsh, metallic screech that echoed across the jagged peaks. You think you can dismantle my life's work with a few golden light tricks? If I cannot have the Northern Territory, I will turn this mountain into a graveyard of ashes. Castian raised both alabaster hands to the sky. His eyes bled dark, ink-like blood that streamed down his pale cheeks. From the depths of his shadow mantle, he pulled 3 ancient, forbidden blood relics, daggers forged from the crystallized souls of fallen archons. Vampire King, stop! Lord Valerius yelled from below, but his warning was drowned out by a sickening, high-pitched screech. Castian sacrificed his own blood to the relics, igniting them into 3 lethal, hypersonic projectiles of dark violet plasma. But he did not aim them at William. He aimed them at the defenseless, wounded figures scattered across the plaza who held William's bloodline ties. One dark spear flew directly toward the base of the granite pillar where Damon, the chief enforcer, lay crippled, his silver core still suppressed from his previous defeat at the university. The second spear whistled through the freezing air toward the western battlements, aimed straight for Victoria, who had rushed back onto the field to drag a group of trapped child initiates to safety. The third, deadliest spear tore through the sky straight toward Lucian, who was still kneeling near the sanctuary entrance, holding his injured father in his arms. William! Victoria screamed, her hands frozen midair as the violet light illuminated her terrified face. Lucian squeezed his eyes shut, pulling Garin tightly into his chest, instinctively preparing to take the fatal blow with his own back. Father! I'm sorry. In that microsecond of impending tragedy, William did not yell. He did not let out a panicked roar. Swoosh! The fabric of space itself seemed to fold beneath William's feet. To the eyes of every warrior on the field, William did not merely move at high speed, he simply existed in 3 distinct places simultaneously through the sheer density of his golden domain. At the granite pillar, a wall of pure, solid gold light materialized 3 inches from Damon's face. The first violet blood spear struck the golden barrier with a violent crack, exploding into harmless purple sparks that dissolved into the cool air. Damon gasped, his eyes wide as he looked up to see William's hand resting gently on top of the barrier, holding it firm without a single tremor. At the western battlements, William's tall, dark-coated shadow appeared in front of Victoria and the young initiates. With a calm, fluid sweep of his left arm, he caught the second violet blood spear midair with his bare fingers. The dark, toxic plasma burned against his skin for less than a second before William tightened his grip, crushing the ancient forbidden relic into fine, sparkling glass dust. Victoria dropped to her knees, tears overflowing her eyes as she stared at her brother's broad, protective back. William, you saved us. And at the sanctuary doors, before the third spear could pierce Lucian's spine, William appeared directly behind his younger brother. He didn't use a shield. He didn't use a technique. William simply raised his right hand, extending his flat palm toward the incoming projectile. Thump. The third spear hit William's bare palm. The destructive, soul-tearing energy of the vampire sovereign clashed against the quiet, divine tranquility of the primordial alpha. For 3 seconds, violent purple lightning crackled around William's arm, threatening to consume the surrounding floor. William looked down at the violet flame with calm, unreadable eyes. Extinguish, William murmured softly. A golden pulse rippled from his palm. The dark, soul-tearing plasma instantly vanished, leaving only a harmless, cool breeze that ruffled Lucian's damp hair. Lucian opened his eyes slowly. He looked back and saw William standing over him, his hand extended, protecting both him and their unconscious father without a single scratch on his dark wool coat. Damon, watching from across the courtyard, choked back a ragged sob. He had brought an enforcement team to the human city to capture William's human love, to humble him, and to bring him back in chains. Yet, when death came for Damon, William had stepped between him and execution without a second's hesitation. Why? Damon rasped, his voice trembling as he looked toward William. I came to destroy your peace. Why would you protect a broken enforcer like me? William turned his head slightly, looking at Damon, then at Victoria, and finally down at Lucian. His deep brown eyes held no anger, no vengeance, and no lingering resentment for the years of isolation they had inflicted upon him. You are my family, William answered softly, his baritone voice carrying a warm, absolute sincerity that echoed through the quiet plaza. A true alpha does not protect only those who are kind to him. He protects his pack, regardless of their flaws, their errors, or their past. Lucian buried his face in his hands, weeping openly. The high and mighty elders, the arrogant enforcers, and the prideful prodigies had all failed to understand what made a true leader. They had built their kingdom on fear, hierarchy, and punishment. William had built his strength on mercy, forgiveness, and unconditional love. Look at him. Chieftain Thorin whispered from the central fountain, dropping to his knees alongside Lord Valerius. He is not just a warrior. He is the ruler we were promised 1,000 years ago. Every surviving wolf warrior across the three families bowed their heads toward William, not out of fear, not because a decree demanded it, but because their very souls recognized the true, supreme protector of their people. Chapter 83, Complete Awakening. High above the silent, reverent plaza, Lord Castian clutched his bleeding chest, his sanity completely unraveling as he watched his ultimate attack dismantled like child's play. No, no, this is impossible. Castian shrieked, his crimson aura flaring into an unstable, jagged maelstrom of dark blood fire. I am Lord Castian, sovereign of the southern abyss. I will not be judged by a child. If I cannot kill your family, I will burn this entire mountain range to the ground. Castian plunged his own hands into his chest, tearing open his dark blood core. The ancient, forbidden blood magic he had accumulated over 4 centuries erupted into a massive, expanding sphere of dark red death, centered directly upon his own body. The sphere began to expand at an alarming rate, threatening to consume Mount Cinder, the surrounding valleys, and every living soul within 50 miles in an apocalyptic sacrificial explosion. He's turning himself into a blood nuke. Lord Valerius shouted in total panic. Run. Clear the mountain. There's nowhere to run. Thorin roared, trying to form a shield with his cracked hammer. The blast radius will wipe out the entire northern territory. The trapped wolf families panicked, clutching one another as the sky turned pitch black, illuminated only by the unstable, blinding purple and red sphere expanding from Castian's chest. William looked up at the apocalyptic inferno. His face remained calm, serene, and undisturbed. Stay behind me, William said softly to Lucian, Victoria, and Damon. He stepped out into the absolute center of the plaza. For 19 years, William had kept his core suppressed, hiding 90% of his true power behind a tranquil, human facade to avoid destroying the fragile world around him. Even during his battles with Damon, Lucian, and the Archons, he had only tapped into a fraction of his ancestral heritage. Now, to save his family, his people, and the peaceful world where Lisa waited for him, William released the final seal within his marrow. B.A. Dump. A heartbeat echoed across the northern continent. It was not a loud sound, but it vibrated through every river, every stone, and every living heart from the northern mountains to the southern city. B.A. Dump. The sky directly above Mount Cinder split wide open. A pillar of pure, radiant, liquid gold light 300 yards wide descended from the cosmos, slamming straight down into William's body. The dark clouds, the toxic crimson mist of the red moon, and the expanding blood nuke of Lord Castian were instantly frozen in place by the absolute cosmic authority of the light. Inside the golden pillar, William's dark wool coat and sweater dissolved into harmless particles of light. His body began to transform. His broad frame expanded, his bone structure reforming into an ancient, divine proportion. His dark hair turned into a flowing mane of pure, shimmering gold thread. His eyes burned like twin suns of absolute primordial majesty. And then, with a roar that shattered the lingering darkness across the entire continent, the golden pillar erupted into a majestic, towering entity. William had unsealed 100% of his bloodline. He had transformed into the legendary golden primordial wolf. He stood 60 feet tall, his majestic form forged from pure, translucent golden light and divine flame. A crown of celestial starlight hovered above his sharp, magnificent head. His fur burned with a soft, warm fire that did not consume, but healed every living thing it touched. The ground beneath his massive, golden paws instantly sprouted green grass and blooming white flowers through the frozen stone and ash. The pressure radiating from his form was not heavy or suffocating. It felt like the warm, life-giving light of a spring sun after 1,000 years of winter. Lord Castian's unstable blood explosion, which had threatened to consume the northern territory, was brought to a complete, absolute halt beneath the soft, golden paws of the divine beast. The dark red plasma shriveled, neutralized by the mere proximity of the progenitor's warmth. The golden primordial wolf looked down at the tiny, terrified vampire sovereign floating in midair. William did not strike Castian with hatred. He did not tear him apart with claws. The divine golden wolf simply opened its mouth and let out a gentle, resonant breath of golden primordial flame. Whoosh! The warm, golden light washed over Lord Castian. It did not burn his physical flesh, instead, it gently passed through his body, burning away the dark blood core, the centuries of toxic necromancy, and the demonic soul binds that had sustained his dark existence. Castian's crimson eyes slowly cleared, returning to a normal, pale gray. His face lost its twisted, demonic frenzy, settling into a look of quiet, profound peace. So this is the light of the first king. Castian whispered, his voice soft, clear, and free of malice for the first time in 400 years. How warm. With a peaceful smile, Lord Castian's body dissolved into a shower of soft, glowing golden particles, floating gently up into the clear night sky, leaving no trace of darkness behind. The red moon was gone. The vampire coven's invasion force was neutralized. The war that had threatened to destroy the world was over. High above the greening plaza, the giant golden primordial wolf slowly lowered its head. The divine light began to condense, pulling back into a central point until the majestic beast transformed back into a human frame. William descended gently onto the flower-covered stone of the central plaza. He wore a simple, pristine white linen shirt and dark trousers, his golden hair fading smoothly back to its natural, deep brown hue. He stood alone under the brilliant starlight of the northern sky, the undisputed, complete, and ultimate primordial alpha of the world. Chapter 84, Clash of Monarchs. The sky above the northern mountain range was torn in two. To the south, a churning sea of violet blood fire and jagged shadow surged forward like an abyssal tidal wave. To the north, a calm, unyielding dome of molten primordial gold stood immovable, its soft, radiant light illuminating the jagged peaks of Mount Cinder. Though his front vanguard had been systematically disarmed and his high archons reduced to dust, Lord Castian refused to accept defeat. Floating 300 feet above the central plaza, the sovereign of the vampire coven drew upon the ancient, forbidden blood wells buried deep beneath the earth, a terrifying reservoir of dark spiritual energy accumulated over 4 centuries of conquest. His pale alabaster skin cracked like porcelain, filled with veins of burning crimson plasma. A massive, 6-winged shadow mantle unfolded from his shoulder blades, blotting out the stars. In his right hand, a legendary bloodline weapon materialized, the Sanguine Sovereign's rapier, a translucent blade forged from the condensed essence of a fallen star and ancient blood magic. You speak of ending this war, boy. Castian roared, his melodic whisper transformed into a terrifying, multi-layered roar that shattered the surrounding stained glass windows of the inner fortress. I have slaughtered entire generations of your ancestors. I have drunk the blood of ancient alphas before your grandfather was even born. You are merely a child playing with a golden flame. William stood quietly on the stone steps below, his broad shoulders relaxed, his dark coat rustling gently in the mountain gale. His dark brown eyes held no anger, no arrogance, and no hesitation, only a deep, infinite, and tranquil clarity. Power built upon the suffering of others is an illusion, Castian, William spoke, his deep baritone carrying easily across the roaring wind. It crumbles the moment it meets absolute truth. Then let your absolute truth bleed. Castian shrieked. With a speed that bypassed the human eye, Castian plunged downward from the heavens. Boom. A sonic boom shattered the atmosphere as the Vampire King struck. The Sanguine Sovereign's rapier descended like a crimson lightning bolt, carrying enough kinetic force to shear a granite mountain in half. William did not draw a blade. He did not retreat a single step. He simply raised his left forearm, catching the lethal thrust of the ancient blood blade upon his bare skin. Clang. A blinding shockwave of purple and gold light erupted from the point of impact, blowing away thousands of tons of loose rubble from the plaza. The stone floor beneath William's boots cracked in a perfect, 100-yard circular pattern, yet William's arm remained completely unblemished. The dark, soul-corroding magic of the rapier bounced off his golden skin like water off polished glass. Castian's crimson pupils dilated in utter disbelief. Impossible. Bare skin against a sovereign tier blood blade. Your turn, William said softly. William's right hand moved in a fluid, gentle arc, striking Castian's chest armor with an open palm. Thumb. A microscopic pulse of compressed primordial weight detonated against Castian's sternum. The Vampire King was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing through 4 stone archways and skipping across the granite mountainside for half a mile before slamming into a sheer cliff face. The mountain groaned under the impact, sending massive avalanches of snow and ice tumbling into the valley below. From the ruined courtyard, Patriarch Garin, who had regained consciousness inside William's golden healing dome, stared at the distant mountainside with wide, trembling eyes. Beside him, Lucian, Victoria, and the surviving elders of the 3 great families watched in stunned, breathless silence. They were witnessing a clash of titans, a battle between the two absolute monarchs of the world. From the shattered cliffside, a colossal beam of violet plasma erupted into the heavens. Lord Castian burst from the rock, his velvet robes torn, his 6 shadow wings burning with chaotic, unstable blood fire. His face was twisted into a mask of pure, demonic frenzy. He realized now that normal martial techniques and standard blood magic were completely useless against the golden progenitor. To win, he had to sacrifice his ultimate foundation. Blood realm domain, abyssal eclipse. Castian screamed into the night. The world around them shifted violently. The central plaza, the mountains, and the starry sky vanished, replaced by a dark, infinite pocket dimension of boiling blood oceans and towering obsidian pillars. Tens of thousands of crimson phantom spears materialized in the crimson sky above, all pointed directly at William. Inside my domain, I am absolute. Castian declared, his voice echoing from every shadow in the dark dimension. Every drop of blood here answers to my command. You cannot erase a domain forged from 400 years of soul-bound magic. William stood in the center of the boiling crimson ocean, the blood waves rising 50 feet high around him. Yet, wherever his feet rested, a 10-foot circle of pure, dry, golden light remained completely untouched by the dark liquid. William looked up at the thousands of lethal crimson spears hovering in the dark sky. A faint, soft sigh escaped his lips. A domain reflects the soul of its master, William murmured, his deep voice penetrating the dark realm with serene authority. Your soul is hollow, Castian. It is built entirely on fear, isolation, and decay. William raised both hands, spreading his fingers naturally into the dark air. Let me show you a real domain, William said gently. Chapter 85 Triumph. The dark, blood-soaked dimension created by Lord Castian began to tremble, not from an external explosion, but from an internal, fundamental shift in reality itself. B.A. Dump. The sacred heartbeat of the primordial alpha resonated through the dark realm. A single droplet of warm, liquid gold light condensed in the center of William's open palm. It was small, no larger than a pearl, yet the moment it appeared, the boiling red oceans of Castian's domain stopped moving entirely. The crimson spears in the sky froze midair, their dark blood magic instantly neutralized by the pure, life-giving resonance of the golden light. What are you doing? Castian's voice wavered from the shadows, carrying a sudden, instinctual note of absolute panic. My domain. My blood wells. They aren't responding. Primordial domain, William spoke softly, his voice echoing like an ancient, divine hymn. Heavenly sanctuary. The small golden pearl in William's hand exploded outward in a silent, blinding wave of pure white and gold light. The dark obsidian pillars melted away like sugar in hot water. The boiling oceans of blood dissolved, transformed instantly into crystal clear water that cascaded over lush green grass, blooming white meadow flowers, and ancient, towering oak trees. The dark, starless sky of the blood realm shattered into a million sparkling fragments, revealing the true, pristine night sky of Mount Cinder above. In less than 3 seconds, William had not merely broken Castian's domain, he had completely overridden his reality, replacing a realm of dark death with a paradise of absolute life and tranquility. No! Castian screamed, falling from the sky and crashing hard onto the grass-covered stone of the plaza. His 6 shadow wings were burned away, his sanguine rapier shattered into useless dust. His ancient blood core was cracking open from the inside, unable to sustain its dark existence within the pure, divine atmosphere of William's golden sanctuary. Castian scrambled backward across the soft grass, his hands bleeding, his pale face flushed with utter, unbridled terror as he looked up at the young man walking slowly toward him. William stepped across the blooming meadow, his posture serene, his dark coat settling naturally around his legs. The golden glow in his eyes slowly settled, returning to a deep, warm brown full of profound mercy and peace. He stopped 3 paces away from the defeated sovereign of the coven. It is over, Castian, William said quietly. His voice carried no triumph, no gloating, and no malice, only the quiet, unshakable truth of a victor who had transcended the need for hatred. Your army is disarmed. Your domain is broken. Your war has ended. Castian stared up at William, his breathing shallow and ragged. He looked into William's dark brown eyes, expecting to see the arrogant, bloodthirsty smirk of a conqueror who was about to execute his rival. But he found only a deep, comforting stillness, a profound warmth that gently enveloped his cracked, dying soul. Why? Castian rasped, his voice cracking, reduced to a fragile, broken whisper. Why do you not tear my head off? I brought fire to your mountains. I tried to slaughter your bloodline. Because striking you down with hatred would mean becoming the very tyrant you were, William answered softly. He slowly knelt down on one knee before the fallen vampire king, extending his broad, warm hand toward Castian's trembling shoulder. The era of endless blood feuds between the Coven and the Wolf houses dies tonight, William said gently. I do not seek your destruction, Castian. I seek absolute peace for every living soul on this continent. As William's hand rested on Castian's shoulder, a gentle thread of golden primordial energy flowed into the vampire sovereign's body. It did not burn him, instead, it safely neutralized the toxic, corrupted blood magic that had driven Castian into madness for 4 centuries, stabilizing his life force and sealing his broken core without taking his life. Castian's crimson eyes slowly softened, the dark, blood-red hue fading away completely, leaving behind a clear, pale gray pupil. For the first time in 400 years, the heavy, suffocating weight of ancient hatred vanished from his chest. A single, clear tear slid down Castian's pale cheek, dropping onto the green grass below. You truly are the ultimate alpha, Castian whispered, his head bowing slowly toward the stone floor in genuine, unforced surrender. The Coven yields to your order, Sovereign William. Behind them, across the vast, flower-covered plaza of Mount Cinder, thousands of surviving warriors from both armies stood in absolute, reverent silence. Patriarch Garin, supported by Lucian and Victoria, stepped out from the inner sanctuary doors. Chieftain Thorin and Lord Valerius led their surviving legions to the edge of the plaza. Hundreds of disarmed vampire knights knelt quietly alongside wolf warriors in the grass. Together, as one unified, awe-struck collective, every leader, every soldier, and every elder dropped to their knees before the tall, dark-coated young man standing under the starlight. Hail Sovereign William! Thorin roared, his booming voice echoing across the northern peaks, carried by genuine, tears of pride. Hail the ultimate alpha! Hail Sovereign William! Thousands of voices erupted in unison, their shouts echoing across the mountain range, shattering the lingering dark clouds and heralding the dawn of a new, peaceful era. William slowly stood up, turning his face toward the southern horizon, far beyond the northern mountains, toward the distant, peaceful human city where a small, gentle light shone in an apartment window. He did not crave the crown they offered him, nor did he care for the title of the strongest being alive. His heart remained anchored to a simple, sacred vow he had made under the stars. The war was finally over. He was going home to Lisa. Chapter 86, Submission of the Great Houses. The dawn that broke over the northern peaks of Mount Cinder was unlike any in recorded history. For centuries, sunrise over the jagged granite ranges had been a harsh, cold affair, a bitter gray light creeping over jagged ice, sharp stone, and blood-soaked battlegrounds. But on this morning, the rising sun found a mountain transformed. Where dark obsidian barricades, toxic blood mist, and scorched granite had once stood, a vast, rolling meadow of vibrant green grass and blooming white jasmine blanketed the central plaza. The air no longer smelled of copper, ash, and ancient sulfur, it blew soft, crisp, and pure, carrying the gentle scent of dew and wild blossoms across the mountain passes. Thousands of surviving warriors had gathered upon the central amphitheater. Armored soldiers of House Iron Fang, ice mages of House Frost Hound, and elite guards of House Shadow Ray stood side by side with the disarmed, pale knights of the Vampire Coven. There was no clashing of steel, no bitter taunts, and no lingering malice. The divine, golden domain released by the primordial alpha had not merely healed their physical wounds, it had cleansed the lingering toxicity of ancient hatred from their very marrow. At the center of the grand marble dais, where the high throne of Patriarch Garin once sat, stood William. He wore no golden crown, no velvet mantle, and no high-tier rune armor. He remained dressed in his simple dark trousers and a pristine white linen shirt, his sleeves rolled up to his forearms. His tall, broad frame was completely relaxed, his dark brown eyes filled with a tranquil, boundless warmth as he looked down at the vast sea of faces. Slowly, 3 distinct figures stepped out from the main hall of the inner sanctuary, heading toward the dais. At the center walked Patriarch Garin Shadow Ray. His heavy broadsword was no longer at his hip, he carried it horizontally across his broad, calloused palms like an offering. His silver hair was neatly tied, his face pale yet restored by William's golden thread. Flanking him on his left was Lucian, walking with a heavy limp but refusing a crutch, his sharp features humbled and free of his former arrogance. On Garen's right stood Victoria, her hazel eyes brimming with quiet tears of profound pride and relief. Behind them walked Damon, the chief enforcer, his shattered silver daggers bound in white cloth, his head bowed in absolute, reverent stillness. Further back, Chieftain Thorin of House Iron Fang and Lord Valerius of House Frosthound stepped forward, accompanied by their respective high elders and legion commanders. When the leaders reached the foot of the dais, a profound, absolute silence settled over the entire mountain. The wind itself seemed to hold its breath. Patriarch Garin stopped 10 paces away from his third son. He looked up into William's calm, warm face, his weathered lips trembling slightly. The Iron Patriarch, a man who had ruled the northern wolf territories with an unforgiving, cold fist for 40 years, slowly lowered himself down onto his knees upon the soft grass. Thud. Garin placed his broadsword gently onto the green turf before William's feet. He pressed both his hands onto the earth, bowing his head until his forehead touched his calloused thumbs. For 19 years, I was blind, Garin's gravelly voice echoed clearly across the amphitheater, carrying no falsehood, no political calculation, and no remaining pride. I judged worth by the noise of an aura. I cast away the truest, purest heart of our progenitor line because I was too weak, too arrogant, and too foolish to recognize true greatness. I do not ask for your forgiveness as a father, William. But as a servant of the first king, I surrender my broadsword, my title, and the throne of Mount Cinder to you. Beside him, Lucian dropped heavily onto both knees. He bowed his head until his forehead touched the grass beside his father's sword. Elder brother, Lucian spoke, his voice cracking with deep, genuine emotion. I mocked you. I called you a runt. I tried to prove my superiority over you at every turn. Yet, when my legs were crushed and my spirit was broken, you protected me with your bare hands. You showed me what a true alpha is. My life, my blade, and my absolute loyalty belong to you for as long as I draw breath. Victoria knelt gracefully beside Lucian, crossing her hands over her chest. Sovereign William, House Shadow Ray bows to your divine order. Daemon fell to one knee, lowering his head until his dark hair brushed the grass. Enforcer Daemon surrenders his authority to the ultimate alpha. I am yours to command, my lord. A heartbeat later, Chieftain Thorin of House Iron Fang unbuckled his massive iron war hammer and laid it upon the grass, dropping his heavy, 7-foot frame into a deep, reverent kneel. House Iron Fang has searched for 1,000 years for the true progenitor. Thorin roared, his voice thick with tears of absolute devotion. We bow to no tyrant, no political council, and no false king. We bow only to the golden alpha who shields his people with mercy. Lord Valerius of House Frosthound unclasped his white fur cloak, spreading it upon the grass before kneeling alongside Thorin. House Frosthound surrenders all border claims, all military command, and all ancestral rights to Sovereign William. As if guided by a single, divine impulse, every single warrior in the grand amphitheater, thousands of wolf soldiers, archers, mages, and disarmed vampire knights, dropped to their knees. A sea of bowed heads stretched as far as the eye could see, filling the mountain valley with an unshakable, absolute unified submission. They did not bow because a blade was at their throats. They did not bow out of fear of destruction. They bowed because they had witnessed a power so absolute, paired with a heart so merciful, that their very souls recognized him as the undisputed, supreme monarch of the world. William looked out over the kneeling assembly. He did not let out a roaring decree of triumph. He did not raise his hand to demand applause. Instead, William stepped down from the marble dais, his polished boots stepping softly onto the green grass. He walked directly over to his father, reaching down with both hands to gently take Garin by the elbows, lifting the old patriarch back up to his feet. He then turned to Lucian, pulling his younger brother up by his shoulder, and offered a soft, reassuring nod to Victoria and Daemon. Rise, father. Rise, my kin. William's deep baritone resonated across the mountain, carrying a soft, golden warmth that filled every heart with peace. The age of kneeling in fear, of bowing to crowns of iron, is over. Today, we do not build a new empire of blood. We build a home. Chapter 87, A New Law. The afternoon sun sat high in the sky over Mount Cinder, bathing the central plaza in a brilliant, clear light. A long, simple wooden table had been set up in the center of the green meadow, surrounded by the leaders of all 3 werewolf houses, the surviving vampire commanders, and the senior elders of the Northern Territory. There were no golden thrones, no high-tier seating arrangements, and no ancestral hierarchies. Everyone sat together on simple wooden chairs, equal under the clear blue sky. At the head of the table sat William. He rested his hands comfortably on the polished oak surface, looking at the assembled leaders with calm, absolute authority. For 3,000 years, William began, his deep voice smooth and measured, the supernatural society of this continent has been governed by a single, toxic rule: the strong devour the weak. High bloodlines claimed superiority over lower branches. Those with loud cores demanded absolute obedience, while those without supernatural talent were treated as trash, exiled, or slaughtered. He looked directly at Garin, then at Thorin and Valerius. This system brought our people nothing but war, division, and near extinction, William continued softly. If House Shadow Ray, House Frosthound, and House Iron Fang are to walk under my golden domain, the old laws must be completely burned to ash. He picked up a scroll of parchment from the table, though he did not read from it. The decrees he spoke were etched directly into his soul. Hear my first decree, William announced, his voice carrying a multi-layered, divine weight that echoed into the minds of every living entity across the northern range. From this day forth, bloodline discrimination is an absolute crime across all territories. No child shall ever again be judged, exiled, or mistreated because of their core strength or family origin. A person's worth shall be measured solely by their character, their integrity, and their compassion. A quiet murmur of profound relief rippled through the gathered elders. Many lower-tier clan representatives who had suffered under the strict hierarchy wept softly, clutching their hands together in gratitude. Hear my second decree, William spoke, his dark eyes turning toward the pale, disarmed vampire commanders sitting at the far end of the table. Cruelty toward the weak, the wounded, or the defeated is strictly forbidden. The coven shall not be hunted or executed for the crimes of Lord Castian. Those who lay down their weapons and seek peaceful coexistence shall be granted land in the southern valleys to rebuild their lives under the protection of my golden domain. The lead vampire commander, a pale, scarred warrior who had expected public execution, gasping in utter shock. He stood up slowly, placing his hand over his heart, and bowed deeply toward William. The coven accepts your grace, Sovereign William. We swear to abide by your laws. William turned his gaze toward the south, his dark brown eyes softening as his thoughts drifted toward the quiet human city 300 miles away. Hear my third, an absolute decree, William declared, his voice dropping an octave, vibrating with an unshakable, sacred conviction that made every leader sit up straight. The supernatural world shall no longer treat the human realm as a hunting ground, a political chessboard, or an inferior species. Humans possess a strength of heart, love, and resilience that exceeds any core or aura. Total, permanent peace with the human world is now the supreme law of this continent. He looked around the table, his gaze locking onto Garin, Lucian, Thorin, and Valerius one by one. Any wolf, any vampire, or any high elder who harms an innocent human, or seeks to expose our world to bring terror upon them, William warned softly, his golden aura flaring for a fraction of a second, setting the very air humming with divine weight, shall answer directly to me. I will personally strip their core and banish them from this earth. The absolute authority in his voice left no room for debate, no room for political maneuvering, and no room for compromise. It was an absolute mandate forged by the strongest being alive. Patriarch Garin looked at his third son, a profound, humbled smile touching his weathered lips. The decrees are just, Sovereign William. House Shadow Ray accepts them without reservation. House Iron Fang accepts the new law. Chieftain Thorin declared, slamming his hand onto the table in enthusiastic agreement. House Frosthound accepts. Lord Valerius affirmed, bowing his head. William slowly stood up from the wooden table. The heavy, dark weight of war had completely lifted from his shoulders, leaving behind only the calm, serene posture of a man who had fulfilled his duty. Lucian stepped up beside him, asking softly, Elder brother, where will you establish your court? Shall we begin rebuilding the supreme palace of Mount Cinder for your reign? William turned toward Lucian, offering his younger brother a gentle, extraordinarily warm smile. Mount Cinder belongs to you, Lucian, William said gently, placing a hand on Lucian's shoulder. You, Victoria, and father will rule these mountains according to the new law. You will be the guardians of the northern valleys. Lucian's eyes widened in surprise. But, what about you, William? Where will the ultimate alpha reside? William adjusted the collar of his dark coat, looking south toward the horizon where the sun was beginning to set in a warm canopy of gold and soft violet. My place is not on a granite throne, Lucian, William answered, his deep baritone filled with an infinite, tender devotion that made his eyes shine. My kingdom is a small apartment in the southern city. And my court is sitting at a wooden dining table, drinking tea with the girl I love. Without another word, William stepped off the marble dais. Swoosh. A soft, golden breeze swept across the flower-covered plaza, and in the span of a single heartbeat, William's tall, dark-coated frame dissolved into a streak of pure, brilliant starlight soaring across the heavens toward the human world, leaving behind a continent united in absolute, everlasting peace. Chapter 88, Reconstruction. The crisp autumn air of late October swept across the quiet campus, rustling the golden oak leaves that lined the stone walkways leading toward the university library. Inside the bright, high-ceilinged study hall, sunlight streamed through the tall arched windows, casting long, warm geometric patterns across the dark mahogany tables. The gentle, rhythmic scratching of pens on paper and the soft turn of textbook pages filled the tranquil room. At a quiet corner table near the window sat William. He wore a soft dark gray wool sweater and fitted charcoal trousers, his tall, broad frame relaxed back into the leather chair. His sharp, handsome features, once burdened by centuries of suppressed power and the constant vigilance of an outcast, were completely serene. In his right hand, he held a sleek black pen, smoothly filling out notes for his advanced European history seminar. Sitting directly beside him, so close that their shoulders brushed comfortably with every movement, was Lisa. She wore a cozy cream-colored knit cardigan, her dark hair pinned loosely up with a few stray locks framing her soft face. Her hazel eyes were focused intently on her macroeconomics notes, though a quiet, radiant smile lingered continuously on her lips. Every few minutes, without taking her eyes off her paper, she would reach sideways, her delicate fingers searching until they linked naturally through William's large, warm hand under the table. William's thumb would gently rub slow, soothing circles over her knuckles, his primordial warmth flowing into her palm like a constant, quiet vow of protection. To the human students passing by with coffee cups and heavy backpacks, they were simply the university's most breathtaking couple, a strikingly tall, quiet history major and his bright, gentle girlfriend, utterly lost in their own peaceful world. No one in the human realm knew that with a single, silent thought the calm young man holding his girlfriend's hand under the mahogany table was simultaneously managing the continental reconstruction of an entire supernatural civilization 300 miles to the north. Through the vast, multi-layered awareness of his fully awakened primordial domain, William's mind was anchored in two worlds at once. While his eyes read a chapter on trade routes, his spiritual consciousness oversaw the massive, peaceful rebuilding of the northern territories. 300 miles away at Mount Cinder, thousands of stonemasons from House Iron Fang were working alongside ice mages from House Frosthound, constructing modern, sunlit medical sanctuaries and spacious residential halls out of polished white granite. The dark, claustrophobic subterranean dungeons that had once held low-tier outcasts had been completely filled with soil and converted into sprawling indoor botanical gardens, tended to by former vampire blood cultivators who had embraced the new law. In the southern valleys, former Coven refugees were working side by side with wolf agriculturalists, tilling fertile soil to plant wheat and medicinal herbs. For the first time in recorded history, there were no slave collars, no forced tithes, and no bloodline caste systems. Under William's absolute decree, Lucian served as the chief coordinator of infrastructure, running between the three mountain passes with tireless dedication, eager to prove his genuine redemption. Victoria managed the distribution of resources, ensuring that low-tier families received equal housing and food supplies alongside ancestral elders. Even Patriarch Garin sat quietly in the newly established Council of Elders, no longer giving orders of war, but offering humble, experienced advice on trade agreements. Whenever a dispute arose among the regional commanders, or whenever an ancient elder hesitated to implement the new law, William's voice would resonate softly directly into their minds, a calm, velvet baritone carried by a thread of golden light that instantly dissolved friction and restored absolute harmony. Peace is not maintained by the absence of conflict, Lucian, William's quiet voice echoed gently in his younger brother's mind across the 300-mile distance. It is maintained by the patience to build bridges where walls once stood. Yes, sovereign brother, Lucian answered in his mind, his tone filled with absolute, reverent devotion as he supervised the installation of glass skylights in the central hall. The eastern bridge will be completed by sunset. Sitting in the quiet university library, Lisa felt a subtle, extra pulse of warmth radiate from William's hand. She turned her head, looking up into his dark brown eyes, her hazel gaze full of perceptive affection. "You're checking on the mountains again, aren't you?" Lisa murmured softly, her voice barely a breath against the quiet of the library. William turned his face toward her, his dark eyes softening into pools of boundless, tender affection. He leaned sideways, resting his forehead gently against hers for a fleeting, sacred moment. "Lucian is finishing the eastern bridge at Mount Cinder," William whispered back, his deep voice wrapping around her like velvet. "The central plaza is fully restored. The dark stone is gone, Lisa. It is open, bright, and green now." Lisa smiled sweetly, her fingers squeezing his hand tightly. "I'm so proud of you, William. You didn't just win a war. You gave everyone a second chance." They were given a second chance because you taught me the value of mercy, Lisa, William answered quietly, his voice filled with absolute, unshakable truth. If I had returned to the north as the cold, isolated weapon my father created, I would have burned Mount Cinder to ash. Your love was the anchor that guided my power toward peace. Lisa's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her heart fluttering with an overwhelming, joyful warmth. She leaned her cheek against his broad shoulder, taking a deep breath of his comforting, warm wood and jasmine scent. Are you ready for tomorrow? Lisa asked softly, looking up at his sharp profile. When we go to the estate. William looked out the tall library window toward the clear blue sky, his hand gently smoothing a lock of dark hair behind her ear. The mountain has been cleansed of its old shadows, William said gently, his voice ringing with a calm, regal certainty. It is time for the northern world to meet the true heart of the ultimate alpha. Chapter 89, Entering the Realm. The autumn sky over Mount Cinder was clear, bright, and painted in brilliant shades of amber and pale azure. As the sun reached its zenith, a massive peaceful gathering filled the vast central plaza of the Shadow Ray estate. Thousands of representatives from all three werewolf houses, alongside high ambassadors from the southern vampire territories, stood arranged in neat, orderly rows along the sweeping white marble staircases leading to the Grand Hall. The atmosphere was not heavy with military tension or arrogant displays of power, as it had been for centuries. The air was filled with soft music played by silver flutes, the gentle laughter of children running across the lush green grass, and the fresh, fragrant aroma of white roses that lined the stone walkways. At the base of the mountain pass, a sleek, quiet black sedan arrived, stopping smoothly at the entrance of the Grand Plaza. The driver's door opened, and Lucian stepped out dressed in immaculate dark formal attire, his posture humble and respectful. He walked around to the passenger side and opened the rear door, stepping back with a deep, reverent bow. William stepped out first. He looked extraordinarily handsome, wearing a tailored, deep navy coat over a crisp white dress shirt, his dark hair neatly styled, his tall, broad frame radiating an effortless, majestic grace. Without taking a step forward, William turned back to the open car door, extending his broad, warm hand into the vehicle with the utmost tenderness. Take your time, my love, William murmured softly, his voice full of reassuring warmth. From inside the car, a delicate hand wrapped in a soft lace sleeve reached out, placing her small palm trustingly into William's. Lisa stepped out onto the white stone path. She wore a breathtaking, simple floor-length dress of soft cream silk, covered by a light gray cashmere shawl that draped gracefully over her shoulders. Her dark hair fell in loose, elegant waves down her back, and her face was illuminated by a quiet, radiant beauty that needed no high-tier magical runes or ancestral jewels to shine. As her small, leather-shod shoe touched the stone of Mount Cinder, the thousands of supernatural entities gathered across the plaza held their collective breath. For 3,000 years, the Luna Queen of the progenitor line was expected to be a fierce, high-tier warrior born from an ancient bloodline, radiating a loud, violent aura of silver or gold. Yet, as Lisa stood beside William, she possessed no supernatural core, no sharp wolf claws, and no roaring energy. What she possessed was something infinitely more profound. As she walked beside William, her hand linked securely in his, a soft, invisible ripple of pure, tranquil peace radiated outward from her presence. The absolute, divine primordial domain that hovered around William softened instantly upon touching her, turning into a warm, life-giving golden light that gently bathed the entire mountain in a feeling of complete safety and joy. The assembled crowd gasped in soft, reverent realization. They understood instantly why the ultimate alpha, the strongest being alive, had chosen this human girl. She was not his weakness, she was his sanctuary. She was the peaceful sky that held his infinite storm. William guided Lisa smoothly up the grand white marble staircase. At the top of the stairs, standing before the tall, open oak doors of the grand hall, stood Patriarch Garin, Victoria, Damon, Chieftain Thorin, and Lord Valerius. Garin was dressed in the formal velvet mantle of the elder house, his broad broadsword noticeably absent from his waist. As William and Lisa reached the top step, Garin did not wait for a decree. The old patriarch slowly bowed his head deeply, taking a formal step back to clear the path. Victoria stepped forward with a gentle, tearful smile, holding a delicate crown woven from golden mountain orchids and evergreen ivy, the ancient, sacred emblem of the northern sanctuary. Welcome home, Lisa, Victoria said softly, her voice full of genuine, sisterly warmth as she bowed her head toward the human girl. Lisa looked at the assembled leaders, her hazel eyes bright with gentle courage. She did not shrink back from their towering frames or ancient lineages. She smiled warmly at Victoria, stepping closer to William's side. Thank you, Victoria, Lisa answered, her clear, gentle voice echoing softly across the silent plaza. Thank you all for welcoming me into your home. Patriarch Garin looked up, his weathered face filled with profound, quiet emotion. He looked into Lisa's clear, kind eyes, seeing no fear, no ambition, and no deception, only the pure, unconditional love that had saved his third son from a life of bitter isolation. Garin slowly raised both hands, placing them over his heart in the supreme gesture of familial submission. The bloodline of House Shadow Ray, the elders of Mount Cinder, and the people of the northern peaks acknowledge you, Garin declared, his gravelly voice carrying across the entire amphitheater with deep, absolute sincerity. You are the heart of our sovereign, the sanctuary of our Alpha, and the true, undisputed Luna Queen of our world. Behind Garin, Chieftain Thorin, Lord Valerius, Lucian, Daemon, and thousands of gathered warriors dropped down onto one knee, bowing their heads in unified, absolute reverence before Lisa and William. Hail Sovereign William! Hail Luna Queen Lisa! The thousands of voices erupted in a joyful, harmonious chorus that resonated through the clear blue sky, carrying no echo of war, but the ringing promise of eternal peace. William looked down at Lisa, his dark brown eyes filled with an infinite, boundless devotion. Under the bright autumn sun, before his reconciled family and the entire unified world he had saved, William gently wrapped his dark coat around her shoulders, shielding her from the mountain breeze. He drew her hand up to his chest, resting it directly over his steady, beating heart. You see, Lisa, William whispered softly into her ear, his velvet voice carrying a sacred, eternal vow. My world was cold and dark until you walked into it. Now, every knee bows to the peace you gave me. Lisa looked up into his handsome, serene face, her heart overflowing with pure, radiant love. She leaned her head softly against his broad chest, listening to the strong, steady rhythm beneath his sweater. I will always be right here, William, Lisa promised gently, her voice a quiet hymn under the endless blue sky. In your arms. Forever. Chapter 90, Family Apologies. The late afternoon sun poured through the tall, arched stained glass windows of the newly renovated private parlor in the Shadow Ray estate. Gone were the oppressive obsidian banners and harsh silver weapons that had once decorated the cold stone walls. In their place hung warm tapestries depicting lush autumn forests, gentle mountain lakes, and sweeping green valleys under clear blue skies. At the center of the sunlit room sat a broad, round mahogany table. Tea steamed softly from white porcelain cups, filling the air with the soothing scent of chamomile and fresh lavender. William sat beside Lisa, his tall, broad frame relaxed, his long arm resting naturally across the back of her chair. His hand rested gently on her shoulder, his fingers lightly brushing through her dark hair with a quiet, protective tenderness. Lisa sat comfortably against him, her small hands holding her teacup, her hazel eyes bright and calm as she looked at the three figures sitting opposite them. Lucian, Daemon, and Victoria sat in absolute silence. The former prodigy, the ruthless chief enforcer, and the prideful elder sister were dressed in simple, elegant clothes, devoid of the high-tier rune armor or silver badges of authority they had once worn like crowns. For 19 years, they had looked down at William as a coreless disgrace, and when they discovered his hidden strength, they had treated Lisa as a mere bargaining chip, sending enforcement teams to track her down and drag her into their ancient, bloody world. Now, sitting across from the young couple, the weight of their past arrogance rested heavily upon their shoulders. Lucian was the first to move. He slowly pushed his chair back and stood up. Without taking his eyes off the polished tabletop, he stepped around the mahogany table until he stood 3 paces away from William and Lisa. Thud. Lucian dropped heavily onto both knees upon the woven rug. He bowed his head until his forehead nearly touched the floor, his broad shoulders trembling violently. Elder brother. Sister Lisa, Lucian's voice choked out, rough with raw, uncontained emotion. I do not deserve to sit at the same table as you. For my entire life, I treated William like trash because I was blind to true strength. When I realized his true identity, I didn't feel remorse, I felt jealousy. I sent men to monitor your university, Lisa. I viewed you as a weakness to be exploited to control him. Lucian raised his head slightly, his sharp, handsome face pale, tears cutting trails down his cheeks. If William had chosen to crush me into ash, it would have been absolute justice, Lucian wept quietly. Yet when my legs were shattered and my spirit was broken, neither of you looked at me with hatred. William saved my life, and you, Sister Lisa, offered me tea and welcomed me with a gentle smile. I am deeply, profoundly sorry. I swear on my soul that I will spend the rest of my days protecting your peace, even if it costs me my life. Beside Lucian, Damon stood up. The formidable chief enforcer, who had led the squad to the human city to capture Lisa, walked over and knelt firmly beside the younger brother. Damon crossed his right hand over his chest, bowing his head in total submission. My lady Lisa, Damon spoke, his deep, gravelly voice wavering with deep sincerity. I brought weapons into your human realm. I treated your quiet life with contempt, believing that human existence was trivial compared to our bloodlines. I was wrong. The peace and humanity you gave to our sovereign is the only reason our species still exists today. I ask for no forgiveness for my arrogance, but I beg you to accept my absolute, humble apology. Victoria rose gracefully from her seat, her hazel eyes shining with unshed tears. She walked over to the two kneeling men and slowly knelt beside them, her long silk skirt spreading over the rug. Victoria looked directly into Lisa's eyes, her voice soft, full of genuine, sisterly remorse. Lisa, Victoria said gently, her hands resting tightly on her lap. As William's elder sister, I should have protected him when he was young. Instead, I stood by and allowed our father and elders to isolate him. When he left for the human world, I viewed him with cold detachment. I failed as a sister, and I failed as a leader. Seeing the pure, unconditional love you give my brother, I realize how hollow my pride was. I am truly, deeply sorry for the pain my family caused you both. The parlor fell into a quiet, profound stillness. Lisa looked at the three kneeling figures, the high leaders of the Northern Territory who had once terrified the supernatural world, now bowing humbly before her, stripped of all deceit and ego. She did not shrink away, nor did she show any lingering bitterness. She looked down at William, who was watching her with a calm, dark brown gaze full of boundless trust and love. He did not speak for her, he gave her total authority to answer with her own heart. Lisa set her teacup down smoothly on the table. She stood up, her soft cream dress rustling gently as she walked around the table to stand in front of Lucian, Damon, and Victoria. She reached out her delicate hands, gently taking Victoria's trembling fingers and lifting her elder sister up. Please, stand up, Lisa said softly, her clear, sweet voice filling the sunlit room with an undeniable, comforting warmth. All of you, please rise. Lucian and Damon looked up in shock, slowly pushing themselves up from the rug. Lisa looked into their eyes, her face illuminated by a gentle, radiant smile. I won't pretend that I wasn't afraid when I first learned about your world, Lisa said honestly, her hazel eyes clear and steady. I was terrified of the darkness, the battles, and the idea of losing William to a war one didn't understand. But William never brought that darkness into my life. He gave me gentleness, respect, and unconditional love. And when he spoke of his family, even when he was hurt, I never heard hatred in his voice. He only wanted you to understand peace. She turned her head, offering a soft, affectionate look toward William, who smiled back at her with infinite devotion. You made mistakes, Lisa continued gently, turning back to the three siblings. But you stood by William when the mountain was burning. You chose to break your pride to save your people. That takes real courage. I forgive you, Lucian. I forgive you, Damon, and Victoria. You are William's family. And that means you are my family, too. Lucian gasped, covering his face with his hands as heavy, cleansing tears spilled over his fingers. Victoria pulled Lisa into a warm, gentle embrace, weeping softly against her shoulder, while Damon bowed his head even lower, his heart overflowing with absolute, unshakable loyalty to their new Luna Queen. William slowly stood up from his chair. He walked over, wrapping his broad arms around both Lisa and his sister, pulling his younger brothers into the warm circle of his presence. Under the soft, golden afternoon light, the broken, isolated past of House Shadow Ray was finally healed, replaced by an unbreakable bond of unconditional love and everlasting peace. Chapter 91, Graduation. The sprawling green lawns of the university campus were vibrant with color under the bright, clear May sunshine. White folding chairs lined the grand courtyard in front of the brick clock tower, occupied by hundreds of proud parents, relatives, and faculty members wearing formal attire. Long banners bearing the university's crest fluttered gently in the pleasant spring breeze. Processional music played softly from the stage speakers as the graduating class marched out in neat, orderly double lines. Walking near the middle of the procession, wearing matching dark navy academic gowns and black mortarboard caps with golden tassels, were William and Lisa. William looked extraordinarily striking. The navy gown draped gracefully over his tall, broad-shouldered frame, his dark hair neatly trimmed, his sharp, noble features softened by a quiet, contented smile. Beside him walked Lisa, looking breathtakingly beautiful, her cream silk dress visible beneath her open cap gown, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she held her program tight against her chest. Their hands were linked securely between them, their fingers intertwined, completely untroubled by the crowds surrounding them. To the human students and parents cheering from the bleachers, they were simply the university's star couple, a brilliantly smart history major and his brilliant economics graduate, celebrating 4 years of academic success. None of the human onlookers had any idea that scattered strategically across the crowd, standing at every corner of the green lawn and beside every stone archway, were 30 elite, undercover supernatural operatives. Chieftain Thorin of House Iron Fang sat in the third row of the family section, wearing a surprisingly well-tailored gray suit that stretched tightly over his massive, muscular frame. He held a tiny pair of reading glasses, pretending to read the graduation program while his sharp green eyes continuously scanned the perimeter for any potential disturbance. A few rows back sat Lord Valerius of House Frosthound, looking like a handsome, silver-haired corporate CEO in an immaculate black tuxedo, politely clapping alongside human mothers. Near the clock tower archway, Lucian and Victoria stood casually in sleek casual clothing, holding large bouquets of white lilies and yellow roses. Damon stood near the main gates in a dark security blazer, earpiece subtly hidden under his collar, smoothly directing traffic with a gentle, polite efficiency that would have shocked anyone who knew his past as the fearsome chief enforcer. Every single guard had strict orders from Patriarch Garin: maintain absolute normalcy, blend seamlessly with the human crowd, and ensure that Sovereign William and Luna Queen Lisa enjoyed their graduation day without a single second of supernatural disruption. "Look at Thorin trying to fit into that chair," Lisa whispered softly to William, leaning her head toward his shoulder as they walked toward their assigned seats. "I think he's afraid he's going to crush it." William looked toward the third row, a faint, amused smirk playing on his handsome lips. "He spent 3 hours yesterday learning how to fold his arms like a normal human father. He is taking his assignment very seriously." Lisa giggled softly, her sweet voice sounding like chiming bells in the morning air. She squeezed his hand tightly, her hazel eyes shining as she looked up into his handsome face. "We really made it, William. We're graduating." "We did, my love," William answered softly, his deep baritone dripping with an overwhelming, tender affection. "And this is only the beginning." When the ceremony reached its peak, the dean began calling the names of the honors graduates. "Lisa Vance," the dean announced into the microphone. The human crowd erupted into loud applause. Lisa stepped up onto the stage, her posture graceful and confident. She accepted her leather-bound diploma with a bright, radiant smile, shaking the dean's hand before looking out over the crowd. Her eyes immediately found William standing at the front of the student section. He was clapping warmly, his dark brown eyes filled with such absolute, overwhelming pride and devotion that Lisa felt her heart flutter as if they were the only two people in the world. In the crowd behind him, Thorin, Valerius, Victoria, and Lucian were clapping with intense, enthusiastic energy, cheering loudly for their Luna Queen. A minute later, the dean spoke again. "William Shadow Ray." The applause swelled once more. William stepped smoothly onto the stage, his tall, majestic figure radiating an effortless grace that captivated the entire audience. He accepted his diploma with a respectful bow, his quiet, dignified demeanor earning appreciative nods from the faculty. As he walked across the stage, he looked down at Lisa, who was standing near the graduate exit stairs, holding her diploma against her chest, her eyes sparkling with tears of absolute joy. When the ceremony concluded, the hundreds of graduates turned toward the audience, cheering loudly as they threw their black caps high into the sunny sky. Whoosh! A rain of black caps rained down upon the green lawn. Inside the cheering crowd, William didn't look at the sky. He immediately stepped toward Lisa, reaching out his broad arms and lifting her effortlessly off her feet, spinning her gently around in the warm sunlight. Lisa laughed aloud, her arms wrapping securely around his neck, her face buried into his broad shoulder as she held onto him tight. When he set her gently back down on the soft grass, he did not let her go. He kept his large hands resting softly on her waist, pulling her close against his chest. He reached up with one hand, gently taking off her mortarboard cap and smoothing her long, dark hair. "Congratulations, my sweet Lisa," William whispered, his face inches from hers, his breath warm against her lips, his dark brown eyes shining with an infinite, eternal golden warmth. "You earned this." Lisa looked up into his eyes, her small hands resting gently against his crisp white collar. She could feel his steady, powerful heart beating rapidly against her palms, a heart that belonged entirely to her. I couldn't have done it without you, William, Lisa whispered back, her voice full of boundless, romantic devotion. You are my strength, my home, and my whole life. Around them, the human students cheered, parents took photographs, and the undercover wolf guardians stood in a protective, smiling perimeter under the bright spring sun. In that quiet, sacred moment, surrounded by two worlds finally united in peace, the ultimate alpha held the girl he loved close to his heart, ready to walk into an endless, beautiful future together. Chapter 92, Coronation Preparations. The crisp morning air across Mount Cinder carried the bright, resonant chiming of ancient bronze bells. For miles in every direction, the jagged peaks and once barren stone plateaus of the Northern Territory hummed with unprecedented life, purpose, and vibrant color. The grand central plaza of the Shadow Ray estate had been completely transformed over the past month. Where dark obsidian pillars, jagged iron spikes, and blood magic runes once stood, magnificent white marble colonnades now framed the sprawling green meadows. Banners of spun silk hung gracefully from every archway, combining the silver wolf emblem of House Shadow Ray, the icy blue crest of House Frosthound, the emerald iron hammer of House Iron Fang, and, for the first time in 3,000 years, the crimson and gold rose banner representing the reformed vampire coven. At the heart of these massive preparations stood the central amphitheater, where thousands of artisans, stonemasons, and floral mages worked in perfect, harmonious rhythm. Lucian Shadow Ray stood upon the elevated marble promenade, holding a rolled parchment scroll detailing the grand seating arrangements for the upcoming coronation. His dark hair was neatly styled, his sharp features relaxed and filled with a quiet, solemn focus. Move the silver laurels 3 paces to the left, Lucian instructed smoothly, gesturing toward a team of young wolf initiates who were carefully placing floral arches along the primary aisle. Sovereign William prefers simplicity. We are celebrating the dawn of peace, not displaying hollow, arrogant wealth. Right away, Commander Lucian. The initiates replied in unison, bowing respectfully before hurrying to adjust the arrangements. Standing beside Lucian was Victoria, her hazel eyes scanning the vast perimeter of the plaza with meticulous care. She wore a simple, elegant gown of soft lilac silk, her long hair pinned up with polished jade combs. The delegation from the southern valleys arrived an hour ago, Victoria reported softly, turning to her younger brother. 300 representative families from the lower vampire districts have settled into the guest quarters. There hasn't been a single altercation, Lucian. The guards from House Iron Fang even assisted the vampire elders with their travel carriages. Lucian offered a genuine, warm smile, an expression that would have been unthinkable on his face just a few months prior. When the foundation is built on respect, people naturally rise to meet it, Lucian murmured softly. Elder brother knew this from the very beginning. While we were obsessing over core levels and military ranks, he was preserving the true spirit of leadership. Farther down the main promenade, Patriarch Garin walked slowly alongside Chieftain Thorin and Lord Valerius. The old patriarch wore a dignified charcoal robe embroidered with subtle silver thread, his weathered face filled with a profound, quiet serenity. The crown has been forged, Garin, Chieftain Thorin boomed gently, his massive hand resting on his broad belt. Our master blacksmiths worked alongside the ice artisans of House Frosthound for 3 weeks. No dark steel, no cursed blood gems. Just pure, refined white gold and a single crystal of frozen mountain water from the sacred spring. It is fitting, Lord Valerius agreed, his cool, smooth voice carrying a rare warmth. It represents purity, balance, and absolute clarity. Sovereign William would accept nothing less. Garin looked out over the sunlit plaza, watching hundreds of children from different houses playing together on the grass below. Tears of quiet, overwhelming gratitude welled at the corners of his aged eyes. For 40 years, I believed that a king must rule through terror and absolute iron, Garin spoke softly, his gravelly voice thick with emotion. I built walls, I enforced strict hierarchies, and I drove my third son away because he lacked the loud, violent aura I thought was necessary. Yet look at what he has done without firing a single hostile strike. He healed our entire world simply by loving a quiet human girl and holding fast to his integrity. Meanwhile, in the private garden terrace away from the bustling crowds, William and Lisa walked slowly along a quiet stone path lined with blooming white jasmine. William wore a comfortable charcoal wool coat over a simple white shirt, his tall, broad frame radiating an effortless, majestic tranquility. His large, warm hand was linked securely with Lisa's, their fingers intertwined in a comfortable, familiar grip. Lisa wore a soft, dusty pink cardigan over a cream dress, her dark hair blowing gently in the cool mountain breeze. You look remarkably calm for a man who is about to be crowned king of the entire supernatural world tomorrow, Lisa said softly, looking up at his handsome, sharp profile with a playful, affectionate smile. William stopped walking, turning his body toward her. He reached up with his free hand, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his thumb brushing softly against her cheek with infinite tenderness. A crown changes nothing about who I am, Lisa, William answered, his deep baritone dripping with boundlessly sweet, romantic devotion. I am not doing this for glory or power. I am accepting this duty so that no child in our world ever has to grow up in hiding, and so that you and I can live our lives in absolute, unshakable peace. Lisa looked up into his deep brown eyes, seeing the quiet, golden warmth that burned exclusively for her. She stepped closer, resting her forehead gently against his broad chest, listening to the strong, steady rhythm of his heart beneath his sweater. I know, my love, Lisa whispered gently, wrapping her arms around his waist. And no matter how many kings, elders, or armies bow before you tomorrow, you will always be my William. William closed his broad arms around her, holding her close against his chest, resting his chin lightly on top of her head as the sun set over the peaceful, rebuilt peaks of Mount Cinder. Chapter 93, Historic Treaty. The Grand Council chamber of Mount Cinder was illuminated by warm, natural sunlight streaming through massive, floor-to-ceiling glass windows that overlooked the sweeping northern valleys. At the center of the vast circular room stood an extraordinary table, carved from a single piece of ancient, polished white oak. Seated around the table were the high leaders of the werewolf houses, Patriarch Garin, Lucian, Victoria, Chieftain Thorin, and Lord Valerius, alongside the newly appointed diplomatic representatives of the reformed vampire coven. At the head of the delegation sat High Minister Alistair, a distinguished, pale vampire elder with refined silver hair and calm, intelligent gray eyes, accompanied by Commander Serena, a former high-ranking knight who had rejected Lord Castian's dark tyranny to lead the civilian vampire factions. At the head of the oak table sat William. He wore a tailored dark navy suit, his posture pristine and relaxed, his broad shoulders squared with an effortless, absolute authority. Lisa sat directly beside him, wearing an elegant dusty blue dress, her presence bringing a soothing, graceful harmony to the historic gathering. On the table between the two delegations lay two large leather-bound parchments, inked in dark blue and gold script, the Continental Peace Concordat and Mutual Protection Treaty. The room was silent, filled with a heavy, profound sense of history in the making. For 3,000 years, the relationship between wolves and vampires had been defined solely by brutal ambushes, territorial massacres, and deep, inherited hatred. Today, for the first time, their leaders sat as equals under the quiet gaze of the ultimate alpha. High Minister Alistair slowly raised his eyes, looking directly across the table at William. Sovereign William, Alistair spoke, his voice clear, respectful, and free of any hidden malice. For 4 centuries, our people were ruled by Lord Castian's obsession with domination. We were taught that the wolf houses were beasts to be exterminated, and that peace was a delusion of the weak. When you dismantled our vanguard at the central plaza, we expected slaughter. Alistair paused, placing his pale hands flat upon the white oak table. Instead, you healed our wounded, Alistair continued, his gray eyes shining with genuine emotion. You granted our civilians fertile land in the southern valleys, protected our refugees from retaliation, and gave us a seat at this sacred table. The Reformed Coven Council has reviewed every clause of this treaty. We do not accept it out of fear of your golden domain. We accept it because your justice has given our people a future. William nodded slowly, his dark eyes filled with a tranquil, profound respect. Peace cannot be forged through total subjugation, Minister Alistair, William stated, his deep baritone carrying softly across the sunlit chamber. If a treaty is signed at the point of a sword, it lasts only as long as the sword is held high. This pact is built upon mutual survival, shared prosperity, and total protection of the innocent. William picked up an ornate gold fountain pen from the stand. Under this concordat, William explained clearly, his voice resonating with absolute legal authority, all territorial borders between the northern wolf ranges and the southern vampire valleys are officially dissolved. A unified trade council will manage shared resources. Any act of violence or aggression against civilians, whether human, wolf, or vampire, will be treated as a high crime against the entire continent, investigated by a joint peacekeeping council. He looked gently at Lisa, taking her hand under the table for a brief, reassuring second, before turning back to the assembly. And above all, William concluded softly, the human realm remains permanently sovereign and protected. No supernatural entity shall ever interfere in human affairs, enter human cities with hostile intent, or compromise their peaceful way of life. Commander Serena stood up smoothly, bowing her head deeply toward William and Lisa. The Southern Territories accept these terms without condition. We swear our honor to uphold the new law. Alistair reached forward, taking the gold pen, and signed his name upon the first parchment scroll with a steady, deliberate hand. Once Alistair finished, Patriarch Garin stood up on the opposite side of the table. The old wolf patriarch looked at Alistair, then down at the parchment, before signing his own name alongside Chieftain Thorin and Lord Valerius. Finally, the parchment was placed gently before William. William did not hesitate. With a smooth, elegant motion, he signed his name across the bottom of both documents, William Shadow Ray, Ultimate Alpha. Flash. The moment the ink dried, a soft, subtle ripple of golden primordial energy flared gently from William's signature, washing across the parchment and sealing the text in an indestructible, divine light. The golden glow expanded outward, sweeping through the council chamber, through the halls of Mount Cinder, and across the entire continent like a quiet, sacred promise. The historic treaty was sealed, not just on paper, but in the very fabric of the world's spiritual foundation. Across the circular room, leaders who had spent centuries preparing for war stood up together. Chieftain Thorin walked around the table, extending his massive, calloused hand toward Commander Serena, who accepted the handshake with a proud, respectful smile. Lord Valerius and Minister Alistair exchanged dignified bows, while Lucian and Victoria began organizing the official distribution of the treaty copies to every regional territory. Lisa turned her head toward William, her hazel eyes shining with tears of quiet, romantic wonder. You did it, William, Lisa whispered, her sweet voice full of boundless pride. You ended a 3,000-year war. William turned to her, his dark brown eyes filled with an infinite, tender love that completely eclipsed his majestic, royal stature. He reached out, gently cupping her soft cheek with his broad hand, his thumb stroking her skin with absolute devotion. We did it together, my sweet Lisa, William replied softly, his voice a velvet whisper meant only for her ears. Your love gave me the wisdom to choose peace over victory. This treaty is my gift to you. And to our future. Lisa smiled radiantly, leaning her face trustingly into his warm palm, knowing that under the clear blue sky of a united world, their journey of quiet, eternal love had only just begun. Chapter 94, Memory Lane. The afternoon sun cast a warm, golden glow across the bustling courtyard of the university campus. The academic year was winding down, and the stone pathways were filled with the light footsteps of students carrying notebooks, laughing, and enjoying the pleasant breeze of early summer. Walking side by side along the edge of the manicured lawn were William and Lisa. William wore a simple, casual dark blue button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, paired with fitted dark trousers. His tall, broad-shouldered frame moved with an effortless, natural grace, his sharp features relaxed and softened by a quiet, contented serenity. Beside him, Lisa wore a light, floral print summer dress with a soft white cardigan draped over her shoulders, her dark hair catching the sunlight in loose, gentle waves. Their hands were securely linked, fingers intertwined as they walked at a leisurely pace, completely at peace with the world around them. Do you remember 4 years ago? Lisa asked softly, a bright, reminiscent smile touching her lips as she glanced up at him. You were sitting all the way in the back corner by the pillar, reading a thick history text that looked like it weighed 50 pounds, and you looked completely unapproachable. William chuckled softly, a rich, deep sound that vibrated with warmth. I was unapproachable. I spent 18 years keeping the entire world at arm's length to ensure my suppressed core wouldn't accidentally trigger a panic among the local supernatural wardens. The last thing I expected was for a brave human girl to walk straight up to my table and ask if the seat next to me was taken. I just wanted to study macroeconomics in peace, Lisa laughed, her sweet voice sounding like chiming bells. I had no idea the quiet, reserved history major sitting across from me was an ancient primordial entity hiding enough power to flatten a mountain range. You changed everything the moment you sat down, William said gently, stopping in front of the glass doors of the university cafeteria. He turned to face her completely, his dark brown eyes filled with an infinite, boundless depth of romantic devotion. Before that day, my life was just an endless exercise in restraint, isolation, and hiding in the shadows. You brought color, warmth, and humanity into my world, Lisa. Every good thing I have achieved, the peace, the new laws, the unity of the territories, it all traces back to the moment you shared a quiet meal with me. Lisa's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her hazel eyes shining with unshed tears of pure, overwhelming affection. She reached up with her free hand, resting her palm gently against his warm cheek. You didn't need my help to be great, William, Lisa whispered softly, her voice full of absolute conviction. You just needed someone to remind you that your heart was worth listening to. Come on, let's get our usual table. They stepped inside the familiar cafeteria. The interior was lively, filled with the cheerful hum of student chatter and the scent of freshly brewed coffee and baked pastries. Though 4 years had passed, the corner table by the tall window remained exactly as it had been, quiet, secluded, and bathed in afternoon sunlight. They walked over and sat down together, side by side rather than across from each other, their shoulders touching comfortably. Within minutes, an energetic student worker brought over 2 cups of tea and a small plate of pastries, smiling warmly at them before hurrying back to the counter. They didn't need to order. Over the years, this corner had quietly become their sanctuary. Lisa wrapped her hands around her warm mug of tea, looking out the glass window toward the courtyard where students were lounging under the shade of the grand oak trees. Tomorrow is the coronation, Lisa murmured, her voice carrying a trace of thoughtful wonder. Grand King of the Supernaturals. It still sounds like something out of an ancient myth. And yet, looking at you right now, you're still just my William. William reached over, gently pulling her close against his side so her head rested softly on his shoulder. He wrapped his arm around her, inhaling the sweet, comforting scent of jasmine and vanilla from her hair. I will always be your William, he promised quietly, his deep baritone resonating like a sacred vow against her ear. Crowns, titles, and territories are just responsibilities we carry to keep the world safe. But my home has always been right here, in your arms. Lisa closed her eyes, smiling radiantly as she tightened her grip on his hand under the table. They sat together in comfortable silence for a long time, watching the sun slowly descend, savoring the quiet, beautiful normality of a human afternoon before stepping together into the monumental dawn of tomorrow. Chapter 95, The Grand Ceremony. The morning of the coronation broke with a breathtaking spectacle across the northern peaks of Mount Cinder. The sky was a vast, brilliant canopy of purest azure, unmarred by a single cloud. The golden rays of the rising sun struck the newly constructed white marble terraces of the Shadow Ray estate, causing the entire mountain to shimmer as if built from solid diamond and light. In the grand central amphitheater, over 10,000 guests were seated in perfect, harmonious order. Representatives from House Iron Fang sat respectfully alongside ice mages of House Frosthound and military commanders of House Shadow Ray. In the front rows, dressed in dignified diplomatic attire, sat High Minister Alistair and Commander Serena, representing the reformed vampire coven. There were no armed guards standing with weapons raised, no tense standoffs, and no whispers of suspicion. The air was filled with the soft, majestic melodies of silver flutes and harp strings. At the focal point of the amphitheater stood a magnificent elevated dais crafted from white quartz and polished silver wood. Resting upon a velvet cushion in the center of the dais was the crown of the ultimate alpha, forged from pure white gold, unadorned by dark gems, holding only a single, glowing crystal of frozen mountain spring water that radiated a gentle, tranquil light. Trumpets sounded a clear, resonant chord that echoed across the valleys. From the grand archway of the inner hall, the procession began. Walking first were 4 young wolf initiates carrying silk banners of peace. Behind them walked Patriarch Garin, Lucian, Victoria, Chieftain Thorin, and Lord Valerius, moving with solemn, dignified grace. And then, stepping out into the brilliant morning sunlight, came William and Lisa. William wore a magnificent ceremonial coat of deep midnight blue, tailored with subtle silver embroidery along the lapels. His tall, broad frame moved with an effortless, commanding grace that drew every eye in the amphitheater. His dark hair was neatly styled, and his deep brown eyes radiated an absolute, divine calmness that touched the soul of everyone present. Beside him, walking with breathtaking elegance, was Lisa. She wore a magnificent floor-length coronation gown of soft cream silk and delicate silver lace, her shoulders draped in a light velvet cape embroidered with white mountain jasmine blossoms. Her dark hair was swept into an intricate, elegant updo secured with pearl pins, and her hazel eyes shone with a serene, radiant courage. As they walked down the wide white marble aisle toward the dais, the 10,000 guests stood up in absolute, unified unison. There was no command given, no threat applied, and no coercion. Every wolf warrior, every vampire diplomat, and every elder bowed their heads deeply in spontaneous, reverent homage to the 2 figures walking before them. William and Lisa ascended the steps of the white quartz dais, stopping side by side before the velvet cushion holding the crown. Patriarch Garin stepped forward, holding a golden proclamation scroll. The old patriarch's weathered face was illuminated by a profound, tearful pride as he looked at his third son and the human girl who had changed the destiny of the world. For 3,000 years, our world has bled beneath the weight of tyranny, war, and bloodline division, Garen's strong, gravelly voice echoed clearly across the amphitheater, carrying into the minds of every living entity across the continent. Today, the Dark Age ends. We stand united under a ruler who has conquered not through slaughter, but through mercy, who has established order not through fear, but through unconditional love. Garen turned to William, bowing his head deeply before picking up the white gold crown from the cushion. Do you, William Shadow Ray, accept the mantle of Ultimate Alpha and Grand King of the Supernaturals? Garen asked, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. Do you swear to uphold the new law, to protect the innocent, and to maintain eternal peace between all supernatural houses and the human realm? William looked out over the vast sea of kneeling faces, across his reconciled family, his loyal commanders, and his reformed allies. He turned his head slightly, locking his dark brown eyes with Lisa's radiant hazel gaze. He offered her a soft, infinitely tender smile before turning back to his father. I do, William answered. His deep baritone carried a multi-layered, divine resonance that vibrated through the very air, filling the mountains with an unshakable, golden warmth. I swear to protect this world, to honor its people, and to preserve peace for all eternity. Garen stepped forward and gently placed the white gold crown upon William's head. Flash. The moment the crown settled onto William's dark hair, the single crystal of mountain spring water flared with a brilliant, soft golden light. A magnificent, gentle dome of primordial energy expanded outward from the dais, sweeping across Mount Cinder, washing over the southern valleys, and blanketing the entire continent in an aura of absolute peace and safety. The 10,000 guests dropped to one knee across the amphitheater. Hail, Grand King William! Hail, Ultimate Alpha! Thorin roared, his booming voice leading the massive, joyful chorus that shook the clear blue sky. Hail, Grand King William! Hail, Luna Queen Lisa! The voices echoed in absolute, harmonious unity. Garen stepped back, gesturing toward Lisa. Victoria walked forward carrying a smaller, exquisite coronet woven from white gold and delicate pearl flowers, the symbol of the Luna Queen. Lisa stood calmly as Victoria gently placed the coronet upon her dark hair, a soft, tearful smile of sisterly affection shining in Victoria's eyes. William turned to Lisa. Without hesitation, in front of the 10,000 witnesses and the entire united supernatural world, the Grand King of the Supernaturals gently took his Luna Queen by both hands, pulling her close against his side. He didn't need to speak a command. He looked down into her eyes, his heart overflowing with an eternal, boundless devotion. Lisa looked up at him, her smile radiant and full of absolute love. She reached up, her fingers resting lightly against his lapel. We did it, my king, Lisa whispered softly, her sweet voice carrying a melody of pure romance. We did, my queen, William whispered back, his deep voice wrapping around her like warm velvet under the golden sunlight. As the cheers of the united world echoed across the majestic peaks of Mount Cinder, the Ultimate Alpha and his beloved human queen stood together under the endless blue sky, ready to walk hand in hand into a future of everlasting peace, love, and quiet eternity. Chapter 96, Guardians of the Realm. The morning mist rolled lazily across the broad stone courtyards of the newly restructured Shadow Ray estate, catching the golden light of the early sun as it spilled over the northern peaks. Mount Cinder was no longer a fortress of exclusion and intimidation, it was the beating heart of a harmonious, thriving continent. At the southern training gates, two figures stood side by side atop the stone battlements, their eyes scanning the horizon with steady, disciplined vigilance. Ethan adjusted the silver badge pinned firmly to the lapel of his dark tactical jacket. Beside him, Maya stood with her arms crossed lightly over her chest, her dark hair tied back in a practical braid, a quiet, confident smile gracing her lips. 4 years ago, they had been ambitious, arrogant young elites of House Iron Fang, obsessed with core rankings and fierce competition. They had looked down on William as a powerless anomaly, completely blind to the true depth of his existence. Now, standing as the newly appointed chief enforcement captains of the unified Northern Territory, their arrogance had been replaced by a deep, unwavering humility and an absolute, unshakable loyalty to the Ultimate Alpha. Did you check the southern border reports from Minister Alistair? Maya asked, breaking the quiet morning air. The Vampire District's report complete stability. Not a single localized disturbance. Checked them twice, Ethan replied, a faint, respectful grin touching his lips. It's hard to believe, isn't it? 3 years ago, a shift like this would have sparked 3 different territorial feuds before breakfast. Now, the patrols are running joint exercises between wolf and vampire units, and everyone is actually cooperating. That's because our sovereign changed the rules of the game, Maya said softly, her green eyes reflecting the bright morning sky. He didn't just defeat the old system, he showed everyone that true strength isn't about crushing people into the dirt. It's about lifting them up until they have something worth protecting. Ethan nodded slowly, looking toward the central courtyard where the grand white marble hall stood bathed in sunlight. Remember when we thought we could challenge him in the sparring rings? He let out a dry, self-deprecating chuckle. We were practically children playing with wooden swords. We were fools, Maya corrected gently, though her expression was fond. And yet, when he could have exiled us or stripped our cores after the university trials, he kept us around. He gave us a purpose. Being his enforcement captains isn't about wielding power over others anymore, it's about making sure nobody ever has to live in fear again. Footsteps echoed softly along the stone pathway behind them. Both captains turned instantly, snapping to attention and lowering their heads in deep, respectful salute. Walking toward them across the courtyard was William. He wore a simple, dark charcoal wool coat over a crisp white shirt, his tall, broad-shouldered frame moving with an effortless, majestic grace. His dark brown eyes were calm, warm, and entirely free of any worldly burden. At ease, Ethan. Maya, William said, his deep baritone carrying a soothing, velvet quality that instantly put them at ease. Good morning, Sovereign William, Ethan greeted respectfully, straightening his posture. The morning patrols are deployed across all 3 regional sectors. The northern passes and southern valleys are completely secure. William stopped a few paces away from them, offering a quiet, approving nod. His gaze held genuine warmth as he looked at his 2 head captains. You've both grown a great deal over these past few years, William noted softly, his voice full of sincere appreciation. I chose you for this command not because of your combat scores or your ancestral bloodlines, but because I know your hearts are anchored to justice and protection. Thank you for keeping our people safe. Maya felt a rush of pride and humility warm her chest. She bowed her head slightly. We are only doing what we were taught by your example, my king. As long as we draw breath, no harm will ever reach the peace you've built here. William smiled faintly, his thoughts drifting instinctively toward the southern university city where Lisa was currently grading her final semester papers. Keep the watch steady, William instructed gently, turning his gaze toward the horizon. I am stepping down to the human city for the afternoon. If any urgent matters arise across the council, Lucian has my direct spiritual link. Understood, Sovereign. Have a safe journey, Ethan and Maya said in unison, watching with profound reverence as William's tall frame dissolved into a streak of brilliant, warm starlight vanishing gracefully toward the southern skies. Chapter 97, Absolute Peace. The afternoon sun hung high and bright over the peaceful alpine valley situated 3 miles north of Mount Cinder. Wildflowers carpeted the rolling green hills, and a gentle mountain breeze rustled the dense pine forests that lined the borders. For 3 years, this valley had stood as a shining symbol of the new law, a neutral meeting ground where human merchants, traveling wolf clans, and southern vampire traders could exchange goods and share stories without fear or prejudice. Today, however, that fragile tranquility was briefly tested. Hidden behind a rocky ridge near the Western Trade Road, a small, radicalized faction of renegade blood seekers, survivors of the Old Coven who had rejected the historic peace treaty, lurked in the shadows. Numbering barely a dozen, their leader, a bitter rogue named Malachor whose core had been severely degraded by the new law's enforcement, clutched an ancient, forbidden obsidian dagger in his trembling hand. The ultimate alpha thinks he can rewrite our traditions. Malachor hissed, his eyes bloodshot and unhinged as he watched a human merchant caravan approach down the dirt road, accompanied by 2 young wolf guards. He has made our people weak. He has turned noble hunters into merchants and farmers. Today, we strike the human caravan, draw the northern enforcers out, and burn this false peace to the ground. His followers snarled quietly, igniting unstable, flickering crimson flames in their palms, preparing to leap down onto the innocent travelers below. Before Malachor could even issue the command to charge, the air across the entire Alpine Valley suddenly grew preternaturally still. The birds stopped singing. The rustling pine branches froze mid-motion. The wind died down entirely, replaced by an absolute, suffocating weight that pressed down upon the earth, not with malice or cruelty, but with the terrifying, cosmic authority of an immovable mountain. B.A. dump. A single, monumental heartbeat echoed through the minds of every living entity within a 10-mile radius. It was the sacred resonance of the primordial alpha. Malachor and his rogue followers froze instantly, their limbs turning to lead, their dark crimson flames extinguishing as if doused by an ocean of liquid gold. From the empty air directly above the rocky ridge, a tall, dark-coated figure materialized. William stood floating 6 inches above the ground, his posture completely relaxed, his hands resting naturally in his coat pockets. His dark brown eyes held no anger, no fury, and no desire for violence. He merely looked down at the handful of radicalized outcasts with a quiet, infinite disappointment. You seek to bring war back to a land that has finally learned to heal, William spoke softly. His voice did not boom, yet it vibrated with a multi-layered, divine authority that shattered the obsidian dagger in Malachor's hand into fine, harmless dust. Sovereign William. Malachor choked out, his knees buckling under the sheer spiritual pressure. He fell hard onto the rocky soil, his breath trapped in his throat as the golden aura radiating from William pressed down upon his chest like the weight of the cosmos. Mercy. Spare us. The other renegades dropped their weapons, collapsing onto the grass, trembling uncontrollably as their dark, corrupted cores were gently but firmly neutralized by the pure, divine frequency of William's presence. There was no lightning, no fire, and no physical strike. William simply existed in his full primordial majesty, and the darkness simply dissolved in his presence. William stepped down onto the stone path, his polished boots clicking softly against the earth. He walked slowly toward the kneeling, terrified outcasts. I fought a war so that my people would never have to bleed again, William said quietly, his deep baritone carrying a profound, unshakable resolve. I gave your faction land, food, and a place under the new law. If you choose bitterness over peace, you cannot remain in this world. William raised his right hand, gently sweeping his palm through the air in a smooth, elegant arc. A soft wave of golden light washed over the renegades. It did not harm their physical bodies, instead, it safely stripped away their dangerous bloodline aggression and teleported them instantly into the deep isolation of the Southern Reclamation Sanctuary, where they would live under strict, peaceful supervision, unable to harm anyone ever again. In less than 10 seconds, the threat was completely resolved. The human merchant caravan rolled peacefully around the bend of the road a moment later, completely unaware that a major catastrophe had just been averted. The human driver tipped his hat respectfully as he passed William on the road, smiling warmly at the tall stranger standing by the wayside. William nodded back politely, a calm, serene smile touching his lips. The air in the valley returned to normal. The birds resumed their singing, the pine branches swayed in the gentle breeze, and the sunlight warmed the rolling green hills. William turned his gaze toward the southern horizon, where the peaceful city lights were beginning to flicker on against the twilight sky. With a quiet, effortless step, he dissolved into a golden streak of starlight, returning home to the quiet apartment and the girl who held his heart, leaving behind a world bathed in absolute, unbroken peace. Chapter 98, A Sacred Gift. The quiet evening air inside the cozy southern apartment was filled with the gentle, soothing hum of the city lights outside and the faint, sweet scent of blooming jasmine from the balcony window. Lisa sat comfortably at the small wooden dining table, a half-graded stack of student essays resting neatly to her left. She held a warm mug of chamomile tea in both hands, her hazel eyes drifting affectionately toward the doorway as William walked into the kitchen. He wore a dark navy sweater, his tall, broad-shouldered frame moving with an effortless, majestic grace. His dark brown eyes were warm and softened by a quiet, affectionate tenderness that belonged entirely to her. In his large palm, he carried a small, intricately carved wooden box made from ancient, petrified mountain oak, polished smooth over centuries. William walked over and pulled out the chair directly beside her, sitting down so their shoulders brushed comfortably. You've been working late grading those papers, my love, William murmured softly, his deep baritone wrapping around her like warm velvet. You should rest. Almost done, Lisa smiled, setting her mug down and turning her full attention to him. She noticed the small wooden box in his hand and tilted her head curiously. What's that? William placed the small box gently on the table between them. With slow, deliberate care, he lifted the hinged lid. Inside, resting on a bed of dark green velvet, lay a ring of breathtaking, delicate beauty. It was forged not from cold, glittering human gold or common silver, but from a single, translucent thread of purified primordial starlight and white gold, cradling a tiny, luminous gemstone that pulsed with a soft, steady, golden heartbeat. It looked alive, warm, gentle, and eternal. Lisa caught her breath, her eyes widening as she looked at the ring. William, what is this? For 3,000 years, the Alpha bloodline of House Shadow Ray passed down ancestral relics designed for war, dominance, and conquest, William said quietly, his voice full of solemn, profound sincerity. When my father and ancestors forged talismans, they built them to crush enemies and channel destructive energy. But when I awakened the complete primordial bloodline, I forged something else. He gently lifted the delicate ring from the velvet cushion, holding it carefully between his thumb and forefinger. Human life is fragile, Lisa, William continued, his dark brown eyes looking deeply into hers with an infinite depth of romantic devotion. You possess a strength of heart and spirit that outshines any supernatural aura, but your body is bound to the passage of human years. I am an immortal entity tied to the eternal pulse of this earth. If I spent eternity reigning alone upon Mount Cinder while you grew old and faded away, the peace I fought for would mean nothing. Lisa's hazel eyes filled with bright, shimmering tears of pure emotion, her chest tightening with an overwhelming wave of love. William, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. This is not a weapon, Lisa, William said softly, his thumb gently caressing the edge of the luminous ring. This is a sacred ancestral bond. If you wear this ring, the golden life force of the primordial alpha will flow continuously through your blood. It will protect your health, shield your spirit from harm, and gently lengthen your years so that we may walk side by side across this world for centuries to come. He reached out, taking her small, soft hand in his large, warm palm. With utmost gentleness, William slid the translucent starlight ring onto her left ring finger. The moment the metal touched her skin, it adjusted perfectly to her size. A warm, soothing wave of golden light cascaded gently up her arm, blooming through her chest like a breath of fresh spring air. Lisa gasped softly as every ounce of fatigue, stress, and tension vanished from her body, replaced by an invigorating, vibrant wave of radiant health and absolute vitality. Her skin glowed with a soft, healthy radiance, and her heartbeat synchronized harmoniously with the steady, protective pulse of the ring. Lisa looked down at her hand, marveling at the soft, golden starlight pulsing gently around her finger, before lifting her tear-filled eyes to look straight into William's face. You tied your life force to mine. Lisa choked out, a bright, radiant smile breaking through her tears. You bound your eternity to me, William. You are my eternity, Lisa, William answered without a moment's hesitation, his voice ringing with an absolute, unshakable vow. No crown, no throne, and no kingdom could ever compare to the privilege of sharing my life with you. Now and forever, your heartbeat is protected by mine. Lisa leaned across the table, wrapping her arms securely around his neck, burying her face into his broad shoulder. William closed his strong arms around her, holding her tightly against his chest, resting his chin gently on her dark hair as the golden ring on her finger glowed softly in the quiet evening light, sealing their hearts together for all time. Chapter 99, The Grand Wedding. The sun rose over the majestic peaks of Mount Cinder on a morning of unparalleled beauty. The vast central plaza was no longer just a site of coronation or political treaty, it had been transformed into a breathtaking sanctuary of romance, joy, and unity. Thousands of white jasmine blossoms, silver roses, and golden mountain orchids draped gracefully along the marble colonnades and archways. Sunlight filtered through a canopy of soft, floating floral petals that drifted gently on a warm, scented breeze across the unified gathering. On the left side of the grand central aisle sat Lisa's human friends, university colleagues, and professors, dressed in elegant formal attire, looking around in quiet, star-struck wonder at the magnificent supernatural landscape. On the right side sat the proud representatives of the supernatural world, Chieftain Thorin in a tailored gray suit, Lord Valerius in a sharp tuxedo, High Minister Alistair representing the reformed vampire coven, and Lucian, Victoria, and Patriarch Garin seated in the front row, their faces shining with genuine, tearful joy. There were no guards with drawn weapons, no rigid caste separations, and no shadow of fear. Human and supernatural sat side by side, sharing polite smiles and quiet conversations, united by the peaceful world the ultimate alpha had built. At the focal point of the grand lawn stood a magnificent altar woven from white birch branches and blooming white roses, set against the breathtaking backdrop of the northern mountain ranges under a crystal blue sky. At the altar stood William. He wore a magnificent, tailored wedding suit of deep midnight blue with subtle silver silk lapels. His tall, broad-shouldered frame radiated an effortless, majestic grace, but his sharp features were completely softened by an expression of pure, breathtaking anticipation and deep, romantic devotion. His dark brown eyes were fixed entirely upon the grand white marble pathway leading from the inner hall. The soft, majestic chords of a harp and silver flutes began to play a gentle, timeless melody. The large wooden doors of the inner hall opened smoothly. Walking down the grand aisle first, scattering small white jasmine petals along the stone path, were two young flower girls from the Southern Valley villages, smiling brightly. Behind them walked Victoria as the maid of honor, looking breathtaking in a dress of soft lavender silk, carrying a delicate bouquet of white roses. And then, Lisa appeared. A collective, breathless hush fell over the 10,000 guests gathered across the plaza. Lisa wore a breathtaking wedding gown of radiant white silk and delicate French lace, its long train sweeping gracefully behind her over the marble stones. A sheer, translucent veil edged in sparkling silver thread fell softly over her dark hair, partially framing her face. Her hazel eyes were bright, luminous, and filled with tears of pure happiness, and on her left ring finger, the ancient starlight ring pulsed with a warm, steady, golden glow that matched the radiant smile on her lips. As she walked slowly down the aisle, her hand resting gently on the arm of her university dean who proudly escorted her, William watched her approach. For the first time since the war ended, the ultimate alpha, the strongest being alive, who had faced down armies and rewritten the destiny of a continent, felt his breath catch completely in his throat. She was his entire world, his sanctuary, and his ultimate peace made manifest. When Lisa reached the altar, the dean smiled warmly, gently placing her small hand into William's broad, warm palm. "Take care of her, son," the dean whispered with a gentle nod. "Always," William replied softly, his voice ringing with absolute, sacred conviction. William gently lifted Lisa's veil, folding it back with infinite tenderness. He looked down into her eyes, his large hand holding hers securely, feeling the warm, pulsing rhythm of the starlight ring binding their lives together. Patriarch Garin stood before them as the solemn officiant of the ceremony, his weathered face filled with a profound, peaceful pride. "We are gathered today," Garen's strong, gravelly voice echoed clearly across the amphitheater, carrying into the hearts of every human and supernatural guest, not to celebrate a treaty, nor to crown a king. "We are gathered to witness the purest union of two souls. In a world once broken by darkness and war, these two found light in each other. They taught us that true strength is not found in dominance, but in love." Garin looked gently at William and Lisa. "William Shadow Ray, do you take Lisa Vance to be your lawfully wedded wife? Do you promise to honor her, protect her, and cherish her heart for all eternity?" William never broke eye contact with Lisa. His dark brown eyes shone with an infinite, boundless depth of devotion. "I do," William answered. His deep baritone carried a multi-layered, divine resonance that vibrated gently through the air, filling the mountains with an unshakable, golden warmth. "I take you, Lisa, as my heart, my sanctuary, and my eternal home. I swear to protect your life with mine, now and for all time." Garin turned to Lisa, his expression softening further. "And do you, Lisa Vance, take William Shadow Ray to be your lawfully wedded husband? Do you promise to walk by his side through every dawn, holding his heart and yours for all eternity?" Lisa smiled brightly, tears spilling over her eyelashes as she looked up into the handsome, serene face of the man who had given her his entire world. "I do," Lisa answered clearly, her sweet voice carrying a melody of pure romance across the silent, attentive assembly. "I take you, William, as my partner, my strength, and my forever." Lucian stepped forward smoothly, holding a small velvet cushion upon which rested two simple, elegant bands of polished white gold intertwined with fine threads of primordial starlight. William took one band, gently lifting Lisa's left hand, and slid the wedding ring onto her finger right beside her ancestral starlight ring. The two rings resonated softly together, blooming with a warm, beautiful golden aura that enveloped their hands. Lisa then took the second ring, gently sliding it onto William's left ring finger, her soft fingers lingering affectionately against his warm skin. "By the authority vested in me by the Council, the new law, and the unified heart of this continent," Garin declared, raising his hands in a gesture of blessing, "I pronounce you husband and wife. May your love be the eternal foundation of our world." The 10,000 guests rose to their feet in absolute, joyful unison. There was no kiss, only a profound, breathtaking moment of pure romance as William gently wrapped his strong arms around Lisa, pulling her close against his broad chest, resting his forehead gently against hers under the radiant canopy of white roses and floating petals. "I love you, my queen," William whispered softly against her lips. "I love you, my king," Lisa whispered back, her smile radiant and eternal. As the cheers, applause, and joyful music erupted across Mount Cinder, the ultimate alpha held his beloved wife tight, stepping together into an endless horizon of absolute peace and everlasting love. Chapter 100, Legacy of the Primordial. The morning sun over the northern peaks of Mount Cinder rose through a sky of pristine, cloudless azure, casting a warm, golden illumination across a world completely transformed. Where jagged black spires, blood-soaked battlefields, and bitter trenches had once scarred the earth centuries ago, a magnificent, sprawling landscape of emerald valleys, cascading waterfalls, and flourishing white jasmine gardens now stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was crisp, clean, and sweet with the scent of wild blossoms and damp pine, carrying no trace of the old world's iron and ash. In the center of the grand marble courtyard of the Shadow Ray estate, beneath the shade of an ancient, blooming oak tree, stood a broad wooden table covered in scattered parchment scrolls, ink pots, and leather-bound journals. At the table sat William. He wore a simple charcoal wool sweater over a crisp white shirt, his tall, broad-shouldered frame relaxed into a carved wooden chair. His sharp, noble features were completely serene, framed by his dark hair and illuminated by the soft morning light. His dark brown eyes, once burdened by centuries of suppressed power and lonely isolation, now radiated an infinite, boundless depth of peace and gentle wisdom. Standing just behind him, her hands resting affectionately upon his broad shoulders, was Lisa. She wore a soft cream-colored knit cardigan over a light floral dress, her dark hair pinned back with a pearl hairpin. On her left ring finger, the ancient starlight ring pulsed with a steady, warm, golden heartbeat, a constant, divine link of vitality that kept her youth vibrant and her health absolute alongside her immortal husband. You're still reviewing the agricultural trade allocations for the Southern Valley districts. Lisa murmured softly, her sweet voice carrying a melodic amusement as she glanced down at the parchment scrolls beneath his hands. William leaned his head back slightly, resting his cheek comfortably against her hand. A faint, fond smile touched his lips. Just finalizing the winter provisions for the lower settlements, William replied, his deep baritone wrapping around her like warm velvet. With the new irrigation canals completed by House Iron Fang and the Frost Shield greenhouses established by House Frosthound, crop yields are up 40% this year. Not a single family will face hardship when the snows arrive. You always worry about everyone else, Lisa said gently, her fingers tracing a soft, affectionate pattern through his dark hair. I spent 18 years watching my people tear themselves apart over pride and bloodlines, William answered quietly, turning his face to press a gentle, tender kiss against the back of her wrist. Protecting their peace isn't a burden anymore, Lisa. It is a privilege. Every quiet morning like this, where children can play in the meadows without fearing the dark, is proof that the path we chose was right. As if summoned by his words, the soft sound of running footsteps echoed across the stone pathway. A young boy of about 7 years old, with bright hazel eyes and untamed dark curls, came sprinting around the corner of the marble colonnade, clutching a wooden toy sword in one hand and a handful of freshly picked white jasmine flowers in the other. Running closely behind him was a young girl with sharp, intelligent features and a focused, disciplined stride, wearing a simple white training tunic. They were the youngest initiates of the newly established Academy of Peace, children born into the unified world, raised without the poison of caste discrimination or bloodline prejudice. Grand King William. Queen Lisa. The young boy called out eagerly, running right up to the wooden table and planting his feet firmly in the grass. He held out the fistful of wildflowers. Master Lucian said we have our morning meditation session by the crystal spring, but I wanted to bring you these first. William turned around in his chair, his severe, majestic aura completely dissolving into an expression of profound, tender warmth. He stood up from his chair, his towering frame dwarfing the young boy, yet he knelt down gracefully onto one knee so they were eye to eye. Thank you, Julian, William said gently, taking the wildflowers from the boy's small, dirt-smudged hands with absolute care. He tucked one of the white blossoms behind the young girl's ear as well, earning a bright, grateful smile from her. Flowers gathered with a pure heart are worth more than all the gold in the northern vaults. Is it true what Elder Lucian told us yesterday? The young girl asked, her eyes wide with curious wonder as she looked up at the Grand King. That you didn't conquer the world with an army, but with a heart. William looked at the two children, seeing in their innocent eyes the future of the entire continent, a future where strength was measured not by how much blood one could spill, but by how many lives one could uplift. It is entirely true, William answered, his deep voice carrying a multi-layered, soothing resonance that filled the garden with a golden hum of inspiration. True power, my young friends, is never found in the tip of a blade. A sword can carve a temporary empire out of ash and bone, but only kindness, patience, and love can build a home that lasts for eternity. The children nodded solemnly, clutching their wooden toys a little tighter before bowing respectfully and running off toward the crystal spring, their happy laughter echoing through the sunlit trees. Lisa walked around the wooden table, stopping right in front of William. She reached down, taking his large, warm hands in hers, pulling him gently back up to his feet. You're becoming quite the philosopher in your older years, Grand King, Lisa teased gently, her hazel eyes sparkling with playful affection. I had a brilliant teacher, William replied smoothly. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close against his chest as the warm morning breeze rustled the leaves of the ancient oak tree above them. Far across the sweeping landscape of Mount Cinder, the bells of the central tower began to ring out, a clear, resonant chime that rolled across the northern mountains, swept down into the southern valleys, and echoed softly through the distant human cities. It was a sound that no longer signaled alarms or military mobilization, but marked the peaceful passing of another beautiful day in a united world. Patriarch Garin, now resting comfortably in the sunlit garden terrace of the inner hall, looked up from his book with a peaceful, contented smile. Lucian and Victoria walked together along the garden stone paths, deep in calm conversation, while Ethan and Maya patrolled the outer gates with steady, relaxed vigilance, sharing a quiet nod with passing vampire diplomats. Human and supernatural, wolf and coven, strong and weak, all walked side by side beneath the boundless, protective canopy of the primordial domain. William looked down into Lisa's eyes, his heart overflowing with an infinite, immeasurable depth of love. He leaned down, resting his forehead gently against hers, letting the steady, harmonious rhythm of their joined starlight rings wash over them like a sacred vow. We won, Lisa, William whispered softly, his deep baritone carrying the ultimate promise of the ages. The war is over. The world is at peace. And we have all the eternity in the world. Lisa smiled radiantly, her arms wrapping securely around his neck, pulling him closer as the golden sunlight bathed them in an everlasting glow. Always, my love, Lisa whispered back, her sweet voice echoing softly into the quiet, beautiful dawn of their forever.